once the 3S-ranked Nightfall Monarch who presided over slaughter. His other identity was an obscure novelist. Until the day of his daughter's trial assessment, she awakened the very world he once ruled. She discovered this world bore an uncanny resemblance to the novels her father had written simply because here, every adult had the chance to cross into another world for trials. Little did she know, the man who had long become an ordinary human was secretly a dominant force across countless realms, a truth known to none but himself. He had once suppressed an entire era in this world, revered as the Nightfall Monarch. Alone, he slew 7 corpse monarchs, saving humanity in the old era and striking terror into the hearts of countless undead. Now, this very world had been summoned by his daughter during her high school trial. Watching the live proctoring feed, her mother, Shen Jiyu, turned pale with fright as the head of Jiangnan City's Reincarnators Association. She knew an A-rank world should never be used for training assessments, nor could she ignore the terrifying danger level of such a realm. How could her daughter possibly survive? Meanwhile, an ethereal voice from the reincarnation hall echoed across the virtual square. All examinees, prepare to enter the reincarnation world. In a flash of light, everyone vanished. Since routine trials were always C-rank fairy tale worlds, the appearance of an A-rank world drew the gaze of nearly every viewer in the proctoring livestream. Ning Kaiwei and the others appeared in a city shelter, with a flood of descriptive information from the reincarnation hall appearing before their eyes. Welcome to the Blood Century. Please be careful not to expose your identity in front of the natives. There were 3 assessment tasks. First, survive for more than 10 days. Second, kill 10 zombies. Third, master any kind of supernatural power and bring back a crystal core. While her teammates all looked desperate, Ning Kaiwei remained surprisingly calm. Staring at the description from the reincarnation hall, she felt an increasing sense of familiarity with this world. I remember my dad wrote a novel called The Path of the Zombie King's Redemption. Blood World, Blood City, supernatural powers. How is it exactly the same? Could it be that the novel wasn't fictional? The thought flashed through her mind, and even Ning Kaiwei found it absurd and bizarre. After all, in her memory, her father had never been involved in reincarnation. He was just an ordinary citizen of Jiangnan City, a common man chasing his dream of writing. Yet the blood world she had now arrived in was identical to the one described in her father's novel, The Eternal Night Monarch. Ning Kaiwei murmured softly, carefully recalling the contents of the novel she had secretly read as a child. The protagonist was known as the Eternal Night Monarch, and the entire novel revolved around his story, culminating in an ending where he ended the Dark Age and was laid to rest beneath Blood City. If her father's novel wasn't fictional, then in this place, Ning Kaiwei's heart raced. She felt she might have uncovered her father's secret. Raising her head, Ning Kaiwei noticed about 200 people in the dimly lit shelter, their expressions despondent and numb. Their arrival went completely unnoticed. Ning Kaiwei approached an elderly woman and softly asked, "Do you know today's date?" The woman numbly looked up and pointed at the tightly shut shelter door. On it hung a mechanical clock displaying the date, July 1st, 3035. Ning Kaiwei's heart jolted. Decades had passed since the Eternal Night Monarch fell into slumber. The elderly woman suddenly spoke in a hoarse voice. "You look somewhat familiar. Are you also refugees from another city? There's nowhere safe now. The apocalypse zombie army has trampled nearly every corner of the blood world, and survivors are constantly being captured and imprisoned." Hearing the name Apocalypse, Ning Kaiwei frowned slightly, though she had no memory of it. Her instincts told her this zombie monarch was terrifyingly powerful, casting the entire blood world under a shroud of death. At that moment, the shelter suddenly shook, debris collapsing as the door caved inward under a terrifying force. Classmate and Lan looked around in panic. "What's happening?" The elderly woman's numb expression twisted into sheer terror. "The Crimson Corpse King has found our shelter." Instantly, screams erupted as people fled through other exits. The next moment, the door shattered completely, and hordes of grotesque zombies poured in. Ning Kaiwei's face paled as she immediately grabbed Lan's hand and sprinted away with 2 others in tow. Witnessing this, Shinjiyu's heart ached unbearably, yet he could only watch helplessly as his daughter plunged into danger, unable to intervene. Tens of thousands of viewers in the live stream sighed in dismay. Filled with regret, being teleported to a shelter was supposed to be lucky, but who knew it would fall so quickly? We thought they could survive a while longer. Drawing an A-level samsara world, these kids are doomed. It's practically a death sentence. Who is that guy? His aura is terrifying. Wait, the head hanging from his waist seems to be Zhao Zhang, the top scorer in the college entrance exam from Jiangnan City 10 years ago. In the live stream, Ning Kaiwei and the others had already rushed out of the shelter. On the street stood a cold-faced zombie squad. Their leader was draped in a crimson blood robe, with an overwhelming aura of blood energy enveloping his body, almost materializing to distort the space around him, inexplicably turning the sky above an even deeper shade of red. 2 corpses lay on the ground, clearly superhumans from the blood world with considerable strength, now tragically dead, their faces frozen in fear and despair from their final moments. What truly sent chills down the spines of the livestream audience was the fact that the Zombie King's belt was made up of dozens of heads, one of which belonged to Zhao Zhang, the top scorer in Jiangnan City's college entrance exam a decade ago. After 10 years of growth, he had become a powerful A-rank reincarnator, rumored to have joined the investigation department of the reincarnation hall and completed over 100 missions with distinction, earning great fame. Yet now, his head hung from the Zombie King's waist. Among the other heads were many familiar faces, A-rank reincarnators who were also past top scorers from other cities on Kanglan Star. The scene left the live stream in stunned silence, with hundreds of thousands of viewers turning pale. They weren't unfamiliar with zombies, but the horror of the Blood World's undead completely defied their understanding. Shin Jiyu's hands trembled as he spoke. The Crimson Zombie King is currently one of the top 3 zombie kings in the Blood World. Loyal to the Apocalypse Monarch, he constantly wages battles to expand territories, destroys shelters, and captures defenseless survivors to keep them imprisoned. His strength far surpasses that of ordinary reincarnators. Over 10 people have already died at his hands during investigations. No one could have imagined that his daughter would encounter such a terrifying figure the moment she entered the reincarnation world. Run! Faster! In the Blood World, Ning Kaiwei also saw the Crimson Corpse King, and an endless chill rose from the depths of her heart. She had no doubt that even with the many magical artifacts her mother had given her, she would be torn to shreds in an instant if caught by this creature. To think we'd encounter a Corpse King, Anlin muttered in despair, tears welling in her eyes. We're doomed. The horror of an S-class reincarnation world is only just beginning to show. Surviving 10 days is impossible, even an hour is a luxury. There's still hope for us to survive, stay close to me. Ning Kaiwei refused to give up. The only thought in her mind was to reach the Eternal Night Monarch's resting place. She knew the monarch might have some connection to her father. Whatever the truth, going there might be their only chance. However, as Ning Kaiwei kept running, her pace gradually slowed. She stared blankly at the end of the street ahead. Another horde of zombies blocked all escape routes. Though their leader wasn't a Corpse King, it was still a Lord-class creature. Its icy gaze sent shivers down her spine, and the last flicker of hope seemed to vanish in that moment. The livestream audience had surged to 1 million. Everyone fell silent as they witnessed Ning Kaiwei's predicament, trapped between 2 forces with no way out. The Lord-class zombie approached expressionlessly, dragging a massive blood-stained axe behind it. The blade scraped against the ground, emitting a piercing screech like a funeral bell tolling. Ning Kaiwei was miserable, ready to close her eyes and welcome death. But suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, he glimpsed the dimly lit location of the alleyway entrance. There was a tall figure that was quietly stationed on the wire bar. Reflecting the waving light of the blood moon overhead, Ning Kaiwei saw a pair of tokens swing in the wind at his waist. That? Ning Kaiwei's eyes snapped wide open. Sequence 9? In the novel, a close associate of the Lord of the Neverwinter Nights? Corpse King Witch 9, save me. It was like seeing a lifesaver, defying all odds and putting her best foot forward. Ning Kaiwei yelled at the top of her lungs. Chapter 4 Riotous Killing, Mysterious Eternal Night Corpse Clan. Buzz. A flash of cold light appeared. The neighborhood of the street suddenly fell silent. The entire live broadcast room similarly showed a dead silence. A head cut through the sky, splashing out crimson blood, and fell in response as Ning Kaiwei's shouts came out. Gulp and rolled down in front of the line of walkers. The man named Wu Jiu floated down from the wire bar, carefully scrutinizing Ning Kaiwei, and after carefully examining her, he muttered to himself. Like, really too much. The sight scared Lan silly. They were completely unaware of what was happening when they saw the Lord-class zombie that had been walking towards them earlier, its head inexplicably thrown out and its huge body kneeling on the ground without moving. It's dead through and through. The person who killed him, right in front of him, is the same zombie, but the breath seems more horrible? After a short period of dead silence fell on the live monitoring room, it erupted into a state of shock. The pop-ups flashed wildly. What's going on? The Lord-class zombie was killed in seconds. Who is this guy again? He seems stronger. Witch 9. I heard that kid actually shouting his name? Has any reincarnator come out to explain what class this one called Witch 9 is? Although this kid does look like he was born with a closed face, it doesn't make sense that he would charm a zombie, right? It actually really made him strike? This sudden scene triggered the emotions of everyone in the live broadcast room. The millions of viewers climbed faster and faster, and there were even a large number of viewers from other live broadcasts that had sniffed the sound. Shin Zuoyu, who was looking at this scene, was completely frozen. She naturally wept for joy when her daughter was saved. But this mysterious zombie that suddenly struck out was obviously also a Corpse King level, otherwise it wouldn't have been able to do it in seconds to kill a Lord level, or she hadn't seen the moves clearly at all. However, the key problem was that the reincarnators who had investigated earlier hadn't brought back any information about him. In other words, Witch 9's presence avoided all reincarnators. Could it be that there are still strong people in the blood-eating realm that the reincarnation palace hasn't even discovered? Shin Zuoyu was greatly shaken inwardly. Being able to avoid being discovered proved that the other party possessed the strength to slaughter all the reincarnators. But he didn't do it. Why? And where did this guy come from? In the middle of the blood-eating realm, Ning Kaiwei couldn't help but go limp after being saved, gasping for air. Looking at Wu Jio's twisted, and rather clownish, bizarre face, his heart not only didn't have any fear, but also laughed. This finally proved his suspicions. Little girl, who told you my name? Wu Jio narrowed his eyes and inquired. Of course it's the Eternal Night Sovereign. Ning Kaiwei panted in response. Wu Jio's face instantly solidified, as if he had received confirmation in his heart, and the eyes that looked at Ning Kaiwei quickly became unprecedentedly gentle. Indeed, it is my king's bloodline. He whispered softly, his nose slightly sore, as if he were sobbing. Ning Kaiwei still wanted to ask more questions to further confirm the guesses in her heart. But a cold wind suddenly came from behind her, making her shiver uncontrollably. Almost forgot, there was a big corpse king behind it. Who are you? What corpse clan do you belong to? And have you beheaded one of my generals? Do you have to give this king an explanation? The Scarlet Corpse King looked at Wu Jio coldly, his gaze tinged with indifference. Bubbling chi and blood surged out, entrapping some kind of terrifying transcendent power, triggering the space to become extremely low. The sky was even steeply darkened, and the blood moon was like losing its luster. The wind was blowing, the coldness climbed, and the thousands of elite-level zombies also let out a gust of morose low roar at this moment. For the Scarlet Corpse King, he had never seen Wu Jio before and was not clear about the other party's origin. But decapitating a Lord-class zombie had undoubtedly violated the bottom line. Today, no matter what corpse race Wu Jio belonged to, he was bound to leave his life here. A count? Witch 9 frowned. He took a few steps out and spoke faintly. Since following my king, I am the one who can kill whoever I want to kill. I didn't expect that after so many years, the world has forgotten my king's name, and even you, the dog scum, actually dare to ask me for an explanation now? As these words fell, the live broadcast room once again fell into silence. What a bully this is! The Scarlet Corpse King's gaze instantly became even colder. If you don't give it, the king will come and get it himself. He slowly raised his hand, and he saw space suddenly distort, and there was a huge bloody sword that he slowly drew out. The absolute suppression from the Corpse King was fully unleashed. Even though it didn't target the thousands of elite zombies, they still couldn't stop their teeth from chattering under this suppressive force, and their bodies were even shivering. The four of them, including Ning Kaiwei, had a feeling of suffocation on the spot, their pretty faces as pale as snow, and the blood in their bodies were inexplicably boiling, as if they were about to detach from their bodies and kneel down towards the Scarlet Corpse King. Buzz. In the next moment, all of Ning Kaiwei's pressure directly disappeared. With a single step towards the front, Wu Jio swept apart the absolute suppression of the Scarlet Corpse King, and with it, the aura fell apart. The Scarlet Corpse King had only just gripped his giant sword when the Witch Jio in the middle of his vision suddenly appeared as a residual shadow, and then appeared right in front of him. This instantaneous speed was completely beyond his own capture, causing the pupils of the Scarlet Corpse King to contract violently on the spot. You? The Scarlet Corpse King lost his temper and was horrified inwardly. It was too late to make any movement, reflecting Witch Nine's cool and eerie face. A bony hand choked his neck. That unimaginably terrifying power, like a mountain of mountains, attacked, making his whole body chi and blood collapse continuously, but also was mercilessly violently deducted on the ground, shocking the street debris wildly swept into a huge hole. The cobwebs spread in all directions, and along with the skyscrapers on both sides, they rumbled and collapsed. Ho ho! You in the end. The Scarlet Corpse King was spitting blood from his mouth, and his neck had been completely smashed. He stared at Wu Jio. How could he not understand that he was clearly already a top 3 ranked top corpse king in the blood-eating world? Why would he be instantly obliterated by a guy whose name was unknown to him? If the Eternal Night Corpse clan had chosen to take power back then, would it have been the turn of you dog smashers to rampage through the blood-eating realm? Wu Jio didn't hold back, ruthlessly deciding the Scarlet Corpse King's life. The pupils of that dead stare blossomed with boundless flames of terror the moment he heard about the Eternal Night Corpse race, as if the mark of fear had been branded on him when he was still a cell. Such a scene, falling into the eyes of all the viewers in the live broadcast room, formed a shock that was hard to describe. The Corpse King was also killed in seconds? This one called Wu Jio is too strong. Speaking of which, he just mentioned something about the Eternal Night Corpse clan. Outside the screen, Shin Zuoyu looked at Wu Jio's figure with unbelievable eyes. The speed, the power of this obliteration of the Scarlet Corpse King was too terrifying. With this person alone, it was definitely not an exaggeration to say that he could kill his way through the other Doomsday worlds. The Eternal Night Corpse Clan. And the king in his mouth, and just where is he? Shinzueyu suddenly felt his mouth dry. What clues did his daughter find in the blood food world, and even gained the assistance of such a corpse king? Did she miss something? The point is, she didn't blink either. Chapter 5, So You're Still Here. As the number of people in the live streaming room of the proctored exam in Jiangnan City climbed rapidly, this originally mediocre midterm exam quickly attracted the attention of more people in other cities. In just half an hour, it had spread to all parts of Kanglan Star. And at this moment, it was in the Great Hall of the Kanglan Star capital. As the consul of the entire Kanglan planet, Fu Lingfeng was under the orders of the Federation and also directly followed the instructions of the Palace of Reincarnation, and his daily workload was extremely busy. He had just finished the morning's business and was ready to cut off all outside contact and take a short lunch break to refresh himself for the afternoon. But then there was a sudden sharp knock at the door. Lord Consul. I have important matters that need to be reported immediately. The visitor was none other than his Secretary General, and his fiery appearance was uncharacteristic, causing Fu Lingfeng to frown slightly and respond with a tone of displeasure. Didn't I tell you not to disturb my rest during your lunch break? Whatever it is, come back to me in 2 hours. The Secretary General did not leave, his voice was more anxious and vaguely trembling. Lord Consul, it's a matter of great importance, involving Jiangnan City's reincarnation examination. I'm afraid I need you to come and take a look at it right away. When Fu Lingfeng heard this, he sighed in his heart. Regarding Jiangnan City's reincarnation examination, this was not something he could meddle with at all, and if he hadn't guessed wrongly, the Secretary General was bound to be here for the brand new Class A reincarnation world. It had also been some time since the start of the midterm exams, and no matter whose children were chosen to be in the blood-eating realm, it couldn't change the fact that there were 9 deaths. Even senior citizens need to follow the rules. After all, the 3 main god consciousnesses of the reincarnation hall would not favor anyone, even though they could not be absolutely fair. All you have to do is deliver the death report to me, and anyone else who pleads for mercy will not be seen. As the words fell, the Secretary General hurriedly responded, We have discovered an extremely powerful corpse king in the blood-eater realm, an existence that the previous reincarnator investigation team failed to discover. Fu Lingfeng's expression was immediately stunned, and his brows then became grave. The Blood Eclipse realm was rated by the Wheel of Fortune as an A Class 8 star, and its danger had touched the ceiling of the Doomsday world. In order to map out the blood-eating world clearly, dozens of ranked reincarnators were even sacrificed for this purpose before the report was finally submitted to the reincarnation hall. According to reason, all the dangerous existences in the blood-eating realm should have been found out. How come there was still a leak? A bunch of mealies, they didn't even do that right. Fu Lingfeng's mind sank slightly. If this matter was pursued by the Palace of Reincarnation, there would be big trouble. He stepped forward and pushed open the door. Only to see the Secretary General's pale face standing outside the door, behind a group of investigative team members lowered their heads, silent. On the central console screen, the Jiangnan City Invigilator Live screen is being displayed at this moment, but it is only a replay of what was just done. The scene of Wu Jiu obliterating the Scarlet Corpse King with a single palm caused Fu Lingfeng's pupils to shrink slightly on the spot, and his face quickly became even more unsightly. He swept a glance at the many members of the investigation team. Such a strong corpse king, and you guys actually gave it a miss. None of you have found the slightest trace of him in your previous intense investigations? The head of the investigation team shook his head with white lips. This was an instruction from the Palace of Reincarnation. Of course they didn't dare to slack off and basically put their best foot forward before the threatening existences of the blood-eating realm were found in droves. I thought that the Apocalypse Monarch would already belong to the strongest in the blood-eater realm, but I didn't expect a witch Joe to pop up and kill the top 3 ranked Scarlet Corpse King with a single slap. This kind of battle power was feared to be no less than the Apocalypse Monarch. What was even more scalp-numbing was that from what was currently available, there seemed to be an Eternal Night Corpse clan behind Wu Jiu, as well as a king. A severe reprimand is inevitable for such a major blunder. My Lord Consul, apart from this question, there is something else that puzzles us. The Secretary General swallowed a mouthful of saliva with difficulty and once again played back the live broadcast screen, presenting Ning Caiwei's figure. Fu Lingfeng frowned as he watched, and after a long time, his complexion froze slightly. Who is this? Little girl? The image clearly unfolded, and which 9 appeared precisely because of Ning Caiwei. Her name is Ning Caiwei. She is an examination student from Jiangnan City. Her mother is the president of the Jiangnan City Reincarnator Association, and her father's identity is still being checked. The Secretary General responded in a hurry. President of the association? When Fu Lingfeng heard this post, his first thought was that Shen Zuoyu had leaked important information about the blood-eating realm. But then he turned his eyes and thought that this was never going to happen. The information channels that Shen Zuoyu could obtain were all distributed down from him, and even they didn't know about the existence of Wu Jiu, so how could Shen Zuoyu know? Taking a step back, with Shen Zuoyu, he couldn't interfere with the blood-eating realm and dispatch a ceiling-level corpse king. The most important thing at the moment is to map out the real blood-eating realm, since there is one Witch 9, perhaps there will be a second Witch 9, as well as the possible existence of a unknown history. Fu Lingfeng's brow became more and more gloomy, and he was even more worried, pondering how to deal with the accountability of the top management. On the other hand, it was in the middle of the blood-eating realm. 3,000 elite zombies trembled and fell to their knees, their pupils all revealing the color of fear. The Corpse King aura that erupted from Wu Jiu's body, as well as the deathly intimidation of the Scarlet Corpse King's violent death, was like a big, merciless hand that had a stranglehold on their lifeblood. The slightest movement could be the end of flying ashes. Those survivors who fled out from the shelter in all directions also stopped their steps long ago, and hid in the dark corners of the room, not daring to breathe. Regarding the mutual slaughter of the many corpse races in the blood-eating realm, they didn't feel any surprise. Instead, it's basically a family affair. Many necromantic camps have formed with each other for territory, for humans, and for transcendental powers and so on. It's just that they never expected today that the dreaded Scarlet Corpse King would easily die in the hands of an unfamiliar zombie. And the old woman in her 80s from before had survived this chaotic situation. She leaned against the corner position and with a cloudy gaze, she stared blankly at Wu Jiu's back, the name about the Eternal Night Corpse clan flashing in her mind. Vaguely, she seemed to have heard the name a long, long time ago, at a very, very young age. Don't remember much, I think I was 7 or 8? The old woman's expression was stunned, and she violently finally remembered the important details, and then her pale body couldn't stop shivering, and her cloudy eyes actually flooded with a flash of excited tears. I remember. So you guys are still around, so you haven't disappeared. Chapter 6, Alarming the Palace of Reincarnation, New S-Class Bloodline. Wu Jiu swept a glance at all the Scarlet Corpse King's subordinates present. These 3,000 elite-level zombies, all of them belonged to the Corpse Clan of the Apocalypse Monarch. It was also a scourge to keep them, so it was better to kill them all. He raised his hand, suddenly there was darkness descending, enveloping the entire street, and he saw a strange totem seal appear in his palm, like a domain unfolding, all existences within the range, life and death. Bang! Wu Jiu's palm snapped violently, and the 3,000 elite-level zombies instantly let out mournful screams as their flesh exploded in unison, turning into blood foam. The exertion of this transcendent power caused Ning Saiwei's eyes to reveal longing. So strong. When Wu Jiu heard her words, she immediately turned around without any hesitation, and directly used her slender nails to slash her eyebrows. A drop of crimson blood slowly coalesced out and floated between Wu Jiu's palms. After doing this, Wu Jiu's face was visibly paler by 1 point, revealing even more of a slight weakness. He handed Ning Kaiwei the essence blood between his palms, a shallow smile hanging on his twisted and bizarre face. Here. Ning Kaiwei was stunned for a moment. She could feel that this drop of essence blood contained some kind of pure transcendent power, a kind of supreme authority of which 9 is the Corpse King. As long as she devoured it, she would be able to immediately improve her physique. For a short period of time, he could directly become a C-class reincarnator, and would even give great help in his future growth path, with an unlimited future. This should be your bloodline essence, it's too expensive for me to take. Ning Kaiwei shook her head despite her great desire for great power. The bloodline origin was extremely precious, and as Witch Jiu stripped it out, I'm afraid that without a few decades, it would not be able to regain its vitality. Missy is polite, a mere drop of bloodline origin is nothing to worry about, what's more, this was created by the fusion of my king's own hands back then, so please be sure to accept it. Without a second thought, Wu Jiu flicked his essence blood into Ning Saiwei's brow. In an instant, Ning Kaiwei only felt that a surge of qi and blood power flowed throughout her body from the location of her eyebrows, bringing with it unimaginable vitality, as well as an unprecedented change in her senses. Everything in the middle of the line of sight seemed to have become incomparably slowed down, even with the power of the naked eye, clearly seeing dozens of kilometers away. Gently clenching her fist, Ning Kaiwei was even more shocked up inside, and now she wouldn't have the slightest doubt that she could kill 10 cows with one punch. Quest option, acquire any one transcendent power completed. At the same time, a line of text appeared in front of him, which was a hint from the Palace of Reincarnation. This scene could not help but make the millions of viewers in the live broadcast room jaw-dropping. No, really? Is it so easy to obtain the bloodline of a ceiling-level corpse king? The little girl has been blessed by a disaster, it's really something. Bad, she really got the chance. When Ning Kaiwei obtained the Witch 9 bloodline, the many reincarnates in the Great Hall of the Kanglan Star's capital who were also staring at the screen of the Invigilator's live room were all dumbstruck. The entire room was silent, and even the consul, Fu Lingfeng, fell into a deep silence. Looking at the countless halcyon years of the Federation, countless reincarnators were born, and which one didn't fight for their lives, which one didn't wander on the edge of life and death when they wanted to obtain some kind of powerful force? The power of Wu Jiu's bloodline was absolutely extraordinary at a glance, but now it was easily obtained by Ning Kaiwei. If they hadn't personally experienced the horrors of the zombies in the blood-eating world, they would have thought this was a fairy tale world. Has the pedigree information been uploaded yet? Fu Lingfeng spoke in a deep voice. Since it was an examination and belonged to one of the missions of the Wheel of Fortune Palace, the power of the bloodline that Ning Kaiwei obtained this time would be uploaded to the Wheel of Fortune Palace Evolutionary Library at the same time. In time, the reincarnators of Kanglan Planet, including the other life planets, would be able to exchange their points to obtain this powerful bloodline power. Of course, as the person who took credit for uploading the bloodline back, Ning Kaiwei would also receive percentage points, and the more people who bought it, the more lucrative it would be. It's starting to upload, it's uploading. The Secretary General looked nervous. This was, after all, Witch 9's bloodline, and it could be a transcendent power that had never been seen before. As the words fell, Fu Lingfeng immediately waved his sleeve and logged in his iris information at the central console. In an instant, the sightline shifted, and the entire hall took on the scene of cosmic chaos, with countless brilliant stars hanging high at the end of the darkness. Pedigree being identified. The pedigree is true and valid. The bloodline is new and uncontaminated. Levels are being identified and serial numbers are being issued. A calming electronic synthesized tone resounded through the cosmic chaos. This was none other than the will of one of the three main gods of the Reincarnation Hall, known as the Goddess of Wisdom in the Federation. Pedigree identification is complete. Identified as of S grade? A rare pause appeared in the mechanical and merciless voice of the Goddess of Wisdom. As these words fell, all the reincarnators in the hall froze in place as if they were struck by lightning. Fu Lingfeng was even more so as his body trembled violently, his breathing accelerated steeply, and he asked with eagerness and disbelief. Honorable Goddess of Wisdom, are you sure the appraisal result is S rank? In the entire history of the Federation today, there are only 15 S-class bloodlines discovered and recorded by the Reincarnation Hall. Countless hours of light, the efforts of countless reincarnators, and only just 15 of them. It had been hundreds of years since they had discovered a brand new S-ranked bloodline, and the S-ranked bloodlines currently on the list were all ancient bloodlines spanning thousands and thousands of years. Despite Fu Lingfeng's inner preparations, he still never expected that the bloodline Wu Jiu was carrying had reached the terrifying S-class. Identification complete, identification correct. The tone of the Goddess of Wisdom once again resumed its icy cold mechanics, seemingly not allowing Fu Lingfeng to question or refute, full of majesty. Yes, yes, yes. In an instant, Fu Lingfeng's forehead overflowed with cold sweat. Fong lost control of his emotions, and he almost committed the following offense. The uploader, Ning Kaiwei, has been meritorious, and it has been detected that Ning Kaiwei is affiliated with the citizens of Jiangnan City of Kanglan Planet, and the Kanglan Planet Council shall be rewarded with points. The Goddess of Wisdom spoke again. That's a given, I wonder how many points I should be rewarded according to the goddess. Fu Lingfeng asked cautiously. There was a brief moment of silence in the Great Hall, which in turn led to the reply, 500,000. $500,000? Fu Lingfeng sucked in a breath of cool air. Points belong to the universal currency of the Rotunda, not something the Federation could buy with money. These 500,000 points, some A-class reincarnators might not be able to save enough even after a lifetime of exhaustion. After a long time, the will of the Goddess of Wisdom disappeared. The Secretary General quietly opened the Wheelhouse Bloodline list and looked at the S-class list rankings, and his eyes instantly froze. Lord Consul. I feel like there's going to be a change out there. Chapter 7: The Corpse's Road to Redemption. When Fu Lingfeng heard this, he hurriedly looked over. The Reincarnation Hall's pedigree list was clearly displayed. First place, S-Class Zombie Originator Bloodline. Second place, S-Class Serial Number 356 Bloodline. Third place, S-Class Blood Ancestor Bloodline. Fourth place, Great S Feast Corpse Bloodline. 5th place. This pedigree list, originally only 15 rankings, all belong to the S-class level, is also the ancient pedigree listed separately by the Palace of Reincarnation. No other bloodline, in recent centuries, has been able to shake its status in the slightest. Each bloodline meritorious person, and therefore formed a huge family, after so many years past, has long possessed a strong underlying root in the Federation, no less than the ancient families. However, now, the second place on the list, the blood race patriarchal bloodline, had been squeezed into 3rd place. An S-class bloodline that was completely unknown to the Federation, and had yet to even be named, suddenly appeared in 2nd place. Fu Lingfeng could already get a glimpse of what kind of impact this would have on the many living planets of the Federation. It is indeed going to be a change. Fu Lingfeng let out a long, complicated sigh. Inadvertently, a storm has also arisen within the Federation. The appearance of the brand new S-class bloodlines had brought about a considerable shock to the many ancient lineages, the feats of the ancestral reincarnators. But he always wondered where such a powerful bloodline came from. Just as Fu Lingfeng was about to start allocating funds to Ning Kaiwei, a great earthquake had likewise been ushered in within the blood-eating realm due to the violent death of the Scarlet Corpse King. Blood Eclipse Realm, Arctic Lands. This place was shrouded in ice and snow all year round, and under the sky of snow, a palace was visible. The Apocalypse Monarch, who was in the middle of the main hall with a head full of long, snow-white hair that was shoulder-length, snapped open his silent eyes, sensing not only the death of the Scarlet Corpse King, but also an aura that caused him to feel chills. This aura came from none other than Witch 9, that top-level bloodline power. Hasn't it been 70 years since the Winged Knight Corpse clan disappeared long ago? The Apocalypse Monarch let out a pale voice with wisps of incredulity and shock. Looking around the hall, there were a total of 5 Corpse Kings at the moment, and after hearing the words of the Apocalypse Monarch, they all looked at each other with trembling hearts and minds. The word Eternal Night had long been deeply imprinted in their souls, and it was a nightmare in the hearts of all the corpse race for the entire blood-eating world. Lord Sovereign, the Eternal Night corpse race was responsible for the death of Lao San? One of the Corpse King's voice was tinged with trembling. They had made such a big fuss and swept across half of the blood-eating realm, relying on the fact that the Eternal Night corpse race had disappeared. Yet now, the Apocalypse Monarch thought that the Eternal Night corpse race had reappeared? If all 3 was really killed by the Eternal Night Corpse clan, then we're all screwed. That guy will definitely kill us all. The other Corpse King's tone took on a fearful rhyme. The hall was chaotic, but only the Apocalypse Monarch remained calm, his mind's thoughts racing. Impossible. That guy should be dead right. He was with his own strength, suppressing the 3 major blood food originators. The outside world rumors itself has also fallen. It's just that after all these years, no one has learned of his long resting place. The Apocalypse Monarch's face shifted and eventually narrowed his eyes and slowly looked in the direction of Blood Eclipse City. If the Scarlet Corpse King died in the blood-eating city, the greatest possibility was that there were still strong members of the Eternal Night Corpse race remaining in the blood-eating city. You all go forward with this king to see what's going on. The Apocalypse Monarch no longer hesitated and immediately got up. The 5 Corpse Kings looked at each other and followed closely behind. In a few moments, a pale roar resounded from the large Arctic land, and there was actually a huge-bodied necrotic bone dragon that broke through the ice domain and flew towards Blood Eclipse City. Blood-eating city, under the witness of the millions of viewers in the proctored live streaming room, Ning Kaiwei carried out the spirit of diligence and thrift, constantly digging out the dead 3,000 elite-level zombies, the crystal cores in their bodies. These are treasures, they can't go to waste. While digging, Ning Kaiwei distributed the crystal cores to Enlan and the others to help them complete the reincarnation hall examination task. As for Enlan, they still hadn't gotten over the earlier death crisis. Looking at the bizarre-faced Witch 9, his face continued to carry fear. Kaiwei, why would this guy help us? Enlan was similarly digging into the crystal cores, and although she was quite joyful inside, she was still careful to ask her question. Ning Kaiwei didn't hide anything and said with a smile, because I know him Enlan was stunned, then showed a bitter smile on her face. Stop it, Kaiwei, it's your first time entering the blood-eating realm as well. When did you know this guy? Ning Kaiwei hesitated for a moment, although there were some things that she wasn't completely sure about. Many things in the blood-eating world had a striking similarity to the novels that her father had penned. Now that even Witch 9 had shown up in person, there didn't seem to be any reason for her not to trust her dad. Actually, it wasn't me who knew Witch 9, it was my father who knew Witch 9. Ning Kaiwei replied seriously. Enlan was even more bewildered and confused now. Throughout the live broadcast, millions of viewers, suddenly more interested, almost coincidentally enlarged the volume, afraid to miss any picture, miss the important words. Why can't I understand what you're saying? and Lan skimmed his lips. Ning Kaiwei simply opened the door. When I was a kid, I peeked at my father's novel, named Corpse King's Road to Redemption, and the content of the story in it is exactly the same as the blood-eating world. So yeah, I highly doubt that the Eternal Night Monarch of the Blood-Eater world is my dad. As these words fell, and Lan's eyes widened on the spot. It was certainly a bit of a reversal of her cognitive imagination. Isn't the blood-eating world a world that the Wheel of Fortune just discovered, and what the hell is a highly similar novel? Shin Zuoyu, who was staring at the live broadcast, had a large amount of cold sweat appearing on his forehead in an instant, and even more so, he felt a bit ashamed. What is this boy talking nonsense? Ning Qingxian had always been very tall in his daughter's mind, and although in real life, there were no convincing accomplishments, a dad was a dad, and there was an innate sense of admiration. Shin Zuoyu could understand that Ning Kaiwei wanted her father to be like Superman, but how could a novel be confused with the world of reincarnation? However, one stone startled 1,000 waves, and the pop-up screen in the live broadcast exploded on the spot. Holy, I just did a search and there's actually this novel. The Corpse King's Path to Redemption, released on the Federation Virtual Network 5 years ago, had a paltry readership, but the author actually insisted on finishing it. This little girl isn't lying, many places in the Blood-Eater realm really are exactly like the novel. No way, could it be that this novel was penned by the Eternal Night Monarch? The number of pop-ups soared, looking at Shin Zuoyu full of stupefaction. Chapter 8: The Legendary Journey of the Monarch of Eternal Night. In the Great Hall of the Kanglan Star's capital, Fu Lingfeng stared at the live feed and frowned. Who is the Monarch of Eternal Night? The Secretary General hurriedly replied, it's the king behind Witch 9, and the S-class bloodline he carries seems to have been created by the Eternal Night Monarch's fusion. While saying that, he found the novel that Ning Kaiwei was talking about. I'm in the process of extracting the contents and should know exactly what's going on soon. From what I've seen so far, what Ning Kaiwei said doesn't seem to be false. After all, being able to obtain Witch 9's help and even get an S-class bloodline was an unthinkable thing in itself. The only reasonable explanation, I'm afraid, is that novel. In just a few moments, the Secretary General had completed the distillation of the content. Fu Lingfeng came over, and the many members of the investigation team, too, gazed. In the year 2965 of the Blood-Eater realm, 100 years after the outbreak of Armageddon, the madness virus harbors unimaginable power to transform the new human race, the corpses. The virus mother gave birth to the 3 great patriarchs, and the old era of mankind ushered in the collapse of civilization, which could not be countered by thermal weapons, and the only way to master transcendent power was to merge with the virus. The tug of war between the old age and the new age is thus unfolding, but it is still difficult to resist the torrent of the times, and the only remaining human beings live in the dark. The 3 great patriarchs' powerful battle power has plunged the transcendentalists into despair. A few years later, as if the lord of the descending devil in the sky should be the god of the earth's Taiyao, a man, with his heaven-defying enlightenment, transformed the viral sequence to create the Eternal Night bloodline, and Sequence 0 was born as a result. In just a few years, Sequence 1, Sequence 2, Sequence 3, and other bloodlines came into being, and the humans of the olden times gained unprecedented power and possessed the reserves to fight against the many necrotic races. At that time, the Eternal Night Corpse race was born, and the name of the monarch terrorized many corpse races, killing 7 corpse monarchs in 7 years. 10 years later, the 3 great blood-eating patriarchs came out, and the Eternal Night Monarch swept away the invincible with his own power, and so far no one knows the true battle power. 2 years later, when many corpses in the blood-eating realm were driven to the North Pole, the monarch of the Eternal Night suddenly sensed that the end was near, so he led his entire clan and lay in state under the city of blood-eating. Old-time humans regained control of the blood food world. A novel of millions of words was distilled down to its simple content, but from these words, Fu Lingfeng felt an unimaginable atmospheric grandeur. His eyes were draped in deep shock. The bloodline that had just been appraised as S-rank by the Palace of Reincarnation was actually only Sequence 9 created by the Eternal Night Monarch. The true Eternal Night bloodline exists only in the Eternal Night Monarch alone. I didn't realize that the blood-eating realm still has such a history, and that the current stage of doom should be the corpse race of the Arctic lands, killing back again. The Secretary General muttered. Lord Consul, right now I'm afraid we need to truthfully report to the Palace of Reincarnation and apply for an S-class reincarnator to travel to the Blood Eclipse realm once again to investigate the Eternal Night Monarch. A reincarnator at his side, breathing heavily, offered. Fu Lingfeng's face was a bit gloomy. S-class reincarnators, who were already extremely powerful, would normally not be willing to travel to an A-class reincarnation world. This would undoubtedly degrade itself, and due to its own powerful strength, it would even cause the order of the reincarnation world to collapse. For now, one should first find out the true identity of Ning Kaiwei's father, Ning Qingxian. On the other hand, as Ning Kaiwei was not shocked by her words, there were more and more people in the live stream of the Invigilator, picking up more contents of the Corpse King's road to redemption. Emotions ran high on the airwaves as millions of people went searching for the novel. And in the blood-eating realm, Ning Kaiwei and Enlon had already finished collecting the crystal cores. 3,000 crystal cores, with a total possible value of tens of thousands of points. This was undoubtedly a huge fortune, and the young Ning Kaiwei certainly didn't choose to keep it all to herself, dividing it equally between Enlon as well as her other two girlfriends. Mission accomplished, we should be able to go back as well. Enlon looked at the reincarnation hall prompt that surfaced in front of him and breathed a sigh of relief. They could end the examination early and return to Jiangnan City. Well, why don't you guys go on back, I've got some other things to do. Ning Kaiwei glanced at Wu Jiao, who was resting with his eyes closed, slowly recovering his vitality. She remembered that her father's novels wrote that if the bloodline origin was stripped away, it would take decades or hundreds of years before it could be restored to its peak state. Witch 9 had bestowed the bloodline essence to her, and as a result, she took the benefits herself and left with her head turned. That was a bit too unkind. Especially in the future, without a new mission from the Rotunda, it will never be possible to meet again. What are you going to do? Enlon asked suspiciously. The blood-eating realm was still a very dangerous place, and they certainly wished to leave early. I want to help Witch 9. Ning Kaiwei wanted to travel to the place where the Eternal Night Monarch lay in eternal rest, where the Eternal Night Monarch's treasure was buried, which could restore Witch 9's vitality. This. Enlon and the other two sisters looked at each other with some hesitation. It seemed rather inappropriate for a few of their own to leave first. After all, it was because of Ning Kaiwei that they managed to survive and complete their mission. Okay, whatever you're going to do, we'll follow you. Enlon spoke solemnly. Ning Kaiwei smiled and didn't refuse, once again glancing at Wu Jiao in meditation, instantly rushing to the target location. Vaguely remembering that the place where the Eternal Night Monarch lay in eternal rest was in the central street of Blood Eclipse City, it was only a few kilometers away from here. Time passed quickly, and due to the death of the Scarlet Corpse King, Blood Eclipse City briefly fell into its usual tranquility, and there were still quite a few survivors, hiding amongst the buildings of the old times. However, at this moment, Wu Jiao, who was meditating with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes. He raised his head and looked into the distance outside of the city, where dark clouds covered the area with a burst of indescribable pressure that continued to cover the area. The cold wind blew, and there was a vague appearance of the low roar of a giant dragon. The earth also inexplicably shook slightly at this moment, and that was the commotion caused by the galloping of thousands of troops and horses. Rumble! There was blood-colored lightning suddenly crossing the sky. In the next second, blood rained down with a crash, cold and piercing, and with the frost of the Arctic lands. Is it coming? Wu Jiao didn't have any surprises and his expression was very calm. In a matter of moments, however, a blackened army of zombies appeared outside of Blood Eclipse City. The frenzy is too great to count. Dark clouds rolled wildly in the sky, and the bone dragon slowly appeared, a deep pressure covering it, and from its shoulders, it was able to see the monarch of the apocalypse, as well as the other 5 corpse kings. So it's you. The apocalypse monarch stared at Wu Jiao, recognizing him with a glance, and his eyes instinctively flashed with scorn. Back then, there were a total of 9 cronies beside the Eternal Night Monarch, each bearing the 9 sequential bloodlines, and their formidable strength made the livers of many corpse clans in the blood-eating realm tremble with fear. However, soon after, the Apocalypse Monarch realized that the Wu Jiao at this moment was very weak. Chapter 9 Kailiang Palace, Stone Statue of the Throne. Dying Age, or Declining Bloodline. The Apocalypse Monarch's eyes blossomed on the spot, revealing even a hint of greed. He didn't delve into deeper issues, only knowing that at this moment, Wu Jiao was definitely not his opponent. And the power of the bloodline in Wu Jiao's body was created by the former Eternal Night Monarch himself, beating the many corpse clans that routed and fled. Even the bloodline that he himself had mastered was completely inferior. If we could take advantage of the present and take Wu Jiao's bloodline for ourselves, why would we worry about not being able to unify the blood-eating world? I didn't realize that what was once a tiny corpse king has now established a zombie kingdom and become the lord of a monarch. With a calm expression on his face, Wu Jiao looked at the Apocalypse Monarch standing on the bone dragon in the sky above the dome. He had some impression of the Apocalypse Monarch, belonging to the corpse king under the 3 great blood-eating patriarchs back then. Wu Jiao, you have reached the twilight of your twilight years, and the Eternal Night corpse race is also in its last era. If you choose to submit to this monarch can put an end to the matter of you beheading the Scarlet Corpse King. The Apocalypse Monarch looked down at Wu Jiao, accompanied by the sound of the heavens resounding and the blood-colored thunder roaring. The intimidation brought about by this scene was enough to press any corpse king out of breath. But instead of giving in, Witch 9 laughed out loud. "I need you to stop? Who the hell are you?" The Apocalypse Monarch stared at Wu Jiao with cold eyes, not surprised by Wu Jiao's answer. "Submission or death, since you choose the latter, then this ruler will fulfill you." When he finished, he glanced in the direction of Central Street out of the corner of his eye. There, he similarly smelled the scent of the Witch 9 bloodline. But it seemed to have only just fused, and the individual was very weak and had not fully grasped the power of the bloodline. "Does this person have any relationship with the Eternal Night Monarch?" He quickly associated something. If he wasn't wrong, the reason why Witch 9 was so weak was probably because Fong had stripped away the bloodline origin. And this bloodline principle is in that person. What kind of relationship could make Wu Ku pay such a price? He glanced at the 5 corpse kings around him, and after their eyes met, they immediately got up and ran to Ning Saiwei's position. Witch 9 keenly smelled the crisis and unfolded the domain without a second thought. In an instant, the darkness shade spread out spiderweb like cracks, attempting to envelop the Apocalypse Monarch, as well as all 5 corpse kings. "What a big appetite, can you swallow it?" The Apocalypse Monarch laughed coldly. As soon as he raised his hand, the bloodline in his body erupted with transcendent power, and there were countless blood-colored thunders converging between his palms, which actually triggered a strange change in the firmament, and a huge skeleton's face appeared. Bang! Wu Jiao's expression sank as the Corpse King's domain was easily torn open by the Apocalypse Monarch. Without any delay, the 5 Corpse Kings ran in the direction of Ning Kaiwei. "Where to go?" Wu Jiao shouted and was about to strike when the Apocalypse Monarch descended with another thunderbolt. "You're already struggling to protect yourself, and you have time to take care of others?" The Apocalypse Monarch stared at Wu Jiao, the greed in his eyes growing stronger. Roar! The Bone Dragon roared in the same way, resounding through the heavens and earth, overturning the entire Blood Eclipse city, causing a large number of survivors who were lurking to be terrified when they heard the soul-stirring dragon's roar. Some of the scattered Jiangnan City examination scholars' faces were even whiter with fear. Through the proctored live room screen, the great crisis that descended on Blood Eclipse City was known to the outside world. And at this moment, Ning Kaiwei, sucking in millions of viewers, arrived at Central Street, following her memories and quickly discovering a lake drenched in the color of blood. This is it. Ning Kaiwei took a deep breath and was about to jump into the lake, when she similarly discovered a strange change in the firmament, with red thunder flickering continuously, and the sound of a dragon's whistle coming from the sky. And Lan and the others looked back, their expression showing awe. "What's going on? It looks like something has entered the city." Ning Saiwei's heart thumped as her intuition told her that the one coming was most likely stronger than the Scarlet Corpse King. Oh no, Witch 9 is in trouble. Without further delay, she leapt into the lake. Ha! And Lan was startled, however. After waiting for a few moments, he only saw the entire lake suddenly vibrate, slowly separating the lake from the center, and a step leading underground appeared. "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and follow me." Ning Kaiwei was waving at the end of the steps, and Lan hurriedly walked down. The scene was clearly witnessed by millions of viewers, and the earlier doubts and skepticism disintegrated. The pop-ups continued to bounce. This little girl really isn't kidding, she actually found such a hidden place. I just read the end of the novel, and this seems to be the long resting place of that Eternal Night Monarch, the Eternal Night Tomb Palace. Shin Zuoyu, who had never moved his gaze away, was more nervous than anyone else. She recalled the misunderstanding she had with Ning Qingxian during her previous interrogation. The Confessions of a Yakuza Bigwig, which was likewise a novel that Ning Qingxian had written a few years ago, had ended up being accused of leaking Reincarnation Hall secrets due to its extreme resemblance to the continent of the Blackstone continent, and the exact same Zaibatsu conglomerate that was behind it. However, right now, the Reincarnation Hall trial examination that the daughter was conducting was all pointing to an even more mind-boggling fact. The Blood Eclipse realm, as a top-tier apocalyptic world, belonged to the A-Class 8 star level in the Reincarnation Hall's rating, and the danger factor was so high that the average A-Class reincarnate would die at the hands of the Corpse King if they were a little inadvertent. And the blood-eating realm had once given birth to a powerful person named the Eternal Night Monarch decades ago, creating the bloodline sequence, establishing the Eternal Night Corpse race, and also pacifying an era. The close friend of his, Wu Jiao, was able to kill the Scarlet Corpse King with ease, revealing that the entire Eternal Night Corpse clan was undoubtedly the most terrifying existence in the entire Blood Eclipse realm. As a result, her daughter told her that this person was most likely Ning Qingxian. As Ning Kaiwei opened the door to the Mausoleum Palace, Xin Xuanyu's heart thumped up and his breathing became rapid. She, like millions of viewers, wanted to know the truth. So dark. And Lan scowled as a cold wind blew from behind the gate of the Mausoleum Palace. Ning Kaiwei lit the candle flame, and what came into her eyes was a huge dungeon world with a huge number of sculptures standing on both sides. Solemn, solemn, low. In unison, they fell to their knees and faced the end of the mausoleum. And there, right in the middle of it, was a huge king's chair that took up almost half of the space of the dungeon world, while a stone statue sat silently on it. Tall and magnificent body, bringing an indescribable sense of visual impact, even through the screen, the king's temperament cannot help but make millions of viewers suck in a breath of cold air. Dad? Ning Kaiwei looked up in a daze, clearly seeing the face of the massive stone statue, which was identical to Ning Qingshuan's features. It was only very different from the mild and easygoing image of his usual self, filled with the indifferent aura of a monarch, the look down in his eyes, draped with an unspeakable murderous aura, and an unruffled authority. It's really Uncle Ning. And Lan's eyes widened with incredulity. As Ning Kaiwei's best friend, of course she had seen Ning Qingxian, and she was equally certain that this was Ning Qingshuan's face. What the hell is going on here? What is Ning Qingxian hiding from me? Xin Zuoyu, who was staring at the live broadcast screen, had his mind roaring loudly when he saw the stone statue of the blood-eating realm, which had previously been a bit apprehensive and uncertain. Until the appearance of the stone statue sealed the fact that Ning Qingxian was the Eternal Night Monarch. He had been here before, building the Eternal Night bloodline, establishing the Eternal Night Corpse clan, saving the humans of the olden times, and killing many of the corpse clans. Finally, it disappeared again, silently. Looking at the live stream, the pop-ups were even more frantic. You guys, look at the face of this stone statue, doesn't it look strikingly similar to that little girl? No way, did the Eternal Night Monarch come to our world a long time ago? I suggest that this novel author be severely investigated. Do you guys think there's a possibility that this little girl's father is, in fact, an S-class reincarnator? It doesn't make sense. If it was an S-rank reincarnator, the Blood Eclipse world wouldn't be a brand new reincarnation world. Regardless, it can now be confirmed that the Eternal Night Monarch is this little girl's father, and that the Corpse King's Road to Redemption isn't a novel, it's an autobiography. Ning Kaiwei was stunned for a long time, and joy suddenly surfaced in her heart. Dad's secret, after all, was hers. Right now, as long as he entered the Mausoleum Palace, he would be able to get the treasure that would allow Wu Jiu to recover his vitality. She was about to step forward when a sudden chill wind came from behind her. Another anachronistic and morose words rang out. The outside world is saying that the Eternal Night Monarch has long since fallen, but they don't know exactly where he is buried. I didn't expect to step through iron shoes and not find a place, but to get there without making any effort. The 5 Corpse Kings walked slowly, looking at the scene of the entire Mausoleum Palace, their eyes filled with greed. You guys? Ning Kaiwei's expression showed panic. And Lan and the others were even so scared that their faces lost their blood color. This sudden appearance of 5 Corpse Kings similarly made the viewers in the live broadcast room, their hearts in their throats. It seems you have a way to open the Mausoleum Palace. One of the Corpse Kings narrowed his eyes and stared at Ning Kaiwei, sensing the bloodline origin of Wu Jiu from within Ning Kaiwei. If you listen well, you'll be able to keep your body intact. He stepped forward indifferently, the rich smell of blood coming off his body. Chapter 10, Reassessment, Blood-Eating World Promoted to S-Class? When the 5 Corpse Kings arrived at the Mausoleum Palace, the battle that was erupting in the sky above Blood Eclipse City was also approaching white heat. The sky was filled with dragon roars, carrying a murderous aura, and the rain of blood was waving continuously. The Apocalypse Monarch was unable to take down Wu Jiu for a long time, and his face had already brought up a hint of shocked anger. He didn't seem to have thought in any way that even though Witch 9 had just stripped off his bloodline origin, his battle power was still ridiculously strong. This is only sequence 9, if it's that true Eternal Night bloodline, how strong should it be? Unspeakable coldness surfaced within the Apocalypse Monarch. Looking at the transcendent history of the blood-eating realm in the past 100 years, the existence of that person was a mountain that countless corpse races were unable to scale. Even the 3 great blood-eating patriarchs had been killed by his own hands. The ceiling of an era, the king of a world, if he could obtain the legacy treasure, the Apocalypse Monarch didn't dare to imagine what kind of chance it would be. Through his senses, he naturally had already seen the underground Mausoleum Palace from the eyes of the 5 Corpse Kings. If you take down Wu Cao, you will be able to annex the treasure. You've been hiding for 70 years to guard the tomb? In the face of Wu Jiu's powerful battle power, the Apocalypse Monarch was not in a hurry to get up, and opened his mouth quietly, intending to stall for time. and Wu Jiao had apparently discovered that the 5 corpse kings had broken into the tomb palace. You are wrong, I was not hiding when I disappeared for 70 long years, and it is true that this is the long resting place of my king, but again, there is no need for a mausoleum keeper. Wu Jiao's calm and unruffled appearance instantly caused the Apocalypse Monarch to narrow his eyes, somewhat suspicious. What do you mean? Back then, when the Eternal Night Monarch killed the 3 great patriarchs and was seriously injured and eventually fell, the Eternal Night Corpse clan was revolted and the whole clan was petrified. Can there still be any falsehood? When Witch 9 heard this, the corners of his mouth smiled slightly. My king did indeed kill the 3 great patriarchs, but it wasn't the rumors from the outside world that he fell with serious injuries. He came unforeseen, and he left without warning. The Blood Eclipse realm was a world where technological civilization flourished a long, long time ago, and the Eternal Night Monarch simply hopes that the next new era will begin when this place is restored to its former tranquility. And the Eternal Night Corpse clan does not intend to enter the new era. So they're just sleeping, not dead. I have watched you return from the Arctic lands, and I have watched you open up the borders and build a zombie kingdom, and I do not strike because my king has ordered me to. But you should never, ever, ever have broken into my king's mausoleum. These words from Wu Jiao fell, causing the Apocalypse Monarch's pupils to shrink dramatically. There was a strong sense of foreboding that surfaced steeply in his mind. He jerked his head toward Center Street, where the 5 necromancers were. A command was conveyed from the depths of the bloodline, attempting to get the 5 necromancers to withdraw instantly. But, it's already too late. Boom! A blood-colored tidal wave suddenly rose from the depths of the blood-eating city's underground. With it came a certain aura of unspeakable terror. On the spot, it made the whole body of the zombie army outside the city shiver, and in this indescribable intimidation of the bloodline, all of them went limp and knelt down, and when they lowered their heads and trembled, their faces turned into boundless fear. The bone dragon at the feet of the Apocalypse Monarch also let out a terrified roar at this moment, its huge dragon pupils trembling crazily as it looked towards the central street in fear. It's over. The Apocalypse Monarch was struck by a bolt from the blue, and his lips instantly turned as pale as snow. At this moment, the 5 corpse kings had no idea what was going on, and before they could approach Ning Kaiwei and the others, they saw the stone statue on the gigantic throne erupt with an unprecedented imaginable bloodline suppression. 5 people were horrified, shoulders to withstand the infinite force, click a few times both knees kneel on the spot. Looking again at the dense, uncountable sculptures throughout the mausoleum palace, there were actually signs of crumbling and collapsing, and a pair of stone eyes bloomed with a blood-colored luster as they rumbled and rumbled to look at the 5 people. What happened? The stone statue came back to life. The uncertain Ning Kaiwei stared blankly at the scene. She remembered that among the novels, there was no similar account. In the next moment, the entire mausoleum palace was lit up, and countless sculptures transformed into a powerful corpse race. This scene made the 5 corpse kings' livers split. Millions of viewers in the live broadcast room sucked in cool air one after another, their eyes full of horror. What is the reason for disturbing my king's chambers? An ice-cold voice resounded in the middle of the entire mausoleum palace. Below that huge throne, a total of 8 tall figures stood, each revealing a ghastly aura that was suffocating. We're in the wrong place. Please spare us by asking the Prince of Eternal Night to be lenient. The 5 corpse kings couldn't even raise their heads, but they could clearly recognize that the 8 below the throne were none other than the sequences beside the Eternal Night Monarch, the princes of the Eternal Night Corpse race. Disturb my king's bedchamber and die. The icy words fell again, and before the 5 corpse kings could make any movements, they felt a boundless and great power descending, enveloping their entire body in an instant. Boom! Miserable screams rang out, and their bodies turned into blood foam on the spot, as if they were mercilessly crushed alive by an invisible hand. At the same time, the 8 princes unanimously turned their gazes towards the Apocalypse Monarch on the back of the bone dragon, outside the mausoleum palace. With just one glance, the Apocalypse Monarch was horrified. Move! The bone dragon roared in fear and tried to burst into speed to leave Blood Eclipse City. But from the moment the throne stone statue cast its domain, it was doomed to go. A boundless bloody hand, condensed from the countless blood rains in the firmament, entrapped with the power of the Eternal Night bloodline, gently covered towards the Apocalypse Monarch. No! The Apocalypse Monarch screamed in fear and frantically exploded all his bloodline power, but to no avail. Witch 9 stood in place, quietly looking at the Apocalypse Monarch being covered by the bloody hand, the bone dragon's huge body submerged in an instant. Heaven and earth lost the voice of the Apocalypse Monarch, and along with it, his aura, swept away. Blood Eclipse City returned to calmness, and the Kanglan Star Consul, Fu Lingfeng, who was looking at the live broadcast screen, was silent for a long time. The entire hall fell into a deathly silence, the Secretary General and all the members of the investigation team, stiff and taut, lips white. After a long time, there was suddenly a briefing from the rotunda. Fu Lingfeng directly viewed it, his pupils slightly condensed on the spot, and then revealed a complex expression as he once again looked at the live broadcast screen, the location of the mausoleum palace that Ning Kaiwei was in, and unspeakable emotions of shock welled up within him. Lord Consul, what did the wheelhouse send? The Secretary General swallowed hard and asked cautiously. From now on, the Blood Eclipse realm is no longer an A-rank 8-star reincarnation world. It is currently promoted to S-rank 3 stars after being redetermined by the will of the three main gods of the reincarnation hall. As the words fell, the Secretary General and a group of investigative team members, their eyes straightened and their minds buzzed. S-rated 3 stars. Where is this still considered a doomsday world? It clearly touches on the martial arts hierarchy. Before the Neverwinter Nights corpse race had discovered it, it topped out at the ceiling of the doomsday world, but with the Neverwinter Nights corpse race awakening from its slumber and reaching this point? I didn't realize that someone had actually raised the level of the entire world's pattern with just their own strength. Fu Lingfeng let out a long sigh, tinged with complexity and awe. Chapter 11, End of the Trial, Return. In the blood-eating realm, Lan and the others were stiff and pale, not daring to move under the gazes of countless corpse race powerhouses. Rao Ning Kaiwei was also too frightened to speak by this scene. Luckily, it was due to the fact that they possessed the bloodline essence of Wujiu in their bodies. Those gazes were quickly withdrawn, and the 8 princes only calmly glanced at Ning Kaiwei before falling into a deep sleep once again. For a few moments, silence returned to the mausoleum palace. It was as if nothing had happened and everything was back to the way it was. And Lan breathed a huge sigh of relief. What do we do next? She asked Ning Kaiwei. After this matter, the danger factor of the mausoleum palace had increased drastically, and if she continued to open the door to the bedchamber hastily, it was likely that other changes would occur. Ning Kaiwei hesitated for a moment. She wasn't a reckless person and still needed to consider the safety of the 3 Lan sisters. It was at this moment that Witch Nine's figure suddenly appeared outside the door. After the battle with the Apocalypse Monarch, his aura became even weaker. Missy, please leave this place quickly. I appreciate your kindness, but the king's bedchamber belongs to the most dangerous place in the entire Blood Eater realm. Deep within it, there are also various guardian corpse beasts left behind by my king. They don't care who breaks in, they kill anyone they see. Wujiu was well aware of what Ning Kaiwei wanted to do, but it was actually completely unnecessary. The Tomb of Eternal Night is both the most dangerous and the safest. Even if he could never regain his strength, no one could do anything to him. Okay. Ning Kaiwei looked toward the large door and couldn't help but shrink her neck. There was no one who wanted to know more than she did whether or not there was a long sleeping body of the Eternal Night Monarch behind that gate. One more thing, you should not belong to the blood food world. Wujiu looked at Ning Kaiwei, his eyes showing some brightness. As these words fell, only Ning Kaiwei and Lan, among others, immediately saw the warning of the Palace of Reincarnation appear before them. Your identities are about to be revealed, and if they are, repatriation will take place, at which time the unfinished mission will not continue. Ning Kaiwei was stunned, inexplicably touched inwardly at Wujiu's words. From the very beginning, Wujiu had been helping her unconditionally, and had even bestowed her own bloodline origin. He must have already known the answer when he asked that question. After a long silence, Ning Kaiwei nodded. As Wujiu listened, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but reveal a smile as he once again looked towards the stone statue belonging to Ning Qingxian on top of that gigantic throne. I knew that a heavenly genius like my king must have descended from beyond the heavens. Smiling and laughing, Witch Nine's voice took on a slight choke again. It's been 70 years, and he misses the days when it was. Once more, he looked down and was shocked to see the 4 figures of Ning Kaiwei, who had already disappeared without a trace. When Ning Kaiwei woke up again, she was standing in a huge virtual square. Many of the examination scholars returned one after another, their faces all wore the aftermath of the robbery. Even in a B-class reincarnation world, it didn't seem to be that easy to complete the mission. It's over, we should be considered to have passed the test here, right? And Lan's tightly tensed mind completely loosened up with her return to Jiangnan City. She had more than 700 zombie crystals in her reincarnation space, and not only had she completed the mission, but she had also exceeded it. We'll find out later when we look at the report from the rotunda. Ning Kaiwei raised her head and looked towards the large electronic screen in the virtual plaza. Yo, you guys are still alive? A conspiratorial voice suddenly rang out. A few people turned their heads to see that it was none other than Zhao Gongyu who had spoken out against them earlier. Sorry to disappoint you. And Lan responded coldly. The Zhao family belonged to the powerful and noble class in Jiangnan City, and there had once been a level 4 citizen in their ancestry, and Zhao Gongyu's father was now an S-class reincarnator, which was considered to have the ability to call the shots in Jiangnan City. Zhao Gongyu, relying on his own power, usually get the wind and the rain, only Ning Kaiwei is quite scrupulous. The ultimate reason is that Shen Zuoyu, as the president of the Jiangnan City Reincarnator Association, also possesses a certain amount of authority, and there are times when the Zhao family needs to give some face. As the saying goes, one mountain can't accommodate two tigers. Whenever Zhao Gongyu wanted to get some oil, he would be discovered and stopped by Ning Kaiwei. Over time, the two became more and more at odds. I don't know how you survived, but this is just a test. The journey of a reincarnator often involves 9 deaths. Isn't it good to be an ordinary person? Zhao Gongyu smiled and spoke. Not to mention this trial examination, which he handled with ease. Even if he were to participate in other reincarnation adventures in the future, he would have almost no difficulty at all. With the Zhao family, a behemoth, as the backbone, it was only a matter of time before he became an S-class reincarnator. On the contrary, due to the fact that Shen Zuoyu was the president of the Reincarnator Association and had the strict requirements of the Reincarnation Hall, the help for Ning Kaiwei could be said to be minimal. A careless death in the reincarnation world, not even knowing if it was done by the reincarnators or the natives. That's not for you to worry about. Ning Kaiwei spoke calmly. She was very clear about the reason why Zhao Gongyu was targeting her, but it was just because she was worried that she would become a roadblock to raking in the oil after she successfully passed the examination. Congratulations to all the trialists, you have initially completed the examination of the Palace of Reincarnation. Just then, an ethereal mechanical voice rang out from the virtual square. All the scholars hurriedly looked up at the electronic screen in an attempt to find their names. Zhao Gongyu similarly looked over, and soon his gaze was frozen on the spot. The first place in the trial examination. Ning Kaiwei? He was struck by lightning and froze in place. The large, brightly shining letters, overriding the heads of hundreds of thousands of examination students, became the center of attention. The virtual plaza resounded with noisy voices in an instant. Many of the extremely outstanding scholars from the past had their expressions changed. And even more people were completely unprepared for the fact that this year's first-place winner was a person whose name was unknown. Who is Ning Kaiwei? Never heard of it. Wait, it looks like the one she drew is still a greater reincarnation world. With a risk factor of almost certain death, she actually survived and got first place in the trial? The plaza was agitated, and a large number of gazes swept across the surroundings in an attempt to find this person called Ning Kaiwei. And at this moment, Ning Kaiwei had already exited the virtual square and hurriedly walked out of the school gate. The door was crowded with eagerly awaiting parents, who cried tears of joy when they saw their children walk out unharmed. Ning Kaiwei quickly saw Shen Zuoyu, and was smiling at her while waving. Mom! Ning Kaiwei ran over and rushed into her arms. Chapter 12 Reactions from All Sides, Ancient Reincarnation? The trial examination was over, but the repercussions about the blood-eating world were not over. At this moment, extremely far away from Kanglan Star, in the direction of the Imperial Star belonging to the entire Kanglan system, a certain ancient mansion was in the middle of it. An old man with white hair was making tea around the stove in a relaxed manner. But then I saw a sudden sharp cry in the courtyard, and a woman in white hurriedly came. Blood Ancestor, something big has happened, the bloodline ranking of the Reincarnation Hall has changed. The old man named Blood Ancestor's brows immediately furrowed. What's the panic? Take your time about something. The pedigree rankings of the wheelhouse changed almost every few years. Or there were other reincarnators who had brought back more powerful bloodlines from the reincarnation world, but they could not cause any impact at all to their blood clan patriarchal bloodline. Our bloodline, squeezed into third place. As the white-clothed woman's words fell, the Blood Ancestor's movement suddenly stalled, and the tea in his mouth even spewed out on the spot. What did you say? He eyed him in disbelief. The Blood Ancestor bloodline, but the S-class bloodline, in the last few hundred years, there has not been another S-class bloodline, not to mention being rearranged by the Palace of Reincarnation in the second place. Blood Ancestor, you'd better go and see for yourself. The white-clothed woman's face was hard to see. After saying that, the Blood Ancestor then suddenly waved his big sleeve, and his consciousness connected to the goddess of wisdom of the Reincarnation Hall. In a moment, he appeared in the middle of a virtual universe space. At this moment, a multitude of reincarnators had long converged around the perimeter. They came from various life planets of the Federation and looked at the pedigree rankings hanging above their heads with different expressions. The Blood Ancestors' gaze, on the other hand, was firmly fixed on the Witch 9 bloodline that was in second place. How can a mere zombie bloodline squeeze my bloodline down? Soon after, he noticed that the newly appeared S-Class bloodline actually came from Kanglan Star. Goddess of Wisdom, please contact the Kanglan Star Council for me immediately. The Blood Ancestor spoke in a deep voice, his eyes faintly glowing with displeasure. A drop in rankings meant that the rewards for obtaining the Palace of Reincarnation would be drastically reduced. It was his entire family, the largest source of income. As for Kanglan Planet, it was merely a tiny life planet under the subsection of Emperor Star, and the S-Class reincarnators within it could almost be counted on one hand, and there weren't any particularly outstanding existences. Contacting. For you now, came the mechanical voice of the Goddess of Wisdom. However, a moment later, the virtual face of Fu Lingfeng appeared before his eyes. Consul of Kanglan Star, meet the Emperor Star Blood Ancestor. Fu Lingfeng looked a little nervous, and he was actually not surprised within himself at the Blood Ancestor's sudden contact. If I'm not mistaken, this must be for the pedigree list. As an ancient existence residing in the Emperor Star, Fu Lingfeng still needed to give a few thin air. Is this one named Ning Kaiwei, an S-Class reincarnator? Blood Ancestor inquired in a low voice. In his cognitive impression, the only people who could bring back an S-Class bloodline were S-Class reincarnators. However, while he knew almost all of the several S-Class reincarnators of Kanglan Star, Ning Kaiwei had never heard of them. Not really. Fu Lingfeng spoke truthfully. If she's not an S-rank reincarnator, how did she bring back an S-rank bloodline? In the face of the Blood Ancestor's question, Fu Lingfeng couldn't help but be somewhat silent. Some time ago, he was also confused as to why the Goddess of Wisdom had identified Wu Jiu's bloodline as an S-Class, and had shaken the interests of some ancient lineages as a result. This was given to Ning Kaiwei by a powerful person from the reincarnation world, personally, so there is no problem with the process, and the appraisal results were also operated by the Goddess of Wisdom herself, and there is no problem with the grade either. As the words fell, the Blood Ancestor's intense dissatisfaction rose within him. It was obvious that Vo Lingfeng was covering something up. I'll find out for myself if you don't. The virtual connection was interrupted, and the Blood Ancestor raised his head once again, looking upwards at the bloodline list above him in thought. On the other hand, the Kanglan Star Capital Hall. Fu Lingfeng rubbed his temples and said to the Secretary General, cut off all contact with the outside world except for the instructions from the Palace of Reincarnation, and whoever looks for me next, say that I'm busy. The Secretary General did not inquire as to the reasons and immediately complied. After a few moments, he asked tentatively, Lord Consul, do we need to summon Ning Kaiwei immediately? Fu Lingfeng went silent and seemed to be hesitating. There was currently no identification of Ning Qingshuan's identity for the time being. And in the midst of the Hall of Reincarnation, there was absolutely no record of Ning Qingxian to be found. He didn't seem to be a reincarnator, and his file was completely blank. There are probably two possibilities for causing this. One of them was that Ning Qingshuan's file belonged to the Reincarnation Hall's high level of secrecy, and not even he, the Kanglan Star Consul, had the right to view it. Secondly, Ning Qingxian really wasn't a reincarnator, belonging to the natives of the Blood Eclipse realm, just as he was in his novels, a monarch of eternal night. And many years ago, it had descended from the Blood Eater realm to the Cosmic Alliance through the Abyssal Rift. The former is more likely, the latter negligible. After all, under the current era, it was extremely difficult for the powerhouses of the worlds of the heavens to be able to come to their world without the Reincarnation Hall noticing. Don't do anything rash for now. After pondering for a long time, Fu Lingfeng still decided that it was better to avoid direct contact with Ning Kaiwei's family. The Secretary General spoke again, Lord Consul, do you think it's possible that this Ning Qingxian is actually an ancient reincarnator? When these words fell, Fu Lingfeng was stunned. Ancient reincarnators, very different from today's era, were all among the earliest batch of the Reincarnation Hall, entering the world of the heavens. With the most primitive power of the Reincarnation Hall, it is possible to do the descent of the soul, that is, reincarnation, and become a part of the natives. Many years ago, the Reincarnation Hall stole from the worlds of the heavens in this way, bringing back many methods of becoming stronger. The Federation has thrived as a result, and to this day has completed its interstellar expansion, conquering thousands of living planets. There is no doubt that the merits of the ancient Rotarians are extremely heavy. Without them, there would be no union as it is now. Based on Ning Qingshuan's current information, it seemed to bear a striking resemblance to the ancient reincarnators that the Secretary General had spoken of. This matter still needs to be examined by the Palace of Reincarnation. If he is an ancient reincarnator, it means that it wasn't just one world that was reincarnated, it's likely that there are other worlds as well. Fu Lingfeng fell into deep thought, his mind recalling what had happened in the blood-eating realm, and his heart was still somewhat shaken. Even an ancient reincarnator, I'm afraid, couldn't do this kind of unimaginable level, right? Taking an obviously A-ranked reincarnation world and elevating it to S rank was something he had encountered for the first time since he had taken up his position as the consul of Kanglan Planet. Understood, my humble servant will go and get busy first. Without further ado, the Secretary General withdrew from the Great Hall. Chapter 13 S-Class Reincarnator of Kanglan Star. 2 days later. Bayswater Homes. 500,000 points? Ning Kaiwei looked dumbfounded. In the reincarnation space, belonging to her own account, the whole 500,000 points that had suddenly come out more. Another additional Canyon Star Consul message note was given to reward her for bringing back her S-Class bloodline. Shin Folding Feather said with a smiling face, "Why, is it too little? Although it is not as good as the first place Zombie Patriarch's million rewards, it is still already very much. And that's just a one-time reward. In the future, among the entire Cosmic Alliance, as long as someone pays out points to buy your bloodline, you'll get at least 5% of the points. I'm afraid it won't be long before you're a little rich." Shin Zuoyu snickered, his eyes as gentle as they could be. Ning Kaiwei hastily shook her head, very elated. "It's because it's too much. I never dreamed before that I could have so many points in my account. I'm sure Dad would be even happier if he knew. After all those points are Dad's. By the way, isn't Dad back yet?" At the mention of Ning Qingxian, the corner of Shin Zuoyu's mouth slightly turned away, rather grudgingly. People can't be contacted, phone calls can't be made, and unsurprisingly, he must have run off to the mountains to write in seclusion again. Shin Zuoyu couldn't wait to immediately pull out Ning Qingxian and get to the bottom of all the questions in his heart. No getting out of bed without giving her an answer. At the same time, Shin Zuoyu had some inner complexity and guilt. For work reasons, she needed to deal with a lot of matters during the weekdays, and she didn't seem to really care about Ning Qingxuan's dream of being a writer. She's not even close to her daughter, what with never having seen The Corpse's Road to Redemption. But now, Ning Qingxuan's dream of becoming a writer seemed to be on the verge of being realized? She just casually browsed the page of her cell phone and opened the news channel of Jiangnan City, almost all of which were broadcasting about the blood food world. And The Corpse's Road to Redemption, which is currently soaring in hits. Only 2 days ago, there was actually a forum expert who had eaten through the content and made a complete strategy for the blood-eating world through this book. This meant that in the future, if the Palace of Reincarnation were to once again release a quest regarding the blood-eating realm, no matter who was selected, as long as they had the raiders, the probability of surviving and obtaining the chance to create a world of opportunity would increase drastically. In an instant, Ning Qingxian became famous and was pursued by a group of fanatics. All sorts of statements and speculations have been made on the internet, and some strange rumors have actually popped up. Saying that Ning Qingxian was some kind of ancient reincarnator, writing out what he remembered from his past life, made Ning Qingxuan's identity more and more mysterious. However, what confused Shin Zuoyu was that the above did not stop these remarks. This is too counterintuitive. I was browsing through the messages when suddenly an important summons popped up. Shin Zuoyu squinted his eyes to take a look, and when he saw clearly where he came from, his face changed immediately. "I have a few things I need to take care of, so stay home." After saying this to Ning Kaiwei, she hurried out the door. Kanglan Star was huge, similar to the prosperous city of Jiangnan, with more than thousands. Every city had a Reincarnators Association, which meant that Kanglan Star had several thousand presidents in total. Above all the Reincarnator Associations, there was a higher-level department governed by the Reincarnation Temple Subtemple. This was an organization that was second only to the Kanglan Star capital, and Shin Zuoyu only had access to it when he was the previous president of the association back then. For years after that, it was impossible to get halfway there at all. Suddenly summoned by the higher-ups, Shin Zuoyu's first instinct was to fear that it was related to Ning Qingxuan's matter. Half a day later, she arrived at the entrance of the branch hall. The stately, ancient complex in front of her exuded a deep, oppressive atmosphere that made her mind restless. Unable to foresee what would happen next, she took a deep breath and walked in stiffly. Following his memory, he knocked on the door of the temple chief. "Enter." An old voice came with a calmness. Shin Zuoyu pushed the door and saw the old hall chief who was already over 150 years old. There was also a reputable senior in the hall, as well as a teenager. "President of the Jiangnan City Reincarnator Association, meet the Tsong Lan Palace chief." Shin Zuoyu opened his mouth respectfully, glancing at the senior next to him, his heart literally shook up. This face symbolized almost the entire Kanglan Star's poker face. His reputation, more than anything else, is thunderous. However, all the reincarnators of Kanglan Star had heard of his deeds. Became famous at a young age, once bravely won the Kanglan Star College entrance examination, the results of which pressed the previous decades of geniuses, is the Kanglan Star today within 50 years, the fastest to become S-class reincarnation of the legendary figure. He's been through many extremely treacherous missions, hundreds of A ranks and over 3 S ranks, all accomplished with great aplomb. His name was Zhao Wanjun, one of the few S ranks in Kanglan Planet, and even in the Reincarnation Hall's S rank reincarnator ranking, his name and resume could be seen. Logically speaking, he should have left Kanglan Star a long time ago and headed to the Kanglan System's Imperial Star for better development. But for some unknown reason, enough to stay in Kanglan Star for many years. Well, there's no need to be polite, there are a total of 2 things for you to come today. Let Zhao Wanjun tell you about this first thing. Although the old hall chief was already over 150 years old, there weren't many wrinkles on his face, instead he was still quite young. His gaze toward Shin Huiyu was slightly bright, changing his usual cold and serious appearance, with a smile hanging at the corner of his mouth. Shin Zuoyu was puzzled, only to see Zhao Wanjun grabbing the teenager's neck. My dog's son, Zhao Gongyu, has slandered Ning Kaiwei many times and brought her many troubles. As an elder I have disciplined him unfavorably, so I've made amends to the president today. After saying that, he used more force between his palms, grabbing Zhao Gongyu and wailing. I'm sorry, please forgive me President Shin, Your Honor. Zhao Gongyu was trembling with fear, how his own old father doted on him on a regular basis. He had only said a few bad words about Ning Kaiwei, and as a result, he had triggered Zhao Wanjun's violent anger. Incidentally, he found out all about what he had done in the school. Today, it was even in front of the head of the Tsanglan Palace that he wanted him to apologize. Smear? Shin Fuyu stared at Zhao Gongyu, his eyes narrowing slightly. Ning Kaiwei did tell her that a man named Zhao Gongyu, who seemed to be just a child who hadn't grown up, often looked for some trouble. Listening to Ning Kaiwei's tone, her daughter didn't put it in her heart at all. That's an understatement. Shin Zuoyu knew that the old hall chief was here to be the coordinator today, and whether or not there was any gap between her and the Zhao family, for the sake of the old hall chief, it would all be written off. But in reality, she knew better because Ning Qingshuan's matter had begun to ferment in the higher echelons. This couldn't help but make Shin Zuoyu a bit dazed, feeling very unreal. When did the S-class reincarnators of Kanglan Star take the initiative to explain their misunderstanding to her? Thanks a lot. Zhao Wanjun seemed relieved and carried Zhao Gongyu ready to leave. After hesitating, he spoke again. In addition, on behalf of the Zhao family, I would like to congratulate President Shin here in advance. Chapter 14 The Gathering of the Powerful, the Imperial Star Yama's Tribulation. Congratulations? Why do you say that? Shin Zuoyu looked at the departing backs of the Zhao family's father and son and didn't understand the meaning of these words. However, he saw the old hall elder smile once again. Zhao Wanjun has changed his mind and is about to depart for the Imperial Star in our galaxy. He will have a better future. Hearing that Zhao Wanjun was about to leave Kanglan Star, Shin Zuoyu's expression moved. For so many years, Zhao Wanjun belonged to Kanglan Star's signboard, and because of him, Kanglan Star didn't lose face in front of the Federation. His departure this morning was extremely sudden and without warning. Why? Shin Fuyu asked instinctively. I don't know much about the specifics. It's rumored to be a certain big power in the Emperor Star that threw out an olive branch to him. In short, it's definitely more promising than staying in Kanglan Star. This is also his own choice. After he left, currently we, Kanglan Star, have an extra very good spot. I talked to him and think this opportunity should go to you. From the drawer, the old hall chief took out a document and handed it to Shin Zuoyu. After a pause, he continued, the Palace of Reincarnation discovered an S-class reincarnation world 2 months ago, a martial world with a rather unusual level of battle power. The resources are plentiful and the task is simple. At the moment, no reincarnator has ever entered, the information belongs to the inner circle, and only my level has access to it. According to the Reincarnation Hall, there is and only one person from our Kanglan Star that can obtain an entry slot, and that person is you. You don't need to be under too much pressure. Casually completing a few missions is equivalent to furthering your education. Shin Zuoyu couldn't help but smile bitterly after hearing the words of the old hall chief. She sighed, Hall leader, you think too highly of me. I'm only at the A rank level. No matter how bountiful the resources of this reincarnation world are, that's S rank. Not to mention that the conditions of the Hall of Reincarnation are so harsh, and Kanglan Star actually only has one quota, which means that most of those who enter it this time will be S-class reincarnators, and it's even likely that there will be guys on the heavenly ranking list. It's not that I don't want to go, but the qualifications really aren't there. Shin Zuoyu politely refused. There is a rule for reincarnators: as little as 3 months, as much as 2 years, they must enter the reincarnation world once, otherwise they will be stripped of their reincarnation identity. As the president, she also only had to participate in a mission every 2 years, and it was still in a rank that wasn't too difficult for her. It's too much to ask her to play this kind of high-end game. As you also said, this is an S-class reincarnation world, but anyone who grasps some sort of nice technique from it is a rare creation. You can't stay at a rank for the rest of your life, can you? The only way to be promoted to an S-rank reincarnation world is to be an S-rank reincarnator. Moreover, it's time for me to retire. I think very highly of you. Since you took office as the president of Jiangnan City, your work ethic has been very serious, and your achievements are there for all to see. Jiangnan City has been invaded by a total of 6 alien invasions and 14 abyssal disasters in recent years, and you were on the front lines every time. I have the information recorded here. When you return from the Middle Kingdom, I will elect you to the council to take my place. The old hall chief spoke unhurriedly, seemingly certain that after throwing out this temptation, even if it went up a mountain of swords and down a sea of fire, Shin Zuoyu would put up a fight. Take over your old man's position? Shin Zuoyu was dumbstruck, his breathing quickened on the spot. The several thousand association presidents of Kanglan Star would only choose one of them to become the temple president every 100 years. Ruling the Kanglan Star sub-temple organization, with jurisdiction over all reincarnations up to S rank. This kind of authority was something she had never dared to think about in her life. Points, wealth, lineage, what are they in front of this status? Shin Zuoyu's inner struggle began. She was very clear in her heart that it was not as simple as what the old hall chief had said, casually completing a few tasks and coming back to take over the position of hall chief. Definitely need to make enough and become an S-class reincarnator. May I ask what the difficulty star rating is for Middle-earth? The old hall chief pointed to the document. The specific information is all in there. Currently the reincarnation hall hasn't given a clear star rating, but I'm guessing it won't be lower than 6 stars. You have descended among them this time, both as investigators and gainers of benefits, and many others are preparing to sprint for S rank. So you're not the only A-lister. Shin Zuoyu listened and was silent for a little while. What is clear is that the only time in her life when she might have a chance to turn her life around is right in front of her. Halfway through the day, she took a deep breath and her gaze became determined. Many thanks to the temple leader. Clutching the papers tightly, she left the altar. Time passed quickly. Shin Zuoyu returned home, carefully reading the documents, constantly understanding the pattern level of the central planes. There was very little information that the wheelhouse could give, and it was basically rather ambiguous, making it impossible to accurately determine. It was good that Shin Zuoyu still extracted some content that was quite helpful. Ghostly, with a red face, she avoided Ning Kaiwei and secretly rummaged around her home for a few days, collecting many drafts that Ning Qingxian had written before, but she didn't find anything similar. What am I doing? Reacting to this, Shin Zuoyu felt quite ashamed. After 2 more days had passed, she received a message from the Palace of Reincarnation. Mom's going on a business trip one of these days, so you can stay over at Lan's house. Shin Zuoyu packed up all his things and barked at Ning Kaiwei. Mom, you can use my account all you want. Buy whatever you want, you don't have to save it for me. Ning Kaiwei did not inquire. Since childhood, Shin Zuoyu had been very busy, often going out to solve the problems of Jiangnan City, basically related to the alien race and the abyssal disaster. That's what you said, don't blame me if you run out. Shin Zuoyu revealed a knowing smile and pinched Ning Kaiwei's face, then walked out of the house. Request connection to Goddess of Wisdom. The will was conveyed, and Shin Zuoyu's figure immediately disappeared. As soon as she opened her eyes, she was already standing on the virtual plaza, and under her feet was the entire vast outline of the Tsonglan star, with countless stars dotting the sky. Kanglan Star A-class reincarnator Shin Folding You has joined. The cold mechanical voice resounded in the middle of the space, and there were some people standing scattered on the square, casting gazes at Shin Zuoyu, who had just come in. Upon hearing that it was only at the A-grade level, no one paid attention to it instantly. Shin Zuoyu made a cursory sweep and realized that there were only 32 people currently present, each divided into a dozen camps. Am I the only one acting alone? Shin Zuoyu pursed her lips slightly, which meant that her journey would be even more difficult, and that she would have to be constantly on guard against other reincarnators. Kanglin's System Imperial Star S-Class Reincarnator Yen Jia has joined. The voice rose again, instantly triggering the gaze of everyone in the room. Their pupils drastically condensed, their bodies stiffened, and their breathing suddenly stopped. Chapter 15, The Reincarnation Descends on the Middle Kingdom. Yen Jia actually came too? Although I had expected that a reincarnator from the heavenly ranking might appear this time, I didn't think that the one who came would be Yen Jia. It seems like just 2 months ago he killed through an S-ranked reincarnation world, doesn't even need to rest? Everyone in the virtual square looked in unison at a figure that had been teleported by the goddess of wisdom. Tall and slender, with well-defined features, he wore a long black robe. A low pressure surrounded his body, and the intense and dangerous aura emanating from carrying the supreme treasures of multiple S-class reincarnation worlds, including cultivation techniques and so on, made everyone's sweaty hairs stand on end. Shin Zuoyu's face likewise turned ugly down. Although she had never seen Yen Jia, she had heard something about the Kanglin system's Emperor Star. This was a genuine heaven-ranking powerhouse. The heavenly ranking list was created by the Palace of Reincarnation, and was a hierarchical division for S-class reincarnators in the Federation. There are a total of 3,000 places, and anyone on the list will be rewarded with points from the Wheel of Fortune every month. Throughout the Kanglin Star, there was currently only Zhao Wanjun among them. And Yen Jia perennially occupied a high position, never falling below the top 100 of the heavenly ranking. Due to the fact that whenever he entered the world of reincarnation, he used extremely brutal means to accomplish the corresponding tasks, thus spreading a fierce reputation in many circles of reincarnators. It was said that as long as the reincarnation hall did not issue a directive that one must not kill each other in the reincarnation world, he would even strike out at other people. This was also one of the reasons why those present today were all chilled to the core after seeing him. Yu Yunxian, Kanglin's System Imperial Star S-Class Reincarnator, has joined. Ding Xiu, an Imperial Star S-Class Reincarnator of the Kanglin system, has joined. Several voices rang out in succession, and 3 figures once again appeared beside Yen Jiao. Everyone's faces paled for a minute once more, and a look of awe began to surface in their gazes as they retreated a few steps. All of Yen Jia's party members are here. This is all the guys on the heavenly ranking. Yu Yunxian, heavenly ranking 436. Ding Xiu, heavenly ranking 159. A group of 4, are they going to prepare to kill through the reincarnation world again? Witnessing this scene, a deep feeling of powerlessness welled up within Shin Zuoyu. If you are alone, you are afraid that it will be very difficult to have any chance of obtaining the creation of the Central Plains. As Yen Jia's cold gaze swept across the room, the murmurs quickly disappeared, and he suddenly locked onto Shin Zuoyu, followed by his steps. Who are you that Zhao Wanjun gave you the quota? Yen Zhao's words carried a clear coldness, and almost with a scrutinizing gaze, he looked at Shin Zuoyu. The strong sense of oppression from Yen Jia's body made it somewhat difficult for Shin Zuoyu to catch his breath. He has already traveled to the Imperial Star, so I've come to take his place. Hearing this, Yen Jia's eyes flared with an icy cold aura, turning to reveal a trace of deep regret. That's quite a bit of luck. If you still have the life to come back alive, you might as well be able to tell him that he can hide from the first day, but not the 15th. If I run into him again, no one will be able to keep his head, even in the Imperial Star. Shin Zuoyu slightly frowned, looking at this situation. Zhao Wanjun and this S-ranked reincarnator in the top 100 of the heavenly ranking had once had a very unpleasant incident. On the other side, Yu Yunxian similarly walked over, looked Shin Zuoyu up and down, and smiled grimly. This girl is also from Sanlan Star, right? It's a pity that Kanglin Star belonged to the home planet of the Kanglin system many years ago, and then with the lack of resources, the cutting-edge talents all relocated. You have a good qualification. You might have the opportunity to develop towards the Emperor Star in the future. This time in the reincarnation world, you must live well. Facing that smiling face, Shin Yu felt uncomfortable and took a few steps back. She didn't really want to deal with these people, didn't even want to say a word more, preferring to hide as far away as she could in the Middle Kingdom. There's another person from the heavenly ranking coming. Yen Jiabao's third party member, Ding Xiu, suddenly opened his mouth in a low voice. He glanced out of the corner of his eye to the empty location of the virtual plaza, as if sensing the fluctuation of spatial distortion. As expected, the voice of the goddess of wisdom sounded again. Kanglin's System Imperial Star S-Class Reincarnator, Chen Yuning, has joined. Shiryu, an Imperial Star A-Class Reincarnator of the Kanglin system, has joined. 3 figures stepped out of the space. 1 S-Class, 2 A-Class. After hearing Chen Yuning's name, everyone in the room's complexion changed, and Yen Jiao, including a number of his party members, had eyes that revealed ill will. Chen Yuning. Kanglan Star's supreme genius from 100 years ago? Shen Zuoyu shook inwardly and hurriedly looked over. The leader wore a white dress, black hair shoulder length, with snow-white skin that could not see the slightest blemish. Its eyes were cold and unfeeling, and the two A-rank reincarnators following beside her were vaguely touching the S-rank level. This is Kanglan Star Sr., the first person 100 years ago, now ranked 95 on the S-class heavenly ranking. Shen Zuoyu muttered, really did not expect that just the Kanglan system range. This time there were two strong people in the top 100 of the heavenly ranking, not to mention the rest of the Federation. I'm afraid the Middle Kingdom will be stirred up by them. Surname Yu, please stay away from the girl from Kanglan Star. Chen Yuning walked in slow steps, her body exuding a powerful aura. Yu Yunchuan's face was cold and he didn't say anything. Yan Jiao just gave her a faint look, and in turn withdrew his gaze. Shen Yuning walked straight to Shen Zuoyu with a gentle expression. It's been years since I met someone from my hometown. My name is Chen Yuning, you should know who I am. If there's anything you need help with when you enter the reincarnation world this time, you can just ask. Seeing Shen Zuoyu, Chen Yuning felt extraordinarily affectionate, and her words were more like a knock on the heads of those present. This person she covered. Thank you, senpai. Shen Zuoyu was quite grateful inwardly, regardless of whether Chen Yuning would really help her or not. Being able to say these words in a non-relative situation was enough. The members of the Kanglan system are all in place. Please note that you are about to enter the S-class reincarnation world, Middle-earth. The following tasks may be selected. 1. Survival for 100 days. 2. Bring back 3 kinds of cultivation techniques appraised as S-class, weapons and treasures, rare elixirs, and medicinal herb seeds. 3. Investigate the complete history of the Middle Kingdom for the last 10, 50, 100, and 500 years, and the secrets of the earth. 4. Completion of the decapitation list. A series of cold mechanical sounds resounded in the middle of space. Everyone listened attentively. The first few tasks were relatively easy to accomplish, and the difficulty skyrocketed the further back you went. This determines one's performance, and the richness of the rewards one can receive. Shen Zuoyu listened and pondered. As it stood, she was afraid that she would need to complete at least 3 quests before she could be promoted to an S-ranked reincarnator with a moderate grade. We're counting down to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Have a nice trip, gentlemen. Chapter 16 Master of the Past Life, Myth of the Devil's Way. Central Plains, Moon-worshipping Villa. An ancient building was erected on top of a cliff, with waterfalls and clear springs flowing, and sometimes there were clouds and cranes hostilely chirping, making the whole mountain village look peaceful. At this moment, right in the attic at the top of the mountain, there was a black-robed youth sitting quietly. His demeanor was calm as he shook the teacup in his hand, his eyes looking indifferently at the clouds in the sky. From this angle he could overlook the distant peaks to the fullest. Outside of the pavilion, there were also a large number of brocade-clad individuals standing. The wind robe danced, visible with a lotus pattern branded on it, revealing a ghostly cold aura. After 3 rounds of tea, a team finally appeared outside the mountain villa. They escorted a pudgy old man to the outside of the attic and fell to their knees in unison. My subordinates greet the Godmaster, holy peace to the Godmaster. Ning Qingshuan's movement of shaking the teacup gave a slight lurch. He didn't turn around, wisps of ghostly light flooding his eyes. Lord Li Zhuang, you've made this seat wait so hard. In the team, the leader broke out in a cold sweat and hurriedly explained, reporting back to the sect leader, on the way to escort back old Devil Withered Bone, there was a slight accident, and he narrowly escaped. My subordinate also went to great lengths to resuppress it, and there was some delay, so I hope that sect leader will accept it. Fine beads of sweat overflowed from Lord Li Zhuang's forehead as he faced the figure in the attic, not daring to raise his head at all to look at it. The invisible pressure that enveloped his body was even more so that the true essence in his body solidified, and his dantian seemed like it was about to freeze. Only Ning Qingshan put down his teacup and did not pursue Lord Li Zhuang's question. He glanced sideways at the withered bone old devil who had escorted him over, confirming that this was the person he had been looking for 10 years. 10 years and you still won't leave me alone after all. The withered bone old devil stared at Ning Qingshuan's back, attempting to see the true face of this master of the past life sect. 10 years ago, he had just come out. Occasionally, I heard that in the outside world, there were rumors circulating about the reputation of the past life sect master. Some people say that he is the Central Plains in recent years, extremely rare, lifting the world of pride, cultivated a horrible magic power, the power to suppress the 3 religions, 9 clans and 16 countries of all the young generation. He is ruthless and cold. Others said that he was a heaven-sent holy son, bearing a heaven-defying enlightenment, creating many divine techniques and secret books, spitting out his mind, and even creating a complete set of cultivation pathways on his own. The rumors are evil and almost mythical. And himself is the Hall Withered Bone Door Master, the central plains of the earth side of the inheritance of hundreds of years of the Devil's Way bottom. Just a few dozen years of seclusion, and the outside world has changed? At that time, when he saw a person of the past life sect, traveling in the earthly city, he looked at him and raised his hand to kill him. I'm not sure. 3 days later, the 100,000 congregation of the past life sect surrounded the Withered Bone sect in such a way that not even a fly could fly out, and in just half a day, the entire Withered Bone sect was slaughtered cleanly. He himself was surrounded by the 4 guardians of the past life sect and exhausted all his magic treasures and true chi, so he had no choice but to flee. Thus began a decade on the run. The central plains are so far away and the realm is so vast that it is hard to glimpse the edges, but it is impossible to find a place to stay. For 10 years, he had nightmares. Almost every night, I can dream about the tragic situation of the Dead Bone sect on that day. In order to get out of the situation, he had to come to the moon-worshipping villa. However, how could he not have imagined that the moon-worshipping villa within the Central Plains Earth, which was not at all weaker than the Kukui Bone sect's underpinnings, would have long since secretly surrendered to the past life sect? Lord Li Zhuang set up a trap, which led to the scene at hand. You killed 2 of my seat's beloved disciples, how can my seat spare you? No matter where you escape to, live to see people, die to see corpses, even if there is only a wisp of ashes left, my seat will still raise you. Ning Qingxian finally got up and slowly walked over to the withered bone old demon, his eyes dazzling with a clear, cold luster. Die for me. When Ning Qingxian approached within 3 steps, the withered bone old devil suddenly went mad with his face and erupted with a shocking amount of true chi power, instantly breaking free from Lord Li Zhuang's suppressive seal. A strand of demonic chi coalesced and wrapped around his fingertips, stabbing viciously towards Ning Qingxuan's brow. Godfather. Lord Li Zhuang was so shocked that he went into cardiac arrest. Bang! A huge sound resounded and boomed the mountain. The withered bone old devil's fingertip stayed 3 inches away from Ning Qingxuan's brow, and could no longer advance at that point. He looked at Ning Qingxuan's calm face, his pupils trembling in disbelief, and then the corners of his mouth flared with bitterness, and even more infinite sorrow and despair welled up within him. Old me 30 years in seclusion, just stepped into the realm of celestial beings, originally thought that this central plains, old me has been a person under 10,000 people, only afraid of that Wang Xian ran 3 points, but even your body-shielding astral body cannot be breached. Ning Qingxian gently raised his hand, the power coalescing between his palms and covering the top of the withered bone old devil's head, and it was told that the internal meridians were broken by inches, the dantian shattered, and the true chi underpinnings of the celestial realm fell apart. With a thud, the withered bone old devil stared at his dead eyes and lay on the ground, lifeless. Sect leader. My subordinate knows absolutely nothing about this matter. On the other side, Lord Li Zhuang was so scared that he fell to his knees on the spot. He couldn't figure out how the withered bone old devil, who had obviously been suppressed, could have erupted with the power of his heyday. Ning Qingxian whisked his sleeve, dispersing the blood mist in front of him. Your seals are useless against him, and you are no match for him at all. He was captured only to kill me. As these words fell, Lord Li Zhuang's spine couldn't help but be flooded with chills. Could it be that from the very beginning, Ning Qingxian had seen that old devil withered bone was faking? Moreover, just now, that strike by the withered bone old devil, if it was used against himself, I'm afraid that he would have to be killed on the spot. However, Ning Qingxian had not moved half a step, nor had he struck out for a fraction of a second, and had easily dissolved it with just his protective astral aura. With another lift of his hand, the withered bone old devil would already be dead. What kind of realm strength is this? My subordinate deserves to die. Lord Li Zhuang was terrified and kowtowed desperately. Ning Qingxian didn't look at him as he turned around and walked into the sedan chair next to the loft. The horseman spoke in a low voice outside the sedan chair. Sect Master, the 4 protectors have sent word that some strange people appeared in the Central Plains some time ago. They descended from who knows where, and were very powerful, visiting some clans everywhere to ask for secret books and treasures. If any clans do not comply, they will be brutally murdered and their treasure vaults ransacked. My subordinate has asked the 4 protectors to continue to keep an eye out. What my subordinate is more worried about is that these people will find our Church of the Past Life, where the congregation is underpowered after all. As the words fell, Ning Qingxian sat in the sedan chair and couldn't help but frown slightly. A very powerful, yet strange group of people? Throughout the Central Plains, the hidden forces have all been spied by him. Could it be from outside the Central Plains? Let's observe for a while and return to the sect. Ning Qingxian spoke. Understood. The horseman responded. The palanquin rose up into the air, and hundreds of experts of the past life sect left with a slow step in the air. Lord Li Zhuang knelt on the ground and never raised his head. Looking at the entire moon-worshipping villa, all of them resounded with loud shouts. "Greetings, Bishop, and holy peace to you, Bishop." The sound reverberated through the clouds and lingered for a long time. Chapter 17, A Masterpiece Can't Be Ruined. Going to the church, going to the river. Ning Qingxian sat in the courtyard, looking out into the distance. Looking back on the journey of the Middle Kingdom, there is quite a bit of frustration. 25 years. With a slight movement of his mind, a line of text appeared before his eyes. This development life talent, full enlightenment, sword tire holy body. Remaining time for current material collection, 75 years. Another 75 years and he would have completed the tome while gaining all the relative strengths. From his first exposure to the life development system to today, he has completed multiple journeys and generated several magnum opuses. He has developed the life of a warlord in the Snowy Kingdom, and the life of a medieval street gang leader, until he finally creates an empire of sunset plutocrats. Even the life of the zombie clan under the apocalyptic world, supporting the old-time humans, beheading the patriarch, and being honored by the world as the monarch of eternal night. This once-in-a-lifetime experience has been cumulatively 400 years old. But in reality, he was just under 30 years old in Universe Alliance reality. This makes his eyes often contain vicissitudes. However, what he hadn't expected was that the Ross Saibatsu Empire, which had been developed many years ago, was exactly the same as the Reincarnation Temple's reincarnation world. It was at that moment that he realized that he was truly reincarnated, the difference being that time flowed differently. Godfather. A voice from outside the courtyard interrupted Ning Qingshuan's thoughts. The horseman spoke respectfully, "The master of Tianyi Cave seeks an audience." "Enter." Ning Qingxian spoke calmly. The visitor had a white robe, and due to the fact that he had been in a high position for many years, his body invariably revealed a sense of majesty. Despite the graying of his temples, he still could not hide the Englishness of the contours of his face. Only at the moment, his eyes were bloodshot, as well as bleak. "I have met the past life sect master." He bowed toward the courtyard. "What is it?" Ning Qingxian asked. Tianyi Cave Master was silent for a little while, his body trembling slightly, as if he was recalling what had happened to him. His tone actually choked a little. "I have come today to beg the past life sect master to come out and sweep away the foreigners who have intruded into the Central Plains." Ning Qingxian couldn't help but be a bit surprised, the impression of how lonely and proud the Tianyi Cave Master had been, but now he was filled with sadness and anger, and even a kind of despair that he was powerless to return to heaven. It was obvious that the group of strange people that the horseman had mentioned earlier had laid hands on Tianyi Cave. This seat remembers, the cave master's strength is in the early stage of the celestial man, looking at the Central Plains, is also a famous and powerful, looking at the cave disciples more than tens of thousands. What strong enemy has forced you into this position? In the face of Ning Qingshuan's question, the Heaven's first cave lord had a complicated expression, a hint of palpitations in his eyes as he took out several scrolls from his arms. "It's not that I'm not able to defeat them, but the cultivation system of the visitors is extremely strange, and the magic treasures and divine weapons they use are things I've never seen before in my life. Sect leader, please look at this blackened metal artifact. The chief elder of my seat at the Grand Master realm was instantly killed by it." After speaking, the horseman took one of the scrolls, brought it into the courtyard, and handed it to Ning Qingxian. Ning Qingxian swept a casual glance and couldn't help but be slightly stunned by his gaze. The so-called blackened metal artifact has a slender tube with a grip. Ning Qingshuan's face was odd. Barret? Or a finely tuned and enchanted multiple times god of the hunt version of the Barret? He remembered that Qin Zuoyu had said that this kind of Barret had a very terrifying lethality, carrying bursting bullets with a range of more than 10 kilometers, and was able to instantly shoot up a small mountain peak. Through the circumstances, it would cost points to purchase, and a single bursting bomb was worth 10,000 points. Those who could afford to use the God Hunter version of the Barret were either S-ranked reincarnators or people from extremely privileged families. Ning Qingxian instantly understood just what had happened in the Middle Kingdom. Tianyi Cave Master spoke again. "Sect leader, look again, this is likewise a monster I've never seen before. It can be described as invulnerable to swords and spears, it is of infinite strength, and despite the lack of any true chi fluctuations, it is able to fly through the sky and escape from the earth." The horseman handed over another scroll, in which a monster with a hideous face, huge fangs at the corners of its mouth, and scarlet pupils was painted. Zombies. Ning Qingxian was puzzled. He didn't know exactly what grade of zombie this was, but if it was a zombie king, it was indeed not something that the Tiani cave master could resist. The reincarnator who tamed and harnessed the zombie king was also bound to be an S rank, and belonged to one of the great masters of the S rank. Both of these scrolls are revealing a message. The reincarnators that descended on the Middle Kingdom were of very high rank, most of them being S rank or above. This seat has sent the 4 guardians to investigate, and if there is an opportunity, we will recover your Tiani cave. Ning Qingxian thought for a long time and responded as such. The Tiani cave master was overjoyed and became even more excited inside. The 4 guardians of the past life sect are all deeply inherited from this young sect master, and have stepped into the late stage of the celestial realm some years ago, and are the top powerhouses in the Central Plains. It is said that 10 years ago, the 4 guardians besieged the withered bone old devil. Beating the withered bone old devil, all fled for 10 years. You have to know that the old devil withered bones is a generation of great devils, and many famous sects in the Central Plains can't help him even if they join hands. Many thank sect leader's favor. Tiani cave up to the elders, down to the disciples have no teeth to forget. The Tiani cave master paid his thanks, and the horseman led him out of the courtyard. Ning Qingxian waited quietly for a long time, and finally, space twisted slightly, and a green-shirted woman stepped out of it. This woman had a clear face with delicate features, a mat of black hair falling down her shoulders, and appeared to be no more than 15 or 16 years old, kneeling down on one knee towards Ning Qingxian. "Master, you're looking for me?" Ning Qingxian nodded slightly, looking at his beloved disciple, Jiang Qingdao, with a slightly complicated look in his eyes. "The revenge of your 2 senior brothers has already been avenged by the master. Cultivate well thereafter. In addition, you have just come out of the customs, for the martial king realm opened up by the master may not be too familiar. Right now there is just a chance to practice." He handed over the 2 scrolls in his hand to Jiang Qingdao. Jiang Qingdao took the scroll, and when she heard the great vengeance of her senior brothers, the corners of her eyes uncontrollably glittered with tears. But soon, it turned back to coolness. Looking at the scroll, he couldn't help but be a little puzzled. "Master, what is this?" A metal object covered in pitch black, a hideous monster of ghastly form. The scrolls were lifelike and belonged to something he had never seen before. Ning Qingxian paused and replied, "I'm not too sure. Recently a large number of foreigners have emerged within the Central Plains, coming from who knows where and acting in a more brutal style. Currently, there are already quite a few Central Plains forces that have been affected. You need to discern carefully and not kill innocents indiscriminately, but when it's time to strike, you should strike and there's no need to have any concerns." Jiang Qingdao arched his hand. Disciple honors the teachings of the master. Leading the scroll, he took one step and disappeared under the long sky. Ning Qingxian sipped a mouthful of clear tea and muttered, "The hard-earned magnum opus can't be ruined. This one will definitely be signed." Chapter 18 Suspected S+++. On the other hand, Shen Zuiyu and Shen Yuning, several people, had arrived in front of an ancient and imposing temple on one side. Shen Fengyu looked at the stone monument at the foot of the mountain, the name branded on it, and inwardly let out a marvel. The Golden Light Temple, a first-class Orthodox sect in the Central Plains, has been passed down for 300 years. Through the change of 4 heads of the academy, each head of the academy is at the middle stage of the celestial realm, standing at the top ranks of the strongest people in the Central Plains, and this head of the academy is said to be relatively young, yet he is already at the middle stage of the celestial realm. There are rumors in the outside world that he will likely step into the late stage of the celestial realm before he turns 40. Chen Yu gazed at the mountain gate in front of him and spoke in a low voice, his eyes revealing wisps of awe. It had been some time since a few people had descended to the Middle Kingdom. After understanding the situation, they found that the description of the Middle Kingdom and the Reincarnation Hall was basically without omission. This was a world where the martial Tao was supreme, and the realm system had been passed down to the present day, and it was said to have a long history that was difficult to trace. The path of martial arts begins with body refining, to Zongshi, Great Zongshi, and Celestials. In total, there were 4 major realms, and the difference in strength in each realm was a gulf. Since ancient times, but anyone who was able to step into the Grandmaster realm was a proud son of the heavens. Throughout the celestial realm, it is even more insignificant, enough to start a mountain and establish a sect, leaving behind its own inheritance. The young head of the Golden Light Temple in front, said to be one of the top 10 heavenly prides of the contemporary era, has completely mastered the entire Golden Light Temple, all the treasures of the secret books. The future prospects are not limited. Today, I have come here, naturally, to seek the divine power. A few people looked at each other and without further delay, they climbed the mountain to visit. Moments later, Chen Yuning stopped outside the mountain gate and shouted out. Junior Chen Yuning, seeking an audience with the head of the academy. Only one sweeper could be seen in the large square of the Golden Light Temple. As the voice came out, there was a strong divine sense that swept across from the top of the treasure pavilion and landed on Chen Yuning, as well as a number of reincarnates such as Shin Zuoyu. The secret books of the Temple of Golden Light are never spread out, let alone by a foreigner. The sound of heaven resounded, and a vast righteousness swept the square, and this true chi shocked Shin Zuoyu and the other A-class reincarnators, and their faces immediately flushed. Only Chen Yuning was not affected in the slightest. She understood in her heart that what Yin Zhao, including the other reincarnators, had done had filled the Golden Light Temple with wariness. She didn't give up, and opened her mouth with a determined look on her face. The late generation is willing to exchange things for things, and only begs the head of the courtyard to come out and have a look. If the head of the courtyard isn't interested in the late generation's things, the late generation will leave right away. As the words fell, the top of the treasure pavilion fell silent for a little while. Immediately afterward, he saw the long sky roar as a young figure took a step forward. He stared at Shin Zuoyu and Chen Yuning, his expression slightly easing. As the saying goes, looks come from the heart, and one glance could distinguish the difference from Yanjiao and the others. "Elder, please look." Without delay, Chen Yuning took out a golden grain from her reincarnation space. The eyes of the head of the Golden Light Temple courtyard were instantly attracted. Even the movements of the sweeping monk gave a slight lurch, and Shin Zuoyu was able to feel that a large number of hidden gazes appeared on all sides of the Golden Light Temple. "This is the Sherpa?" The head of the courtyard thumped. His heart. Relics are holy objects among the Buddhist sects. There is no way that any Buddhist would not be moved by the sight of such a thing. Chen Yuning laughed. "This is the draconic tongue relic, born some years ago after a Buddhist master was seated, and by chance, the late generation came across the place where he was seated." The head of the institution's eyes showed his gravity. "Where do you come from, and are there Buddhist monks where you are?" Chen Yuning nodded seriously. "We have indeed had quite a few Buddhist monks since we came from the western region." The nearby Shin Zuoyu couldn't help but hold his tongue when he heard this. This was inevitably something Chen Yuning had gotten from other reincarnation worlds, but the Buddhist beliefs of all the heavens and all the worlds were hardly all that different. That's why this relic is full of attraction for the head of the Golden Light Monastery. Can this item be exchanged for the Golden Light Temple's Prajna Kung Fu? Chen Yuning asked again. On her way here, she had an understanding of the Golden Light Temple's unique divine power. In outside rumors, the Prajna divine power could be ranked as one of the top 10 divine powers in the Central Plains. "How dare you covet our temple's unique divine power?" The head of the house's heartfelt eyes became sensible and cold on the spot. Chen Yuning didn't have any nonsense, and rolled between her palms, only to see one relic turn into three. The head of the courtyard was stunned, his gaze turned to blazing heat, and even his breathing became ragged for a minute. "That's just it, this temple's unique divine skill is not something that anyone can learn, so what's the harm in giving it to you?" He gritted his teeth and hesitated for a moment, but in the end, he whisked his sleeve and tossed a volume of ancient books to Chen Yuning, then immediately took away the three relics. Chen Yuning was overjoyed and immediately uploaded the Prajna divine power. A description of the reincarnation hall text quickly appeared before my eyes. Items are being identified. Cultivation secret, Jinguan Temple Prajna Shingon. Identification is complete. The secret book is true and valid. Identification rating, S. Seeing this scene, the corners of Chen Yuning's mouth once again revealed a smile, and her heart let out a sigh of relief. Looking to the two companions she brought with her, as well as Shin Zuoyu, she pondered and then said to the head of the Golden Light Temple Academy, "We also have some other holy relics of Buddhism. I wonder if the head of the academy would be willing to." "Could be." The head of the courtyard carefully collected the three relics and immediately agreed without waiting for Chen Yuning to finish. However, it can only be my Golden Light Temple's cultivation secrets. He suddenly remembered that he still had a set of secret books here that someone else had given him, which he couldn't use at all. "What is it?" Chen Yuning asked. "A set of magic skills." The head of the house replied. "Magic?" Several people looked at each other and frowned. Since it is a magic skill, when there are drawbacks, the value and role, far less than the secret books of the Golden Light Temple of the famous school. "Which one of you wants it?" Chen Yuning looked at the two A-class reincarnators. "I don't want it. I don't want to cultivate into an ugly monster either." The two men refused decisively, without any hesitation. Chen Yuning sighed. She could only pull out something even more precious to exchange for the Golden Light Temple secret book. As a senior, this time, he arrived with two companions with a certain mission, at least to promote them to S rank. "Can I have that?" Suddenly, Shin Zuoyu inquired in a small voice. Shen Yuning turned back in surprise, then immediately laughed. Of course you can, except that it is a magic skill, so you may not have the means to cultivate it on your own. Shin Zuoyu smiled bitterly. That's at least a set of secret books. She had nothing to show for it so far, and since she was here, she couldn't leave empty-handed. Once the transaction was complete, she likewise began uploading. Identification in progress. After waiting for a long time, there was no response. Well? Shen Yuning inquired. Shin Zuoyu shook his head, his eyes bleak. It's okay, we still have plenty of time to find others. Chen Yuning spoke comfortingly. The other two A-class reincarnators, likewise, sighed. Sorry for wasting your stuff. Shin Zuoyu lowered his head. What's this? I have many treasures. Chen Yuning laughed. Identification complete. The secret is true. The secret of the Devil's Way, the Great Desolate Candle Dragonfinger. Rating in progress? Shin Zuoyu stared in dismay at the words describing the reincarnation hall that floated before his eyes. There's a reaction. She was emotional. Several people looked at each other, equally happy for Shin Zuoyu. Rating completed. Grade, suspected S+++? Shin Zuoyu's expression froze as he looked blankly at Chen Yuning. Former. Senior, is this devil skill sure you want to give it to me? Chapter 19, Who is the most invincible person on earth? The voice came out of his throat with a restrained shiver. Shin Zuoyu even breathed heavily, and his eyes were filled with crimson. Of course, Shin Yuning, am not that petty. Since I said it's for you, I definitely won't go back on my words. Shen Yuning felt a little amused as she looked at Shin Zuoyu's appearance. It was obvious that this set of magic skills was definitely of some value to the A-rank level Shin Zuoyu, but for himself, the role was minimal. Just take it for what it's worth and have completed the rating too, it's too late to back out. The other A-class reincarnator, Shiryu, opened his mouth with the same smile. She had a good impression of Shin Zuoyu, who was unassuming, and still came from a home planet that had been abandoned by the higher-ups of the Kanglan system, and was said to have been a resource-poor life planet many years ago. This invariably added a cloak of poverty to Shin Zuoyu's body, making people pity him. But, Shin Zuoyu was a bit incoherent. His heart was completely messed up after seeing the reincarnation hall text description. This magic skill is rated at the S-class level, but there are 3+ signs after it. She swallowed hard and lowered her voice. Wouldn't that be nice? As long as it's S-ranked. Ha! Wait a minute. Chen Yuning's laughter came to an abrupt end. Her eyes widened, and her whole body stood straight in place as if she had been struck by lightning. Both the class reincarnators sucked in cool air, their expressions completely frozen. I've never touched an S-rank item that has a plus sign. What does that mean? Shin Zuoyu's lips trembled. As the president of Kanglan Star's Jiangnan City Reincarnator Association, she usually only came into contact with A-ranked items at most, and S-ranked had only been seen twice. Or was it once in the world of reincarnation, with envious eyes, watching his partner laugh in ecstasy? Nowadays, the person who had gotten the S-class item had left Kanglan Star long ago and went to the Kanglan system Emperor Star, and the status and position between the two, including their strength, had long been a gulf between heaven and earth. Moments ago, she was still the same person she once was, and could only show envy. A few moments later, this indescribable joy fell upon his own head. Chen Yuning was lost in thought and mumbled a reply. The plus sign only exists amongst the S ranks and belongs to the S ranks multiples of value. 1 plus sign represents doubling the value of transcendence, and 3 plus signs represent tripling the value of transcendence. Folded feather sister, are you really not mistaken? Not to mention Shin Zuoyu, even for himself, he rarely saw items that appeared with an S-rank plus sign. She found it hard to believe that this magic skill, which was exchanged for a very small price, was actually far more than 3 times the value of the Prajna divine skill. I'm not mistaken. Shin Zuoyu was certain that the description of the Palace of Reincarnation in front of him was still clearly floating. There were 2 gulps and she heard 2 gulps. The other 2 A-rank reincarnators beside him, after looking at each other for a second, both revealed as if the other was a little cutie. S expression. AS+++ level magic skill was lost. Only Chen Yuning took a deep breath and quickly recovered from her confused and shocked state of mind as she once again walked towards the head of the Golden Light Temple's courtyard. The demonic power just now, is there any more? Chen Yuning tried her best to restrain the expression of her emotions, but the head of the Golden Light Monastery still captured a strong desire from her face. This set of magic skills is a gift from a dear friend of the poor monk when he was young, only this one. I thought he would worship the golden light temple with the poor monk. I did not expect him to end up on the path of the devil. The young golden light temple head shook his head and opened his mouth, a trace of reminiscence for the past appearing on his face. Once again, I can't help but think back to those times and feel something inside. Dare I ask who this person is? Chen Yuning asked eagerly. Shin Zuoyu and the other 2A class reincarnators all walked over, their eyes burning with anticipation as they looked at the head of the Golden Light Temple courtyard. Today's giant of the Devil's Way, the master of the sect of the past life. He did not hide it in the slightest. After all, looking at the entire Central Plains, who in the world does not know the great name of the past life sect master? But were these few people asked around a little bit, they should all know the deeds of the past life sect leader. It seems like something is not right, since Senior met with him at a young age and gifted him this set of demonic skills. Could it be that he had already worshipped the demon sect at that time? Shen Yuning was suspicious and felt that there was a problem with the logic. The value far exceeded that of the Prajna divine skill. It must be the top martial art inherited by the past life sect for hundreds of years, so how could it be easily obtained by a teenager? And gave it away so easily? The head of the Golden Light Monastery couldn't help but look up at the long sky for miles and miles, and a wave of sighs and exclamations welled up within him. Nonetheless, you guys don't know, although we knew each other at a young age, but at that time, he had already shaken the Central Plains with his fame, displaying a talent that made all the Heavenly Pride's generation only able to look at the back of his head. This set of magic skills is that when he was young, combined with the more common martial arts in the Central Plains, enlightenment to create the method and came out, in order to show friendship, at that time, gave it to me. When these words fell, Shen Yuning's mind was instantly flooded with huge waves, and Shin Zuoyu's eyes were equally unbelievable. A magic skill rated as S+++ by the Palace of Reincarnation was actually created by the young master of the past life sect? It's said to be a magic skill, but it's actually just a difference in the sect system. In the Central Plains, many clans with long-lasting legacies like to boast of their prestigious sects, while my friend, on the other hand, acts in an extremely different style. He didn't care at all about the world's eyes. Even if he was called a great devil for a while, it couldn't affect his belief that his heart was toward the end of the martial way. The head of the Golden Light Temple said, his tone filled with deep admiration. Without thinking, Chen Yuning hurriedly asked, "Can the head of the academy tell us where the mountain gate of the past life sect is located? I want to meet that sect master." At the moment, she had already put the so-called negative influences of the devil's work, the devil's way, the great devil, and so on, behind her. The only thought that comes to mind is to seek S+++. Only the head of the Golden Light Temple shook his head. You can't see it. Shen Yuning was stunned. Why? Do you think that a mythical figure who was a giant of the Devil Dao in the Middle Kingdom, who is in charge of hundreds of thousands of devil sect congregations and who already stands unrivaled on earth, is something you can meet with your mouth open? Especially if it's still a foreigner, the poor monk, for the sake of the 3 relics, advises you not to try anything. You might die before you find where the mountain gate is. The head of the Golden Light Monastery Hospital Persuasion, heart naturally also understand, in front of Chen Yuning and Shin Zuoyu several people, are bent on learning the good generation, and do not want to perish innocently. This. Chen Yuning was stunned, and Shin Zuoyu's face also produced a change in color. Seriously, the Middle Kingdom is invincible? Since he and the head of the house were close friends at a young age, should he be just as young now to be labeled as a myth? Head of the house, there's a group of uninvited guests coming down the mountain. Suddenly, a voice transmission resounded in the ears of the head of the Golden Light Monastery. His gaze instantly became stern as he looked beyond the mountain gate plaza. Chapter 20. The Golden Temple. Is such a great place. A familiar voice rang out from outside the square, instantly causing Chen Yuning's face to sink. Several people turned to look in unison, and saw Yan Jiao with 3 party members, Yu Yunxian and Ding Xiu, and other people, appearing at the end position of the corridor. Yan Jiao spotted Chen Yuning, but directly chose to ignore it, turning his gaze indifferently towards the head of the Golden Light Temple's courtyard. Please ask the strongest person you have here to come out. I have limited time and need to rush to the next place. Yan Jiabao calmly opened his mouth, carrying a tone that could not be refuted. Shen Yuning coldly shouted, "Yan Jia, you are too wild. This is the holy land of the Buddhist sects in the Central Plains. If you make a move on this land, you will surely be hunted down and killed by all the famous sects." Yan Jiao couldn't afford to make the slightest ripple inside, and didn't take her words into consideration at all. A mere famous sect is nothing to worry about. The ferociously famous devil sects have all been slaughtered by me on both sides. Also, a word of advice, if you continue to barter like this, the end result will be nothing. You should also understand that we are not the only ones who have come to the Central Plains land this time. Are you prepared to watch the high-level resources all be taken away by criminal Wushwang? These words fell, when called Chen Yuning's heart suddenly shrunk. Criminal Wushwang? 49 of the top 100 on the heavenly ranking? How can actually even this guy come? A class reincarnator Shi Yu's eyes revealed a look of fear, and it was clear that a deep inner haze existed regarding the name of criminal Wushwang. Who is criminal Wushwang? Shin Zuoyu asked in confusion. This didn't seem to be a reincarnator of the Tsong Lan system. Shi Yu explained in a low voice, one of the top 100 S-class heavenly rankings, ranked at 49. After being amongst this ranking, there are often several years, or even a dozen years where no one is able to shake it. One of his most famous reincarnation missions was when he single-handedly entered an S-rank bizarre world and personally suppressed and subdued a zombie king. When he brought back the zombie king, it is said that they all startled the goddess of wisdom's own consciousness, and so far after 100 years have passed, that zombie king's pedigree is still hanging in the first place on the pedigree list. Shin Fuyu's pupils shook when he heard about the S-rank bizarre world, as well as the zombie king. Such a powerful and scary guy, also in the Middle Kingdom? Shen Yuning took a deep breath to maintain her composure. That is not a reason for you to wreak havoc on the Central Plains. Yanjie's face was expressionless as he gave the final briefing. If you meddle in the matter, even you will be killed. The atmosphere became steeply tense, only to hear the sudden sound of a scepter tapping on the ground. The head of the Golden Light Temple coldly stared at Yanjie. The poor monk is the strongest person here, and the treasure pavilion in the back hides all the secret books of this temple, but you can't pass today. Yanjiao didn't say anything, and beside him, Yu Yunxian laughed inly. Big talk. One step forward, the soles of your feet. The speed was extremely fast, and the 5 fingers flashed with harsh cold light, actually bursting out with the power of thunder. With just one glance, the head of the Golden Light Temple's courtyard recognized the move, and his face brought up shock. 5-clawed dragon tackle? What have you done to Daoist Su? That brat has a hard mouth. I tortured him hard for 3 days and 3 nights before I got his unique technique. I didn't expect it to work unexpectedly well. Yu Yunxian licked his lips, revealing his eyes full of fierce light. The Central Plains Earth with true Qi cultivation, in fact, is the Dantian as a bottle, to the Heaven and Earth aura as a guide. This cultivation system and the normal martial arts world almost belong to the same lineage. Yu Yunxian, on the other hand, had long been exposed to the world of martial arts and had mastered a kind of internal force technique, so learning the 5-clawed dragon escapement hand was only a matter of a few days. He bullied his way to the front of the head of the Golden Light Temple, his 5 fingers flashing with cold light, intent on locking his throat in seconds. Damn you! The head of the Golden Light Temple was filled with grief and anger, and a powerful astral energy erupted from his body during his anger, sweeping away along the scepter in his hand. Only to see the earth cracked in an instant, Yu Yunxian was violently impacted. His face changed when he was knocked back several steps in a row. Yanjiao narrowed his eyes at this scene. This current head of the Golden Light Temple was truly very different from the other sect heads. He had inquired that more than 10 years ago, this person had belonged to one of the 10 great celestial pride of the Central Plains Earth, and his strength far exceeded that of an ordinary mid-celestial realm. Where is Rowan? A voice filled with a murderous aura resounded throughout the Golden Light Temple. In a matter of moments, a vast and righteous Qi opened up horizontally, enveloping the area of the mountain gate and forming a mountain protection formation. Another group of disciples, all glittering with golden light and all with angry eyes, killed their way out from within the many pagoda pavilions. So many archons. S-class reincarnator Ding Xiu looked up and around, muttering to himself. Immediately after that, he similarly took a step, and his torso actually began to alienate until his entire body was clad in black scale armor. Kill! The Luohans were humongous and fearless, engaging Ding Xiu in no time. However, that black scale armor is invulnerable to swords and spears. True Qi does not invade. A lot of Luohan just one punch, was beaten by the astral dissipation, flew out a dozen meters away, spewing out blood one after another, face miserable. Even if it was a grandmaster, he wouldn't be able to hurt a single hair on Ding Xiu's head at all. At the same time, Yu Yunxian once again fought with the head of the Golden Light Temple. The majestic astral energy fluctuations swept across the square, quite indistinguishable from each other. Later on, if the Golden Light Temple falls to the ground, you will immediately flee without any hesitation. Chen Yuning stared tightly at Yan Zhao and whispered to Xin Zuoyu beside her. Xin Zuoyu understood that this was the last resort. What they were facing was a whole 4 S-class reincarnators, and all of them were strong on the heavenly ranking, and only Chen Yuning alone would definitely not be able to change the situation. The final result, the probability is that the Golden Light Temple will be slaughtered, and all the secret books will fall into the hands of Yanjia. Just, is there that little possibility of preserving this Buddhist holy land that has been passed down for centuries? Shin Zuoyu looked around at the Luo Han who were fighting to the death. These people, in fact, were not supposed to die. The Great Desert Candle Finger. She clenched her fists, remembering the S+++ ranked magic skill she had only just acquired. But immediately afterward, a feeling of powerlessness rose within. The battle was ever-changing, and one was by no means that kind of genius, so how could one master this move in such a short period of time? What's more, she couldn't be sure that the Great Desolate Candle Dragon Finger was able to resist the powerhouses on the heavenly ranking. So what to do? Ahead, Chen Yuning had already struck out. Yan Zhao remained expressionless. The only person present who posed a great threat to him was Chen Yuning, and when Chen Yuning moved, strands of black lightning flashed out of his eyes all of a sudden. Rumble! Suddenly, over the mountain gate of the Golden Light Temple, dark clouds engulfed the sunny day, causing it to roll with heavenly thunder. A terrifyingly deep pressure erupted from Yan Jie's body, and along with the flickering of black thunder in the firmament, it formed a hurricane vortex that circled back above Yan Jie's head. What's going on? A large number of Luo Han in the middle of the fight, seeing this scene, their expressions all changed greatly. Yan Jiabao stared at Chen Yuning, and the thunder power contained in his eyes became more and more violent and terrifying. I told you, if you meddle, I'll kill you altogether. Chapter 21, Martial Arts Wizards. What kind of divine power is he practicing? The head of the Golden Light Monastery caught a glimpse of this horrifying scene out of the corner of his eye, and his heart was strongly shocked. Looking at the entire range of the mountain gate, it was as if it was covered by a heavenly calamity, and the pressure of that thunder rolling over the 10-mile radius of the earth was already covering the sky. Chen Yuning didn't retreat in any way. Her entire body set off an ancient vitality fluctuation, and the outline of a great tree in the sky gradually emerged from her pupils. Yan Jia, who was known for controlling the power of thunder, was just like his name. The earthly Yama, the catastrophe of heaven and earth. Chen Yuning had never taken him lightly, having fought a draw in the Emperor Star Heaven's Pride tournament many years ago. Years have passed since then, and even if there is no conviction of victory, there is no semblance of fear. Death Rap. Jade hand choking, reflecting the pupil emerald. Only to see a head full of black hair instantly turned into green. In an instant unlimited growth, each one became incomparably thick, transformed into an impenetrable vine willow, the tip of the blade while viciously stabbing, while winding toward Yanzhou. Yan Jie's eyes showed murderous intent as he raised his hand to draw the thunder to descend, causing a violent collision with Chen Yuning's technique on the spot. On the other side, the last of Yan Jie's party members, without any further ado, immediately took action against Shin Zuoyu and the other three A-class reincarnators. The Golden Light Temple was reduced to a battlefield, and the roar of supernatural arts and true qi resounded through the mountains and the earth. And the head of the hospital, witnessing this scene, was inwardly shocked beyond words. This group of people from the western region was truly incomparably powerful. When he saw Chen Yuning and Shin Zuoyu and the rest of the crowd, who had righteously chosen to take a stand against the Golden Light Temple, his eyes also revealed complexity. Several female monks, today my Golden Light Temple has been struck by a great calamity. I'm afraid I'm unable to return to heaven. Don't lose your lives here, leave quickly. The head of the courtyard began to retreat under Yu Yunchuan's strong attack and shouted towards Chen Yuning and Shin Zuoyu. In the middle of the line of sight, there were constantly Rohan dying. The thunderstorm that loomed overhead had transformed the entire Golden Light Temple into a purgatory thunder pool. The pagoda was bombarded, the formation was shaken, and when all the Luohan were killed by Ding Xiao, the end would be obvious by virtue of one person's strength against two powerful enemies. Chen Yuning didn't respond, still engaging Yan Jia in battle. Shin Zuoyu, on the other hand, retreated while starting to penetrate the Great Desolate Candle Dragon Finger. All sources of power in the world can be transformed from intangible to tangible, and even though I have never practiced true qi, as long as I rely on the power of the classic bloodline in my body, I can exert the same power of this move. Even if it's only 30 or 40%, it's just, where the hell are these acupuncture points? She looked anxious, and was still able to divide half of her mind to comprehend the technique under the attack of the powerful S-ranked reincarnator. She herself hadn't even realized that her own qualifications were already superior. Ahead, a muffled grunt came from the front. The head of the Golden Light Temple Academy was ultimately no match for Yu Yunxian and was knocked back a dozen meters away, spewing out crimson blood with a wow as he fell to the ground. His true qi was obviously disorganized, and his protective astral aura was also broken into pieces. Looking at Yu Yunxian, although he was similarly injured, having several ribs removed by the head of the Golden Light Temple's courtyard and his chest collapsed in many places, he was steadily gaining the upper hand. Little bald donkey, if I give you a few more decades to cultivate, I'm really not sure I'm a match for you. Yu Yunxian spat out a mouthful of blood foam, and when he saw the 2 pieces of broken teeth flying out, he couldn't help but be stunned for a long time, and then burst into a rage. This injury that nearly disfigured his face caused a more furious killing intent to rise in his eyes. Once again, he took a step and rushed out, bullying his way to kill. Chen Yuning sighed inwardly when she saw this scene. As a powerhouse in the top few hundred of the heavenly ranking, it was within her expectation that the head of the Golden Light Temple Academy would not be able to defeat Yu Yunxian. Within the Central Plains, only the late Celestial Realm could suppress an S-class reincarnator. Hesitating for a split second, she finally struck out, the huge rattan willow sweeping away, causing it to viciously whip her back when Yu Yunxian was completely unresponsive. Put! Yu Yunxian ate the pain, his spine seemed to have been drawn off, and blood splattered 7 feet away. Fighting me and you still dare to be distracted? A merciless voice rang out, and Yan Jia arrived in front of Chen Yuning with a swift stride. Thunder raged between his palms, and a palm blast caught Chen Yuning off guard. Although the rattan willow defense removed most of the power, it still shook her body wildly, and she fell back several steps one after another, her face instantly paling. The emerald light in his eyes dimmed a bit as a result. Withdraw! Chen Yuning let out a helpless low cry. Sure, you and the other 2 A-ranked reincarnators had long been unable to hold up against the S-rank's offense. At this moment, when they heard the order to retreat, they all glanced at the still fighting Luo Han with sad eyes. Wait, I seem to be getting close. Shen Zuoyu's eyes were red with anxiety, and his epiphany ability reached an unprecedented height. She had entered some sort of esoteric realm, and the bloodline power in her body was slowly flowing according to the trajectory of the great desolate candle dragon finger. Escape? Do you think you can escape? Yan Jia's eyes showed a cold light. He had always adhered to a principle. If you don't make a move, you won't be left alive. Over the years, the number of reincarnators who had died at his hands had long since been lost to memory. Even if he couldn't kill Chen Yuning, he would still send those 3 A ranks to the Yellow Springs. Since it is an obstacle to the world of reincarnation, it should be swept away. Thunder incarnation. Rumble. Yan Jiao used his body to attract thunder, his entire body transformed into thunder, unleashing an even more brutal and vicious attack on Chen Yuning. Move! Chen Yuning gritted her teeth and fought against it head-on. Shiryu, the 2 A-class reincarnators, looked pale and prepared to disengage from the battlefield. However, Yan Jia's 4th party member did not intend to let them go at all, and a hand of blood-colored bone claws continued to smash their magic treasures. It's a shame, I could have enjoyed myself if it wasn't for the boss's orders. He looked at Shiryu with regret, no longer having any pity. However, in the next moment, an indescribable thrill abruptly surfaced in his heart. At the same time, he saw Shen Zuoyu striding towards him. It was as if there was some kind of illusion and hallucination, as if he saw a mangy dragon with its icy cold single eye open behind Shen Zuoyu's back. Boom! The great desolate candle dragon finger shattered the sky and landed in front of him. Instantly blood and flesh burst, half of the body exploded, the entire Golden Light Temple seems to have an invisible dragon roar resounded, killing hostile air shocked all the people in the field creepy. Pairs of horrified gazes looked over as Yanjia's thunderstorm domain was torn open, and the black scale armor on Ding Shou's body was chipped off a large portion of it on the spot. Shiryu and the 2 of them were so scared that they couldn't move a muscle. Chen Yuning's heart was flooded with chills, staring blankly at Shen Zuoyu, whose face had lost all its blood color, whose source of strength in his body had been depleted, and who was gasping for air in large gulps. And the S-class reincarnator in front of her, who had been destroyed of all his defensive treasures and had half of his body blasted alive, was staring at her with bewildered eyes. The battlefield turned into a deathly silence. Yan Jiao seemed to be shocked, his expression frozen. Yu Yunxian and Ding Shou's breathing stopped abruptly, and the head of the Golden Light Temple courtyard, who was lying on the ground, looked at this scene with eyes full of incredulity. He was completely able to recognize that this was precisely the prototype of the great desolate candle dragon finger. Although it has not been mastered, it already has a shape, and in a short period of time it will penetrate some of the mysteries. Of this female cultivator, it is simply a martial arts wizard. The head of the Golden Light Temple lost his voice in shock and emotion. Chapter 22, the great disciple of the sect leader of the past life, Zhang Qingdao. Just when everyone was shocked by the great desolate candle dragon finger, The thunder domain that Yen Jiabo had exerted began to be constantly discovered by people from all sides of the outside world. A few kilometers away from the Golden Light Temple, outside the mountain, a group of reincarnators had similarly converged at this moment. They looked at the dense thunderclouds in the sky in front of them, feeling the terrifying power contained within. Their faces revealed fear. What a strong method of attracting thunder! I'm afraid this is the power of the heavenly ranking 100, Yanjiao. That's the direction of the Golden Light Temple. It also belongs to a clan that has been inherited for hundreds of years in the Central Plains. Yen Jia is worthy of being an S-ranked manslayer. This is all daring to kill the door, not afraid of being wanted by the righteous? Unfortunately, looking at this situation, the Golden Light Temple should be falling, a good 100-year-old sect, just like that it was destroyed by Yanjiao. It can't be helped, Yanjia has always acted in such a style. He belongs to the S-Class 100 after all, his strength is there. Let's go and have a look too, we might even pick up the pieces. The group was about to rush to the Golden Light Temple when they saw the space in front of them suddenly distort. Immediately after that, a green-shirted woman stepped out, and low pressure swept over everyone, who were instantly like enemies. Jiang Qingdao looked in the direction of the Golden Light Temple, pondering. She took out 2 scrolls from her arms and stretched them out to face the many reincarnators. This object, have you ever seen it? Following her master's instructions, she had been searching for many days, but had never found anyone with the items on the scroll. This is. One of the young reincarnators immediately showed awe on his face when he saw the scroll items. The crowd looked at each other in disbelief, obviously knowing to whom it belonged. No one dared respond, shaking their heads in unison. Jiang Qingdao calmly looked at this scene and did not force these people to inform the information. Between flicking his sleeves, he once again stepped into space and his silhouette disappeared. God Hunter Edition Barrett, Zombie King. This woman is actually looking for the criminal Wushuang team? Noticing that Jiang Qingdao's aura had disappeared, the many reincarnators felt relieved. That woman doesn't look more than 15 or 16 years old, and the pressure on her is making me gasp. The pattern on her clothes has a lotus flower, as if I've heard from someone before. This seems to be the flag emblem of the Middle Kingdom, a side of the devil cult? The reincarnators frowned tightly, and when they saw that the aftermath of the battle erupting over the Golden Light Temple suddenly tended to stop, they hastened to run to it without further delay. Inside the Golden Light Temple, the Yanjiao party members who had lost half of their bodies were no longer able to support themselves and slowly fell to the ground. He convulsed one after another, making ho-ho-ho sounds in his throat, but he could only spew out blood foam and couldn't say a word. The eyes, covered in blood, looked bone-deep at Yanjiao with bewilderment, panic, help, and not knowing what to do. Old 4. The strong visual impact created by this dying posture made everyone present forget to engage. Yu Yunchuan's pupils trembled, and he could not believe that the brothers who were usually with him in the world of reincarnation, and who were born to die, were now so close to death. And the person who caused this scene was actually that ordinary, unknown, a ranked reincarnator Shinzuoyu from the Kanglan department. What did you do? Ding Xiu's eyes showed horror as he stared dead at Shinzuoyu. The power of that move just now made him hear some sort of heaven and earth dragon roar. Turning around again, the oldest was a bloody mess. The black scale armor on his own body was also shattered quite a bit by the aftermath. Shinzuoyu's complexion was pale and his entire body was weak and powerless. She looked at her fallen and powerful foe with the same sense of wonder within her. The process of executing the Great Desolate Candle Dragon Finger was actually not smooth. It should have failed by all rights, and it actually caused such a frightening killing power? It seems that this journey to the Central Plains has allowed you, a small A rank, to obtain a chance that is completely mismatched to yourself. Yen Jia opened his mouth in a deep voice, his voice carrying a hint of dryness. His demeanor returned to normal, and a drop of cold sweat that had previously overflowed from his forehead slid down his face, unseen by outsiders. Let me guess, it wouldn't be S+3, would it? When these words fell, Yu Yunxian and Ding Xiu both had a rumbling sound in their heads as they looked at each other with disbelief. S+++ level secret? How is that possible? Shinzuoyu didn't respond in any way, and there was unyieldingness in his eyes. Yanjiao looked at her expression and was basically certain inside. Damn. Middle-earth even has this kind of chance, and it has been gotten by an A rank on the contrary. Yan Jiao appeared to have an unchanged expression, but in reality, his heart was turning over in shocking waves. Ever since he descended into the Central Plains, he had been burning and looting all the way, taking down 2 demonic sects and handily defeating a number of powerful enemies of the celestial realm. In total, he obtained 2 sets of S-rank techniques, dozens of A-rank techniques, in addition to centuries-old swords, rare herb seeds, and so on. Including the three brothers beside himself, it was equally rewarding. However, when Shin Zhuoyu executed the S+++ grade move, all the creations that the four had gotten on them were instantly eclipsed. Even 10S rank secret books, I'm afraid, would not be able to compare to the one that Shin Zhuoyu possessed. Where did you get it and where is it? Yen hijacking sound and color clear drink opening, his eyes only left Shin folding feather one person, around the body of the thunderstorm power violently increased dramatically. In any case, even if he paid an extremely heavy price today, he had to pry out the ins and outs about the S+++ secret book from Shin Zhuoyu's mouth. Hurry up and don't hesitate. Sensing the gradually frantic power fluctuations in Yen Jie's body, Shen Yuning became even more anxious inside. Sure, you and the two of them hurriedly picked up Shin Zhuoyu and prepared to escape. Yen Jiao detonated the surrounding thunder on the spot. The arc of electricity burst in all directions in an instant, hitting Shiryu. Two people stifled grunts. Shin Zhuoyu's whole body is even bound by thunder. However, at this moment, Yen Jia seemed to sense something and jerked his head up to look at the top of the treasure pavilion. A green-shirted figure was silently stationed on the eaves of the house, and Zhang Qingdao couldn't help but let out a soft eep as she followed Yen Jiao's gaze. She was slightly surprised that Yen Jiao was able to discover herself. If you want to know where the Great Desolate Candle Finger is, this girl can give you an answer. Zhang Qingdao opened her mouth blandly, and her voice spread out, drawing the attention of everyone in the room. It was then that Shen Yuning realized that since an unknown time, a strange woman had appeared within the Golden Light Temple. What are you? Yen Jiabao's thunder eyes were deep. Naturally, he had detected a strong sense of crisis on Zhang Qingdao, that brought him a strong sense of crisis. The great disciple under the past life sect master, Zhang Qingdao. She looked down at Yen Jia, her eyes indifferent as if she was looking at a mole. Master of the living god? Yen Jiao frowned, vaguely seeming to have heard of some demonic sects that had spoken of this person's name, but hadn't put it on his mind at the time. About the Great Desolate Candle Finger, do you know where it is? Zhang Qingdao gently raised her hand, revealing her index finger. In an instant, Yen Jia's pupils drastically condensed and his body's sweaty hairs exploded. Isn't that right? Chapter 23: A Great Uproar, S-Class Reincarnator Murdered. Zhang Qingdao smiled faintly. As the index finger fell, the entire Golden Light Temple was plunged into an indescribable heaven and earth pressure. Even more, within everyone's sight, wild sand swept across the sky, and the top of the dome of the sky condensed a 1,000-foot dragon silhouette. The dragon's power is vast, the dragon's pupil is majestic, exuding the dominance of looking down on the earth, and there is even a dragon's roar that resounds through the world, which directly calls for Yen Jiao's ears to explode, and instantly spurts blood from all 7 orifices. His face showed great horror, and a strong crisis of death enveloped his heart. Before there was any time to make any movements, a mountainous and terrifying force descended from the sky. It instantly shattered his thunder power and disintegrated the thunder domain. Boss! Yu Yunxian let out a terrified scream. Help me! Ding Xiu similarly hissed mournfully. The two men's entire bodies collapsed inch by inch, and blood mist erupted. Even the black scale armor was completely unable to counteract this destructive power. Yen Jia was terrified. His vision was covered by the shadow of a 1,000-foot dragon, and he was as small as a grain of dust. This unprecedented power overturned his perception of the Middle Kingdom. Beyond the celestial. Her strength is far above mine. This must be beyond the celestial realm. Run, 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 run. Yen Jia was bilious and horrified, using his thunder incarnation as a price to withstand the power of the Great Desolate Candle Dragon Finger, while he himself fled frantically towards the outside of the Golden Light Temple's mountain gates. However, the thunder incarnation only lasted for 2 breaths before it was blasted into arc fragments. He suffered a heavy blow once again, and with a wow sound, he spurted out blood and fled without looking back. Boss! The sound of Yu Yunxuan's desperate screams continued to ring out, but he could only watch as Yen Jia left in a sorry state. The destructive power from the Great Desolate Candle Dragon Finger eventually crushed him alive into a bloody mist. Outside the Golden Light Temple, a group of reincarnators looked with shocked eyes at the 1,000-foot giant dragon silhouette floating in the sky above the dome. What a terrifying aura! Is the head of the Golden Light Temple so strong? No, this shadow is filled with demonic aura. It's categorically not the head of the Golden Light Temple, and the head of the Golden Light Temple is only in the middle stage of the celestial realm. This aura is obviously not right. Hiss, who exactly is Yen Jia fighting? In the end, it's the 100 strongest players in the heavenly ranking, always playing only high-end games. It's simply a model for our generation. Exclamations rose and fell as the many reincarnators rose in awe of Yen Jia's powerful strength, as well as his domineering demeanor. However, as soon as the words left their mouths, they were shocked to see a figure with a cloaked head, eyes covered with blood, and a terrified look, as if it were a lost dog, frantically fleeing for its life and running out. As he ran, he let out a heartless scream, "Aya! Past life sect! Great disciple! So strong! So strong! Dead! They're all dead!" Such a scene caused all the reincarnators at the foot of the mountain to briefly fall into a dead silence. They stared dumbfounded at the figure fleeing for its life and leaving, and for a moment they didn't seem to react. "That crazy person just now, is it Yan Jiao? I see it's him. How did he get beaten up like that? Only Yan Jiao was the only one who ran out. Doesn't that mean there were 3 heaven-ranking powerhouses that died in the Golden Light Temple? The past life sect. I remember, the woman wearing the lotus pattern earlier was from the past life sect." The crowd looked at each other in disbelief, and as they sucked in cool air, they all saw disbelief and trepidation in each other's eyes. What level of Central Plains powerhouse could kill 3 S-rank reincarnators at the same time, and also beat Yan Jia, who was ranked in the top 100 of the S-rank heavenly ranking, into insanity? "Hurry up, it's not a good place to stay." The crowd retreated like locusts and left in a hurry. And inside the Golden Light Temple, Jiang Qingdao had already fallen from the eaves of the treasure pavilion, coldly gazing at the heavily injured head of the courtyard. "Master granted you the secret book, it's just as well that you don't learn it. Why would you give it to someone else?" The head of the Golden Light Temple Academy opened his mouth resentfully. "The sect master's demonic power is in some conflict with the poor monk's cultivation, so the poor monk can't step into the devil's path. As for what you said about giving it to someone else, if this female practitioner is a martial arts prodigy, then that would be considered a beautiful thing to do." He rose with difficulty, supported by the Rowan. Facing Jiang Qingdao's questioning, instead of getting angry, he compensated with a smile and was even more grateful inside. If Jiang Qingdao hadn't arrived, his Golden Light Temple would have been considered planted today. As these words fell, Jiang Qingdao couldn't help but look at Shen Zuoyu. A few people's bodies suddenly tensed up, not daring to move a muscle. This person in front of me is a great disciple of the past life sect. Looking at the blood and bones on the ground, there were precisely 3 of them belonging to S-class reincarnators. The true power of the great desolate candle dragon finger, exerted in Jiang Qingdao's hands, allowed them to see the terrifying nature of this set of demonic skills. At the same time, a few people were also surprised by Jiang Qingdao's realm strength. Just as Yan Jiao's words before he fled, it seemed like she had surpassed the celestial realm? But isn't the end of cultivation in the Middle Kingdom the celestial realm? They had never heard before that there was a cultivation realm above the celestial realm. With a few gurgles, they gulped down their saliva, their minds incomparably tense, and Chen Yuning was no exception. Rather a buildable one. Jiang Qingdao paused, naturally discovered that Shen Zuoyu's talent qualification was superior, and in a short period of time he was able to penetrate some of the mysteries, and was considered to be related to the Devil's Sect. Besides, she had watched for a long time, and this line wasn't bad. Her face eased for a minute, followed by 2 more scrolls from her arms. "Do you guys recognize these?" Chen Yuning's gaze was slightly stunned as she nodded with a stony expression. "In our part of the world, these 2 items are only possessed by extremely powerful figures." "What's the name?" "The leader is called Criminal Wushwang." "Do you know where the people are?" "They are erratic and difficult to track." Jiang Qingdao was silent for a while, staring at Chen Yuning with a scrutinizing gaze until, from her face, there was no concealment or lies seen before she put the scroll away. The head of the Golden Light Temple's hospital came forward, his tone complex, arching his hand and speaking, "All female monks, today the Golden Light Temple was able to avoid the catastrophe thanks to your righteous help. The poor monk doesn't know how to repay. Amongst this treasure pavilion, there is a record of this temple's secret inheritance over the past 300 years, so you may view and copy as you please. Naturally, it's not as good as our temple's prajna divine power, but it's still a small token of the poor monk's gratitude to you." Earlier, it was a barter, and the value of the 3 holy relics had already surpassed the prajna divine power in his eyes. At this moment, unconditionally allowing Chen Yuning and Shen Zuoyu and the others to view all the secret books and treasures was an expression of gratitude. As the words fell, several people's expressions revealed surprise. This was considered a windfall. Even if he couldn't find S-ranked feats, a large number of ranks would add to the grading score of this reincarnation world. What's more, they enhanced their strength. "Thank you, head of the academy." Chen Yuning gratefully opened her mouth. Under hesitation and with caution, he turned to Jiang Qingdao and asked the doubts in his heart. Elder Jiang, just now I saw your strength, it seems to have exceeded the celestial realm, can you tell me what level that is? This question was the same confusion in the hearts of Shinzuoyu and Shiryu's several people. Jiang Qingdao responded unhurriedly, this is the martial king realm, is the master's father broke through the celestial perfect, enlightenment and create the law and out, not a day later will be the complete cultivation system, announced the Central Plains Earth. The martial king realm? When several people heard this, they looked at each other, and their hearts and minds all rippled tremendously. Chapter 24 Reincarnation Hall Briefing, Temporary Mission. 3 days later, Yen Dynasty. As one of the oldest dynasties in the Central Plains, the Yen Dynasty had a long history of inheritance and had given birth to a number of brilliant rulers, as well as royal bloodlines with superior qualifications. The overall heritage was very strong, and outsiders rumored to be sitting on hundreds of great masters and 3 great late-stage celestial realm powerhouses. Among them, the most extremely prestigious was none other than the Yen Dynasty's imperial uncle, Yen Jinyan. In the historical records, this royal uncle ancestor had supported 2 emperors and had laid down 3,000 miles of mountains and rivers for the Yen Dynasty, totaling more than 200 cities. 30 years ago, he had even had a number of competitions with Wang Xianran, the head of the righteous path in the Central Plains, and had received very high evaluation from the other side. At this very moment, it was within the Forbidden Land at the back of the Yen Dynasty. Yen Jinyan sat cross-legged, his complexion pale, the remnants of blood hanging from the corners of his mouth, his eyes lowered as he looked at the line of people in front of him. The leader of the group was dressed in white, and his appearance was quite like that of a gentleman. However, in the position beside him, there was a monster with a bizarre shape, scarlet eyes, and thick fangs growing from the corners of its mouth, and the fluctuations emanating from its body carried an eerie aura. The rest of them, 8 in all, were dressed up in different ways. But without exception, they were all strong people he had never seen before. I lost. After recovering some of his vitality, Yen Jinyan spat out a sentence. He tossed an ancient book to the man in white and then closed his eyes. This group of people were still quite polite. From start to finish, only the man in white fought with him, and the remaining 8 people, including that monster, did not intervene in the slightest. But even so, he was still undefeated. The Yen Dynasty's imperial phase kung fu is indeed worthy of its name. Criminal Wuxuan uploaded the ancient book to the Palace of Reincarnation and quickly received feedback. Heck, it's S+. Who the hell are you people? Since a month's time, the Middle Kingdom has been stirred up by you. When will you stop? Yen Jinyan spoke in a deep voice. Criminal Wuxuan led a group of people to break into his retreat sanctuary, a process that had not alerted a single soldier or pawn of the palace. At this moment, the little emperor was still having his meal in the imperial garden, not knowing at all that the imperial phase gong had been acquired by outsiders. I have not killed you, but only for the sake of the 10 million subjects of the Yen Dynasty, who will live in stability in the future. I can only ask you next, not you asking me, got it? Criminal Wuxuan calmly looked at Yen Jinyan, who then fell silent. Subsequently, Criminal Wuxuan took out a piece of information from his arms, and on it was clearly the Reincarnation Hall's beheading list. Master of the Withered Bone Sect, where is he now? Upon hearing this name, Yen Jinyan opened his eyes instantly, and some of his questions ended up being held back. Honestly answered, he may have escaped from the Middle Kingdom, or he may be dead. What makes you say that? Criminal Wuxuan's eyes were calm. 10 years ago, old devil Withered Bones had just come out of the gate and killed 2 of the disciples under the master of the Past Life Sect, and was then sentenced to a crusade by 100,000 sect members of the Past Life Sect. Withered Bones Sect fell, 100 years of inheritance was overturned in one day, full of devils were slaughtered, the old devil of Withered Bone escaped, one escaped for 10 years, so far nowhere to be seen and heard. Yen Jinyan spilled out the information he knew in droves. Hearing this, Criminal Wuxuan narrowed his eyes. He had already heard this person with the name Past Life Sect Master more than once, in the mouths of various forces in the Central Plains. I didn't expect that just inquiring about the whereabouts of the old demon of the Withered Bones would actually have something to do with the sect leader of the past life again. Who is this man? He had learned that the leader of the righteous path in the Central Plains today was Wang Xianran. And within the Devil's Sect is the Past Life Sect leader. It's this Past Life Sect master again, is he strong? Beside Criminal Wuxuan, a young man with a large sniper on his shoulder spoke with a cold smile at the corner of his mouth. It's not very strong, the district is only the first in the world. Yen Jinyan's eyes flickered slightly as he looked towards the young man. Number 1 in the world? There were once similar people who said so, but they all ended up dying under my great sniper. The smile on the young man's lips grew even wider. There was no strong enemy that could not be solved by a single round of Barrett, and if there was, then two. This has always been his supreme philosophy. Compared to Wang Xianran, who was stronger or weaker? Criminal Wu Shuang suddenly asked. It's been said that it's the number one in the world, do you still need to ask? Yan Jinyan replies. Upon hearing this, Criminal Wu Shuang put away the beheading list with a breezy demeanor. I'll show you with my actions that being number one in the world is only your ceiling in the Central Plains, not mine. He led the team of reincarnators and left with a slow pace. Leaving Yan Jinyan behind, he silently looked at the scene. Outside the Forbidden Land, a man suddenly arrived speeding from the sky. Brother Criminal, there's a new situation. The visitor was none other than the 10th member of the party, playing the role of a scout for information. Take your time. Something big has happened. It seems that a reincarnator has died, and it's also 3S ranks, all belonging to those on the heavenly ranking. As these words fell, Criminal Wu Shuang's footsteps lurched, and all the members showed surprise. It's very common for reincarnators to die in body, but it's not right to die in S rank, plus it's still an S rank on the heavenly ranking. What's going on? Criminal Wu Shuang asked with a frown. I've inquired about the 3S classes that died, all of whom were partisans of Yen Jia, and there was a big battle that broke out at the Golden Light Temple 3 days ago, which many reincarnators witnessed with their own eyes. It is said that only Yen Jiao escaped alone, and is still crazy. His spirit vaguely suffered a huge blow, and currently lost his whereabouts, and can't find where anyone is. The speaker trembles, the hearer is shocked. Criminal Wu Shuang also looked shaken as he questioned, are you sure the news is true? 1,000 times over. Yen Jia belonged to the heavenly ranking 100, and the 3 party members beside him were likewise of very impressive strength. 1 crazy, 3 dead. What level of powerhouse could destroy such a powerful team? Isn't the Golden Light Temple a sect that only sits at the mid-celestial realm? The members looked at each other, puzzled. The one who struck out at Yen Jia was not someone from the Golden Light Temple, but rather the great disciple of the past life sect master, a young woman named Zhang Qingdao. Brother Criminal, in my opinion, there is something wrong with this Central Plains. Should we properly investigate this past life sect master? The scout suggested that the situation at hand was completely beyond expectation. The disintegration of Yen Jiao's team had proved that the only thing the Central Plains feared was a big boss. And this big boss is pointing to the devil's sect of the living sect, the contemporary sect master. A great disciple was able to kill 3 heavenly ranking S-classes, so what level of strength must the master teacher be? Check, just check from the Yen Dynasty history books. Criminal Wu Shuang had never been a reckless person, and his tone carried a heavy weight as he looked out of the mountain at the huge imperial palace. The scout immediately prepared to go forward, but he saw the reincarnation hall text description suddenly appear before his eyes. At the same time, Criminal Wu Shuang, including the rest of the members, and even those who had descended on the Central Plains, all the reincarnators. An interim bulletin appeared in front of all eyes. Please note that some of you have already found S+++ rank secrets. The level of the Middle Kingdom Reincarnation World class is currently changed to no less than S-class 7 stars. Temporary mission, investigate the life history and behavior of the past life sect master. The text was clearly revealed, and a storm instantly blew among all the reincarnators. An S++ grade secret book? Who found this? I thought my S+ was already considered the biggest gain, and there's even a triple value? The reincarnation hall's message undoubtedly stirred up 1,000 waves, triggering a commotion among the team members. Criminal Wu Shuang's gaze also slightly stagnated, and his always calm heart was finally flooded with waves. Who was the master of the past life sect that the Palace of Reincarnation would personally come down and want to investigate all life experiences? Chapter 25 Ning Qingxian announces the path of cultivation, above the celestials. Before coming to the Middle Earth, I remember the Violet Star Lord saying to me that the time of this world, which differs greatly from the Cosmic Union, is far greater than that of other reincarnation worlds. The Palace of Reincarnation issued a notification just now, but in reality, regarding the secret S++ rank techniques, it was likely found by whoever it was 3 days ago, or a week ago, or even a month ago. Criminal Wu Shuang spoke in a deep voice, and the members of the team looked at each other and quickly understood what he meant. As long as they uploaded any secret techniques, herb seeds, and so on, the power of the reincarnation hall that covered them would immediately transmit back to the 3 main gods' wills after completing their appraisal and recording. However, due to the difference in the flow of time, a certain time difference is created. The reincarnation hall side had just received the news and immediately issued a temporary mission, while in their case, it was equivalent to being many days late. In this way, it became incredibly difficult to follow the clues and find out who, exactly, had discovered the S+++ ranked gongfu. I reckon that this gong method is related to the past life sect master. The scout spoke with certainty. The reincarnation hall would not let them investigate the past life sect master for no reason. There must be some connection between the two, perhaps it is that gong method. Criminal Wushwang nodded, inwardly guessing the same. Finish the interim mission first. Without further delay, the group ran towards the Yen dynasty's palace. Looking in all directions of the central plains, all the reincarnators were trying to fulfill the temporary mission of the reincarnation hall through their own means. Moments later, the scouts found the most recent Yen dynasty historical record. The members of the criminal Wushwang team were all gathered together, and all of their faces were grave. Past life sect master, no one knows the real name, born in poverty, there are young close friends called it Ning 13. At the age of 5 years old, he revealed his amazing talent and qualifications, read the 4 books and 5 sutras of the Central Plains, and when he first came into contact with martial arts, he cultivated the great perfection of body refinement and mastered the 18 martial arts of the Central Plains in a short period of 3 months. At the age of 6, he observed the spirit turtle spitting, and 3 days later, he created his own turtle breath technique, which was discovered by the left and right venerable members of the past life sect, so he brought it back to the past life sect for intensive cultivation. 2 years later, the Central Plains Ancient Ruins Heaven's Pride competition opens, with participants including the Yen dynasty's Grand Prince, the Golden Light Temple's Buddha's son, the Qing Yinguan's Taoist son, the Qianyang sect's young master, and the Rakshasa sect's holy daughter. Totaling more than 100 young heavenly prides. Ning 13 became famous in one battle. At only 8 years old, he was already in the Zhongshu realm, sweeping away all the heavenly prides of the 3 religions, 9 clans, and 16 countries, stirring up the Central Plains and beyond. Thereafter enter the ancient ruins to observe the creation of the stone monument and renew a total of 9 articles of the Bodhi divine skills of the current world. Because it was too obscure and difficult to understand, no one had penetrated it by half, and it was mistakenly regarded as a trick to show off one's talent, triggering the forces of the Central Plains to make a mockery of it. Ran, the last generation of heavenly pride of the head of Wang Xian ran 4 years later out of customs, and then into the ancient relics, actually penetrate the continuation of the chapter of half a chapter, a move to kill the phaseless demon emperor, shaking the land of the Central Plains, and thus laying the foundation of the righteousness of the leader of the position. The scout paused suddenly as he spoke. The entire book pavilion showed a dead silence. All the team members seemed to be deeply shocked. They glanced at each other, and all of them saw the absurdity and strangeness in each other's eyes. At the age of 5, he created his own turtle breath kung fu. At the age of 8, he became a grandmaster, and continued to write a total of 9 articles of the divine kung fu, which no one in the world could penetrate, but only Wang Xianran realized half a chapter, and based on this, he laid the foundation for the position of the head of the righteousness of the Tao. This Ning 13, is he still human? Read on. Criminal Wushwang took a deep breath and suppressed the agitation within, trying his best to keep himself calm. Unbeknownst to him, his voice had become unstoppable, bringing a tremor to it. The scout swallowed a mouthful of saliva with difficulty. After a few more years, the old sect master of the past life sect passed away, and Ning 13 was elected by the entire sect to take up the position, becoming the 4th sect master of the past life sect. Under his leadership, the past life sect ushered in the ultimate splendor, with the sect's reserves growing, strong people springing up like bamboo, and things getting out of hand. Coinciding with the imminent death of Emperor Taizu of the Yin dynasty, he was deeply disturbed by the growth of the past life sect and secretly united all the dynasties in the Central Plains with the intention of curbing the power of the past life sect and taking the life of Ning 13. In the year 1365 of the Central Plains new calendar, on Ning 13's 20th birthday, the 16 nations raised their armies to invade the past life sect, deploying millions of troops totaling more than 50 renowned celestial realm experts. On that day, when dark clouds covered the sky above the past life sect, there was a sword that extended over a distance of 10,000 feet, shattering the long sky for infinity, spanning 1,000,000 armies, 50 celestial experts, and instantly killing the Emperor Taizu. The lords of the 16 kingdoms were horrified at the sound of their voices, and their million-strong armies, with 50 celestial masters, before they came to the door of the mountain of the past life sect, collapsed in front of the court, fleeing like locusts retreating and dispersing. The world shook, and the people rebuked the Emperor Taizu for causing trouble for no reason, but after this incident, they did not see the church of the past life conquering an inch of the mountains and rivers. Wang Xianran learned of this and lamented that Ning 13 had become number 1 in the world, and that this was indisputable in the Central Plains. The scout closed the history book, his face already pale. The records of the history books, that's all for now. In recent years Ning 13 hadn't made any other moves, except for the withered bone sect master. Upload the information. Criminal Wushwang was silent for a long time and finally spoke. He glanced at the members of the team around him and noticed that their looks had inexplicably become subtle. There was marvel, there was awe, and among them there were even those who were ashamed of themselves. "What's wrong with you guys? A mere historical record has scared you?" Criminal Wushwang tried to raise the morale. Only the scout said in a complicated tone, "We have been to quite a few reincarnation worlds and have seen many powerful people, those who are evil, those who are good, and those who are both good and evil. But this past life sect leader, I can't even describe him in words. It's even more difficult for me to see what kind of person he is through words. This kind of pattern is not something I can understand." The people looked at each other and felt something. Targeting Ning 13 himself personally, Ning 13 didn't care. But just by killing the two disciples under his seat, he went so far as to slaughter everyone in someone else's withered bone sect. A sword extending 10,000 feet away, taking the life of his Emperor Taizu in the midst of millions of troops. What kind of scene is this? Only the young man who had previously carried a large sniper on his shoulder tried to visualize the picture recorded in the history books, but could not. Since the mission has been completed, there is no need to delve deeper into this. The immediate priority is to immediately head to this place called Ancient Ruins. I'm afraid it won't be long before the other reincarnators flock to the city. Criminal Wushwang's words diverted the attention of the crowd. From the history books, this ancient relic was clearly by far the most created place in the Central Plains. Whether it's open to them or not, it needs to be explored. The crowd no longer delayed, and immediately beat their heads against the wall, but they saw that at this moment, beyond the sky of the Imperial Palace, a flood of heavenly sounds suddenly rang out. By order of the Master of the Past Life Sect, with immediate effect, the path of cultivation above the Celestials is announced, and everyone in the Central Plains can cultivate, with the Yin dynasty having a share in it as well. The sound of heaven resounded, reverberating inside and outside the palace. Imperial Uncle Ancestor Yen Jinyan, who was healing his wounds in the forbidden area in the back of the mountain, opened his eyes violently. Chapter 26, My humble servant, Shinzuoyu, seeks an audience with sect leader of the past life. On the other hand, the Golden Light Temple. What happened after that? Did the old devil of the withered bones find it? Shinzuoyu and Shen Yuning, among others, sat cross-legged on their futons, eagerly awaiting the head of the courtyard's reply. Immediately after the reincarnation hall issued the temporary mission, they pulled up the head of the courtyard and asked him to recount the events of their young acquaintance with the past life sect master. It was no exaggeration to say that this temporary mission was simply tailor-made for them, and it could be said to have a unique advantage of bearing the sky. The poor monk is indeed not too clear about the aftermath, and there has not yet been any news from the Central Plains as to whether or not the withered bone old devil has been found. The head of the Golden Light Temple shook his head. Shin Folding Yu and Shen Yuning were greatly disappointed. If they could learn the results, they might be able to add points to their temporary assignment. In the past few days, with the permission of the head of the house, they had turned the Golden Light Temple's hidden scriptures upside down. It can be said that the harvest is extremely rich, a total of 11 Gongfu secret books, treasure dictionary, spitting method total dozens of books. There were also a large number of medicinal herb treasures that could be quickly distinguished, searching for rare medicinal herb seeds, as well as the directory records of many divine weapons, and so on, until the temporary task was released, and only then did it stop. The withered bone old devil is dead. At that moment, a cold voice suddenly came from behind. A few people turned around, and it was none other than Zhang Qingdao. He was killed and thwarted by the master himself. Zhang Qingdao's tone was tinged with hatred, still unable to let go of the deaths of her two senior brothers back then. When was this? The head of the Golden Light Monastery looked very surprised. Shen Zuoyuan. Di Chen Yuning, on the other hand, hurriedly recorded. Nothing to do with you. Zhang Qingdao responded coldly, then tossed him a thick bamboo slip. It is? A complete pathway to the Martial King realm cultivation. As these words fell, Shen Fuyu and Shen Yuning's movements stalled. The head of the Golden Light Temple's courtyard was even more visibly shaken, incredulously saying, "Poor monk thought that you were just talking. The sect master is really willing to pass on the Martial King realm cultivation pathway to the Golden Light Temple?" Zhang Qingdao impatiently said, "Not only you, Golden Light Temple, he has already dispatched many experts in the sect to spread the cultivation path to all the forces in the Central Plains." Why? The head of the house was extremely puzzled. Zhang Qingdao paused and then replied, "I don't understand it either, but that's what Master Teacher did." In her mind, she recalled what her master had once said to her about the secrets of the ancient ruins. But the situation was not elaborated upon by her. The head of the house was silent, and soon his eyes were moist. The sect leader has a big heart, a big heart. Saying that, he gently stroked the bamboo slips as if they were treasures. This scene watched Shen Zuoyu and Chen Yuning's gazes flaming. Can we also cultivate? Jiang Qingmai frowned. Your cultivation system is very different from the Central Plains. How do you cultivate? The two of them hurriedly replied, we can bring it back so that those who are willing can start practicing from the beginning. As the words fell, Jiang Qingdao hesitated for a moment. She had only received permission to pass on the cultivation path to the Golden Light Temple, and had not received permission for outsiders. I can't make a decision on this matter, and I hope you, Baldy, don't make one of your own. Shen Zuoyu and Chen Yuning immediately revealed expressions of regret, but then they saw Jiang Qingmai's words turn again. But I can take you to the cult of the living. She looked at Shen Zuoyu, perhaps because Shen Zuoyu had comprehended the great desolate candle dragon finger, and had the idea of pulling the plug on a potential demon sect member. Really? The two were wide-eyed. The unexpected joy had come too suddenly. When the head of the Golden Light Monastery saw this, he couldn't help but smile. After experiencing life and death together, he had long considered the two as friends. Departure. Jiang Qingdao turned around and left the attic. By the way, I haven't yet asked the past life sect master for his name. How should I address him? Shen Zuoyu asked at this time. You are outsiders, just call yourselves sect leader Ning. Surname Ning? Why, what's the problem? It's okay, I just know a guy named Ning, who is also a big shot. A smile spread out on Shen Zuoyu's face, and Jiang Qingdao oddly glanced back. That smile was quite sweet. For many days, the preaching of the past life sect could be seen everywhere in the Central Plains. The Martial King Realm cultivation pathway was like a flat thunderstorm that exploded among the 8 forces. It was more like a bright light, giving the late celestial realm powerhouses the goal and direction to continue their cultivation. For a moment, the Central Plains were agitated, and the same gave all the reincarnators an unprecedented shock. Being within the Church of the Wayward Riverside Courtyard, Ning Qingxian listened to the horseman's report. In 3 days' time, 800 congregations have already completed their instructions, covering more than 60% of the sectarian forces in the Central Plains, and the remainder are farther away, so they will be completed in about 7 days. There have been no rejects, nor has anyone refuted the authenticity of the Martial King realm. The horseman reported truthfully, doubts naturally existing within him, but he knew what to ask and what not to ask. There must be a reason for the bishop's actions. Those outsiders, any new movements? Reporting to the sect master, the strongest of the outsiders has been identified, named Criminal Wushuang, who hasn't shown up for many days, and the many other outsiders, who have also stopped their killing behavior. However, according to sources in the Central Plains, the outsiders seem to be investigating the sect leader. Ning Qingxian was slightly taken aback, not really expecting this outcome. Could it be that he was on the reincarnation hall's beheading list? There's one more thing. Hallmaster Jiang returned to the sect right away. She brought a few outsiders with her, and one of them penetrated the great desolate candle finger of the sect master. According to Hallmaster Jiang, I asked the sect leader to see if she is a viable talent. Ning Qingxian nodded. Since it was Lightning Dance's idea, there's no harm in bringing it over to take a look. The horseman then led the way. The courtyard fell silent once more, and Ning Qingxian rose to look out over the mountain at the view of the plains beyond the miles, the peaks of his brows carrying an imperceptible hint of faint apprehension. 75 years left. He knew in his heart that the biggest problem in the Central Plains wasn't the reincarnators, but the ancient ruins. Back then, he stepped into an ancient relic and discovered a shocking hidden secret that no one knew about from the stone tablet Bodhi divine skill. Since then, he has been determined to make the Middle Kingdom, the upper world. Years have passed and the first results are visible. Jiang Qingdao shattered the shackles of the celestial realm and successfully stepped into the Martial King realm through the cultivation pathway she created. This meant that his cultivation path was completely viable. One day, I will make the Central Plains land full of strong people like dogs, and martial kings everywhere. Ning Qingxian muttered, looking out over the 10,000 miles of plains, nearly half of the Central Plains in full view. Suddenly, several figures appeared in the distance, arriving by stepping into the air and speeding. Ning Qingxian recognized the person in the lead as his eldest disciple, Jiang Qingdao. But immediately behind it, there was actually an incredibly familiar face. This. His eyes were stunned, his heart was beating wildly, and his breathing was messed up on the spot. It didn't take long for the figure to arrive under the mountain gate of the past life sect and stop there. Senior Chen Yuning, I seek an audience with Lord Master of the past life sect. Late Senior Shin Folding Feather, I seek an audience with Lord Master of the past life sect. Shin Zuoyu looked up at the 3000 Zhang peak, his heart restless. Chapter 27. That S-class bloodline that stirred up the Imperial Star, is it your husband's? Requesting for follow-up reading. How could Ning Qingxian not have expected that amongst the ranks of this batch of reincarnators, there would actually be Shin Zuoyu? Wasn't she in Jiangnan City taking care of her daily business? How come she had set foot in the Central Plains together with many S-class reincarnators? From the four guardians, the horseman's investigation and the information we've been told so far, most of the reincarnators who had set foot in the Central Plains belonged to the S-class. This was completely beyond Jiangnan City, and even more beyond the scope of Kanglan Star's heritage. With only Shin Zuoyu's A-class reincarnator's level of strength, it was impossible to touch the S-class ranks. He felt puzzled inwardly, and at the moment looked down at the mountain gate, totaling 4 reincarnates, facing the pious yet apprehensive picture. After a long moment's hesitation, he replied, "For what purpose have you come?" The majestic true chi spread out, and heavenly sounds resounded from the 3000 Zhang peak, revealing a faint invisible majesty. I only saw Chen Yuning take a deep breath and pleaded, "I have heard of the name of the sect leader, who is preaching the Tao and teaching the Dharma in the Central Plains, and I have come here today to ask the sect leader to grant the complete martial king cultivation pathway." Shin Zuoyu didn't dare to speak again from the side. Even with the relationship of the head of the Golden Light Temple Academy and the help of the noble Jiang Qingdao, he was afraid that if he said a wrong word, he would offend the sect master and face a great calamity of life and death. What's more, ever since she arrived at the mountain gate of the past life sect, she had noticed a large number of gazes falling on her. Those were all top-tier powerhouses of the past life sect, existences that she couldn't peer into and see. She wouldn't even have the slightest doubt that if there was a disrespectful word, or movement, etc., heads might roll. This invisible and immense oppressive force caused sweat to overflow from her forehead. There was a moment of silence on the 3000-digit peak, and several people's minds were very tense. Jiang Qingdao walked up at this time, arched her hand and spoke, "Master, these girls' qualifications are quite good, and Sister Folding Feather is even destined to be with my past life sect, and has already preliminarily penetrated the great desolate candle dragon finger. And they had been in the Golden Light Temple, helped the head of the house to fight against the outsiders. Thanks to them, otherwise the head of the house life is in danger." Seeing this scene, Chen Yuning and Shin Zuoyu, several people, all revealed a grateful gaze. Ning Qingxian was instantly surprised in his heart that it was his wife who had learned his demonic skills. Granted. The sound of heaven finally came from the 3000-digit peak. After hearing the sound fall, a few people looked at each other and were ecstatic. Seemingly not expecting the process to go so smoothly, the stone in Jiang Qingdao's heart also fell. Looking at Shin Zuoyu and Chen Yuning, her always cold face brought up a hint of a smile. "Thank you, prelate." Several people bowed down and shouted out, including Shiryu, the 2 A-class reincarnators. "Light dance, take them to the Forest of Enlightenment." Yes. Jiang Qingdao led a few people and headed to the Wudao Forest, a remote peak in the sect. She understood what her master meant. The Forest of Enlightenment had always been a place of retreat for the congregation of the past life sect, one of the places where the spiritual chi of heaven and earth was the most intense. Since the master had allowed Shin Zuoyu and Chen Yuning to go to the Forest of Enlightenment, it meant that the master had already acquiesced to them, or at some point in the future, becoming part of the past life sect. Ning Qingxian quietly looked at the scene, his face rather odd. The reincarnator worshipping a master, worshipping him? According to the preconceived notions in his mind, that so-called criminal Wushwang should have been the first person to come to him, only taking the approach of robbing. At this moment in the Forest of Enlightenment, Shin Folding Yu and Chen Yuning chatted while copying the complete cultivation pathway. "I thought that the process of seeking the Dharma would be thorny and bumpy, but I really didn't expect it to go so smoothly. This sect leader Ning isn't quite the same as I imagined yet, and hasn't ostracized us outsiders." Chen Yuning opened her mouth with emotion. After all, the past life sect was the #1 sect in the Central Plains, or a demonic sect. Even with Jiang Qingdao's introduction, coming here today was a gamble. Lightly blown away, but unpredictable. In my opinion, sect leader Ning should be sparing of talent. He must have seen your potential. After all, you have penetrated the demonic technique he created in such a short period of time. Shin Zuoyu listened and shook his head. It's the past life sect master who has a heart for the living and a heart for justice, and doesn't mind that we are outsiders. And looking at his style of behavior, he is not a devil who kills innocents indiscriminately, like an ancestor who creates the law and preaches the way. Chen Yuning was dumbfounded and laughed. That's right. The two looked at each other with great joy. Although it was impossible to know what kind of evaluation this cultivation pathway of the martial king realm would receive from the Palace of Reincarnation, However, after being transcribed and uploaded jointly by them, they become joint merit holders of this set of cultivation pathways, thus bringing in huge profits. The premise is that it needs to be uploaded before the other reincarnations are uploaded. By the way, I haven't asked before, how did you get the Kanglan Stars quota when you're only at the A rank level? Shen Yuning asked the question that had been in her heart. There was only one spot on Kanglan Star that could set foot in the Central Plains, and that spot deserved to go to an S-ranked reincarnator. Moreover, the S-class of Kanglan Star is still very small, so how can it not fall on Shin Zuoyu's head? Probably because of my husband. Shin Zuoyu knew in his heart that whether it was the Zhao family's reparation, or the old hall chief's reception, as well as this quota of heaven-splitting chance, they all appeared in unison after his daughter participated in the trial examination. Shin Fuyu certainly wouldn't be naive enough to think that it was his own good fortune. Ning Qingxian, who was quietly sipping tea at the attic along the river of the afterlife, paused slightly in his movements, his ears perking up. Your husband? Chen Yuning immediately revealed an astonished gaze, and inwardly, she was even more secretly marveling. To be able to squeeze out all of Kanglan Star's S-class reincarnators and get this quota in an undisputed situation was categorically impossible without absolute authority and ability. This almost belonged to the Kanglan Star, one of the top figures. Who is Shin Zuoyu's husband? She was instantly solemn, and did not rush to ask directly, but carefully sidestepped the question. He's supposed to be a very strong S-rank, isn't he, also on the heavenly ranking? Shin Zuoyu shook his head again. It's not clear what rank he is yet, there's no name for him on the heavenly ranking, but speaking of being married for so many years, I actually don't know anything about him. Chen Yuning was slightly stunned, not clear about the rank, not on the heavenly list. Is it possible that the Palace of Reincarnation has no record, or Shin Zuoyu's husband used the power of wealth to shake the quota? How? She was confused. Shin Zuoyu sighed softly. You also know that I'm a federal official's family, my salary is meager, and my husband is a writer, writing some manuscripts on weekdays to earn a little bit of money, which is considered to subsidize the family. The days went by, and I never meant to look down on him, but it was like he was possessed. He had to get ahead, he had to fulfill the writer's dream. Before I went to work, he was writing, after I got off work, he was writing, and even when my daughter took the trial test, he was even writing. As the words fell, Shin Yuning probably understood what it meant. That's not bad, it's because there are Kanglan Star's executives who appreciated his talent, and that's why they gave the spot to you? Shin Zuoyu sighed. It's because my daughter brought back his bloodline and was informed by the higher-ups, right? Chen Yuning instinctively oath, but quickly realized that something was wrong, and her eyes widened on the spot. Ha? Ning Kaiwei is your daughter? That S-class pedigree that sensationalized Imperial Star is your husband's? Chapter 28. What a novel, that's a memoir of the heavens. Shin Fuyu was taken aback by this reaction. Ning Kaiwei is indeed my daughter. Shen Yuning's eyes were full of bewilderment, and her entire mind's thoughts were a bit disorganized. She originally thought that Shin Zuoyu was just a nameless A-class reincarnator from her hometown of Kanglan Planet, so she thought to give him a hand. Never thought that people's identity came from such a great source. She breathed heavily and said, You may not know that the latest S-class bloodline to appear was ranked second on the bloodline list by the Palace of Reincarnation, and caused quite a shock to the Imperial Star that day. There hasn't been a ranking change or a brand new S-ranked bloodline in nearly 100 years, so you can imagine how many people are paying attention to this matter. Please. The name Ning Kaiwei is now quite well known in our Imperial Star. I thought it was Kanglan Star's newest S-class reincarnator. As a result, you told me she was your daughter and I actually walked all the way with her mom without even knowing it. Shen Yuning's chest continued to rise and fall, her emotions unable to calm down for a long time. That bloodline, it's her father's? You're married to a native of the blood-eating world? Her voice trembled as she asked once again, besides Ning Kaiwei's rising reputation in the Emperor Star, about this bloodline that came in second place, it was a top priority. She remembers the blood ancestor who was squeezed out of the rankings and used a great deal of contacts and resources in an attempt to find all the ins and outs of this bloodline. Due to the distance between the Emperor Star and the Xonglan Star, it was eventually only discovered to be from the blood-eating realm, a king of the corpse race known as the Monarch of the Eternal Night. The bloodline does have something to do with her father, but I'm not sure of the specifics, stemming from a novel her father wrote, The Corpse King's Road to Redemption. When I get back I'm going to ask him nicely what's going on here, but I see the Kanglan Star newspaper says he's some kind of ancient reincarnator of the Reincarnation Temple? The doubts within Shin Zuoyu's heart were never dispelled. Ancient transmigrants? Then I understand. Shen Yuning muttered, her mind buzzing. Dare I say this is not writing a novel, this is writing a memoir of the heavens. Shin Zuoyu was about to inquire about what an ancient transmigrator was when the reincarnation hall description text suddenly appeared before his eyes, as did Shen Yuning. Temporary announcement: a reincarnator has discovered the hidden heaven and earth. All reincarnators are requested to go to the ancient ruins. The two men looked at each other with a slightly stunned expression. Is there a hidden world in the Middle Kingdom? Quickly upload the cultivation pathway. The two stopped chatting idly and accelerated the speed of copying the cultivation pathways. Half a day later, Jiang Qingdao came with two other A-class reincarnators. As could be seen from Shiryu's uplifted face, the two of them should have obtained a considerable creation as well. I hear you guys are leaving? Jiang Qingdao inquired. She was still thinking that Shin Zuoyu would be able to stay for a while longer so that she could teach something about the use of the Great Desolate Candle Dragon Finger. It's a bit of an emergency, and it's very important to us. Jiang Qingdao nodded and didn't stay, leading a group of 4 people to leave the Enlightenment Forest. Outside the mountain gate, Shin Folding Yu and Shen Yuning bowed in unison towards the 3000 Zhang Peak. Many thanks to sect leader Past Life for granting the inheritance. Ning Qingxian sat in the riverside loft, witnessing his wife's departure, his eyes revealing some tenderness. So all these years, Folding Feather has never disliked me. He muttered to himself, recalling the scene where he and Shin Zuoyu met, and then to the time when he cultivated the fruit and had a daughter, Ning Kaiwei. From the time he took the exam to become the president of the Jiangnan City Reincarnation Association, Shin Zuoyu had been continuously busy with his family and work, and during this time had never stopped his dream of becoming a writer. Even if there was a time when the family could barely make ends meet, they didn't say anything that would make them give up. Even outside the association interrogation room at the time, when he was suspected of stealing secrets from the Wheel of Fortune for use in the creation of a title. The disappointment that showed in those eyes all proved that she had actually been supportive all along. The only shame is that it never worked out on its own. Within Ning Qingshuan's line of sight, Shen Xuanyu's back gradually disappeared. Many days later, the ancient ruins of the Middle Kingdom. As a sacred place of martial arts inheritance that had lasted for thousands of years, the ancient ruins had always been a place that countless prideful people in the Central Plains had aspired to throughout the generations. However, since every opening was limited to a certain number of people, the Central Plains Power Ancestors made a rule. The rankings of the Heaven's Pride competition were used to determine who would be able to enter the ancient ruins and observe the creation of the stone monuments martial arts, which normally only accommodated 10 people. But today, because of a large group of outsiders, this rule was broken. Ancient relics are located in Tianjiao Peak. Outside the mountain is being overcrowded, eyes hot and red looking at the center of the mountain, a huge grotto. From within the grotto, a majestic aura constantly erupted. Just by bathing under this aura, all of them felt an unprecedented nourishment of their flesh. Shin Zuoyu and Shen Yuning, several people arrived late and saw the leader of the crowd, Criminal Wushuang, in the crowd. This guy. He actually let someone blast open the ancient ruins? From the shape of Tianjiao Peak's destruction, it was obvious that the power of the God Hunt version of Barret had directly pierced through the center of Tianjiao Peak, exposing the grotto inheritance inside. All of you have received the notification from the Palace of Reincarnation, right? This is all thanks to our Big Brother interpretation. The grotto contains the highest inheritance in the entire Central Plains. But due to the existence of the prohibition, a stronger force is needed to blast it away. I see that the people have almost arrived. Why don't we strike together? Beside Criminal Wushuang, the scout spoke in a loud voice. Hundreds of reincarnators had gathered around the Heaven's Pride Peak, more than half of them were S-ranked, and at this moment, when they heard the words, they all responded in a revitalized manner. Criminal Wushuang stood in silence, staring at the grotto tightly. For some reason, he was never able to calm down inside, and there was an indescribable uneasiness that enveloped his mind and lingered. However, the reincarnation hall had already issued a temporary mission, and the hundreds of reincarnators present had no choice but to send an arrow, and there was absolutely no way back. You will be rewarded for desecrating the ancient ruins. Beside the grotto, there was also a group of bound townspeople, looking at the destroyed Heaven's Pride Peak, their faces filled with grief and indignation. Do it! A shout rang out from the crowd, and someone took the lead in launching an attack on the grotto prohibition. Pulling one hair and affecting the whole body, hundreds of reincarnators showed their abilities and struck out in unison. In an instant, the prohibition rippled, the space twisted and dented, and the aura leaked more and more furiously. Criminal Wushuang did not move his gaze, but he suddenly felt something and fiercely looked at the zombie king beside him. Only the scarlet pupils of the zombie king were filled with violence and intense panic, which caused Xing Wushuang to be instantly creeped out. Stop it! He yelled out in an attempt to stop the wheelers. But it was already too late, the prohibition was shattered and there was a mirage reflected back. This momentarily caused Wang Xianran, who had retreated to the earth in a distant mountain forest, to be sensed, and he looked up to the location of the ancient relics and let out a soft eek. Even Ning Qingxian, who was resting with his eyes closed within the past life sect, sensed the changes in the heavens and the earth, and his brow peaked slightly. Chapter 29 Because he's criminal Wushuang. Inside the ancient ruins, everyone was shocked by the images in front of them. Only the shadow of another heaven and earth was reflected in the sky above Tianjiao Peak. There are clouds and cranes singing hostilely, there are palaces and attics standing, and there are dragon veins stretching, showing a prosperous and flourishing scene. Is this the hidden world of the Middle Kingdom? Xin Zuoyu, who was outside the crowd, raised his head to look up at this mirage-like scene. From the information revealed within, one could tell that this was a heaven and earth that far exceeded the depths of the Central Plains. A world with two worlds, could this be the upper world? Crap! In the crowd, criminal Wushuang's pupils trembled, and his entire body was plunged into a bone-chilling cold. As a battle-hardened S-ranked heavenly ranking reincarnator, he certainly understood what the shadow in the sky above Heaven's Pride Peak represented. After realizing that he may have broken into a great disaster, and this great disaster is about to have the possibility, to the entire Central Plains of the people, bring unprecedented imaginable disaster, its mind and spirit of the moment, all thoughts are lost. His original intention, it was not meant to be. All of them looked up and gazed, not noticing that at the nook, there was another black-robed man who had covered his entire body. It was Yan Jia, who had been in hiding for a long time for fear of reprisals from the past life sect. Receiving a temporary notification from the Palace of Reincarnation, he similarly arrived at the ancient ruins. An aura that surpasses the celestial realm, something big is wrong. Yan Zhao had a premonition that interdictor Wushuang had opened some sort of forbidden door, and behind that door, there were powerful people living beyond the strength of the celestial realm. With a rumble, the shadow suddenly shattered. Inexplicably thick clouds rolled in the sky above Heaven's remarkable peak, and a deep pressure swept in. Changes arose in the looks of the many reincarnators, most of them completely unaware of what was happening. The original certainty of a great opportunity, a great creation, now seems to be out of place? Until with a snort, a snow-white jade hand tore through the grotto space and walked out from within the Heaven's remarkable peak in slow steps. In just an instant, the heavens and earth produced a vibration that triggered a roar, as if the aura around the Heaven's remarkable peak had been drained on the spot, and some sort of stagnation had occurred in space. Isn't this the lower realm where the path of cultivation was cut off? The jade-faced man scanned the surroundings with a strange look in his eyes, and a strong divine sense was even sweeping across the Central Plains, which instantly caused him to show joy on his face. It was no different from what he had guessed in his own mind. This was indeed the lower realm of the Central Plains that had disappeared for many years. Ha ha ha, what a heavenly gift! I never thought that I, if only, would be able to obtain this creation one day. Another rough and loud laughter came from within the Heaven's remarkable peak, followed by stepping out into the air. The unrivaled true chi astral wind enveloped the 8 directions, causing all the reincarnators to change their faces on the spot. You should go back and inform the disciples immediately so that the entrance is not occupied by others. The jade-faced man glanced at the middle-aged man named Fonli, his tone displeased. What are you afraid of? Who would come to the Forbidden Land besides us? Fonli had a disdainful look on his face, then Greed looked at the terrified reincarnators. Wouldn't it be nice to take these people back and mine them? With those words, he was about to make his move. Run! A scream rang out from the ranks of the Rotarians. The crowd instantly broke up and fled in all directions. The scout beside criminal Wushuang looked pale. Big brother, let's hurry up and leave as well, we're in big trouble. As the words fell, criminal Wushuang didn't move a muscle, his eyes surfacing with blood as he stared dead on at the jade-faced man and Fonli. This matter started because of me, and if it wasn't for me, these two might not have been able to come here in their lives. Any of you can leave, only I can't. After saying that, his entire body erupted with monstrous flames, and the zombie king beside him similarly let out a low hiss. He killed the people of the Devil Sect in the Central Plains because the Devil Sect deserved to be killed. He hadn't been searching around for traces of the withered bone old devil just for the Reincarnation Hall's mission. He defeated the Yin Dynasty's imperial uncle but left his life behind, also for the sake of the Yin Dynasty's foundation, which would not be shaken and plague the dynasty's people. The pride in his heart would not allow him to choose to run away after committing a mistake, leaving behind 1,000 curses in the Central Plains, and carrying a different look in the Cosmic Alliance. Even if he dies in battle, he will never leave today. Because he is, criminal Wushuang. Roar! The zombie king roared and rushed towards the jade-faced man. Criminal Wuxuan went straight to Fengli, and when the remaining team members saw this, their eyes revealed complexity before turning into determination. Isn't that why we're willing to follow him, right now? The scout clenched his fists and joined in, only to hear a cracking sound in his ears as a burst of bullets sped away, and the huntress version of the Barrett fired similarly. The ancient ruins were instantly chaotic, and a large number of reincarnates fled from Shen Zuoyu and Shen Yuning. The two of them looked at each other and immediately cast their abilities without a second thought. Grills and ants, just resisting. The jade-faced man faced the zombie king's attack with ease and ease. Fengli even suppressed the power of the explosive bomb with the lift of his hand. Only the expression brought up surprise and shock. Obviously he also didn't understand what kind of divine weapon this was. When criminal Wuxuan killed in front of him, the blazing flames fluctuated and even directly burned the protective astral aura around his body, which caused his eyes to reveal a rare gaze. Bang! A palm opened and closed, and the two forces collided, causing waves to roll and sonic booms to resound. Criminal Wuxuan was forced back, his body's blazing flames had a tendency to collapse, and his face was even paler by one point. As for Fengli, he was merely shattered with the astral energy between his palms and was unharmed. You're not weak, are you the strongest in the lower realm? Criminal Wuxuan did not reply and launched an even more ferocious attack. However, he saw Fengli's expression reveal impatience as he landed another palm, this time completely crushing criminal Wuxuan's fiery flames, causing him to spurt out a mouthful of blood, his face bringing up bitterness. The end of cultivation in the Central Plains is only the Celestial, on which is named the Realm of Transformation. Do you know the gulf between the two? Fengli's expression was indifferent as he stood tall with his arms folded. The various attacks from the others were disintegrated in droves with nothing more than a flick of his sleeve. This scene caused Shen Folding and Shen Yuning's hearts to be shaken. 4 or 5 S-classes attacked at the same time, but they couldn't even hurt him? Above the Celestials, isn't it the Martial King? Criminal Wuxuan stabilized his stance, and his eyes suddenly began to produce a strange change, staring dead on Fengli in an attempt to find out his weakness. Who told you this, Martial King? What a ridiculous title, my father has never heard of it. The Harmonization Realm is the Harmonization Realm. What is a Martial King? Fengli snorted and shook his head. Seeing this scene, both Shen Zuoyu and Shen Yuning's faces appeared stagnant. Above the Celestials, not the Martial King? Then the Martial King realm cultivation pathway that they took great pains to copy from the past life sect, is it a side door or a fake? The Fengli in front of him was so strong that he was not even a match for criminal Wuxuan and was easily suppressed, and the harmonization realm that came out of his mouth seemed to be the orthodox one? Impossible. How strong is Senior Jiang? How can the Martial King realm be fake? Shen Zuoyu muttered. In a daze, a large net suddenly extended from the firmament, covering a 10-mile radius in an instant. Where are you going to run? No one present today will leave. The jade-faced man opened his mouth in a clear and cold manner. The zombie king was temporarily suppressed by some kind of seal, and he threw out the magic treasures, forming a heavenly net. Immediately afterward, the jade-faced man frowned and looked into the distance. Vaguely, his divine sense seemed to have swept across an indescribable demonic aura. No. Is not correct, it's thousands of shares. Chapter 30 Ning Qing Xian Strikes. What an amazing aura. Where did it come from? Quick battle, no nonsense. The jade-faced man drank in a deep voice, and the value of the lower world was composed of a variety of factors. The hundreds of cultivators who were at the ancient ruins today would definitely need to be captured and taken back to test their roots and bones, including many important information, and would also need to be tortured. After all, the upper world and the lower world had lost contact for nearly 1,000 years, and no one knew the exact state of the lower world. Judging from the demonic chi emerging from afar, he instinctively sensed that the lower realm had produced a change he couldn't anticipate. Fengli obviously also sensed the demonic aura in the distance, and immediately stopped talking nonsense with criminal Wuxuan, deciding to use his head to shock everyone in the room. Refine the bones. He condensed a strand of black vortex between his palms and exploded the true chi of the harmonization realm in his body, covering towards the head of criminal Wuxuan. The distorted space along the way transformed into a huge skeleton face with a horrible and hideous shape, and in an instant, criminal Wuxuan felt a tendency to separate his consciousness from his physical body. As the skeleton let out a piercingly hostile chirp, the bones all seemed to be melting. Hundreds of reincarnators on the field, all of them had a splitting headache, and their ears were roaring and their consciousness was lax. Shen Zuoyu and Shen Yuning's faces were pale, their delicate bodies shook, and everything before their eyes became blurred. As for criminal Wuxuan, through a pair of mutated eyes, he clearly pierced through Feng Li's technique and immediately roared as he offered a magic treasure from the reincarnation space and ruthlessly stabbed it towards Feng Li. Boom! The sonic boom resounded, and the imagined crack did not appear. Only a corner of the skeleton's face was chipped off, and most of the power still descended and landed on his body. Criminal Wuxuang, body wildly shocked, never had a life and death crisis shrouded the heart, grief and indignation is already bleeding from the 7 orifices, the shape of the miserable. This powerful battle force was not something that he alone could fight against. Looking at the central planes, only an existence at the late celestial realm could equal his strength, and this harmonization realm that surpassed the celestial realm was naturally beyond his scope of tolerance. What's more, Feng Li still seemed to be standing at the peak level of the harmonization realm. Thinking of the great mistake he had made and the great calamity that had come to the central planes as a result, endless remorse and pain welled up within him. The Reincarnation Hall's initial existence within the Cosmic Alliance was to step out into the heavens to steal from the masters and learn from them. In this way, it grows the underlying power to fight against the alien races of the star field of the Cosmic Union, to fight against the predators descending from the Abyssal Rift, and to protect the people of every living planet from threats to the safety of their property and lives. And his actions today, including everything that happened, would be found out by the Palace of Reincarnation even if not a single living soul was left behind. At that time, he, criminal Wuxuang, would take the blame and his family would be disgraced as a result. Just as he was about to close his eyes and greet death with remorse, a black thunderbolt struck the skeleton's face hard, removing some of its power. Yan Jiao? He turned his head in bewilderment and looked away. Yan Jiabao was wearing a black robe, and thunder raged throughout his body. What are you guys doing? Are you all scared silly? Hundreds of S-classes are joining forces, and you're still afraid of these 2 mere harmonization realms. Yan Jia roared angrily as the thunder domain was cast, disrupting the jade-faced man and Feng Li's techniques. The 2 of them frowned, not realizing that there was an expert lurking in this place. As these words fell, the hearts and minds of all the reincarnators present trembled, followed by their eyes showing madness in unison. In front of the great calamity of life and death, Yan Jia's words stirred up everyone's bloodlust. Kill! They no longer fled in all directions and turned their heads to kill the jade-faced man and Feng Li. This scene of rare unity was something that criminal Wuxuang hadn't expected, and he cast a grateful gaze at Yan Jia as his entire body once again burned with fiery flames. It's a death wish. Feng Li was furious. He only wanted to take these people away, he didn't want to kill them all, but this situation already didn't allow him to hold back. A surge of true chi power erupted from the Dantian location. Only to see that above the dome of the sky, a gigantic hand of 1,000 feet instantly coalesced and covered towards everyone below. Pressure descended, the earth fell, and spiderweb-like cracks opened and closed, spreading in all directions. The 2 of them, Yan Jia and criminal Wuxuang, were suppressed to the ground in mid-air in unison. Looking at all the reincarnators even before they could kill Feng Li, they were attacked by the power of 1,000 feet of giant hand and wailed on the spot. Shen Zuoyu was struck as if by a heavy blow, a blood mist was shaken out in front of his eyes, and his consciousness appeared to be lax. In a blur, she saw Chen Yuning shouting something anxiously, but she could no longer hear it. This disaster belonging to the reincarnationists was too sudden. She was completely unprepared for anything, as if she were walking on a horse. Her mind conjured up the old hall elder's favor towards her, Ning Saiwei's smile, and Ning Qingshuan's innocent expression. If there were no surprises, she would definitely be able to be promoted to S rank this time back, and would also be able to inherit the position of branch head. But can she ever go back? Folded feather sister, pull yourself together. Chen Yuning shouted, and the field began to erupt with a spray of blood as someone was overwhelmed and crushed alive into pieces. Suddenly, the screams disappeared, Shen Zuoyu's whole body pressure disappeared, and his consciousness regained consciousness. As soon as he looked up, he saw a 1,000-foot giant hand in the sky fall apart. The heavenly net turned into countless starlight and flew into oblivion. The jade-faced man and Feng Li's faces sank as they looked toward the demon sex congregation arriving in the distance. There were black palanquins spanning the long sky, the wind ringing and floating, reflecting a cold face, and a solemn and murderous aura instantly enveloped the entire ancient ruins. Those from the upper realm may not set foot in the lower realm. Have you forgotten the rules? Heavenly sounds resounded, reverberating from within the black sedan chair, overturning between the mountains and rivers, and reverberating underneath the universe. Everyone looked up and there were flags flying, branded with lotus patterns. Zhang Qingdao and the left and right reverends stood next to the black palanquin, their auras unfathomable around them. The 4 great protectors were at the front, their white robes dancing. The eyes of the overwhelming congregation of the past life sect were cold. This scene caused criminal Wushuang's gaze to freeze, causing gall and fear to steeply rise in Yan Jiao's heart. The reincarnators present immediately had the name of the past life sect leader come to their minds, and the past deeds that had happened in the Central Plains came up one after another. This is the Central Plains Devil Dao myth, the past life sect master? A murmuring sound rang out. Only Feng Li brought a cold smile to the corner of his mouth, naturally noticing that the true chi fluctuations of Jiang Qingmai and the left and right reverends were beyond the celestial realm. Rules? What rules? This honored one comes when he wants to come and goes when he wants to go. Just now, this honored one was still puzzled as to who was the one who did not take it upon himself to name above the celestials as the martial king realm, but it turns out to be you on this side of the district Devil Dao. What, unwilling to be cut off from the path of cultivation, attempting to find another way to find a replacement for the harmonization realm? Ridiculous to the extreme. As the words fell, Ning Qingxian fell silent for a little while. He had not anticipated today's situation. The secrets of the ancient relics were made known to the Central Plains, and the people from the upper realm from 1,000 years ago came again, so it had to be said that it disrupted some of his rhythms. In that case. Well then, today, the upper realm changes hands. Ning Qingxuan's heavenly voice tumbled and resounded throughout the universe. As the black sedan chair curtains danced in the wind, he was spied extending a finger. The sword light swept out horizontally, and heaven and earth instantly lost color. Chapter 31, The Great Justice of the Patriarch, The Return of the Reincarnationists. It was as if space had been torn apart and cold light cut through the sky. Feng Li did not see anything. The speed was faster than the naked eye could capture, faster than the divine sense could detect, and faster than his own power perception of the harmonized Yuan realm. In the next moment, tingling came from his entire body, and the sky was spinning. Blood erupted and smeared all over his face. Bewildered, he looked again, only to see his flesh fall to the ground, headless. Next to the jade-faced man witnessed, the bottom of the heart suddenly climbed up endless coldness, more like 5 thunderbolts, face horrified. Feng Li was at the peak of the Huan Yuan realm, succeeding to the position of the 6th-generation patriarch, and was strong enough to traverse the Forbidden Land alone without a single scratch, and there was no one more aware of his formidable strength than him. But right now, the mysterious man in the black sedan chair was wiped out with a single finger? Impossible. Feng Li is at the peak of Huan Yuan. His face was ashen with fear, and he wasn't at all sure what was going on. Thinking back to Feng Li's earlier talk about the martial king realm, not only had this person from the devil's path really created a new cultivation path, he had also gone far beyond the harmonization realm? Looking around the ancient ruins, it instantly turned into a dead silence. Feng Li's corpse was separated, and his head fell down to his feet, staring at the blank pupils of the dead. Except for the flesh twitching and moving twice, he was already completely lifeless. This scene caused criminal Wushuang's mind to roar, and his entire body froze in place, only feeling how unreal it all was. He almost showed his full strength, but he could only break part of Feng Li's protective astral chi, and failed to hurt even a single hair. But that unveiled past life sect leader wiped him out with a lift of his hand. This process was completely unseen even by himself, who had been opening the S++ rank secret art, the Eye of Truth. How can the master of the past life sect be so strong? Looking at Yan Jie beside him, his whole body inexplicably began to tremble like sifting chaff. As a reincarnator in the top 100 of the S-rank heavenly ranking, he possessed an air of indifference when he first came to the Middle Kingdom. Until in the Golden Light Temple, he was nearly beaten by Jiang Qingmai's soul, and his mentality had completely changed since then. For a moment, it was as if he had gone back to the time when he had just become a newbie reincarnator, facing the bizarre and unpredictable world of reincarnation and despairing for a time. At this moment, when he saw the past life sect master instantly kill Feng Li, he did not have a little bit of surprise in his heart, only knowing that the next person who was lying motionless on the ground might be him. Master of the past life, the myth of the devil's path. Shin Zuoyu looked up at the black sedan chair, his eyes full of shock. All the reincarnators in the room, their bodies were taut, and they didn't dare to move. How could there be people like you in the lower realms? The jade-faced man couldn't understand it, couldn't believe it. A lower realm that had been cut off from the path of cultivation for 1,000 years, but this kind of terrifyingly strong person had emerged? This seat has just said that from today onwards, this is only the upper realm. Ning Qingxian once again rolled his palm between his hands and flicked his sleeve. A light wind blew away, carrying the unfathomable power of true chi. When called the jade-faced man's gaze stagnation, the whole body turned into a blood mist, flying ash annihilation. At the same time, a large number of long rainbows of true chi began to appear in the distance. It's a big one, and it's endless. Those were clearly the sect forces that had sensed the change in the ancient ruins and had come in droves from the four corners of the central plains. Damn it, what have these outsiders done? There were sounds of shock and anger, and many sect lords roared when they saw that Heaven's remarkable peak had been destroyed, the ruins were in shambles, and the town guards had been taken into custody. Only to see the town guards cry out, "They destroyed the stone tablet inheritance." I don't know what kind of powerhouse was released, it was almost a catastrophe in the central plains, thanks to sect leader past life. When the crowd heard the sound, their faces changed, and they soon saw Feng Li's body that had fallen to the ground. Could it be that the rumors of our ancestors are true? There was an old man with white hair and shock in his eyes. Look at what this group of outsiders has done. There hasn't been a single day of peace in the central plains since they stepped into it. These people deserve to die. That's right, these people must be killed. A large number of angry shouts rang out in mid-air, and the aura roared with killing intent. But commotion caused all the reincarnators to turn pale and terrified inside. Criminal Wuxuan looked gray and lowered his head, and Shen Zuoyu and Shen Yuning were similarly tense inside. One wave had yet to subside, and the lives of all the reincarnated people were once again fluctuating. Only to see the position in the sky, followed by another white-clothed figure coming. The powerhouses of the central plains Earth hurriedly got out of the way. With the stone monument shattered and the prohibition disappearing, the barrier between the two worlds is no longer impeded, and in a matter of days, perhaps the endless powerhouses in the heavens will flock to the city. Having caused such a great disaster, do you know what kind of trouble you have brought to the central plains? Wang Xianran sighed softly with a complicated expression. Today, it was the timely arrival of the sect master that spared us from a disaster, otherwise the 7 cities around the ancient ruins and the millions of people might have been turned into white bones. His words caused the hearts of all the reincarnators to tremble, and criminal Wuxuan's eyes were lost in thought as he took a step forward. This matter is due to me, and I would give my life for it. These men were merely at my instigation, and had nothing to do with them in the first place. I also ask you all to be magnanimous and let them go. All the reincarnates looked at him in a daze and bowed their heads in silence. What is your life? Today all these outsiders must suffer death. Loud bellowing sounds rang out in mid-air, and the anger was reignited as the crowd stirred. All shot up. Suddenly, Jiang Qingmai opened her mouth with a clear drink, and waves of sound rolled over the sky. The 8 powerful forces of the central plains shut up in an instant, and the field instantly quieted down. A gaze looked towards the black sedan chair. They all understood that the power of life and death was in the hands of only one person. After a long time, Ning Qingxian finally spoke. You guys go. The sentence fell, and no one refuted it. Criminal Wuxuan froze and lifted his head, his voice carrying hoarseness and trembling. Sect leader won't kill me? Ning Qingxian returned. It's pointless for this seat to take your life. Leave here, leave the central plains, and don't come back. This seat is talking about everyone. The field of reincarnationists looked at each other. The huge stone in their hearts fell to the ground in an instant, and there were even those who could not carry this pressure, and cries came out after the release. Criminal Wuxuan's expression was stunned, the tip of his nose was slightly acidic, his heart and mind surged with countless emotions, remorse, self-reproach, guilt, and a line of hot tears couldn't stop rolling down his face. He flopped to his knees. Thank you, sect leader, for not killing me. The 7-foot man, the 49th ranked legendary reincarnator of the S-ranked heavenly ranking, had risen up with infinite reverence towards Ning Qingxian after having walked twice on the edge of life and death. Thank you, sect leader, for not killing me. The Rotarians fell to their knees in unison. Shen Zuoyu raised his head to look at Jiang Qingdao and realized that Jiang Qingdao was also looking at himself, and with a smile on the corner of her mouth, she gently nodded towards him. Thanks a lot. Shen Zuoyu was inwardly grateful. This scene made Wang Xianran laugh and arch his hand towards the black sedan chair. The sect leader's kind heart is a blessing for my central plains. The 8 desolate forces of the central plains reacted and also hurriedly arched their hands. Great righteousness of the sect leader. The sounds of worship echoed back to the heavens. Chapter 32 Total Incarnation of the Emperor's Star. Cosmic Union, a separate space opened by the Palace of Reincarnation, Virtual Plaza. A light flashed as a large number of reincarnators returned from the Middle Kingdom. They looked around at the familiar scene and cried tears of joy. Almost didn't make it back, whoops. It's fortunate that the past life sect master stepped in, and it's also fortunate that he let us leave, or else everyone would have been completely finished. Unfortunately, there are still some people who didn't make it back and died at the hands of the one called Feng Li. The crowd was paralyzed, recalling everything that had happened in the Middle Kingdom. Criminal Wuxuan's figure similarly appeared, his expression tinged with complexity. The members next to him looked at each other with a relieved expression. How is it that only 20 minutes have passed? In the crowd, a gasp rang out. Shinfolding, you just returned, heard the same view time. The crowd was very surprised. They had spent a total of about 3 months in the Middle Kingdom, and it turned out that only 20 minutes had passed within the Cosmic Alliance? The flow of time in the reincarnation world, itself, is different from the Cosmic Union, which you all know, except that the passage of time in the Central Planes is far higher than in other worlds. Interdictor Wushwang spoke out to explain, and then raised his head again to look at the virtual space, the huge electronic screen. Goddess of Wisdom, please help me view the current state of the Middle Kingdom. Inquiries being made to. The Middle Kingdom is currently closed, the exact opening time is unknown. An uneasiness immediately surged in the heart of criminal Wushwang, with a strong bad premonition. What's going on? The crowd tensed as they heard the Goddess of Wisdom's words. 5 minutes have passed since your return. A violent spatial tremor is suspected to have occurred in the Middle Kingdom, as well as persistent power fluctuations. Criminal Wushwang was struck by a bolt from the blue, and his eyes quickly grayed out. In 5 minutes' time, the Middle Kingdom could be experiencing an invasion of the upper realm's powerhouses. All of them understood the meaning in the words of the Goddess of Wisdom, and a change in their expression arose. The upper and lower realms of the Central Planes are fighting? It must be, otherwise there's no reason for a violent spatial tremor to occur. It's our fault, and I don't know what's going on in the Middle Kingdom now. Will the past life sect master die in battle? He's obviously a very good person. Never, how powerful is the past life sect master? He personally created the Martial King realm cultivation system and instantly killed 2 great harmonization yuan experts. We all saw it with our own eyes. That's right, the past life sect master can sweep both the lower and upper Central Planes, and the demonic skills he's enlightened are all at the S+++ level. I'm afraid it's impossible to say. After all, none of us know what level the upper realm of the Central Planes actually is. In fact, I think that the past life sect master has long since discovered the upper realm, and is in the process of laying out a layout, but it's a pity that we've destroyed the heaven's remarkable peak. The crowd was moody, talkative, and quite mournful. No one can predict what will happen next in the Middle Kingdom. They witnessed the demeanor of a generation of demonic lords, but could not see the rest of his life. You have 5 minutes to stay. When they heard the cue, the crowd looked dismayed. They all came from different star domains and different life planets in the Cosmic Alliance, and only because of the reincarnation world of the Central Planes did they have a chance to come together. In 5 minutes, it's going to be every man for himself. Chen Yuning smiled and said to Shen Zuoyu, if you have the chance, you must come to Imperial Star. I'll bring you to play for 3 days and 3 nights. Shen Zuoyu nodded heavily. The Middle Kingdom all the way together, the two have long been a deep friendship, this day respectively within the heart are reluctant to give up. Soon, a ray of light flashed again, and the figures on the virtual square disappeared one after another. Hopefully, my rating, I'll pass. Shen Zuoyu took a deep breath and similarly left. Kanglan Star, within a deep mountain in Jiangnan City. Ning Qingxian yawned and stretched, gradually waking up from his slumber. A string of words that only he could see then appeared before his eyes. Material collected in being automatically generated, 0.2%. Life development complete, recovering strength, 0.5%. 100 years of light had passed by in a hurry, and all of the cultivation that had been achieved in those 100 years would be completely retained in Ning Qingshuan's body. It's just that it takes some time to recover. Having just woken up, he picked up his cell phone and noticed a lot of missed calls and texts. Most of them were from daughters and wives, and a few of them were signed in extremely mysterious places, like the Federal Hierarchy and the Rotunda. Just after opening one of them, which seemed to have created some kind of conscious connection, a mechanical cold voice immediately sounded in his ears. Identity being confirmed. Identity confirmed first-class citizen Ning Qingxian. Binding in progress, binding successful. Greetings, honorable first-class citizen Ning Qingxian, Goddess of Wisdom 198.665 is at your service. Ning Qingxian raised an eyebrow. The Goddess of Wisdom had come to the door? In the context of today's Cosmic Alliance era, the Reincarnation Hall possesses supreme authority, and the 3 main gods' wills maintain the various operations and order of the Alliance. Almost every citizen, by communicating with the Goddess of Wisdom, can express their needs. In other words, both the Goddess of Wisdom and the other 2 goddesses possessed countless incarnations within the Cosmic Union. A suffix like this one with dozens of numbers is one of them. The higher the number, the closer the incarnate will is to the main body, the higher the authority and the higher the status. Ning Qingxian had originally bound a Goddess of Wisdom avatar as well, but since he needed to pay a fee every month, he had simply unbound it. I didn't realize that she'd come back to me now. Unbind me, please. Ning Qingxian didn't need the goddess of wisdom. Being lifted. Disarmed successfully. Binding in progress. Binding successful, goddess of wisdom 009, at your service. Ning Qingxian? No, how is this still automatically upgraded? Number 009, which appears to be the total incarnation of the Kanglan system's imperial star. Ning Qingxian was silent for a little while, and he remembered that the current consuls of Kanglan planet, the incarnations of the goddess of wisdom that they were bound to, all had to be followed by 5 or 6 numbers. Even the consul of the Kanglan Emperor Star, or even a Star Lord of this level, may not be able to bind the 009. Dear ancient reincarnator Mr. Ning, I am the goddess of wisdom 009, you may express any needs you may have in the future, and I will serve you wholeheartedly. First of all, welcome back from the heavens and thank you for your great contribution to the Cosmic Alliance. Secondly, I apologize for my failure to receive your return in time, and I ask for your forgiveness. A humanized voice resounded in Ning Qingshuan's ears, and it was completely different from the cold mechanical kind. I have detected that you have been reincarnated in the Blood Eater realm, and I have taken the liberty of asking if you have regained your strength, and if you are ready to receive a rank rating as a means of receiving the exclusive rewards of the Reincarnation Hall. Ning Qingshuan's mind stirred. Exclusive reward? Chapter 33 Eternal Night Monarch Ning Qingxian, S-Class Heavenly Ranking? Upon completion of the rating, exclusive rewards include, but are not limited to, upgraded civic rank, huge amounts of points, huge amounts of federal currency, and the opening up of Reincarnation Hall privileges. The voice of the Goddess of Wisdom fell once more, and Ning Qingxian was left pondering. These rewards still sounded very enticing. After all, apart from a body of strength, he was currently poor. Could be. Transmitting for Yukanyan Star Appraisal. The Goddess of Wisdom suddenly paused and said with apologies, the Kanglan Star Appraisal Institute is unable to assess you, and is transmitting the Imperial Star Appraisal Institute for you. As soon as the words fell, Ning Qingxian felt a great and divine power enveloping his entire body. In the next moment, he appeared in a virtual space that had opened up. Countless stars hung overhead, and at his feet he presented a full view of a superstar far greater than the sun of his former life, immense and incomparable. And in the front position there was an ancient table with a young woman sitting quietly in a chair. When she saw that Ning Qingxian had been teleported, she straightened her eyeglass frames before saying, "Here for a rank evaluation? Come over." Ning Qingxian walked over, and after completing her identity confirmation, she couldn't help but reveal a surprised and puzzled look. "Wait, how did you, a reincarnator from Kanglan Star, come to our Imperial Star?" Ning Qingxian was about to say something, but the young woman looked at the time and waved her hand. "Hurry up and start, I have to get off work." Speechless, Ning Qingxian walked straight ahead. The space around him twisted and soon changed into another world. Reincarnator, you will have an F rating. The incarnation of the Goddess of Wisdom from the Imperial Star Appraisal Institute emitted an icy voice. After saying that, a virtual figure, clad in armor, appeared right in front of Ning Qingxian, and he launched a direct attack towards Ning Qingxian. Next. Ning Qingxian raised his hand, and invisible pressure swept across, shattering the armored figure on the spot. Reincarnator, you're going for an E rating. This time, a bizarre old man appeared in front of him, with hollow eyes and a withered appearance, and he let out a soul-stirring shrill whistle as he made his entrance. Ning Qingxian shook his head and destroyed it with another flick of his sleeve. Reincarnator, you will have a D rating. Outside, the young woman sitting in a chair was bored and playing with her cell phone when she saw that the sign had broken 3 levels in a row after only a minute had passed. Her look of dismay couldn't help but show her dismay as she took off her glasses and rubbed her eyes, realizing that the sign had jumped to level B. What the hell, isn't this person a newbie reincarnator? She double-checked to make sure there were no problems with the appraisal office, and after another 2 minutes had passed, the sign came to level A. As if she had seen a ghost, she hurriedly dialed a phone number with her hands full. As soon as I looked up, the letters of the A grade eased to the S grade. Bad, the guy who just went in is a big deal. She murmured, her eyes dull. The Kanglan system's Imperial Star had countless outstanding people, with a large number of S-class reincarnators, and the 3,000 slots on the heavenly ranking alone accounted for 20% of the total. Many of the reincarnators on the heavenly rankings would often connect to the Goddess of Wisdom with nothing to do to see if their rankings had changed. At this moment, just within the independent space of the heavenly ranking, there was a surge of people, each of them climbing into conversation. With the huge heavenly ranking list hanging overhead, a sudden cry of alarm was heard, triggering a large number of gazes. You guys, look at this one called Eternal Night Monarch Ning Xian. He was just ranked 2965th 2 minutes ago, and 2 minutes later he stepped within 1,000 places. Within moments, the change triggered an even greater agitation, as more and more people came forward, looking with amazement at the name that continued to jump and go on and on. Brother Zhao, I think I've heard you talk about this Eternal Night Monarch, and it's because of him that you weren't able to enter the Central Plains, isn't it? In the crowd, Zhao Wanjun, who had just arrived at the Emperor's Star from the Kanglan Star. Looking at the newly appeared names on the heavenly ranking list and hearing the voices of his companions around him, he couldn't help but reveal an unbelievable gaze. Yes, that's him. Zhao Wanjun's heart shook wildly, and his breathing became more and more ragged as his ranking continued to jump up. Plenty of Rotarians on the field, and people from other places. Somewhere in the corner, Interdictor Wuxuang and Yan Jiao were talking about something, and through the various spaces opened up by the Goddess of Wisdom, they were able to meet face to face as they wished. Hearing the agitation ahead, the two frowned and looked over in unison. This 95th place? Yan Jia lost his voice on the spot, as this had squeezed him out of the rankings. Ning Xian, from the Kanglan planet? Xing Wuxuang's gaze was slightly stunned. The reason why he had an impression of Kanglan Star was because of the pedigree ranking some time ago, which also caused quite a stir because of one name. 70th place now. Where did this newcomer come from, and why haven't I heard of him before? I remember. Isn't this that Eternal Night Monarch of the Blood-Eating Realm, said to be an ancient transmigrator who just recently awakened his transmigration memories? Ancient transmogrifier who just returned. I see. This guy broke into the top 50 of the heavenly ranking. The plaza boiled, the crowd was chaotic, and more people poured into the space, all sniffing around. Without realizing it, criminal Wuxuang saw Chen Yuning, who had similarly come here. Chen Yuning knew very well who the Eternal Night Sovereign Ning Xian was, and upon seeing that name come to the top 40, both her eyes straightened and her entire mind buzzed. So strong. It's a pity that Folded Feather's sister didn't manage to come here. The heavenly ranking space could only be entered by heavenly ranking reincarnators, and none of those present today were exceptions. A little bit of time passed by, and the cries of alarm suddenly became less and less, until it turned into a silence. The gazes of everyone present stared straight at Ning Xingshuan's name, resting on the 10th position of the heavenly ranking. Congratulations to Kanglan Star reincarnator Ning Xian, the Eternal Night Monarch of the Blood-Eating Realm, ranked 10th on the S-Class heavenly ranking. The voice from the Goddess of Wisdom, resounding in the middle of the entire space. The whole place was deathly quiet, very different from the earlier agitation. If it was among the top 100, they would only marvel. If it was the top 50, they could only look up. But if it's the top 10... With a gurgle, Chen Yuning swallowed a mouthful of saliva with difficulty. The S-Class heavenly ranking changed year after year, and what was hard to change was the top 100, where new names only appeared almost every 2 or 3 years. The top 50 is even a huge watershed. Criminal Wuxuang sits at the 49th position. No one has been able to shake it for many years, nicknamed Criminal 49. But at the threshold of the top 10, there are only 2 possibilities for making a difference. For one thing, the person on the list died. Secondly, the list goes beyond the S-Class. Either way, it is undoubtedly extremely difficult. Therefore, the top 10 of the heavenly ranking had not seen any new names for many years. But today, Ning Xian stood on top. His arrival will cause over 2,900 people to look up and 9 to turn back. That's good. I'm afraid I'll be able to meet up with Sister Folding Feather soon. Chen Yuning muttered. Chapter 34 Shinzuoyu Emperor Star's Best Friend. The changes to the top 10 of the S-Class heavenly rankings quickly spread out from within the space of the heavenly rankings. In the context of today's Cosmic Alliance era, where almost everyone can bind a Goddess of Wisdom incarnation, the speed at which news spreads is exponentially higher. In an instant, but all the reincarnators who were in the S-rank circle, as well as the federal families who always paid attention to the S-rank heavenly rankings and so on, without exception, all received the news. At this moment, it was within a certain city in the Kanglan Emperor Star. In the Blood Ancestor's mansion, a voice of shock and anger resounded throughout the entire manor. The beginning ancestor isn't dead yet. Why did the heavenly ranking list kick the beginning ancestor's ranking out of the 10th? Facing the Blood Ancestor's snarling questioning, a large group of family reincarnators' foreheads were covered in cold sweat. A woman hurriedly explained, Blood Ancestor, please calm your anger. The heavenly ranking list is following the normal procedure for ranking changes, and that previous Eternal Night Monarch of the Blood-Eating Realm is currently occupying the 10th position." As the words fell, the Blood Ancestor's expression stagnated, and his anger, which had nowhere to be vented, was extinguished in an instant as if it had been poured with a basin of cold water. "It's him again. Has this person been found by the Palace of Reincarnation?" With a stony face, he resumed his seat slowly. The family patriarch was currently in seclusion, and in time if he found out that his ranking had changed, dissatisfaction would surely rise. But if it's done in the normal course of events, there's nothing anyone can do about it. This matter should not be leaked within the mansion for the time being. The first ancestor is closed for an important moment, do not let him hear it. As for the latter, I will deal with it. He knocked on the table board, and a group of family backbone reincarnators hurriedly led the order to retreat. The Blood Ancestor pondered for a long time before finally connecting to the Goddess of Wisdom and requesting a virtual meeting with the senior staff of the Imperial Star. First, his own family's pedigree ranking was squeezed, resulting in damage to the family's interests. Now it was surprising that even the patriarch himself, with his prestige and status in the S-class ranks, had been squeezed out. If he didn't make any more moves, I'm afraid that the family's future development would be seriously affected. Of course, he wasn't targeting this person called the Eternal Night Monarch. No matter who it was, he had to take immediate action if it was detrimental to the family. Soon after, the virtual meeting was established successfully. When the Blood Ancestor saw the avatar floating in front of him, his snow-white face was replaced with a smile on the spot. "Sir, Before he could finish, the other interrupted him. "No one can meddle in the matter of the heavenly ranking change, not even this official." The Blood Ancestor's smile froze. This person in front of him had extremely high authority in the Emperor Star, and was also an important person who had supported his entire family all year round. Currently serving as the Imperial Star's Jingzhou Regional Consul, with several hundred cities under his jurisdiction, he is equivalent to the second in command of the Jingzhou region, and has an extremely close relationship with the head of the Jingzhou Temple. If he wasn't willing to help himself, there would be basically nothing that could be done about the change of the heavenly ranking. "Sir, listen to me first. This ancient reincarnator called Eternal Night Monarch, that's an extremely rare talent." When the consul of Jingzhou heard this, he immediately understood what he meant. "You want this officer to take him under his wing?" The Blood Ancestor quickly nodded. "As long as he is willing to work for you and join the prison worshipping corps, due to the secrecy agreement, he will immediately be removed from the heavenly rankings." The Blood Ancestor's calculations were very loud, and in order to stabilize the prestige and status of his own patriarch, he could only find another way. "Wait for news from this official." The Yasukuni consul was silent for a moment, then cut the connection. On the other hand, the Yasukuni residence. Li Huiran looked at a young woman beside him. "You heard what I said just now. This one called Ning Qingxian is indeed a talented person, and this official is quite interested in him even if it's not for the sake of the Blood Clan family." "Well, are you sure you can take him under my command?" This official vaguely remembers that you also fought your way up from Kanglan Star. The young woman's name was Chiu Jiro, and she naturally listened to the contents of the call word for word. "Quite a coincidence, my subordinate did grow up in the same village as this Ning Qingshuan's wife, once." When Chiu Jiro's words fell, he couldn't help but cause Li Huiran's eyes to reveal a brilliant light and nodded approvingly. "Sure enough, this officer was right to keep you around in the first place." Chiu Jiro respectfully returned the smile and immediately began to try to contact Shin Zuoyu. Shin Zuoyu, who was at Kanglan Star and had just returned from the Central Plains not long ago, suddenly heard the mechanical voice of the Goddess of Wisdom ringing in his ears. "Imperial Star, Chiu Jiro, is requesting a virtual meeting with you, do you accept?" Shin Zuoyu's footsteps to go home were lurched, and his heart and mind were even more suddenly trembling. Chiu Jiro. The name was both familiar and unfamiliar to her. Doing the math, it's been almost a decade since we've seen each other. Shin Fingyu's face showed hesitation. The two used to be on good terms, but with a reincarnation world after, there was a subtle change. Chiu Jiro took the S-ranked items, abandoned the promises she had made, and ran to the Imperial Star alone, embracing a brighter and brighter future. And she could do nothing but look on in silence, show envy, and send words of blessing. Over the course of 10 years, she had occasionally heard that Chiu Jiro had mixed well in the Imperial Star, made a lot of great achievements, and even gained the favor of a continental domain-level consul. But all these years, she never contacted herself again, so what today? Shin Zuoyu sighed slightly, unwilling to be involved with the past anymore. She chose to refuse. "I'm sorry, you can't refuse. A virtual meeting is being set up." Shin Fuyu pursed her lips and smiled to herself, thinking about it, who was she to refuse a virtual meeting from the Imperial Star? Hi. The virtual character floating in front of her eyes was none other than Shiojiro. She rushed to greet Shinzuyu, who gave a nonchalant smile. It's been a while, what's the matter with me? What, nothing, so you can't catch up with my best gal pal? Shiojiro, from the picture, you can see that Shinzuyu seems to be mixed well, are wearing the official clothes of the president of Jiangnan City. Come to the Emperor Star to play some other day. I'll take you around. The construction of the Emperor Star over the years has been much better than the Mother Star. Shinzuyu smiled and said, no need, I'm quite busy during the week, basically I can't get away. What about your husband? Shiojiro inquired offhandedly. He is pretty busy too. A trace of doubt flashed within Shinzuyu, completely unaware of what exactly Shiojiro wanted, and his tone took on a hostile tone. I've heard all about Ning Qingxian. I didn't realize he was still an ancient transmigrant. Is there any interest in having him come to the Imperial Star and work under the Consul of the Jing continent? I can have him serve as the Inspector General of the Prison Worshipping Corps. When Shinzuyu heard this, his face immediately changed. Well, we haven't seen each other for more than 10 years, and the moment we meet, we're here to beat up her husband? I'm afraid Ning Qingxian is not up to the task, and you should be looking for him, not me. Shiojiro smiled and spoke quietly, the two of us have been in a relationship for so many years, isn't it worth blowing your pillow? Shinzuyu's face sank and he clenched his fists tightly. Chapter 35, What Authority? Emperor Star's Prison Worshipping Corps had quite some fame. It is a corps that sweeps the stars, clears alien strongholds, and confronts unknown forces. Trading war credits for points, or federal currency, etc., doing tasks that are between life and death. Shinzuyu chose with his toes and couldn't possibly agree. I'm very sorry, I don't think that Ning Qingxian will be joining the Prison Worship Corps. Shiojiro narrowed her eyes, surprised by Shinzuyu's direct refusal. Years have not seen, Shinzuyu obviously also grew up a lot, is no longer the year that the only promise, what others say is what the weak person. Good sister, I'm giving you a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, so don't misunderstand my good intentions. Are you seriously considering it? He's currently ranked 10th on the S-Class Heavenly ranking, so there must be quite a few people who will throw their olive branches at him. But you must believe that I must be the one offering the most generous terms. As the words fell, Shinzuyu couldn't help but freeze for a moment. What do you mean? When had Ning Qingxian been ranked 10th on the S-Class Heavenly rankings? Nice guy. She was not expecting this news, no wonder Shiojiro could smell it when Kanglan Star and Emperor Star were separated by such a long distance. I'll reiterate, I can't make decisions for Ning Qingxian, and I won't persuade him either. Shinzuyu shook her head, firming her stance that it was impossible to sell her husband. Good sister, you're getting a little greasy here. Shiojiro continued to speak quietly, only her tone began to become dissatisfied, and her eyes held a hint of anger. Li Huiran, the consul of Jingzhou, was watching from the side, and if she couldn't take Shinzuyu, I was afraid that her evaluation in the other party's mind would be in tatters. I've got a few things going on. Shinzuyu directly unbound his Goddess of Wisdom avatar, and the next time he would just spend some money and rebind a new one. Seeing the virtual meeting interrupted, Shoujiro's entire face was as gloomy as water. Li Huiran's tone was displeased. A small president of the Reincarnator Association is not even willing to sell this official a face, what a big bully. He didn't seem to take Shoujiro's loss very seriously. On the contrary, after Shinzuyu clearly heard his name, he actually still refused without a little hesitation, which made him extremely dissatisfied in his heart. Shoujiro said with an ugly face, I'm sorry sir, if you don't give me some more time, I'll personally make a trip to Kanglan Star. Li Huiran got up in a cold manner. No need, this official sees that they've been comfortable in Kanglan Star for a long time and need a little test. He consciously connected to the Goddess of Wisdom and sent a message to Kanglan Star. Immediately send someone to find Kanglan Planet's consul, Fu Lingfeng, and tell him to immediately dismiss Shinzuyu's presidency, pull him onto the Federation's blacklist, and all relatives will not be allowed to take public office exams in the future. When Shoujiro saw this, her heart burst with joy. This was also considered to be a way to find face for herself, being continuously rejected by Shinzuyu, she was already very upset. Sending message. Message delivery failed, message intercepted. Li Huiran frowned. He is the consul of the Jingzhou region, personally served by the Goddess of Wisdom, a 1399 incarnation. How high the authority is. What kind of ungrateful person dares to intercept the messages he sends? Who was it who intercepted this officer's message? Li Huiran questioned. His goddess of wisdom was suddenly unresponsive. "Answer me!" Li Huiren angrily shouted. This situation made Shojiro a little confused as well. Until the entire office lobby was locked by a great consciousness and resounded with clear, cold and icy words. "I am Goddess of Wisdom 009, and it has now been discovered that Li Huiren, the consul of Jingzhou, has abused his power and is stripped to 1399. When Li Huiren heard these words, his entire body was like being struck by 5 thunderbolts, and bean-sized beads of sweat instantly overflowed from his forehead. Incarnation 009. Isn't this the general incarnation of the Emperor's star? He was terrified, completely unable to understand how he had alerted the Empyrean general incarnation when he had merely sent a message. "Lord Goddess of Wisdom, is there some kind of misunderstanding here? I didn't abuse my power." Li Huiren tried to weasel his way out of the situation, his eyes full of trepidation. "Jingzhou Consul Li Huiren, you intend to carry out post-suppression against Ning Qingshuan's family members, seriously interfering with the normal life of Ning Qingshuan's family members. You are hereby deprived of your consulship and are given 30 minutes to submit your resignation to the head of the Yasukuni Temple, with a written account of your egregious behavior and a statement of repentance. Failure to fulfill the time limit will result in you being sent to federal court." The cold voice fell with a harsh tone that could not be refuted. Li Huiren only felt that the sky had collapsed, and his 2 eyes were dull and lost their luster. This is actually for Ning Qingxian? What was his origin that he made the chief incarnation of Emperor Star personally come down? With just a single message unfavorable to Shen Zuoyu, he willed himself to descend to his office lobby? After a long time, the will of greatness disappeared. Li Huiren was paralyzed in his chair, his mind was blank, he knew he was finished, the rest of his life was gone, everything was gone. Jingle bells. On the desk, the ancient telephone, perennially untouched, rang. A stunned Shojiro trembled and walked over to pick it up. "Hello? This is the House of the Bloods, is this the Yasukuni house?" Blood Ancestor inquired wistfully over there. He originally wanted to have a virtual meeting again, but he realized that Li Huiren's Goddess of Wisdom suddenly couldn't be contacted. Shojiro looked at Li Huiren in a daze. All of this happened too suddenly, she didn't react at all. "Goddess of Wisdom 009, the total incarnation of the Canyon Empire Star, there is none. There were only a handful of people in the entire Imperial Star who could access this level, not to mention the people who were also closely watching Shen Zuoyu as a message to send it personally. What kind of power does one's former best friend possess behind the scenes?" She didn't understand, but in that split second of effort, she knew she was done too. "Hello? Hello?" The Blood Ancestor shouted when he saw that no one was responding. "Get out!" Li Huiren yelled in grief and anger, picking up the phone and smashing it to pieces. If it wasn't for the Blood Ancestor, how could he have one thought of heaven and one thought of hell? Do. On the other side, the Blood Ancestor who heard Li Huiren's voice, his entire body was petrified in place. What happened? Looking at this scene, Li Huiren must have encountered trouble, and it was still the more serious kind. He had merely requested that Ning Qingxian be recruited. How could it have turned out like this? Just then, a sharp knock suddenly sounded outside the door. "Blood Ancestor, something big has happened, the inner residence of the Jingzhou is surrounded, and someone seems to have seen the head of the Jingzhou palace walking in with a grim face." As the words fell, the Blood Ancestor's pupils trembled violently. Doesn't it mean that Li Huiren's federal career has come to an end when the head of the palace brings someone to visit the inner palace of Jingzhou? He instinctively realized that Li Huiren might have touched some terrible taboo. It's Ning Qingxian. What did this guy do? The Blood Ancestor thought carefully, his eyes gradually turning into panic. Chapter 36, a devilish aura surprises outside the Kanglan Star. What's the reason for it? Imperial Star Appraisal Institute. Ning Qingxian rubbed his aching arms and walked out of the appraisal room with 2 steps. This appraisal took a total of 20 minutes against hundreds of avatars of different levels with consistently high combat power. Aside from being a bit tired, Ning Qingxian didn't feel any discomfort. It was rather unfortunate that he ended up staying in front of the 146th strongest foe and managed to identify 99% of his power level as the king of the Corpse Clan. This was already the strongest strength he could, at the moment, display. After all, Ning Xii's devilish cultivation was still slowly recovering. Outside the door, the staff had been waiting for a long time. She straightened her wide-rimmed glasses and laughed with a nervous heart. "Mr. Ning is exhausted. I prepared a bottle of high-level nutritional fluid, please take your time." With that, she handed over the bottle of potion in her hand. Ning Qingxian hesitated for a moment and asked, "This thing seems quite expensive, doesn't it?" You remembered that Shin Zuoyu had once used it, when he had just finished his mission. A bottle of premium nutrient solution costs at least 20,000 points, not federal currency. Shin Zuoyu went through the internal channels of the association, and everyone had resources. "This is free for you from our appraisal officer. If it's not enough, I'll go get 2 more bottles right away." The staff was afraid that Ning Qingxian would refuse. After all, no one would want to neglect an S-class reincarnator, let alone the top 10 on the heavenly ranking. "No, thanks." Ning Qingxian received the advanced nutrient solution, and after his consciousness connected to the goddess of wisdom, his figure blinked and disappeared from its original location. The staff saw this scene and breathed a long sigh of relief. Kanglan Star, within the deep mountains of Jiangnan City. Ning Qingxian returned to his original position, the gentle words of Goddess of Wisdom 009 ringing in his ears. "Congratulations, you have completed the leveling, please receive your reward." As soon as the words left his mouth, Ning Qingxian sensed that he had been opened up to reincarnation space and branded with identity information. Open it up and the panel has text revealed. Reincarnation space account belongs to Ning Qingxian. Points, initial 1 million. Currency, initial $20 million. Item, Seal of Reincarnation, 10th on the S-ranked heavenly list. Permission, Class S. Civic rank, 3. Ning Qingxian looked at the panel, slightly surprised in his heart. That's too much to give. On Kanglan Planet, even the well-known Kanglan Planet console didn't have 1 million points. And one civic rank, surprisingly, had been raised to the 3rd level. Within this cosmic union, where one level crushes tens of billions of people, the 3rd level belongs to the category of senior citizens. His current civic rank is already the same as the Kanglan Star console. Your reward has been issued, allow me to take the liberty of asking. Have you recently reawakened your memories again? Your experience of transmutation is important and will bring us unimaginable resources for growth in the Cosmic Alliance. Ning Qingxian was silent for a little while. He had already learned the specifics from what had happened to his daughter, Ning Kaiwei. The so-called ancient reincarnators were the advanced team formed in the early days of the Federation under the leadership of the Reincarnation Temple. Many years have passed since then. The advanced teams were sparse in number, and each of them had placed great expectations on the Palace of Reincarnation, so they were all endowed with the most primal of the 3 main god powers. It is possible to descend in soul and be reincarnated in the worlds of the heavens, retaining all the personality memories of the cosmic union and learning the methods of becoming stronger in the worlds of the heavens. Then, these methods of becoming stronger are successfully brought back by reincarnating into the cosmic union again. Under the effect of the primal power of the 3 main gods of the reincarnation hall, the strength would be completely retained. Because of individual differences, the number of transitions for advanced teams varies. The strongest transmogrifier, as currently recorded by the Federation, has only been transmogrified a maximum of 4 times. In one case, it was still the result of a split soul. The meaning then is that a portion of the soul power remains in the heavens and the worlds while the body transmigrates back to the cosmic union. Until death, it will return to its original form. Ning Qingxian suddenly somewhat understood why Goddess of Wisdom 009 had personally bound herself to him. The number of novels he had written had reached 3, and the Goddess of Wisdom must have viewed and read them. Not for a while. Ning Qingxian replied as such. Well, I wish you good health and a happy life. After saying this, the Goddess of Wisdom fell into a state of self-imposed isolation. Like the countless avatars, there would be no surveillance behavior towards Ning Qingxian during this period until Ning Qingxian called out again. Even first-class citizens have the right to privacy, and the Goddess of Wisdom is completely impervious to such mistakes, which is likewise one of the reasons why countless citizens trust her the most. It's time to go home. Ning Qingxian regrouped his mood, took a deep breath of fresh air, and began to descend the mountain with a smile on his face. What he is completely unaware of is that just 10 minutes ago, there was a big man in the Emperor Star who fell because of him, and the space of the heavenly list was in chaos because of him. Time passed and the sky grew dark. The stars outside the Kanglan star field were dotted with stars, like a long silver river hanging upside down, exceptionally bright and beautiful. One of them was extremely dazzling, and that was none other than the Emperor Star. As the consul of Kanglan Star, Fu Lingfeng often, at night, looked up and gazed at the posture of the Imperial Star, and inwardly emitted infinite emotions. If he didn't have any greater accomplishments in his life, his federal career would basically stop there, and the possibility of going to serve on the Imperial Star was incredibly slim. Hasn't word come back from the old hall leader? Fu Lingfeng withdrew his gaze and turned to the Secretary General who was working. Not yet, by all rights, President Shin should have already returned. The Secretary General operated the electronic screen, and suddenly the entire screen flashed red, and even more mechanical urgent electronic synthesized sound. Alarm! Alarm! 1.5 million kilometers away from Kanglan Star, an abyssal rift has been discovered. The Secretary General's movement slightly paused, and Volingfeng also frowned. My lord, how is this to be handled? Fu Lingfeng pondered for a moment. The appearance of the abyssal rift meant that there were predators from the heavens and the worlds descending, and it was also possible that it was the Universe Alliance's borderland location where those foreign races moved in an attempt to scourge the living planets. Abyssal cracks like this one, when looking at the entire range of the Cosmic Union, happened almost every moment. Even in some of the cities in Kanglan Star, they appeared every other day. Naturally, Fu Lingfeng was not surprised and just followed the normal procedure of issuing orders. Inform the 2nd and 3rd Corps to be ready to respond to anything. Understood. The Secretary General immediately conveyed the instruction. Soon, however, the electronic synthesized sound came back on for a time. Alert! Suspected demonic aura found in the abyssal rift. The source of the breath is being analyzed, and the power level is being analyzed. The source of the scent cannot be locked down, the level cannot be assessed, requesting the assistance of the Imperial Star. As these words fell, Fu Lingfeng's expression moved. From the first day he governed the Kanglan Star, he had never seen a person of the devil Dao from the heavens. The disasters brought about by the abyssal rift were, at most, a small portion of alien harassment. Even if there were some ungrateful copies of the thriller game that messed around with Kanglan Star to capture people, they were quickly scanned by the Goddess of Wisdom and wiped out on the spot. What is the reason for this devilish person? Chapter 37, When a father is a father, of course he should leave the best for his daughter. Goddess of Wisdom, help me contact the Imperial Star Ancient City Marshal. Even though the appearance of the abyssal rift was something he had long been accustomed to, he still didn't dare to slack off. If any major blunders occurred during his tenure, resulting in the loss of life and property for the citizens of Kanglan Star, the consequences would be self-evident. Is connecting you. Fu Lingfeng straightened his formal attire, his mind was quite a bit apprehensive and nervous. The starfield of the Kanglan system was vast, and as one of the starfields under the Federation's subregion, there existed a huge number of living planets. And the Kanglan Emperor Star possessed supreme power, bringing together the top outstanding powerhouses of the entire Kanglan Star region. Although he hadn't been there, he had learned that the Imperial Star had a total of thousands of intercontinental regions, with several hundred cities under each large region. Even if it was just a random federal official position in the Imperial Star, the source behind it might be frighteningly large. Not to mention that the one he was about to contact was also the Marshal of the 76th Legion of the Imperial Star, holding real power in his hands. Connection successful. Fu Lingfeng looked solemn and immediately gave a military salute. What is it? He couldn't see Gusto's true face, having his features blurred by the Goddess of Wisdom. The voice that came over was a little low and thick, inexplicably revealing a high position of majesty. My humble servant, Fu Lingfeng, the 149th Consul of Kanglan Star, meet the Marshal. Fu Lingfeng first introduced himself and then got to the point. My humble servant has discovered that 1.5 million kilometers away from Kanglan Star, an abyssal rift has appeared, suspected to have a demonic aura. Canyon Star is unable to discern origin, unable to discern threat level, requesting martial assistance. The words fell, and there was silence across the room for a moment. Someone should be investigating right now, and Volingfeng didn't dare to rush until 5 minutes had passed. Originating in the world of the heavens, the Middle Kingdom. A calm voice came out from Gusto, obviously checking the information, and soon his tone became a bit surprised. Well, there is a team of reincarnators who have already been to the Central Plains, and there is also a person from your Kanglan planet who brought back very good results, with a set of S+++ ranked Gongfu, and a martial cultivation pathway with not a small amount of potential. Consul Vu, congratulations. Fu Lingfeng's expression was stunned. Central Plains? When he finished listening to the words, he couldn't help but be overjoyed inside. Of course he knew who that person was that Gu Situ was talking about, S+++ ranked feats. This was already very impressive. He was flattered and replied back, no, the Marshal can just call me Lingfeng, this is also a personal achievement of the reincarnator. No matter what, after all, coming from Kanglan Star, Fu Lingfeng was still very proud inside. Gusto mused for a long time and then continued, the Central Plains are currently shut down, and it is suspected that some unknown upheaval has occurred, which could be the cause of the abyssal rift. As for the devilish aura, perhaps there is a connection with a figure in the central plains named the past life sect leader. Fu Lingfeng heard a hint of gravity in his tone. Unfortunately, one is not currently authorized to view the information. Tell you what, your report has been noted by this marshal. Follow the procedure first. There are some life planets close by that likewise have some troubles that need to be dealt with. Fu Lingfeng once again gave a military salute. The Tsangyu star, the closest star to Tsanglan star, was erupting with a very terrible disaster, and it was rumored that quite a number of core, as well as a large number of S-class reincarnators had been dispatched to suppress it, and the third in the heavenly ranking list was certainly among them. They all fell within the scope of Gusto's assistance, and it was feared that he would not be able to spare more manpower in a short period of time. But in any case, he had reported the situation and was not remiss. Time passed, and on the other side of Gangnam City, Aqua home. Daddy's home. Ning Qingxian had just opened the door when he saw Ning Kaiwei rushing over in joy. He smiled and rubbed his daughter's head, looking around and did not see Shen Zuoyu's figure. What about the test scores? I won first place. Thanks to Dad's novel, so many people are talking about you online, and the Jiangnan City newspaper published it. Ning Kaiwei blinked her big eyes, recalling everything she had experienced in the blood-eating realm, which was rather nostalgic in the face of life and death crises, even though it was still heartbreaking. Being still young, she didn't know more details than that, except that her father had been to the blood-eater realm and had been the monarch of the eternal night. Ning Qingxian couldn't help but take out the gift he had just prepared from his arms. That's a big congratulations. Looking at the brand new cell phone, Ning Kaiwei was pleasantly surprised and hurriedly held it lovingly in her arms. Don't look, Mom's not home. She seems to have received orders from above and just came back from a business trip and left. Seeing this, Ning Qingxian fell into some deep thought. This Rotarians Association president's job is too busy, isn't it? By the way, I think I just saw you working out? Ning Kaiwei carefully put away her phone and nodded. I have so many points in my account, and they go up quite a bit with a refresh, so I spent 100,000 points and purchased a set of body refining cultivation pathways. 100,000 points? Ning Qingshuan's heart was pounding. Her daughter had become a little rich too? He hesitated for a long time, but in the end he couldn't help but speak. Didn't Dad say that you with the points and money what to save up for a rainy day? And the way you just hammered your flesh, it was too much strain. What period of cultivation pathway did you buy? Were you cheated? Ning Qingxian spoke worriedly. Having experienced a lifetime in the Central Plains, he could tell at a glance that this body refining cultivation pathway was thankless. It would take a person to work themselves to death, and they wouldn't even see the strength of their physical body being raised. My daughter is still young, her ability to recognize is relatively weak. Sudden wealth is very easy to be cheated. Growing up myself, I didn't really like being told what to do by my parents, but when I really got to this stage and had my daughter, I realized how hard it is to be a parent. In this world, no one was more nervous about Ning Kaiwei than him. Noah, I was in the reincarnation hall to buy formal channels, and this is still horse teach ancestor, from the reincarnation world to worship the teacher to learn the art to get, sales are very high, although it is said that the time to determine quite a long time. Ning Kaiwei, in order to show off the results of her cultivation, squatted her horse stance in place again and waved her fists at the air in a very standard manner. Due to the witch 9 bloodline contained within her body, her fists were not only suffing, but also had the power of fist winds. A move that indeed belonged to the category of body refining. Combined with his own bloodline, it was easy to crack rocks with a single punch, not to mention killing a few cows. Dad, look, I've only been practicing for less than a day. Ning Kaiwei looked quite happy. But in Ning Qingshuan's eyes, this action was too stupid and inefficient. In a short while, Ning Kaiwei finished a set of punches, and immediately started the second set, her breath gradually disorganized. Ning Qingxian looked on silently until he just couldn't look away and couldn't stand it anymore. He blackened his face, unable to accept that his daughter had just come into contact with the martial arts and had her foundation broken by this broken cultivation path. That's just it, I'll teach you. Ning Qingxian sighed slightly. It was natural for a father to leave the best to his daughter. Chapter 38 Emperor Star Jingzhou, General Manager Shen. An hour later. Ning Kaiwei was filled with curiosity as she looked at the cyclone that had coalesced between her palms. Dad, is this the legendary true qi? It's so warm. She lowered her head and felt, at the location of her dantian, the wisps of true qi fluctuations that were slowly running. After following the 8 meridians and forming a week's worth of days, all the previous discomfort of refining the body and punching disappeared. This in one's own witch 9 bloodline did not create any conflict, but instead complemented each other. It was almost as if they belonged to the same lineage. And at this moment, Ning Qingxian looked at his daughter as if he were looking at a monster. In just 1 hour, his daughter not only understood the complex mysteries of the turtle breath-gong breathing method, but also used only the Dantian Qi whirlpool that an unusual genius, who would need a month, could condense. Even if it was just a wisp, it was extremely heaven-defying. How is it that both Shen Zuoyu and Ning Kaiwei, at the level of martial arts talent, possessed such high attainments? So cultivation can be so simple, just follow the steps to breathe. Dad is even better than Ma Zuzu. Ning Kaiwei was looking at herself with starry eyes. Hearing her words, Ning Qingxian finally asked suspiciously, "What is sect ancestor Ma?" The person who was included in the 3rd grade textbook, old Mr. Tixing Ma, whom everyone respectfully calls the ancestor of the martial arts teaching. He once worshipped a hidden master in the heavens and became a close disciple, and after he had accomplished a great deal in his studies, he passed this body-refining cultivation pathway back. The internal force that many reincarnates have mastered is inherited from the Ma Godfather. Ning Qingxian pondered for a moment. He had seen a reincarnator that had used his inner strength. There is no denying that it is a very popular method of getting stronger, but it starts too low. Without further delay, he continued to help Ning Kaiwei consolidate her Dantian Qi cyclone for the rest of the day. At the same time, it was inside the Kanglan Star sub-temple. Shen Zuoyu's mind was tense as she waited for the old hall chief to finish the phone call. She had just returned home not long before she received the news from the old hall chief and came to the branch hall without stopping to report. The person on the other end of the phone was obviously a very important big shot, and was able to see from the old hall chief's face a gravity and solemnity that had never been seen before. Yes, I understand. The old hall elder broke the connection and looked up at Shen Fuyu, his face carrying an indescribable complexity. Temple chief, have I passed the test? Shen Zuoyu's careful inquiry was naturally about the matter of inheriting the position of the head of the hall. Although she hadn't succeeded in promoting to S rank yet, she had basically reached the excellent results of the reincarnation world. As long as the old hall chief recognized himself, then it would be logical to take over the position. I'm sorry I can't give you this position. The old hall chief shook his head. As soon as the words fell, Shen Zuoyu's mood instantly fell to the bottom. Her face turned a minute paler, and after pursing her lips, she squeezed out a smile. It's fine, the temple leader doesn't need to apologize to me. I understand if there's any difficulty. Shen Zuoyu could almost guess who made that call just now. Unsurprisingly, from the Emperor's star. Otherwise, it was unlikely that the old hall chief's attitude would have changed so drastically. But she didn't regret it. Even if she blocked her entire future, she wouldn't do anything against Ning Qingxian. In addition, you are no longer serving as the president of the Jiangnan City Reincarnator Association. The old hall president said, rising from his chair. Shen Zuoyu's delicate body suddenly trembled slightly, and her figure was even more unsteady. A feeling of dizziness came, and tinnitus briefly appeared. Sure enough. She smiled bitterly at the corners of her mouth, not inwardly surprised. From now on, you are the Imperial Star Jingzhou Region General Association President. Shen Zuoyu nodded inwardly in a bleak manner. Got it. Ha? She froze and looked up. What did you say? The old hall chief's face showed a sigh, and his eyes even held a deep awe. You're lucky that the Imperial Star appointment came down, although I don't know the specifics, but the previous Yasukuni consul just resigned, and along with that, there's been a major internal reshuffle that's left a lot of seats vacant. The head of the Jingzhou Temple is making selections from various living planets, so he should have just happened to see your profile. That call came from none other than the head of the Jingzhou Temple. A level unknown how many times higher than him, the great man of the Wheel of Fortune Palace, named Shen Zuoyu to be the General Association President of Jingzhou. It was something unheard of for him. First, it was Kanglan Star's consul, Fu Lingfeng, who asked him to help support Shen Zuoyu for a while, and now it was one of the Imperial Star's hall chiefs who personally issued the appointment letter. This promotion span, you wouldn't even dare to dream of doing this, would you? He didn't have the guts to ask for details or reasons, just to follow orders. Put me up for the presidency of the General Assembly of Yasukuni? Shen Zuoyu pointed at himself, staring with a stunned expression. 1 minute your life is at rock bottom, the next you're flying straight up? Exactly. The old hall leader nodded. Shen Zuoyu felt how unreal this was. She desperately wants to get better grades so that she can succeed the old temple president, further her career path and improve her current family's situation. As a result, the rewards now being gained far outweigh the original effort. May I ask why the consul of Yasu resigned? She remembered that the consul of Jingzhou, who was Qiu Jiro's superior, had just had a virtual meeting during the day. How can we in Kanglan Star know about what's going on in the Emperor Star? There are thousands of continental regions there, and the situation is changing rapidly, so anything can happen. It was true that the old hall chief knew nothing about it. It was simply not information that could be tainted at his level. I don't think I'm senior enough for the position of general president. Did you recommend me? Shen Zuoyu asked again. Only to see the old hall chief unable to help but shake his head. I can't interfere with the decisions of the Imperial Star's side. As the words fell, Shen Zuoyu fell into deep contemplation. Could it be because Ning Qingxian is ranked 10th on the S-class heavenly rankings? All she could think of at the moment, the reason for her own ascension to the position of president of the General Council of Jingzhou, was on Ning Qingxian. But on second thought, even if it was the 10th in the S-class heavenly ranking, within the Federation and the Palace of Reincarnation, it didn't have such a great amount of energy, and for a short period of time, one person was able to gain a great deal of power. Either that, or it's related to the Middle Kingdom, the legacy of the past life sect leader? Go back to rest and walk on a date to be appointed. The Emperor Star and our Kanglan Star can be completely different. That's the core of the entire Kanglan system. Be more careful in everything, and in the future I'll have to address you as Officer Shen. Shen Zuoyu was quite embarrassed and responded, I will always remember your great kindness. After leaving the sub-temple, she looked up at the brightest and most radiant star under the night curtain, her mind overwhelmed with emotion. We have to hurry up and tell Ning Qingxian the good news. There's definitely credit in this for him. Shen Zuoyu no longer delayed, departed to return to Jiangnan City. Chapter 39, Unprecedented Global Alertness. Shen Zuoyu could not see, deep in the dark sky dome. There was a huge abyssal rift that was continuously surging with strong demonic power. And at this moment, when Voling Fong finished reporting the emergency to the top. Sudden developments, once again. The electronic screen flashed red like crazy. Red alert! Red alert! Again, red alert! Fu Lingfeng's expression changed in shock. It was only after such a short while that the abyssal rift had widened. Goddess of wisdom, scan the abyssal rift for me. He spoke in a deep voice, only to see that on the electronic screen, the entirety of the dark, ink-like abyss in a distant place outside of the Kanglan Star soon surfaced. As the distortion of space grew in size, the spread of the power breath was alarming. In just a moment, boom! There was a silent tremor sweeping out, and in the eyes of Fu Lingfeng as well as all of the Kanglan Star's senior personnel present, an ancient flying warboat slowly appeared. On each of the warboats, there were strong men clad in black robes standing in unison, with cold faces and merciless eyes, exuding a cold and murderous aura around them. In addition to the warboats, there were also huge divine weapons that Fu Lingfeng had never seen before, and even in the rear position, there were unexpectedly many great demons with demonic auras. The scene was magnificent, and the procession descended from the abyss, bringing everyone an unprecedented visual impact. What kind of people are these? This is not the Middle Kingdom at all. The Secretary General looked horrified. From the previous information display of the Reincarnation Hall, it could be known that the battle power level of the Middle Kingdom could not be this high. Lord Consul, what are we going to do? He looked towards Fu Lingfeng with trepidation, and this powerful team, recognizable from its direction of action, was headed precisely here. No one knows what, exactly, they want. Waiting once they were really close to Kanglan Star, I'm afraid it would be an unimaginably huge disaster. Issue the highest level of alert, notify all corps to put down everything in their hands and immediately lay down defenses 50,000 kilometers outside of Kanglan Star. Fu Lingfeng forced himself to calm down. The more critical the situation, the more calm he had to be. He had already reported the situation truthfully to the Emperor Star, and he was sure that the Emperor Star would make timely and appropriate countermeasures to deal with this unexpected situation that had occurred in a hurry. Come on, what are you waiting for? Execute the order. The Secretary General turned around and yelled towards a crowd of all the senior personnel who were deeply shaken. In an instant, the entire command room was like a frying pan, and the roars were endless. First Corps, Second Corps, Third Corps, hurry up and all move out. Didn't you hear me? I'm talking about everybody. Pull out all of Kanglan Star's defense cannons, and anyone with more than one star on their shoulders should meet in the capital's command room immediately. What lack of authority! This is an order from the Chief Consul. Fu Lingfeng stared at the electronic screen dead on, and beads of sweat began to overflow from his forehead. This night was destined to be a night that could never be forgotten for Kanglan Star. The world fell into the highest level of alert, and a large number of core powerhouses stepped into the air and sped away, looking hurriedly and constantly rushing towards the stars beyond. The old rusty defense cannons, too, were all pulled out. Ordinary citizens were completely unaware of what was happening when they saw a continuous roar erupting in the sky above their heads, and it was clear that air and space carriers and starships had been deployed. Such a big commotion, could it be that the borderland Fae are fighting over? Someone looked overhead and made a foxy noise. I don't think it's possible. Our Kanglan star's neighboring Sanyue star is recently fighting against the foreign races, so maybe we're there to provide assistance. Some people expressed different views, speculating on the reason for Kanglan star's movements based on the current situation. At the same time, Shinzuoyu, who was rushing back home, also discovered the changes in Kanglan star. What's going on? She sat in her car, looking through the window at one of the core members running to the vault. These people were usually not visible at all, and existed in distinction from the Reincarnator Association, only moving when they needed to go out on a mission to exterminate the alien strongholds, or when there was a major crisis on Kanglan planet. Judging from this scene, almost the entire core of the branch hall, all of them, had come out. It was the first time in her life that she had seen such a vast array. It was a pity that she was not currently in the position of General President and could not know exactly what was happening on Kanglan Star. After a moment's hesitation, she sent a message to the old hall leader. A reply was received in the middle of the day. Global maximum alert? Shinzuoyu's mind rumbled with a sound, his eyes full of incredulity. Looking at the history of Kanglan Star, the highest level of alert status had never been issued, which represented that Kanglan Star was experiencing an extremely serious threat. And, more than ever before. What the hell happened? She murmured, her eyes lost in thought. Outside of Kanglan Star, empty sky carriers and starships stood at attention. Hundreds of thousands of senior core members, their hearts and minds tense, stared at the dark depths of the starry sky as if they were enemies. Right in the distance where they couldn't see, there was currently a team of the heavens descending from within the abyssal rift. More than a few days, less than a few hours, would be approaching Kanglan Star, depending on how fast the group traveled. And in the command room of the capital, hundreds of high-ranking federal officials had already arrived. Among them there were also quite a number of classified dignitaries of the Wheel of Fortune. All of them were looking at the electronic screen. The room was incredibly quiet and no one spoke. The heavy atmosphere was almost so oppressive that people couldn't breathe, until Bowling Foam suddenly broke the silence. Goddess of wisdom, I need to talk to the other party's leader. Kanglan planet had suffered the most severe test and threat it had ever seen, and he, the planetary consul, had to ensure the safety of his citizens' lives and property no matter what. First and foremost, the first rule is that you need to figure out what kind of purpose the other party is holding. There is no doubt that effective communication and conversation can prevent irretrievably violent conflict. I'm sorry, but due to the interference that exists in the abyssal rift, my communication can't get through to the other side. About how far can it be? Fu Lingfeng inquired in a deep voice. If the other side had already approached Kanglan Star, it would be too late. 80,000 kilometers. After saying that, Fu Lingfeng's face had a slightly ugly expression. It was still a bit close. Gentlemen, the time has come to test us. No matter what happens next, we need to hold out until we get support from Imperial Star, who has been fighting next door for 3 months without losing an inch of defense. I hope we can do it just as well at Canyon Star, understand? Fu Lingfeng scanned the hundreds of people in the room, his eyes sharp with majesty. Understood. Everyone responded in unison. He looked at the electronic screen once again, and suddenly, in the depths of the darkness, he saw something else, and he couldn't help but see his pupils shrinking dramatically and his scalp tingling. This is Chapter 40: The Inheritance of the Devil's Path Ancestor. At the same time, being inside the brightest life planet in the Kanglan system, the Emperor Star, Marshal Gusto was squinting his eyes, looking at the classified data information in his hand, about the reports of the central planes that the reincarnators had gathered, and the casualties this time, and the achievement reports. What came into view was clearly Shinzuoyu and Chen Yuning, tied for first place in the evaluation. This report is from the Rotunda and is not yet public. The reason for the tie for first place was that the two had jointly transcribed and uploaded the Martial King Realm Cultivation Pathway. Super S-Class Advancement Potential Gusto let out a long sigh in a mellow voice with deep awe. The eyes, which were like vast stars, even showed strands of admiration. Since the establishment of the Federation, there have been countless reincarnates who have traveled to uncountable realms of the heavens and acquired a huge number of methods of becoming stronger, that is, paths of advancement. Each pathway of progression is a gem of the Federation. This includes, but is not limited to, body refining, internal strength, bloodline, genetic method, spiritual energy, transcendental attributes, and so on. There are a variety of progression paths, each with high or low potential. For example, back then, the internal cultivation pathway brought back by the Ma sect ancestor, the Wheel of Fortune temple eventually rated the growth potential, which could only touch the A level. It also meant that if there was a reincarnator who purely practiced only this one path, then he would never be able to step into the S rank. What made Gusitu feel heartfelt admiration, on the other hand, was that there was such a high person in the central planes who could break the shackles of the celestial realm and create the martial king realm on his own. And he brought the growth ceiling of the celestial realm's S rank, hard and personally, into the super S rank. How amazingly great is this? It was originally thought to be only an S rank degree until just now when the results of the Wheel of Fortune's rating came out. Summon Chen Yuning immediately. Gusitu ordered. A quarter of an hour later, Chen Yuning arrived at the base camp of the 76th Legion with trepidation. As far as she knew the impression, this belonged to the military of the Jingzhou region, and the entire defense force of the Jingzhou region was here. And as the 76th Legion's ancient system marshal, he was a figure of the same level as the head of the Jingzhou temple. Only one tube inside and one outside. Marshal Gusto himself was still an extremely outstanding Super S-class reincarnator of the Imperial Star. It was rumored in the outside world that a level 6 genetic lock had been opened in the genetic method, a traditional cultivation pathway. What virtue or ability did Chen Yuning, have to be summoned by Marshal Gusitu? Arriving at the marshal's residence, he was led by his deputy and eventually entered a stately lobby. Chen Yuning took a deep breath, not daring to look around at all, and bowed her head and arched her hands. Jingzhou District S-class reincarnator, Chen Yuning, see Marshal. Gusitu nodded with an approving eye. Congratulations, you have won the first place in this reincarnation world. Any requests you have, this marshal can fulfill them today. When Chen Yuning heard this, her expression was slightly stunned, followed by great joy within her heart. She is secretly summoned to a meeting, and it turns out that Marshal Gustavo was informed of the results in advance. Reporting back to the marshal, being able to obtain this great opportunity is a reward in itself, and I dare not ask for anything more. Gusitu did not continue to pursue the question, but waved his hand. When you have thought about it, you only need to speak to the adjutant. In addition, I asked you to come today because I want to ask about the legacy of the Central Plains sect leader. According to the information you provided, you opened the gate to the upper realm of the Central Plains, leading to a possible great battle between the two realms. Can you predict the aftermath and accurately determine the battle power of the upper realm of the Central Plains? As these words fell, Chen Yuning couldn't help but look embarrassed. On that day, she had witnessed how powerful Feng Li was, a strong person from the upper realm of the Central Plains who could easily suppress the 49th position of the S-class heavenly ranking, criminal Wuxuang. That was definitely beyond the celestial realm, but whether or not it was beyond the S-class, she couldn't make an accurate determination. After all, there was a huge strength gap between S-class reincarnators. The top 50 of the heavenly ranking was almost 50 watersheds, not to mention standing at the top 10 level, which represented the pinnacle of the S-class. Just because criminal Wuxuan wasn't a match for Feng Li didn't mean that the top 10 on the heavenly ranking couldn't defeat him. I can't do that, but what I can say for sure is that the Martial King realm is definitely stronger than the Transformation Yuan realm. Chen Yuning could only give another answer. Well, this marshal knows, and can also reveal the news to you in advance, that the Martial King realm cultivation pathway is currently rated by the Palace of Reincarnation as Super S potential. Super S? Chen Yuning's eyes widened on the spot, her brain buzzing. Wouldn't that mean that she had brought back a cultivation path that would be enough to last a lifetime and would be in the textbooks in no time? To make itself a federal legend for centuries, if not 1,000 years? Chen Yuning was silly. She was never thought that the Martial King realm cultivation pathway actually belonged to the Super S-class advancement potential, because of the acquaintance of Shinzuoyu, thus changing the whole life. This marshal is still the same, whatever you want, but whatever is within the scope of authority, you will be satisfied. After all, you are still young and have such great achievements, your future is unlimited. It is the pride of my Jingzhou. No, it is the pride of my Emperor Star. If you really can't think of what you want, I do have an establishment that can recommend you to the Star Lord. Chen Yuning's breath hitched violently. Star Lord? How blessed was she, a small S rank, to have access to that kind of big shot? She was worried that her virtue was not worthy of her position, and was about to politely decline, when she saw the adjutant next to her suddenly change color and intervene on the spot. Marshal, something's wrong. Gusto looked over and frowned. Can anything wait for a while? The adjutant looked anxious. "We just received an urgent report from the Council of Pale Moon Star. They have detected an army of the Twilight King of the Greedy Wolf Clan appearing outside the star." As the words fell, Gu Situ's pupils instantly condensed. The Greedy Wolf Clan had always been a problem for their Kanglan system, belonging to the status of star pirates throughout the universe, with a very strong base, repeatedly invading the Kanglan system and constantly setting up strongholds. The scourge that appeared on the Tsangyu star this time was brought about by the Greedy Wolf Clan, for which he sent a large number of reinforcements and is still at war. And the Tsangyu star belongs to the important strategic materials planet. Once lost, the loss is incalculable. The Twilight King. Gusto's face was cloudy. This time, the Tsangyu star, I am afraid that it is going to usher in a catastrophe. Notify the nearby Kanglan star, the Council of the Obscure Moon Star, and ask them to send their conservative corps to assist first, and this marshal will personally take the battlefield. When his words fell, the adjutant was the one whose face turned extremely ugly. "Marshal, there should be no way to aid Kanglan star." "Why?" Gusto frowned. Kanglan star has likewise sent out an urgent report that a mysterious team has already descended from the abyssal rift. The adjutant swallowed hard, and Gusto moved stiffly. When Chen Yuning, who was next to her, heard this, her heart thumped even more. What was going on with Kanglan star again? "That, and I know someone who might be able to help." Chen Yuning carefully opened her mouth. "What man?" Gu Sit has suffered 2 major bad news in a row. His expression was slightly tired, and he casually asked. "This person is on the Kanglan planet, and his name is Ning Qingxian." Chapter 41, Ancestor? Where did Kanglan star get an ancestor? Bad, that's the Twilight King of the Greedy Wolves. Inside the planet Kanglan, the capital's command room. Following Fu Lingfeng's gaze, the Secretary General apparently also saw another team in the middle of the picture. His expression became terrified, and in his mind, rapidly surfaced, about this Twilight King's legendary experience within the Greedy Wolf Clan, which had caused major losses to the Tsanglan system on many occasions. The Greedy Wolves aren't coming for us. Fu Lingfeng was staring at the screen dead on, his heart was very clear. The Greedy Wolf Clan, as a foreign clan on the border wasteland side, was entrenched deep within the border wasteland Forbidden Land, and had obtained the true legacy of a certain evil god of the universe some years ago. Under the buried development, the strength base became very powerful, the inheritance history was extremely long, the technological civilization and genetic cultivation were side by side, and there were quite a number of top-notch powerhouses in the clan. This Twilight King was one of the 3 Greedy Wolf Kings, who had made great achievements for the entire Greedy Wolf Clan. They attacked the Tsangyu planet in order to plunder its important strategic materials, as well as its rich mineral resources. In their eyes, Kanglan star was nothing more than an abandoned planet whose resources had long been scarce and completely meaningless to plunder. Therefore, Fu Lingfeng was very certain that the Twilight King's army was bound to be just passing through, and that the real route of travel was towards the Tsangyu star. Only, Fu Lingfeng's heartbeat steeply accelerated. It seemed like they were going to meet up with the mysterious team from the Abyssal Rift. In the vastness of the starry sky, the Twilight King led his army to march towards the Pale Moon Star. He was clad in ancient grey armor, rusty and faintly visible with bloodstains from the years. The face full of frost carried a coldness, and a pair of ghost-colored eyes were like containing black hole mysteries, suffused with the striated pattern of genetic law, making its whole body temperament become unspeakable. Looking at the procession behind them, stretching across a variety of massive sculptures. There were goddesses with human faces and snake bodies, monsters with tentacles, and fierce ancient beasts with furious eyes. Each sculpture was pulled forward by tens of thousands of people pulling the chains, and in the vastness of the starry sky, it appeared as if the scene was as grand as an epic painting. King Twilight, what kind of life planet is this one? Why don't we try to take it? Beside the Twilight King, a young pride of the Greedy Wolf Clan, who had followed him on his first expedition, voiced the doubts in his heart after seeing that Son Lan star in the distance. Just a planet abandoned by the Federation, worthless. The Twilight King's spectral-colored eyes glanced indifferently at Son Lan Xing, and then withdrew his gaze. In fact, not only was it worthless to him, but even to the Federation. The Tsangyu star has been fighting for 3 months, and the neighboring Son Lan star has actually not sent a single soldier. This one, the former home planet of the Kanglan system, has now long since fallen into oblivion, and has probably been forgotten by the Federation as well. He wasn't even willing to forcefully occupy it at the cost of the lives of the strongest members of his clan. As for whether or not they would be strategically sidestepped, 3 months had proven that Kangalans posed no semblance of a threat. What's more, under the stars, it was never easy to form a multi-directional pincer attack. King Twilight, there's movement ahead. A scout came with the information, and the Twilight King then raised his eyes to see a warboat traveling in the air, black pressure of a large group of demonic roadstrong, around the body exudes the battlefield murderous atmosphere, another many great demons follow the rear. The line stretches out and is unfathomably deep. He followed the line and saw the abyssal rift. A thought instantly flashed through his mind, the heavens. With the greedy wolf clan's knowledge of the Federation's history, he certainly knew that a mysterious reincarnation hall existed within the Federation. The bottom line of the Federation was rapidly pulling up, precisely because of the existence of the Palace of Reincarnation. The Star Fae, over the years, have suffered a lot because of this. But there were advantages and disadvantages. The power of the Wheel of Fortune affected dimensional space. The result is that abyssal rifts often appear, descending all sorts of strange predators from within the heavens, again causing problems for the Federation. Judging from this scene right now, the group in front of them had descended from the abyssal rift precisely. We're in for a treat. The Twilight King let out a faint laugh. With the underlying power of Kanglan Star, it was categorically unable to withstand the onslaught of the team in front of them. This result would lead to Kanglan Star facing an extinction calamity. The war on the front line is tight, are we going around? The young celestial beside him asked. Foolish, you dare to let this team of the heavens behind us? The Twilight King spoke coldly. He had fought countless battles for the greedy wolf clan and would not allow himself to make such a low-level mistake. He then ordered the scouts once again, follow them up, pay close attention to all movements, and report back to me in a timely manner. Time passed, and the army outside Kanglan Star stood in strict wait, everyone's faces carrying unprecedented tension. Vaguely, they had been able to see the shadow of the warboat, and soon their gazes froze. It's coming, it's getting closer. Hiss, what a strong power fluctuation, I'm afraid this is coming from an S-rank reincarnation world. Silence. Silence. There was some confusion on the front, which was quickly stopped by senior staff. And within the command room of the Kanglan Star capital, Fu Lingfeng shouted, Goddess of Wisdom. Being covered, establishing channels of conversation. Fu Lingfeng took a deep breath and spoke in a deep voice, I am the chief consul of the Federation's Kanglan planet, you are approaching the safe range of Kanglan planet, please make your intentions known. The message was delivered, and among the team from the Abyssal Rift, on the most massive warboat, there was a black-robed man sitting cross-legged, slowly opening his eyes. The party then stopped, and he let out a pale sigh as he looked out at the vastness of the starry sky. Ray, are we there yet? A young girl beside her respectfully arched her hand, Sect Master, we should have arrived. According to the information provided by the Sect Master of the Heavenly Chance Pavilion, the location where the Ancestor's divine soul departed is right here. As the words fell, the black-robed man's body trembled slightly. His cloudy eyes seemed to have tears floating in them as he looked towards a bronze coffin at his side. Inside, lay his master, the man who had followed his ancestor for 100 years. He had spared no expense and painstaking efforts, and finally, as a result of the Heavenly Pavilion sect leader's deduction, he had found a cracked space from which he had traced the location where the ancestor's divine soul had departed. In order to do so, it was to fulfill the master's last wish to bury the body at the place of the ancestor. He did not know exactly where this was, it seemed to be beyond the central plains, the same as the upper and lower realms, another esoteric heaven and earth. Hearing Fu Lingfeng's words, he was deeply impressed by the power of the opposite side's divine ability of transmitting sound through space, which was profound and unfathomable. The old face became solemn as he finally spoke, full of respect, this seat, the seventh sect master of the past life sect, has come here with no ill intent, but only to seek news of our sect's ancestor. Within the Kanglan Star, Fu Lingfeng heard the other party's words through the Goddess of Wisdom. Hundreds of senior personnel in a full command room heard the words as well. Fu Lingfeng was at a loss, and everyone looked at each other in disbelief. The Twilight King, stationed in the distance, had likewise received information from his scouts. His brow furrowed in puzzlement. Ancestor? What ancestor? Where did Kanglan Star get an ancestor? Chapter 42 The Dang Twilight King's Army, Sacrificed Flag? Fu Lingfeng fell into deep thought and immediately asked the Goddess of Wisdom, can you find out what kind of power the past life cult is? Soon the Goddess of Wisdom gave her reply. According to the information provided by the Palace of Reincarnation, it has been discovered that the forces of the 10,000 realms of the heavens numbering the former Sangha total more than 400 clans. The recently discovered cult of the afterlife comes from the Central Plains and is the #1 devil cult in the Central Plains. Among them, Ning 13, the fourth master of the past life sect, became famous at a young age, pioneered the cultivation method on his own, and led the entire sect to the top. According to the information provided, the seventh master of the past life sect is from the Central Plains, and the person of the ancestor in his mouth, Ning 13, occupies a 99% probability. As these words fell, the doubts within Fu Lingfeng's heart grew even heavier. Tracing the news of the ancestor, how did you trace it to Kanglan Star? It's a mistake, isn't it? He spoke again, there is no ancestor here as you claim, please leave this place immediately, I repeat, please leave this place immediately. The message was delivered, and the black-robed man's cloudy eyes dimmed slightly. Regarding the ancestor, he had only heard about it from his master's mouth and read about it in the history books of the Central Plains, but had not witnessed it with his own eyes. That year, his parents had just been born. The land of the Central Plains has welcomed the invasion of the strongest of the upper realms. The Great War broke out, and legend has it that the ancestor punched through the upper realm with his own strength. It caused the upper world to change hands, and for many years thereafter the entire Central Plains ushered in the heyday of great unification. Unfortunately, the ancestors were not able to see the prosperity of the Central Plains. The war between the two worlds shattered the physical body of the ancestor, in full view of the public, the spirit ascended to an unknown destination. The legacy he left behind became the greatest treasure of the Middle Kingdom. Even to this day, he is still mourned and his fame is still celebrated. It was thought that after the ancestor's divine soul ascended, he would renew his life in another heaven and earth and live a second life. But right now, is it possible that the so-called ascension rumored in the Central Plains, the truth is actually a fall? The black-robed man was unwilling, emotional, and full of pathos. My teaching's ancestor Young called to Ning 13, his name is Ning 13, he is the myth of my Central Plains, he can never be unknown, he must be here. I still hope that elder will help us and find him. To be addressed by such a powerful figure, by the name of his predecessor. Fu Lingfeng only felt a surge of pressure, and his palms were already sweating coldly. The conversation was true and valid, but the key question was, how did he know who this devil's grandmaster was? It's polite now, but if it continues like this, it's over if the other party gets mad. Between hesitations, he showed a look of giving up. Goddess of wisdom, prepare to notify the globe at once, tell every citizen of Canyon Planet what is happening here. When these words fell, the hall was filled with clamor, and even the Secretary General's face changed. I'm afraid that's not a good idea, Lord Consul, it would cause panic and unrest. Fu Lingfeng was helpless, do you have a better solution? The fastest support from the Imperial Star will take half a day. The crowd looked at each other and all went silent. Meanwhile, on the other side, the army of the greedy wolf clan. The Twilight King, who received the complete information, had a cloudy face and was more than a little alarmed. Damn, I thought I'd get a good show, but I didn't realize I was actually here to find my family. He stared coldly at the distant procession of the heavens, his spectral eyes gradually rising with totemic light, causing a large number of sculptures behind him to bloom with terrifying red flames on the spot. King Kure? The greedy wolf clan powerhouses were uncertain. All troops, listen to the order, assault the heavenly teams ahead, make sure not one of them is left behind. The Twilight King's face turned frosty and cold as he made a strategic decision in a short period of time. The war situation on the front line of the Tsanyu Star was tight, not allowing him to have more time to think. Since this team of the heavens and the Kanglan Star existed in some sort of inextricable relationship, it meant that the current Kanglan Star could pose a serious threat behind the army. He would never allow that to happen and had to strike first. Lead the way. The greedy wolf clan's army had no objections, and in a matter of moments, a figure ran to kill. Twilight King even slowly raised his hand, only to hear the body seems to have a genetic lock break open the sound. There are also trickery to promote the power of the evil gods, resulting in a number of sculptures and the flames burning, Hurley all turned into a living thing. The human-faced snake body let out a sharp hiss that shook the space ripples. The ancient beast with angry eyes stretched out its enormous wings and let out a roar as it looked up to the sky. The commotion caught the attention of the congregation of the past life sect, and the little girl on the warboat spoke in a low voice. Sect leader, there seems to be something that is killing towards us. The black-robed man glanced at it with the rest of his vicissitude-tired eyes. Is there also a demonic beast riot in this heaven and earth? He slowly lifted his hand and extended a finger towards the huge giants that had revived in the distance. Boom! The great desolate candle dragon appeared in a shocking manner, with 10,000 feet of shadows illuminated in demonic flames in the sky. The dragon's pupils erupted with majestic black light, and its magnificent body stood under the vastness of the starry sky. Sharp claws mercilessly horizontal cover, instantaneous as if destroying and destroying, will be densely shouted to kill and come greedy wolf clan army drowned. They looked up, their hideous faces gradually turning into dullness until boundless fear was revealed in their pupils. What the hell? Devilish flames engulfed and the dragon's claws tore through the world, triggering screams of misery. The Twilight King had only just revived the sculpture, and when he saw such a picture, his entire mind rumbled. The ghostly colored eyes were all covered by that great desolate candle dragon shadow, reflecting the majestic dragon pupil, which straightaway caused a creepy chill to rise up all over his body. Rumble. The space along the road was like a broken mirror, the sculpture falling apart. The Twilight King suffered an unprecedentedly huge crash, and his entire gray armor shattered inch by inch. His face changed drastically, and intense bilious horror churned within him. What level of powerhouse is this? The shadow of death loomed over him, and along with a large number of greedy Wolf Clan powerhouses flesh flying into oblivion in his line of sight, he was finally overwhelmed and blood spurted out of his 7 orifices. Ancestor. Is the ancestor of the Kanglan planet making a move? No, it's the guy from the spaceship. The Twilight King stared with terrified eyes, clearly perceiving that this terrifying power had erupted from the warboat in the lead, spanning an endless distance on the spot. Withdraw. Retreat. He roared miserably and turned his head to flee, his heart pounding with fear. Ancestor. Where on earth did Kanglan Star get an ancestor from? He couldn't understand how a living planet abandoned by the Federation could have a figure like the so-called ancestor. Just the warboat mystic's outburst alone had instantly suppressed hundreds of thousands of his army, so what level was the ancestor? This scene was clearly recorded by the Goddess of Wisdom and presented in the command room of Kanglan Star. The hall turned into dead silence, hundreds of senior staff sucked in cool air and were filled with stupefaction. Fu Lingfeng's entire body stiffened, and his pair of eyes continued to tremble, filled with horror. What is this? A demonstration? At the drop of a hat, you've sacrificed the army of the titular Twilight King? He turned mechanically and looked at the hundreds of senior staff and growled almost snarlingly. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and send a global notification to find someone, can't you see that people are furious? Chapter 43 Global Notification, Clueless Ning Qingxian. Imperial Star, Marshal Jingzhou's residence. It has been many years since the Federation has seen a returning ancient transmuter. Gustavus listened to Qin Yuning's description and let out a sigh of emotion. He had already learned that the novels written by Ning Qingxian were in fact memories of a former reincarnation. Understanding that Ning Qingxian was in Kanglan Star, continuing to live in obscurity and poverty for many years, it was even more difficult for him inwardly. This was, after all, a credit to the Federation, but it had failed to welcome Ning Qingshuan's return in time. Marshal, we can't reach this Ning Qingxian. Also, Kanglan Star just uploaded an image. The adjutant said, and the electronic screen spread out, revealing the scene outside Kanglan Star. This is... Gu Situ's pupils condensed, and his heart immediately turned over and pounded. In the picture, the Twilight King's army was annihilated, and the great desolate candle dragon stood under the starry river. Its demonic flame was monstrous, seemingly devouring everything, and it had already touched the Super S-class category. Even he felt an intense palpitation the moment the black-robed man in that battle boat struck. The Twilight King has opened the 5th level gene lock, a very tricky powerhouse in the Tsonglan system, and the armor on his body is even an evil sacred artifact, which was destroyed so easily. Gusto's face quickly turned ugly, as if he had never expected that this team that had descended outside of Kanglan Star would have experts of this level. It's the great desolate candle dragon finger, I've seen it with my own eyes, it's a demonic power from the Middle Kingdom. Shen Yuning muttered, her heart beating wildly, recognizing at once that this move had been inherited from none other than Ning 13, the 4th sect master of the Everlasting Sect. Have the heavenly ranking powerhouses of Kanglan Star not been contacted yet? Gusto asked to the adjutant. The situation at hand could only be a dead horse. Even though Ning Qingxian hadn't reached the Super S rank, being in the top 10 of the heavenly rankings was strong enough in itself, and he only needed to delay for a certain amount of time. Not yet, the adjutant shook his head. However, the Council of Kanglan Planet has issued a global notification, and is said to be searching for a Devil Dao ancestor named Ning 13, which may be the purpose of the Abyssal Rift team's visit. The Devil's Grandmaster? Gusto looked stunned. Inside the planet Canyon, a global briefing began to be issued. Good evening, honorable citizens of Canyon Star. I apologize for disturbing you all at this late hour. I am the Goddess of Wisdom, the capital of Kanglan Planet, and on behalf of the Chief Council, I would like to solemnly inform you that our planet has suffered an unprecedented crisis. Under the night, the many cities of Kanglan Star were dotted with bright neon lights. No matter where they were, no matter what they were busy with, all citizens, without exception, suddenly received their bound goddess of wisdom an emergency notification. A large number of citizens looked up to the stars, naturally associating themselves with the vastness that the Federation had caused earlier. With this announcement, a considerable amount of panic was triggered in a matter of moments. Could it be that the Fae are really hitting us? It's over, we don't have a heavy federal guard on Kanglan Star. People were on edge, and riots soon appeared. Shin Zhuayu, who was on his way home, similarly received the message. What the hell is going on? First a global top-level alert and now a global notification has been sent. Her eyes were worried and her mind was shrouded in intense unease. Throughout the history of Kanglan Star, there has never been a disaster of this level. Could it be that he is about to witness history? President, do we need to send someone to your home immediately? The vice president, who was driving the car, nervously inquired about the situation at hand, fearing that a major evacuation would have to be carried out according to the Federation's normal procedures. No need. Shin Zhuayu gently shook his head. Looking at the entire Kanglan Star, there were only a handful of S-Class reincarnators, and Ning Qingxian was rated as the 10th on the S-Class heavenly ranking by the Palace of Reincarnation, so who could be more secure than Ning Saiwei's dad? Next, let every citizen know. The Goddess of Wisdom sends out another communication. Outside of the Kanglan Star, there is at this moment a demonic team from the Central Plains that has posed a serious threat to our side. Citizens are reminded that a suspected Middle Kingdom devil ancestor named Ning 13 is within the Kanglan planet. He may have an unknown condition such as amnesia, loss of cultivation, living on the streets, and federal blackout. If you find anyone with a similar description, please report it to me immediately. Shin Zhuayu finished reading the communication from the Goddess of Wisdom, and his two eyes gradually widened. The Devil's Way of the Middle Kingdom has descended? In an instant, the citizens of Canyon Star looked to those around them, and then to the homeless man on the street. No. Not me. The hobos noticed the stares around them and shook their heads in fear. When the Goddess of Wisdom sent out a global notification to mobilize all citizens, Ning Kaiwei, who was diving into her cultivation in the Aqua home, was likewise no exception to receiving the news. With a shocked expression on her face, she asked Ning Qingxian, "Dad, did you receive a message from the Goddess of Wisdom?" "What news?" Ning Qingxuan's Goddess of Wisdom 009 did not make any response. "It seems like we're in big trouble on Kanglan Star. There's a team from the Central Plains Devil Dao right outside, and the Goddess of Wisdom sent out a message looking for a Devil Dao ancestor named Ning 13. As these words fell, Ning Qingxuan's puzzled eyes gradually became confused. "What is it? A team from the Middle Kingdom's magic path?" He hastened to call upon the Goddess of Wisdom, 009. "How come I didn't get a briefing when something so serious happened?" The will of the Goddess of Wisdom 009 awakens in full force. "Dear Mr. Ning, you enjoy the highest level of authority on Kanglan Planet, and the Kanglan Planet Council is not authorized to send you any messages." After understanding the cause, Ning Qingxian sighed lightly. "Next time, whoever it is, you can inform me first." The Goddess of Wisdom responded gently, changing settings. "Settings changed successfully. Do you have any other commands? I will do my best to serve you." "I need to talk to the demonic team outside of Kanglan Star right away. You should be able to do that." As these words fell, Goddess of Wisdom 009's tone was somewhat solemn and grave. "Esteemed Mr. Ning, the demonic team outside of Kanglan Planet is not something you can fight against, nor is it something you can sway. In order to ensure your safety, I recommend that you refrain from striking and wait for support from the 76th Legion of the Imperial Star." Ning Qingxuan's face showed complexity, even if it wasn't the Central Plains team that had come today, but rather some other heavenly powers, or the so-called Border Desert Alien Army. He wouldn't be a shrinking violet wherever he was able to be. The same is true even if one's strength has not been restored. He had lived on Kanglan Star for so many years, so he should have feelings for himself, not to mention that the family was all here. "No one but me can solve this trouble today." Goddess of Wisdom 009 seemed to have thought of something when she heard this. It triggered some sort of great wave of emotion, more than a little uncontrollable excitement, and with a careful tone of voice, he quavered inquiringly. "Honorable Mr. Ning, do you mean that the Devil's Way ancestor is you?" Chapter 44 Follow-up in the Middle Kingdom, all answered. In the command room of the Kanglan Star's capital, a group of senior officials, including Fu Lingfeng, were in an anxious mood. No one responded? Even if countless fake Devil Dao ancestors popped up, it would be fine. The crowd looked at each other and all of them scrunched their necks. Who would dare to impersonate such a thing? Accessing communications. The sudden ringing of the goddess of wisdom's words caused Fu Lingfeng to jerk his head up. A long sigh rang out, drifting towards the ranks of the devil Dao outside of Kanglan Star. Perhaps Ning Qingxian had sensed who was lying in that coffin. Are you a disciple of light dance? The dead silence of the vastness of the cosmic starry sky, because of these words, caused great ripples. The black-robed man sitting on the king's chair of the warboat, even more so, widened his pale eyes. The little girl next to him, her eyes showed surprise and amazement. Ancestor. Is an ancestor. The black-robed man rose tremblingly, arching his hands and kneeling. Seventh-generation disciples of the past life sect see the ancestor. Looking behind him, a large black mass of all the congregations made a pilgrimage. This scene caused everyone in the command room of Kanglan Star's mind to roar and shake wildly. Fu Lingfeng looked incredulous. Within the Tsanglan Star, there was actually still their devil Dao ancestor? Ning Qingxian paused and spoke in a complicated manner. A day here is 100 years in the Central Plains. If you stay for one more breath, your family members at home will age for half a year. Go back. The black-robed man was already in old tears. Ancestor, my disciple is here to fulfill my master's last wish. I hope that my ancestor will fulfill it. There are still all of my master's letters from these years in the coffin. Ning Qingshuan's heart trembled, remembering his life in the Central Plains. Jiang Qingdao had followed him since he was a young child, and why had he not thought of bringing Jiang Qingdao back from the Central Plains in the same way that Xing Wushuang had taken away the zombie king of the bizarre world? Unfortunately. Unexpectedly, Jiang Qingmai still returned to his side, but had already passed away. Only the bronze coffin was seen floating up in the air, slowly falling into the Kanglan Star. The black-robed man got up and wiped a muddy tear from the corner of his eye. Thank you, ancestor, for your fulfillment. The party turned and drifted away toward the yet-to-be-closed rift in the abyss. On the way, the little girl was in an uplifting mood. Sect master, ancestor, what exactly is this place? The black-robed man shook his head. I'm not sure, I think it must be a realm of ascension. The ancestor is doing this for our own good. Don't stay if you don't have enough strength. The little girl muttered to herself, when I go back, I'll tell those little bad guys that the ancestor legend is true, and that he lived a second life in the realm of the Ascension. The black-robed man smiled and rubbed her little head, and suddenly, as if he had noticed something, he looked toward the vast cosmic starry sky, that unknown and unpeoplable direction. Vaguely, there seemed to be a pair of indifferent and unfeeling eyes with a will that shrouded infinity, staring coldly at Kanglan Star. But in an instant, it disappeared again without a trace. What a terrifying divine sense, is it an illusion? He frowned and stopped paying attention as he led his team to step into the abyssal rift. A few low words rang out from the depths of the starry sky. This person of the Devil's Way actually managed to spot us? His strength has been seen by all of you. What do you think of that Kanglan Star's ancestor? Since he is an ancestor, his strength will not be weaker. I didn't expect the Human Federation to return a transmigrator after so many years. This person created the law and preached in the heavens, only to be extremely demonic in his natural ability, and no one knows exactly what else he did in the heavens besides the devil's ancestor. If he continues to recall his transmigration experience, he will be a great danger. What does the Pope think? Asked the Dusk Council Court. Kanglan Emperor Star, Jingzhou Region, Marshal's residence. Just as Gu Situ was about to lead his army and run to Kanglan Star, a great and supreme will suddenly descended. I am 009, the goddess of wisdom. Gusto stiffened at the sound. 009? The total incarnation of the Emperor's star? Why did she personally descend on the Jingzhou military region? Gusto hastily straightened his uniform and lowered his head, as did everyone else on the field. The Kanglan Star crisis has been lifted, and there is no need for the Jingzhou military region to send more troops. Gusto looked up in shock and inquired suspiciously, who solved it? The security and defense of Kanglan Planet was the responsibility of his Jingzhou region, and other regions were not allowed to send in troops without a high-level directive. There weren't many people who could cross this authority on the Emperor's star. Is it a Star-Lord's favorite, a member of the Tower of Ultimatum, or the Lord of the 12 Caves? Ancient transmuter Ning Qingxian, the Devil's Grandmaster himself. After the Goddess of Wisdom 009 delivered this message, the will then departed. Leaving behind Gusto, and a group of senior officials from the military region, their faces were filled with bewilderment. Ning Qingxian. The Devil's Path Grandmaster himself? What the Goddess of Wisdom means is that the past life sect leader, Ning 13, that Sister Folding Feather and I met in the Central Plains lands, is actually Ning Qingxian? Shen Yuning only felt that her thoughts were a bit misplaced, and her brain went down for a moment without responding. The one who created the turtle breath kung fu breathing method and the S+++ ranked Great Desolate Candle Dragon Finger. The Martial King realm system that includes Super S-class cultivation potential, the ancestor known as the myth of the Devil's Way in the Central Plains, is Shin Zuoyu's husband? Chen Yuning's mind once again recalled everything she had experienced in the Central Plains. Climbed to the Golden Light Temple to seek the law, with Shin Folded Feather got the Great Desolate Candle Dragon Finger. Then Yen Jie and the rest of the crowd boarded the door to grab the law and were scared away by the eldest disciple Jiang Qingdao, including going to the mountain gate of the living sect to seek inheritance, until the battle at the ancient ruins. The number one powerhouse of the Central Plains that had always lingered in his ears, the regret of not being able to learn of the Central Plains follow-ups, was now at Kanglan Star, and it turned out to be Ning Qingxian. I see, why didn't I think of that? Gusto let out a long sigh and reacted as if he had been enlightened. Years ago, the Reincarnation Hall had a returning ancient reincarnator who had told of 3 reincarnation experiences, but it was only later that it was discovered that he had actually been reincarnated 4 times. That 4th transmigration was due to the soul split caused by the return, and a part of the soul essence failed to return, and remained transmigrating in the heavens until death before returning. Ning Qingshuan's situation should be the same. The 4th sect master of the past life sect that you saw in the Central Plains was actually a portion of his soul essence. These words fell, and the hall was filled with silence. They certainly knew of the ancient transmigrator who had once returned. Due to the 4 transmigration experiences, each of which was enough to stir up the Federation and beyond, nowadays it had long been given a legendary color, and its status and position was not something they could touch at all. Never in a million years would I have expected that this ancient transmigrant named Ning Qingxian would not only become the eternal Night Monarch in the blood-eating realm, but with just a portion of his soul essence, he would also be able to make some such great accomplishments in the Central Plains. It really is a Federation treasure. I'm afraid the Star Lord will soon know about this. Gu Sit aside, once again looking at the Reincarnation Hall information, that about the first half of the life experience of the 4th master of the past life sect, admiration surged up from the bottom of his heart. I have to hurry up and tell this to Criminal Wushuang and the others. Chen Yuning's hands shivered, and there was an answer to everything that happened later in the Central Plains. Chapter 45 Long Ashes Star Lord, 3 Great Master Gods. At the same moment, the depths of the cosmic starry sky that was endlessly distant from the Emperor Star. There was a lone shadow standing with its arms folded across the void. His face was calm, and his demeanor was unruffled. The aura emanating from inside and outside of his body invariably made the hidden starry sky ferocious beasts tremble in fear. Honorable Star Lord, the following is the recent briefing of the Kanglan Imperial Star. A moving voice connected to his consciousness and, routinely consistent, began to report on the things of the Emperor's Star. Your dependents have successfully eliminated 32 strongholds of the greedy wolf clan and intercepted an important piece of intelligence from the Dusk Council. The latest installment of Emperor Star's endless battlefield tournament has ended, and a number of extremely outstanding reincarnators have emerged and successfully entered the Tower of Ultimatum. The Long Ashes Star Lord nodded slightly as he listened to the report. Immediately afterward, he inquired out of the blue, did the Palace of Reincarnation send a high-ranking person to the Emperor Star? Why did the Star Lord bring this up? If I'm not mistaken, the total incarnation of the Goddess of Wisdom of the Imperial Star has been bound to an unidentified person, and even you don't have the authority to inquire about it. The 3 goddesses of the wheelhouse, which belonged to the foundation of the Federation, were the Goddess of Wisdom, the Goddess of Judgment, and the Goddess of Killing. Each of the 3 goddesses has her own role to play, with the Goddess of Wisdom in charge of the livelihood of the Federation and providing the original power for the reincarnators to descend into the heavens. The Commonwealth relies on it in a very high percentage of cases. The Goddess of Judgment, on the other hand, is in charge of the laws of the Federation, and is just and fair, never hiding anything. Most of the binders, who belong to the Federation's upper echelon, also serve a regulatory role. As for the Goddess of Killing, this was the goddess with the most power of the killing essence in the entire Wheel of Reincarnation Hall. She will follow the fair judgment of the Goddess of Judgment and obliterate powerful reincarnators within the Federation whose sins are beyond pardon. At the same time, she is the goddess who guides the Federation to thrive, analyzes the threat level of the alien race, and makes the best choice between retreating and sending in troops to destroy it. The 3 goddess permissions are sometimes interchangeable, just not in the same proportion. They likewise possess countless incarnations, with the level of authority determined by the sequence level. The total incarnation of the Goddess of Wisdom in the Kangrian system's Imperial Star has not been bound by anyone for many years. The only thought that flashed through the Long Ashes Star Lord's mind was that a high-ranking person had come down from the Palace of Reincarnation. The matter is not clear to me. The goddess of judgment was silent for a long time and replied as such. Also, go ahead and report back. The Long Ashes Star Lord no longer paid attention to this matter. Since she said she didn't know, she really didn't know. An ancient transmigrator has appeared on Kanglan Star, and according to the experience of the heavens, he is currently restored to 1 transmigratory strength and is ranked 10th on the S-Class heavenly ranking. The Long Ashes Star Lord couldn't help but give a slight lurch in his steps back towards the Emperor Star. The expression brought up a hint of surprise. How many years had passed, and there were still ancient transmigrators who hadn't returned? Kanglan Star? He fell into some deep thought. Vaguely, it seemed like a lower life planet long abandoned by the Federation that had once had its moment of glory as a home planet. The appearance of ancient transmigrants is not surprising. Just now, he once again appeared to have his memories revived, with the identity of an ancestor of a party's martial world, with the following specific experiences, but only the first half of his life. The Long Ashes Star Lord viewed the information that the Goddess of Judgment had transferred over and quickly revealed an approving smile. Not bad, not bad. While ordinary transmigrators would only desperately cultivate and subsequently bring back the strength of their transmigrations, he has created a cultivation system in the world of martial arts. Ancestor? It's worthy of the title. I'm kind of curious about the rest of his life. Well, you immediately contact the person from the Emperor Star and give him the bottle of star marrow liquid in my mansion. The Goddess of Judgment heard this and thought she had received the wrong instructions. Are you sure? There is currently only 1 bottle of star marrow liquid in the mansion. As the highest grade nutrient liquid that the Emperor Star would only produce 10 bottles of every few hundred years, it was worth more than one could imagine and had the effect of bringing the dead back to life. Even a Star Lord of this level would only need 1 bottle when their power was depleted to recover to their peak, and this item could not even be purchased within the Palace of Reincarnation. Do you think I can use it? It's been put away for decades, and it was given to him to help him regain his transmutation strength, which he deserves. The Long Ashes Star Lord didn't care. In addition, I also want to see how much gold he, the ancestor of the Devil's Way, actually has. The Goddess of Judgment was muted, and her will then vanished. Kanglan Star, Bisui Home, Jiangnan City. The voice of the Goddess of Wisdom 009 resounded again, emotions still rising and falling. Dear Mr. Ning, why would you not want to keep them as your dependents? What are the dependents? Ning Qingxian looked with a complicated expression at the bronze coffin in the reincarnation space that already had Zhang Qingdao's corpse lying in it. Dependents, the forces within the Federation that are subservient to the reincarnators, can be members of the Federation, other reincarnators, the mighty of the heavens, or star aliens, star giants, and so on. Normally, only truly powerful reincarnators will have followers that go through the binding process to become dependents, gaining some of the original owner's permissions and status, resources, and so on. And Mr. Ning clearly has that and is far ahead of anyone else. As Ning Qingxian listened, he roughly understood what was meant. He shook his head. I will have dependents, but it shouldn't be them. The passage of time between the Central Planes and the Cosmic Union was very exaggerated, and he did not wish that the 7 generations of disciples of the past life sect would never be able to meet their loved ones again. This was a bit cruel. After all, there was still a difference between the congregation of the past life sect and the zombie king of criminal Wushwang. Okay, Mr. Ning, I've detected that your wife, Shin Zuiyu, is about to take up her position as the general president of the Imperial Stars Jingzhou district, and has arranged for you to be given a third-class citizen's residence in the Jingzhou district. Goddess of Wisdom 009's voice fell once more, and it couldn't help but cause Ning Qingxian to be somewhat taken aback. Shin Fengyu is going to take up his post at the Emperor Star? How many levels in a row is that, Mr. Governor of the Jingzhou district? Your daughter, Ning Kaiwei, scored an excellent grade on the trial test, and has submitted an application for enrollment in the Imperial Stars Jingzhou district, the Wuling Academy, on your behalf. Wuling Academy. Ning Qingxian once again secretly marveled. This appeared to be the chief academy of the Jingzhou district, bringing together the top little geniuses of the entire Jingzhou district. Goddess of Wisdom is too sweet. Mr. Ning, is it okay if I make this arrangement? He replied, yes. As the core of the Kanglan system, the Emperor Star was not comparable to the Kanglan Star in terms of resources or level of security. Regardless, the family was moving towards a better future, something he was sincerely happy about. Mr. Ning, you can page me again if you have any questions. The full silence of the will of the Goddess of Wisdom 009 interrupts this conversation. Before Ning Qingxian could tell his daughter the good news, he only saw the door to the house banged open. Ning. Xing. Xuan. He gave a thump in his heart and turned around to see Shin Zuoyu with reddened eyes, lightly biting her teeth and trembling lips, glaring at herself in a very aggravated manner. In an instant, he understood that the matter of the past life sect, Shin Fuyu already knew about it. Chapter 46. He seems to have never said that he is in the Martial King realm. Many days later, a starship sailed out of Kanglan planet, shuttled through a wormhole passage, and continued to run to the Emperor Star. So, you then killed your way through the upper realms alone, preaching the two realms' Martial King realm cultivation systems, leaving behind many techniques, and ascended before the world? In the battleship lounge, Shin Zuoyu's heart was pounding as he listened to Ning Qingshuan's description. It was like a magnificent painting that unfolded in front of us. Even to her death, she hadn't thought that the person who had bestowed the inheritance at the mountain gate of the past life sect that day would be the reincarnated body of Ning Qingshuan's divine soul. Daddy's so good. Ning Kaiwei propped up her chin, both eyes filled with starlight. As Shin Zuoyu's appointment letter had been conveyed, the group was about to arrive at the Imperial Star. They say they're ascending, but they're actually dead. Ning Qingxian shook his head, not approving of this glorification of death and battle. During this period of time, Shin Zuoyu was almost rubbing cocoons in his ears, and had been pursuing the aftermath. But you did do what all of us reincarnates have failed to do. Shin Zuoyu murmured, gazing deeply at this, the man he had been married to for many years, unable to guess what other secrets he had. Thinking back to the journey of the Middle Kingdom, a group of S-class reincarnators were ambitious and determined to seize the great creation. Results. Can you tell me what strong enemy you encountered in the upper realm that eventually shattered your flesh? It's just a few people who call themselves demon emperors. Shin Zuoyu vaguely saw a tragic picture from these light words. It was hard to imagine just how Ning Qingxian had engaged in battle with the supreme powerhouses of the upper realms. Originally, he had plenty of time, but because of the reckless demeanor of the many reincarnators, things eventually got out of hand. I admit, I shouldn't have doubted you before. Shin Fuyu bristled, apologizing for her words outside the interrogation room. However, how could she have thought that what Ning Qingxian had said was actually true? Ahem. Ning Qingxian was suddenly a little less than comfortable. His wife actually recognized the wrong person? Just then, the voice of the goddess of wisdom rang out from within the battleship. The Imperial Star has been reached ahead. A few people raised their eyes to look outside, under the vast cosmic stars. A picture of great beauty was presented, a huge and indescribable planet of higher life, emanating a lofty and ancient aura. Another 12 brilliant planets surrounded the four directions, like sleeping gods, guarding the starry sky frontier of the Emperor Star. Arrived. The battleship traveled through the sea of clouds and descended into the Imperial Star Jingzhou region. Ning Qingxian and the others walked out of the battleship and saw that quite a few people had been waiting for a long time. Welcome to the General President. An old man came forward with a big smile. Shin Zuoyu immediately looked at Ning Qingxian. You go first. Ning Qingxian nodded. Shin Zuoyu brought Ning Kaiwei with him, and then went forward to handle the handover. Those present, and there were still multiple people who hadn't left, were wearing the uniforms of the Imperial Star's Jingzhou district. Hello, may I ask if you're Ning Qingxian, Mr. Ning? The leader, a middle-aged man, inquired with respect. I'm Lieutenant Li beside the Marshal of the Jingzhou region. Here's a bottle of star marrow liquid, please be sure to keep it. As he spoke, he handed Ning Qingxian a small box in his hand. Upon taking over, Ning Qingxian discovered that inside, there was an extremely majestic origin aura contained within, which was clearly a never-before-seen high-level nutrient solution. Ning Qingshuan's expression moved. What are you guys? Lieutenant Li replied, please don't misunderstand, our marshal can't afford to give away something so expensive. This was brought from the Long Ashes Star Lord's residence. Lord of the Long Ashes? The supreme ruler of the Kanglan system, the one who was rumored to have punched out the deep borderlands, the forbidden mother planet of the insect race? Lieutenant Li's words caused Ning Qingxian to fall directly into a deep silence. No merit, this gift is too big. If it was something from the Long Ashes Star Lord, Ning Qingxian would know with his toes how valuable this nutrient solution really was. You're welcome, Mr. Ning. According to the Star Lord's original words, this is what you deserve. You're a credit to the Federation after all, and you're already worthy of this star medulla liquid just by creating the Super S-class cultivation pathway alone. Seeing that Ning Qingxian was about to refuse, Lieutenant Li hurriedly opened his mouth. Goddess of Wisdom, help me see what this star marrow liquid is. Ning Qingshuan's consciousness awakened the Goddess of Wisdom. Soon, a reply came in. Star Marrow Liquid, the Federation's highest-grade nutrient liquid, has the effect of restoring strength and can enhance the strength of the physical body, soul essence, and so on. Ning Qingxian secretly marveled, this was actually the highest grade of nutrient solution. Will a bottle of this restore him to the full power of the Devil's Grandmaster? Thinking that the recovery of his strength was only a mere 2%, and that he didn't know how long it would take for him to return to his peak, Ning Qingxian immediately stopped being polite and put the Star Marrow liquid into the reincarnation space. Mr. Ning, there's one more thing. The Martial King realm is currently rated by the Palace of Reincarnation as having preliminarily reached Super S rank. Due to the fact that the central planes are currently closed and may not be able to be opened for a very long time, it is difficult for the Palace of Reincarnation to pry into the levels of battle power in the upper realms of the central planes. I wonder if Mr. Ning can describe it in detail so that the Palace of Reincarnation can conduct a world rating for the central planes. Adjutant Li spoke again. According to the investigations of Chen Yuning and Yen Zhao and the others, the danger level of the world in the lower realm of the central planes should be at the S-class 7 stars. And the Feng Li and the jade-faced man that emerged from the central plane's upper realm were exceptionally powerful, representing the upper realm as completely exceeding the 7 stars, possibly touching the 9 stars or even surpassing it. You can't jump to conclusions in the middle of a tube. To this day, the Reincarnation Hall didn't even know what world danger level the upper middle realm was. The upper realm of the central planes is gone, the central planes are now one. This question is actually meaningless. I am not from the Reincarnation Hall after all, I cannot describe it accurately. Ning Qingxian shook his head. The Martial King realm was rated as having initially reached the Super S rank, and he was not at all surprised within himself. After all, among the ranks of S-class, there is also the difference between ordinary S-class, elite S-class, and heavenly ranking S-class, and although the Super S-class is not so complicated, there is also a huge gulf. In addition, he knew the reason why the Reincarnation Hall was in a hurry to assess, which would affect the grades of some of the reincarnators, such as Criminal Wuxuang. It was Criminal Wuxuang who discovered the Central Plane's upper realm, and with the Reincarnation Hall not even detecting it, Criminal Wuxuang's move was undoubtedly a great achievement. Then can Mr. Ning tell us the follow-up to the Great War between the two realms in the Central Planes? Ning Qingxian didn't hide it. The demonic sects in the upper realms totaled more than 700 clans, and 3 of them were the strongest, claiming the title of Demon Emperor, and I killed all 3 generations of their ancestors while my physical body shattered. As the words fell, Lieutenant Li couldn't help but let out a gasp. Then, according to this speculation, the Martial King realm belongs to the Super S rank range, yet no one in the Central Plains upper realm can be your opponent, so their strongest should only have just touched the Super S rank. Ning Qingxian raised an eyebrow and didn't retort. There were still some mistakes in the Wheelhouse's investigation. It seemed like he had never said that he was in the Martial King realm yet. Chapter 47 Strength Recovery, Exceeding Potential Limits. After gathering intelligence, Lieutenant Li left with his men. Ning Qingxian, on the other hand, followed the Goddess of Wisdom's instructions and arrived at the mansion that belonged to him. Located in the heart of the Jingzhou area, the most prosperous location, quiet in the midst of the downtown is quite a poetic atmosphere. Number 1 house on Ancient Street, that's a good name. At the door position, the butler who had received the news had been waiting for a long time. Upon seeing Ning Qingxuan's figure, a smile immediately surfaced on his aged face as he hurriedly walked up. Mr. Ning, I'm the butler of your mansion. I only took up my post yesterday. You can just address me as Old Zhang. Housekeeper Zhang guided Ning Qingxian as he stepped into the mansion, and by virtue of his sense of aura, Ning Qingxian quickly detected the presence of a number of very strong auras around the compound. Goddess of Wisdom. His consciousness called out. There are about a dozen S-class powerhouses around the mansion, are they? The Goddess of Wisdom then responded, these are the guards dispatched by the Jingzhou military region, following the strict rules of the number 1 courtyard of the Ancient Street, and will not affect your life in any way. Ning Qingxian nodded slightly as he listened. This status treatment was very different from the days in Kanglan Star. However, isn't it a bit too much to take an S-class powerhouse as his escort? The hidden breaths near the compound are all feared to be in important positions within the Jingzhou region, and their ranks are not low. This couldn't help but make him also let out a sigh of relief. The Emperor Star was really still a place with countless outstanding people, and the few S-classes in Kanglan Star were very common in the Emperor Star. It's no different than the only college student in the village, who after a lot of hard work finally gets promoted to S rank and comes to a big, prosperous first-tier city, and realizes that he's nothing more than a mediocre human being. Wanting to be among the top 3,000 on the heavenly ranking was even more as difficult as capturing a place in an international competition. Mr. Ning, there are a total of 12 main rooms, 36 guest rooms, and 5 cultivation rooms, so you can order me if you have any questions. When Butler Zhang finished speaking, he respectfully retreated. Ning Qingxian walked straight towards one of the cultivation rooms and took out the bottle of star marrow liquid. He was unable to speculate on the true value of this bottle of star marrow liquid, and according to the strength of the realm he had cultivated in his life experience developed in the Central Plains, he was afraid that he would need more than 1,000 bottles of high-level nutrient liquid. A bottle of advanced nutrient liquid was worth 20,000 points, and if he wanted to quickly recover his strength, with his current home base it was far from enough. No longer hesitating, he lay down in the energy capsule of the cultivation room and slowly swallowed the star marrow liquid into his stomach. In an instant, a majestic energy began to surge. Ning Qingxian was able to clearly see an accelerated surge in his own panel regarding the recovery of the Devil Dao ancestor's strength. 2.1%, 2.2%, 2.5%. Ning Qingxian gently clenched his fists, his eyes gleaming. Back. He felt the strength he once had, returning. A few hours later, the Imperial Star S-Class Heavenly Ranking Virtual Space. As usual, there were a large number of Heavenly Ranking reincarnators scattered in the square, when suddenly someone realized that the Heavenly Ranking had changed once again. This person named Ning Qingxian, wasn't he just ranked 10th some time ago? Why is he suddenly 9th? No, why is it 8th again? The exclamation sparked agitation, and the crowd raised their eyes to see. Did this person obtain some kind of heaven-defying creation in the reincarnation world? How untouchable is the top 10 of the heavenly ranking, and it's really just played out by him? Within the ranks of all S-classes, the heavenly ranking list undoubtedly possessed supreme authority, and it was the reincarnators of their class that laid the foundation for their status and identity in the Imperial Star. However, ever since this person named Ning Qingxian had appeared, the prestige of the heavenly rankings seemed to have diminished. The difficulty of it being on the list gives everyone a strange illusion, like I can do it too. Newcomers don't know it yet, right? Ning Qingxian is said to be an ancient transmigrator. The Eternal Night Monarch is only one of his transmigratory experiences, and with this current situation, I'm afraid he's starting to regain his strength from his second transmigratory experience. I did hear about what happened on Kanglan Planet. It seems that Ning Qingxuan's dependents found their way to the door, and it was quite a big commotion, all of which alarmed a marshal from the military region. Marshal? The weakest marshal in our Imperial Star is at least Super S rank. What kind of strength dependence can startle a marshal? The strength is unclear. Anyway, it's a devilish person, and this is making a big fuss in Kanglan Star. Really, the dependents are so strong, then he himself. In full view of everyone, they watched as Ning Qingxuan's name continued to leap forward, surpassing the 5th, 4th, and 3rd place. Until, suddenly, it disappears. Gone? The crowd was confused and looked at each other. Nonetheless, he is beyond the S-Class category. His strength has already reached the Super S-Class. Someone muttered, shivering in the cold. Super S rank? It turns out that this person is only halfway stuck at the S rank. He's not on the same level as us at all. Others, from the bottom of their hearts, passed out a long sigh. No one was able to see Ning Qingxuan's name again, unable to peer into the realm behind it. It was as if he was just a passerby in the heavenly ranking, glancing hastily at all the S-rank reincarnators before he stopped lingering and whisked his sleeves away. Imperial Star, another reincarnation hall virtual space. A huge black pagoda that looked like a 100,000-foot peak stood in the middle of space, exuding a majestic and ancient aura. At this moment, on the top floor of this black pagoda, the Long Ashes Star Lord was looking at the list of new entrants to the Tower of the End of Days, his eyes revealing a look of approval. The eldest son of the Bai family of the Yuzhou region, at less than 100 years of age he has already mastered the thunder technique. It is very rare and valuable, and he may be given the yellow name. Is the East Emperor Star the first person in the reincarnation score in the last 10 years, and the Endless Battlefield is also ranked 4th, not bad, can be given the Shin name. This man. The Long Ashes Star Lord paused slightly, his eyes showing some rare gravity. When the word heaven is given. He closed the list and the voice of the Goddess of Judgment immediately sounded. Star Lord, that Mr. Ning Qingxian, has already taken your star marrow liquid. Oh? How? The Long Ashes Star Lord's heart moved slightly with anticipation. What he was more curious about was just how much gold this contained in the fact that Ning Qingxian had been called the ancestor of the Devil's Way by the Central Plains. After all, the reincarnation hall had been established for so many years, and there were certainly reincarnators who had come into contact with a number of powerful people of the demon sect. Perhaps the only difference was that Ning Qingxian, a demonic sect, was practicing the creation of the Dharma and preaching the Tao rather than burning and looting, redefining the demonic sect, which instantly aroused his interest. He's already out of the S-class heavenly ranking. Hearing this, the Long Ashes Star Lord nodded in satisfaction. Even if Ning Qingxian had asked for the top spot on the S rankings, he would have been a little heartbroken over that bottle of star marrow liquid. Right now, beyond the S rank category, it was basically what he expected. How could a transmigrator who was able to create, initially, a super S-class cultivation system be inferior in his own strength? In the future, there would be one more super S-class in the Imperial Star, and it was not in vain that he had taken an interest in it. The Goddess of Judgment was silent for a long time before she suddenly spoke again. Not only has he exceeded the S rank, he has also exceeded the limit of the potential of the Martial King realm. As the words fell, even the Long Ashes Star Lord, with his countless experiences, couldn't help but look slightly condensed. What do you mean? Chapter 48, The Tower of the Ultimate, 12 Venerable Guardian Emperor Stars. Mr. Ning Qingxian may have more than just pioneered the Martial King realm, his strength should be far above the Martial King realm. The Long Ashes Star Lord was in deep thought. This situation was something he had not expected at all. The implication then is that the results of the Wheelhouse investigation are not complete. The Martial King realm strength level was located at the preliminary Super S level. And the fact that Ning Qingxian had exceeded the limit of the Martial King realm meant that Ning Qingxian had, most likely, also created an unknown realm system that was non-ordinary Super S rank. Underestimate him. The Long Ashes Star Lord looked at the list of new entrants to the Tower of the End, and compassion arose in his heart. Should we add an extra slot? He was a bit hesitant. If he didn't add Ning Qingxian, by the time the next endless battlefield competition began, it would be another 3 years. It's a shame to waste 3 years of growth time on such a great talent. However, if this quota was added, the 4 directions of the Emperor Star, including some of the higher life planets within the Kanglan system, were afraid that they would all have some opinions. After all, this few places can be a period of time, countless heavenly wizards spelled out, bringing together the entire Kanglan system under the age of 100, the strongest generation. You help me refer to whether Ning Qingxian is qualified to enter the Tower of the End. The Star Lord of the Long Ashes eventually threw this dilemma to the Goddess of Fair and Just Judgment. This time, the Goddess of Judgment, however, did not hesitate before giving a direct answer. Mr. Ning Qingxian is powerful, and with his own status as a transmigrator, he has brought the Federation precious pathways for advanced cultivation, and it is difficult to estimate the value of his achievements. In conclusion, Mr. Ning Qingxian is qualified to enter the Tower of the End. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth as the Long Ashes Star Lord heard the answer he wanted. But soon, the Goddess of Judgment turned her words around again. Mr. Ning Qingxian has yet to participate in the Endless Battlefield Tournament, and does not possess the conditions to obtain a spot in the Tower of the End. I don't want to hear this, tell me other ways to get a spot. The Long Ashes Star Lord seemed determined to add Ning Qingxuan's name to the list. The conditions for obtaining a spot in the Tower of the End are to achieve the top 30 places by participating in the Endless Battlefield Tournament. Kill the Kanglan System bounty list, top of the list, Greedy Wolf Star Lord, and obtain the Federation's Special Class War Merit. Recovering the Kanglan System's higher life planet, Ancient Emperor Star, and obtaining the Federation's Special Class War Merit. Investigate the Kanglan System Alien Alliance, the list of key members of the Twilight Council Court, prove it true and valid, and obtain the Federation's Special Class War Merit. The Long Ashes Star Lord sighed slightly as he listened to these almost impossible things. The way the Goddess of Judgment had found for him was actually to use extraordinary battle merit in exchange for a place in the Tower of the End. This kind of extraordinarily high-level battle merit that he could do whatever he wanted, could he not know that he could exchange it for a place? Is there any other way? The Goddess of Judgment seemed to be checking for past information and quickly gave another reply. No. However, Star Lords can spend 1 level of battle merit to obtain a titular slot in the Tower of the End. Titling? The Long Ashes Star Lord had finally found a way to bring Ning Qingxian the chances of the Tower of the End. With a wave of his large sleeve, he reopened the list and wrote Ning Qingxuan's name. What's the point of spending 1 level of battle merit in the district? Just casually explode an alien life planet and you're there. At the same time, the very moment he wrote down Ning Qingxuan's name, the entire Tower of Finality shimmered as if it were breathing. Imperial Star Yuzhou region, in a certain solemn ancient mansion residence. A young man who was silent and closed his eyes sensed something and suspiciously opened his bright eyes that contained countless stars and looked at the brand between his palms. Strange, how there's one more. Outside the house, the White family's oldest ancestor walked in with slow steps. The endless battlefield tournament ended a long time ago, why is there an extra person out of nowhere? He narrowed his eyes, his expression showing displeasure, and immediately asked his goddess of wisdom incarnation. A reply came from the incarnation of the goddess of wisdom after a long time. The extra slots are titular and comply with federal law. As these words fell, the Bai clan's oldest ancestor's expression moved. The Tower of Ultimatum was a place where even titling was not that easy. There is no need for old ancestor to be troubled, one more or one less has no effect on me. The young man merely glanced at it and stopped paying attention, closing his eyes again to dive into cultivation. Well, if you have that confidence, I don't have to care who he is. The White family's old ancestor stroked his beard lightly and nodded with a smile. The East Emperor Star, which was incomparably far away from the Emperor Star, was on top of a certain snowy mountain. Ji Yunzhou, who had maintained first place in the reincarnation scoring scores for the last 10 years, similarly detected the change in the palm imprint. A new powerhouse? It's a pity that I wasn't able to witness the style at the endless battlefield, and I don't know what faction I'm practicing. He muttered and turned to look at a juvenile alien beast that was devouring the ice elements of heaven and earth beneath the snowy mountain. This time, his dependents were able to win the fourth place in the endless battlefield amongst the countless people of the Tsonglan system. Grow up quickly, I can wait for you, to compete with that mysterious man's Laoshan Ghost King. Ji Yunzhou recalled the mysterious person he encountered in the endless battlefield, and his heart couldn't help but sink 3 times again. As a kind of ghastly ghost king inside the creepy great world, Ji Yunzhou couldn't figure out how. What on earth did that man do in the world of reincarnation that he could be invited here to the Federation? It was said to be a familial relationship, but it was more like a master and disciple. On that day, the endless battlefield, because of the Laoshan Ghost King, also attracted quite a few seniors from the Tower of the End to observe, allowing him to see the truly powerful reincarnators. I'm not strong enough and need to learn from my seniors. Ji Yunzhou no longer thought much about it and continued to cultivate. Beyond the Emperor Star, 12 planets of higher life hovered, guarding the 12 vast starry territories of the Emperor Star. They have a collective name, Shou Di Xing. The lords of the 12 guardian stars, commonly known as the 12 cave lords. At this moment, the 12 cave lords were having an urgent virtual meeting, and their faces were all blurred by the goddess of wisdom and could not be seen. They looked at the Tower of the End, the latest addition to the list. Titling, that's not a violation, is it? Conforms to federal law at the cost of a single first-class war service. In that case, there's no need to discuss it further, no matter who gave the first level of battle merit, a new Emperor Guardian Star is coming, and there's not much time left, so one more person won't change anything. The virtual space resounded with several calm, majestic, and ethereal words that made it impossible to distinguish the original timbre. None of the 12 cave lords had any objections to Ning Qingshuan's sudden appearance. After many years, the 13th Emperor Guardian Star of the Kanglan Emperor Star was about to arrive. And the master of this Emperor Guardian Star, the 13th Cave Lord, would be born within the Tower of the End. This was also the reason why it was extremely difficult to obtain a spot in the Tower of Finality. Once the name was in the Tower of the End, it meant having a chance to become the 13th Cave Master. Even if this chance is only 0.1%, that is something that countless people have never dreamed of. Thus, Ning Qingshuan's appearance required an emergency virtual meeting, but it was actually irrelevant. A newcomer to the Tower of Finality had no affinity at all with the upcoming 13th star of the Emperor's Guardian. What Ning Qingxian could obtain was merely other creations. The meeting is adjourned. The consciousnesses of the 12 cave lords disappeared. Chapter 49, A New Life. Number 1 House, Ancient Street, Jingzhou District. Ning Qingxian lay within the energy capsule, feeling the surging power surging within his body. That power of taking one's destiny into one's own hands has returned once again. 60% left. He gently clenched his fist, which was the familiar peak of the Martial King realm. On it, the name is the Great Yellow Court. The second realm system that overrides the Martial King and is created alone. Unfortunately, before he could pass it on to Jiang Qingdao, he encountered a change in the Central Plains. Originally, in his plan, he had waited for Jiang Qingdao to fully master the Martial King realm before allowing him to attempt contact. The Martial King realm is within the Federation, belonging to the initial attainment of the Super S-Class, and if it were the Great Yellow Court stage, it would be situated in the middle to high end of the Super S-Class, which is already very good. According to his knowledge of the Federation's reincarnator ranks, Super S rank overrides all ranks listed with letters. It's a huge watershed and a symbol of true strength. Have you only just taken office and you have so many tasks? Ning Qingxian had received a message from Shenzuayu, as well as several gifts from the Tower of Finality. Yellow Identity Seal. The first layer of the final key. The mystical blessing of the Tower Master. Goddess of Wisdom. Ning Qingxian called out. What is the Tower of the End? This is the Imperial Star Inheritance Tower, bringing together the youngest supreme beings in the Kanglan system under the age of 100, who can unconditionally view all cultivation paths within the Kanglan system, and can replicate the power source of all systems, without the limitations of the Federation. Ning Qingshuan's heart moved slightly, not being restricted by the Federation. Wouldn't that mean that there was no need to travel to the world of reincarnation to obtain the power essence needed for any cultivation path, and that the Tower of Ultimatum possessed it all? Who is this benefit from? I'm sorry, but the other party is on my level and cannot be informed. Siblings, unavailable. These two words together seem like they don't give an answer, but they actually do. As the total incarnation of the Goddess of Wisdom of the Emperor Star, there really weren't many existences within the Tsanglan system that could be on the same level as it. The only name that flashed through Ning Qingshuan's mind was the Long Ashes Starlord. After all, this bottle of Star Marrow liquid was also a gift from him. You may leave. Ning Qingxian didn't continue to probe further. The Star Lord of the party is not yet guilty of trying to harm him. It's just a perk given out of hand by a higher power, rather like an angel investor. With a slight movement of the mind, the panel reappeared. Life development charge, 100%. It's time to develop a life again. Ning Qingxian recalled one experience at a time, and the world levels were all gradually elevated. From the gangs of the Middle Ages, to the warlords of the early Civil War, to the blood-eating world of the Transcendental Apocalypse, to the central plains of the cultivation of true Qi. He develops the pattern of his life, steadily improving and acquiring more and more abilities. Of course, he looks forward to each different experience even more. Without further delay, he took advantage of this time of recovering his strength to start a new life. Heavenly Sword Mountain. As a holy place known in the 9 regions, the years of inheritance had been 1,000 years long. The foundation is strong and unfathomable, the disciples in the door are more than 100,000, of which there are 5 Nirvana Realm Masters. However, in the 11,000th year of the new calendar, the 9 regions' divine shenanigans were rampant, the 5 turbid worlds were evil, and the hells were empty. Heavenly Sword Mountain, in order to defend the living people of the 6th domain, managed to kill the demon Luo Ghost King at the cost of losing 2 Nirvana realms. Although he had stabilized the position of the Holy Land and pacified the scourge of divine guile in the 6th domain, he had also begun his inevitable downfall as a result. As of today in the 11,200th year of the new calendar, the 9 regions and 8 wastelands have once again set off an even more serious God's guile scourge. In just a few years, there have been frequent sightings of multiple ghost kings, suspected to have appeared some kind of extremely terrifying ruler, causing the earth to be in a state of fear and anxiety, and Heavenly Sword Mountain to be in jeopardy. On this day, the long sky outside the Heavenly Sword Mountain roared with a large number of cries, and there was a team holding a dozen or so babies with sad faces, stepping on the swords and speeding back. Elder Brother Longbrow, where did all these children come from? One of the elders rushed forward to greet the children and check on their condition. The white-robed old gentleman named Long Mei sighed softly and spoke. The nearby village of Castle Peak was infested with evil spirits, the adults all died, and I found these children in the cellar. The words were conveyed, and the many elders around the square showed pain in their expressions. The 6th domain divine guile scourge was intensifying, and Heavenly Sword Mountain's underlying power was not as strong as it was back then. Only 3 of the Nirvana realm powers remained, 2 were in seclusion, and 1 was already at the end of his days. Faced with all the disasters in the 6th domain, they had long been beyond their capabilities. I didn't realize that even the nearby Castle Peak village had begun to be infested by evil spirits. This isn't the way to go on. The outside world has rumored that the Qianyang Palace in the 1st domain has given birth to a new Nirvana realm. If we at Heavenly Sword Mountain only rely on the 3 old ancestors, I'm afraid that the situation will get worse and worse. Longbrow's eyes likewise dimmed a bit when he heard this. The 6th domain was still very powerful 200 years ago, until the appearance of the demon Luo Ghost King almost cut off the future of the 6th domain. The human race has been devastated, with countless deaths and injuries, many sects have disappeared, and very few descendants with extremely high qualifications remain. Not to mention that it was difficult for Heavenly Sword Mountain to give birth to a new Nirvana realm right now. Even the entire 6th domain had little hope. There's one more thing, the personal disciples of the Peak Masters, all of whom lost to the heavenly prides of the other domains, returned earlier. Long Mei looked incredulous and said in a trembling voice, all of them are back? Not a single person was left behind? The elders nodded in shame, not even daring to look into his eyes. Longbrow seemed a little disheveled, followed by a relieved shake of the head. Just as well, I will personally attempt to impact the Nirvana realm. As these words fell, the hearts of the many elders trembled. How perilous it was to impact the Nirvana realm. The slightest mishap would end in flying dust and annihilation. Without absolute certainty and without the guidance of the three old ancestors, an easy attempt would only lead to death. Some elders were still trying to persuade them, only to see Long Mei flick his sleeve. Since these children are able to survive, they are destined to be with me, destined to be with Heavenly Sword Mountain. From today onwards, they will worship under me. Longbottom turned back, his gaze kind and gentle, and glanced at the dozen or so children he had brought back. Among them, there was a newborn doll that didn't make any noise or fuss. Just open eyes, full of curiosity, looking around the neighborhood. Ning Qingxian had heard the conversation between Long Mei and the rest of the crowd, and knew what kind of world this was. The five-turbid evil world, the ferocious ghosts are in charge, and it's very much a big world of godly trickery. Nirvana realm. I wonder how it compares to my great yellow court. Ning Qingxian opened his panel. Time limit for development, 300 years. Your gift, full gnosis. As his guess was not far off, the sixth domain really didn't have any more heavenly wizards. This full level of enlightenment was still soul-bound and always followed, but there were no ripples in Ning Qingshuan's heart. Time passes, and soon it will be 10 years in a hurry. Chapter 50 Rushing the Realm, Nirvana Today. Heavenly Sword Sect, Jingyan Peak. At the tender age of 10, Ning Qingxian sat cross-legged, listening to Master Longbrow's preaching with a group of brothers and sisters. Elder brother, what is opening a vein? Beside Ning Qingxian, his junior sister poked the corner of his coat and asked in a small voice. Opening the veins is a 9th-grade powerhouse that requires opening one's own strange meridians to absorb the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. Ning Qingxian responded casually. Elder brother, then what is chi gathering? Chi gathering is an 8th-grade powerhouse that requires the transformation of heaven and earth's aura into one's own power. And what is nirvana? Ning Qingxian paused, not losing his patience. This is a first-rate powerhouse, Yuanshin Nirvana, who can protect 10,000 ghosts, universalize the living, and span the void. The youngest sister listened while writing something on her hand. Until Master Longbrow's gaze swept in, frightening her into shrinking. This is the end of today's lecture. Chang Wu hates stays. The group of younger brothers and sisters then dispersed in all directions, leaving Ning Qingxian alone still sitting there. Master wants something from me? Master Longbrow's face didn't look too good as he walked in a slow pace and threw a booklet in his arms onto the ground. 10 years ago, my master brought you back from Green Mountain Village, but in just 2 years, you stepped into the pulse-opening realm. My master felt at the time that this must be picking up a treasure. Later on, you really lived up to your master's expectations, and for another 2 years, you gained the recognition of the Heavenly Sword Sect's supreme treasure, the soul-suppressing bell, and my master was very pleased. This year you are already 10 years old, your cultivation has inexplicably stagnated, and some time ago my master even asked the sect master for instructions, hoping that his old man would be able to instruct you a bit. Results. Master Longbrow's eyes were complicated with extreme heartache. He pointed to the tome on the floor, his pale hand shaking slightly. What are you doing? This is the Heavenly Sword Sect's Nirvana realm cultivation method that has been passed down through a lineage of ancestors for thousands of years. How dare you tamper with it indiscriminately? Your thoughts are simply too dangerous. If you are allowed to go on, you will go off the deep end, you know. Master Longbrow's chest rose and fell, and he was very emotional. He couldn't accept that the disciple he had always favored the most had such dangerous thoughts. The Nirvana realm, as a first-grade realm, was created by the countless predecessors of the Heavenly Sword Sect who had vomited their hearts and souls and kept trying. To this day, it has long since become the Heavenly Sword Sect's unrivaled method. I just changed a few wrong pathways for the meridians to run. Ning Qingxian didn't feel any remorse for Master Longbrow's anger. He knew that Master Longbrow was doing it all for his own good. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been the case that Master Longbrow had purposely placed this tome in a conspicuous location before he was about to impact the Nirvana realm. Wrong way to run? Nonsense. Master Longbrow hated his iron and glared at Ning Qingxian as if he wanted to teach him a good lesson. But the hand that was raised was eventually lowered. His expression showed weariness, his eyes dark with loss. What's going on? It's obviously all good. How come it's ruined in one day? Could it be that his hallowed Heavenly Sword Sect, the vast sixth domain, really couldn't stand up anymore? In 10 years' time, the first domain had surprised a number of world-raising prides, and at the same age of 10, they had already stepped into the 6th grade. What kind of heavenly wizardry was this? Under the pressure of the situation in the outside world, the second domain similarly erupted with unprecedented potential, giving birth to a number of cultivation prides known throughout the domain in a row. Only the 6th domain, a pool of dead water. He saw hope in Chang Wu-hate, but it came to an abrupt end 5 years ago. In the past 5 years, he didn't understand what exactly Chang Wu-hate was doing. His cultivation had stagnated and he hadn't made any progress at all. My master will, tomorrow, impact the Nirvana realm. If he fails, his cultivation will fall. If he fails, his corpse and bones will be gone, and his spirit will fade away. Master only hopes that you will be able to cultivate peacefully, and even if you can't compare to the other few domains, you will at least be able to step into the 3rd rank in the future. Therefore, starting today, you need to dive into seclusion at the Heavenly Sword Pond, and you are not allowed to come down from the mountain for 10 years. The anger in Master Longbrow's eyes disappeared at some point. Maybe it's the realization that you're 9 deaths away, and maybe today is the last. The pale palm gently patted Ning Qingxuan's shoulder, then whisked his sleeve and stepped into the air to leave. Ning Qingxian silently looked at his back and got up to walk towards the Heavenly Sword Pool. On the second day, 10,000 people from the Heavenly Sword sect gathered. Dark clouds rolled across the sky and thunder rumbled. The many elders looked on with nervous expressions at the figure that was cross-legged under the long sky. The aura around Master Long Mei grew stronger and stronger, which seemed to have triggered some sort of heavenly calamity. The sound was so great that many ancient sects in several other domains had their divine senses open and closed, noticing the changes in the Heavenly Sword sect. That's Longbrow? He actually dares to impact the Nirvana realm. If I remember correctly, the 3rd ancestor of the Heavenly Sword sect is still in seclusion, and he has almost no chance of winning if he recklessly impacts the Nirvana realm. Alas, still too hasty, should have waited for the 3 Heavenly Sword ancestors. Can't afford to wait. The 6th domain of this dynasty has a deficit of reserves, and the Ghost King armies in many places are moving. It looks like they are going to take the 6th domain first, and Longbrow is fighting with his life for the sake of the 6 domains of the living. Numerous ancient divine senses peered into the Heavenly Sword sect, only to see Long Mei violently open his eyes, and there was a beam of golden light bursting out, going straight into the clouds in 9 heavens, and he had certainly blasted away the first thunderbolt. Break me! Long Mei roared lowly and used his life strength to launch himself towards the shackled acupoints within his body. A muffled sound traveled in all directions and erupted from within. The intense pain caused blood to spill from the corner of Long Mei's mouth, but he still didn't give up. The 2nd, 3rd, 4th. 9 impacts in a row made his body shake. The thunderbolt above his head blasted down at that moment, and his expression changed drastically. Senior! The many elders were terrified. The thunder baptism descended, causing Long Mei, who was already weak from rushing the realm, to nearly fall from mid-air, his face revealing pain. This scene was seen by several domains of ancient consciousnesses one after another, and sighs of relief were immediately heard. Longbrow has failed, he is no longer capable of rushing the realm. It's a pity, this is currently the Heavenly Sword sect's most promising person to step into the Nirvana realm. It was meant to be a risky rush to the realm, and without the guidance of the 3 ancestors of the Heavenly Sword, failure was inevitable. What's going on? The gazes of multiple ancient consciousnesses suddenly froze. At the top of the Sky Sword sect's dome, Long Mei clenched his teeth and his 2 eyes shone with golden light. His mind's thoughts ran wildly as he remembered what he had seen yesterday, the tampered Nirvana realm rushing realm Dharma gate. Apprentice, Master's life is in your hands. With a million thoughts, he did his best to exert his remaining strength and began to operate the tampered realm rushing technique. In yesterday, he had actually understood why Chang Wu-hate's cultivation had stagnated in 5 years. He also understood why he was shown the scroll on the eve of his imminent impact on the Nirvana realm. Chang Wu-hate had spent 5 years just to succeed in his own realm rush. Even if there were no bones left, even if he flew into oblivion, he was willing to try once. Boom! An unprecedentedly majestic vitality suddenly erupted from within him. What came with it was a horrifying golden light sweeping across the sky, overturning the clouds for 300 miles. This scene caused Long Mei to directly freeze. Looking at the entire Heavenly Sword sect, it instantly turned into dead silence. The hearts and minds of many ancient consciousnesses in the distance were flooded with shocking waves on the spot. Long eyebrow, he actually succeeded. Chapter 51, Such a Demon. How could this happen? He was clearly on the verge of failure. The last rush of the realm seems to have changed its trajectory? The three heavenly sword ancestors are all in seclusion, so who is the senior person who helped guide him? The multiple ancient consciousnesses continued to vibrate, all of them feeling baffled by Long Mei's sudden and incomparably smooth success in rushing through the realm. As the Long Eyebrow himself, at this moment stands in the air at the top of the sky dome of the Heavenly Sword Mountain, just exhaling and breathing, triggering the aura of the sky and earth to roll back and forth, the breath pressure rolling and spreading. He looked at his hands full of bewilderment. After stepping into the Nirvana realm, it was as if the heavens and earth were all in the palm of his hand. This unreal feeling made him feel as if he were dreaming. Originally prepared to fly into oblivion, I didn't expect that it would actually succeed. My picked-up apprentice. Long Mei's heart was beating wildly, his breathing became incredibly rapid, and his face flushed until he laughed up at the sky. Genius, genius. Ha ha ha. There's hope for my Heavenly Sword Mountain, my 6 regions are saved. His loud laughter reverberated through the heavens and the universe, recklessly waving the long years of suffocation with hot tears and agitation. Looking at the Heavenly Sword Mountain domain, the unknown multitude of elders and disciples only knew that Long Mei had successfully broken the realm. After a moment of dead silence, a frenzied shout erupted with a roar. Congratulations, Elder Brother Longbrow! Congratulations, Peak Master Qingyun! The sound stretches and reverberates in all directions. Ning Qingxian, who was practicing face-to-face at the Heavenly Sword Pool, similarly heard the commotion outside. Looks like it worked. He breathed a sigh of relief in his mind. 5 years of drilling and sleepless nights to repay 10 years of nurturing has always been his modus operandi. Even if he had done nothing else for the past 5 years. The Great Nirvana and my Great Yellow Court belong to the same level, but they are two factions. This world is full of godly shenanigans, so it is filled with a vast and righteous spirit, and the golden light shines in the world. The former majors in Yuanshan, calming the soul and suppressing the spirit, while the latter majors in the physical body, pulling mountains and rivers with force. If I can unite the two of them, I will definitely be able to go to the next level. Ning Qingxian meditated, gradually entering a state of cultivation. It only took him about 20 years to reach the Great Yellow Court, and it would take him only 3 or 5 years to retrain the district this morning. And this great nirvana of the 9 domains, on the contrary, would take some time. Eyes closed, mind silent. Time passed again, and the storm clouds in the outside world intensified. Soon, 2 years had passed. On this day, the Grand Elder returned from outside the domain by stepping into the air and descended on Xingyin Peak. Elder Brother, an amazing talent has appeared in the 3rd domain, who had an epiphany of the full-level Great Compassion mantra, and when he went down to the mountains to practice, he even killed a ghost Sumerian on his own. Hearing this, Long Eyebrow, still sitting on his knees, his eyes have not opened, not tightly said. A district full of Great Compassion curses, what's there to worry about? An evil trickster like Ghost Sumeru is only in the 5th rank realm, it's not worth mentioning. The Grand Elder's face was suspicious, feeling very strange. Ever since Long Mei stepped into the Nirvana realm, he suddenly became leisurely. Aside from needing to deal with the disaster in the 6th domain, he almost no longer cared about the news of the remaining domains in the outside world. An amazing talent who had an epiphany of the full-level Great Compassion mantra, and he actually acted like he didn't care? Half a year later, the sky roared with a long blast. The Grand Elder once again hurriedly came with a shocked expression on his face. Senior Brother Ah! In the 5th domain next door to us, someone has practiced the dry sleeve technique, and that child is only 15 years old, and he has subdued a number of ghost commanders for his own use. Longbrow opened his eyes. Oh? This time, the Long Eyebrow showed quite a surprise. After all, the method of dryness in the sleeve is a kind of extremely profound divine power within the 9 domains. The ability to open up one's own inner heaven and earth, suppressing divine shenanigans and performing genjutsu binding to fight for oneself. Being only 15 years old and possessing such heavenly abilities, this couldn't help but make Long Mei sigh. A new era of heavenly pride in the 9 regions, I'm afraid it's coming. Very good. He nodded slightly. Nice? The Grand Elder stared at his eyes, thinking that he had heard confused. When did he not even look at this kind of heavenly pride? Reminiscent of 100 years ago, the Long Eyebrow is the highest qualifications of the Heavenly Sword Mountain, want to try to cultivate the sleeve Qiankuan law, 3 years of suffering ultimately helpless to give up. The secret books are thrown in the Heavenly Sword Pond to eat dust so far. Now someone has mastered it at the age of 15, and Longbrow actually just said it was good? Did Long Mei punch his brain silly when he rushed the realm? Elder Brother, you can't do this anymore, you should be looking for afterbirths for our 6 domains, we can't, once again, give up all 3 soul artifacts to other domains, right? The Grand Elder's heart raced as he tried to wake Long Mei up. Longbrow couldn't help but be silent for a moment when he heard this. The three soul weapons were the heavenly furnace, the earthly cauldron, and the divine bone. It belonged to the 9 realms, a holy object born between heaven and earth 1,200 years ago. Only one of these pieces is needed to suppress the domain cave, stopping the proclivity of the divine tricksters, and can be granted at least 100 years, and up to 300 years of peace. For 1,200 years, all 6 domains have been lost. The reason for this is that the soul weapon can only be bound to one person at a time, and if that person dies, it will immediately expire. The more lifespan you have, the more valuable it obviously is. Young celestial pride was undoubtedly the first choice, and it had long become the rule of the 9 regions after so many years. However, the first domain, the second domain, and the third domain have always had a strong foundation, and there are numerous heavenly prides, so the opportunities are almost always held in their hands. The other domains, including the 6th domain, could only constantly fight against the divine guilds without soul weapons. The worst one had cost Heavenly Sword Mountain 2 Nirvana realms. Long Mei was very clear about how important soul tools were to the 6th domain. "It's noisy, I'll take a nap." His mind began to tense up, but after glancing in the direction of the heavenly sword pool, he fell back to sleep. "Elder brother ah!" Seeing this scene, the Grand Elder had no choice but to leave in dismay. Time is running out, and the years are passing. In a flash, another 5 years passed. The situation in the outside world became more and more severe, and on this day, the Grand Elder came to Qingyun Peak once again, as he did on previous days. He had obviously aged a bit, and his eyes had lost the luster they once had, and he sat breathlessly beside Long Mei for a long time without saying a word. "Don't you have anything you want to say?" Longbottom was puzzled. "Hee, what is it? Saying that there's a young celestial pride in the first domain who killed the ghost general. Saying that the second domain has given birth to a great second grade who is less than 20 years old?" As these words fell, Long Mei's heart and mind finally set off great waves. "What's the situation? Kill the ghost general, a great second grade who was less than 20 years old? 9 domains since ancient times, where has appeared this horrible talent of the demon Ah, but also ing is Zhao Launchborn in the same era." He was in a hurry, rather flustered this time. There are still 2 years left, and when the appointed time comes, the prides of those great domains will once again come to our 6th domain to collect soul artifact tokens. In my opinion, this time, our Heavenly Sword Mountain will definitely not be able to keep the token again. The Grand Elder shook his head and laughed to himself, while the so-called soul artifact token was a kind of credential. Currently within the 6th domain, there were only 8 families with it, and their Heavenly Sword Mountain was one of them. If one loses the soul weapon token, it means that one loses the qualification to possess the soul weapon. If all 8 families were lost, it would mean that the 6th domain had completely lost its chance, and would, once again, face the divine Gao chaos of the next few hundred years. Longbrow couldn't help but sweat on his palms as he listened. He once again looked in the direction of the heavenly sword pool, his eyes worried. After 8 years of seclusion, he wasn't sure just how far Chang Wu-Hate had grown. Beheading the ghost general, 20 years old great second grade, the disciple clearly has heaven-defying qualifications, yet he encountered this group of demons. The disciple was born in the wrong era. If it had been a few hundred years earlier, or a few hundred years later. As long as he avoided this era, Chang Wu-Hate would definitely be able to obtain a soul weapon and leave his name in history. But it's just the way it is. The long eyebrow expression gradually paled, and a heart-wrenching pain inexplicably came from his chest. Time passes, nearing the time when the 10 years are out. And on this day in the 9 regions, because of a mysterious person, it was as if a thunderstorm had risen from the ground, setting off a great uproar. Inside the Heavenly Sword Mountain, Long Mei was constantly wandering outside the corridor of Qingyun Peak, waiting for something until the shouts of the Grand Elder came from the distance. "Senior! There's news! That mysterious person who stepped into the first domain, defeated the 3rd grade realm Heavenly Pride, and took away a soul artifact token turns out to be the new heir to the true Martial Hall." Jinwu Hall? When Long Mei heard this, his expression couldn't help but show joy. The true Martial Hall belongs to the 6th domain. Since the introduction of the soul weapon, the 6th domain has never had anyone who actively traveled to other domains to collect tokens, are in a passive. Unexpectedly, this day, under the era of the 9 domain Celestial Pride, the 6th domain also had such a character. No one thought about this. Within our 6th domain, there is actually a world-raising heavenly pride hidden within it, and the true Martial Hall has been protecting it for more than 20 years before revealing its sharpness today. The Grand Elder sighed, with a more uplifted look on his face. Stepping into the first domain to collect tokens, this kind of thing they wouldn't have dared to even think about before, but someone did it today. Good, good, good. The true martial hall asked for such a heavenly pride. The 6 regions might have a chance to get a soul weapon this morning. Longbottom had never been so close to hope. Senior brother, who exactly is your chosen disciple? The first elder asked his doubts. It's been 10 years and he still refuses to talk? Chapter 52. 10 years, ask the world. Half a month later, in the 6th domain, the Gushan Nunnery. As a holy land not weaker than Heavenly Sword Mountain, the Gushan Nunnery's inherited heritage was equally not bad. There are also 2 of them currently living in the realm of Nirvana. Many years ago, a strange woman appeared in the Gushan Nunnery, who had been deeply created by the Gushan decision, and had been ranked in the 4th grade realm. Today, a group of dusty people stood outside the Gushan Nunnery. At the head of the group was a gray-robed old man, leading a young man in his 20s with an indifferent expression beside him. With their arrival, the entire door of the Gushan Nunnery was closed and there was silence. Lin Hanchuan of the 5th domain, he has come to the Gushan Nunnery today to fetch the soul vessel relic. May I ask who is going to fight? The youth passed out words, and the sound waves rolled over, resounding in the 4 directions of the mountain gate. There was no response from within the Gushan Nunnery, and half a month ago, one of the families in the 6th domain had already lost their token. The one who took the token was Lin Hanchuan outside. Seeing that the Gushinian did not respond for a long time, Lin Hanchuan spoke again. If you avoid the battle today, the Gushinian will not be qualified to regain the token in the future. After saying that, the gray-robed old man was ready to lead him away. Wait! A clear shout finally came from within the Gushan Nunnery. The long sky then roared as the silhouette stepped into the air from the top of the mountain gate. The Gushinian shall fight. The green-clothed woman's eyes were firm and fearless. After she said this, she held out her sword. Mighty and majestic astral energy erupted from his body, and there vaguely seemed to be a phoenix and beast hostile chirping. It really is the 4th grade realm. Lin Hanchuan had long since grasped the information of the Gushinin, and was not surprised by the strength displayed by the woman in green. When he was about to approach the circumference of 10 feet, he gently stretched out his hand and snapped his fingers to break the sword chi of the woman in green. A wave of the sleeve set off a shocking wind, shocked the green-clothed woman's body wildly trembling, flew backward 100 feet away, spattering crimson blood along the road. The green-clothed woman collapsed on the ground, her vision covered in blood mist, looking at the young figure with an incomparably gloomy expression. 5 domains of heavenly pride, I didn't even see his sleeve dry spell, just... The green-clothed woman spat out blood with a wow, her heart miserable. Lin Hanchuan was famous for his dry heaven in the sleeve method in the 9 regions, and no one knew how many powerful divine shenanigans were hidden in that seal in his sleeve. She had expected a good fight until she forced out her opponent's best move, but she didn't expect it. In the middle of the day, a sigh came from inside the Gushan Nunnery. Immediately after that, there was a golden light that swept violently and landed in front of Lin Hanchuan. Take that! Lin Hanchuan's expression remained indifferent as he turned to leave. The procession drifted away until it disappeared beneath the long sky. The 6th domain basically has no one who is your opponent except for that new heir to the true martial hall, but we can't completely feud with the 6th domain, so let's go back after walking the Heavenly Sword Mountain. The gray-robed old man stroked his beard and spoke with a smile. Master, how many tokens did that new heir to the true martial hall get? Lin Hanchuan inquired. Having gotten a token in the 1st domain and a token in the 2nd domain, he picked opponents that were not only great domains, but also strong people. After so many years in the 6 regions, a decent heaven's pride has finally appeared. Lin Hanchuan listened silently, and in his heart, he had already taken that new heir to the true martial hall as his number 1 opponent. After all, he came from the 5th domain, and it was hard as hell to compete with the previous domains, so he could only set his sights on the latter ones. The procession sped through the air, and was seen by many of the people's subjects along the road. Here it comes! That 5th domain's Lin Hanchuan is finally going to lay his hands on Heavenly Sword Mountain. He came from the direction of the Gushinin. Could it be that the Gushinin has lost another token? I'm afraid I've lost it. This man is truly a demon. Bastard, he's also really good at picking the time, taking advantage of the fact that the true martial hall's heir failed to sit in the 6th domain to take advantage of the situation. Fear not, even if Heavenly Sword Mountain also lost the token, the true martial successors will surely all be able to get it back. The great events of the 9 regions are known to all the children of the world. The people of the 6th domain knew very well that the reason for the Scourge of God's shenanigans on Earth was that there were no soul weapons to hold them down. In recent times, Lin Hanchuan's arrival at the 6th domain to collect tokens had long been rumored. The matter of the true martial hall's heir stepping into the 1st domain head-on was even more widely known. On the other hand, Heavenly Sword Mountain. Apprentice, it's time to come out. Outside the Heavenly Sword Pool, Long Mei called out softly. His pale eyelids were lowered with a mixture of worry, apprehension, and nervousness. Only he knew how heaven-defying Chang Wu-Hate's qualifications were. However, after hearing about the exploits of the many demons in the outside world, that self-confidence from back then couldn't help but begin to falter. Right now that Lin Hanchuan killed through the two families, captured 2 tokens, and is about to pay a visit to the door, how disturbing it is inside. Apprentice? 1, 2, no response. During the apprehensive waiting process, a voice rang out from outside the Mountain Gate's domain. Lin Hanchuan of the 5 regions, he has come to take the Heavenly Sword Mountain token today, who will fight? Within the range of the domain, tens of thousands of divine senses opened and closed in unison, looking beyond the Mountain Gate. Long Mei's heartbeat began to accelerate, incomparably anxious. He did not dare to trespass and destroy the formation, stirring up Chang Wu-Hai who was practicing. One can only cry out again, apprentice. Disciple. Master has impunity for you, it's time to come out. Deep within the Heavenly Sword Pool, a figure finally slowly rose. Ning Qingxian looked up at the firmament and gently exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. 10 years. He lazily moved his muscles and turned around to leave the Heavenly Sword Pool. The mists receded, the formation disappeared, and a majestic and magnificent fluctuation gradually emanated. The Heavenly Sword Mountain was like a giant sword, inserted between the earth's gullies, towering and majestic. Lin Hanchuan stood outside the mountain gate and waited for a long time, and no one responded, presenting a scene that turned out to be exactly the same as the Gushan nunnery. The strongest members of the team couldn't help themselves and shook their heads. Thousands of years ago, the long-lasting Heavenly Sword Mountain, is it now also so despondent that it can't even find anyone to answer the battle? The gray-robed old man listened, but his expression was incomparably grave. Don't underestimate the Heavenly Sword Mountain, there are high people hidden here. A tall man? Lin Hanchuan immediately became interested and asked, what kind of high person? The gray-robed old man spoke in a low tone. 10 years ago, Long Mei impacted the Nirvana realm, originally a surefire situation, but for some reason changed the pathway of power transportation, and succeeded in charging the realm on the spot. The person who instructed him was not the Heavenly Sword 3 ancestors, and I'm afraid that he is still within the Heavenly Sword Mountain now. If that high person personally cultivates a disciple, even if he is a fool he should have some achievements, you must not take it lightly. As soon as the words left his mouth, his face suddenly changed and he looked up into the sky. The heavens and earth rippled, creating ripples that spread in all directions. Ning Qingxian appeared stepping into the air, his body fluctuating obscurely, as if he had become one with the heavens and earth. Even with his strength of a middle second grade, he was actually unable to peek the slightest bit. Who's this? With just one glance, Lin Hanchuan's gaze froze, his instinctive sweat hairs exploded, and even more so, his body tensed. Naturally, from the body of that person in the vault of heaven, he felt the unfathomably strong pressure. Ning Qingxian walked slowly outside the mountain gate and looked down at Lin Hanchuan. The Heavenly Sword Mountain respondent, Chang Wu-Hate. The calm words spread out without any power fluctuations. However, when it fell into Lin Hanchuan's ears, it was like sound and thunder rolling, shocking his scalp. Chapter 53, so it's him. Chang Wu-Hate, isn't this the child you brought back from Castle Peak Village, senior brother? Outside the Heavenly Sword Pool, the Grand Elder's 2 eyes were stunned. He hadn't seen him for 10 years, and now he actually failed to see through the realm levels. The token of our Heavenly Sword Mountain can only be preserved by him. The long eyebrow tone is complex, the spirit seems to be in a trance, once the wailing baby is already a youth. 10,000 divine senses swept in within Heavenly Sword Mountain, and as one pair of eyes cast out, they all saw Ning Qingxuan's figure. The person chosen by the Long Mei Peak Master is senior hateless brother, huh? I haven't seen you in 10 years, junior brother has grown up. What a strong power fluctuation, junior brother's natural talent is not bad, how many grades has this stepped into? I wonder if junior brother can resist that Lin Hanchuan. I heard that Lin Hanchuan is ranked as the 3rd of the Heavenly Pride in the 5th domain. Beyond the mountain gate. Lin Hanchuan's pupils trembled as he stared dead on at the single figure above the dome. For a moment, he even thought that he had come to the wrong place, to the true martial hall. Just the indescribable, invisible pressure around Ning Qingxian alone caused his entire body to stiffen and his breathing to produce a freeze. Looking at all the followers of the team, this was true without exception. Bad, something's going to happen. The gray-robed old man's heart jumped and a strong uneasiness rose. He was about to yell that he wanted to withdraw from the token fight, but it was too late. After Ning Qingxian finished saying those words, he looked subdued as he pinched a finger with his right hand, causing space to quake and form a golden vortex that rolled away between outbursts. Letters to the devil. Lin Hanchuan steeply felt a sharp increase in pressure, did not dare to have any retention, came up to perform a unique trick. The astral energy coalesced and transformed into a pair of heavenly hands, which suddenly closed in an attempt to slap Ning Qingxuan's golden vortex into pieces. However, in the moment when the two forces touched, it was shattered by inches as if it was destroying everything, and once again, it stirred along the road. His realm is above mine? A thought instantly flashed through Lin Hanchuan's mind. In his haste, he sacrificed a magic treasure and dispersed most of the golden vortexes with a meaty counterblast, then pinched his hands together and released the seal on his sleeve. Roar! The monstrous ferocious aura swept across the sky, instantly erupting some sort of ghastly baleful aura, and even more so, triggering the range of the Heavenly Sword Mountain's domain, where the yin and yang were out of balance, and the aura was in disarray. A ghostly godguile stepped out from within the seal and the sleeve, the number of them reaching over 30. The golden vortex that was unloaded was eventually dispersed by the ghost Shi, and this scene fell into the eyes of the Heavenly Sword Mountain's 10,000 divine senses, instantly causing an uproar. Is this that legendary divine skill, the dry sleeve method? More than 30 ghost commanders, their strengths are all at around the 4th grade, were they all subdued by him alone? I never thought that one day I would be able to witness the mysteries of the dry sleeve method. Within the Heavenly Sword Mountain, no matter the peak master, elder disciples, and the rest of the crowd, their eyes all revealed a strange color. This kind of legendary divine power, looking at the entire 9 domains, there are not many people who can master it, or has disappeared in the river of history, or has become the ancestor of a clan. But today, they were able to see divine might in a young heavenly pride in his early 20s. Senior brother, this son can surpass your qualifications back then by an unknown number of times. The Grand Elder looked out below and secretly smacked his lips. Longbrow didn't say anything. Next moment. Boom! A horrifyingly sinister aura rolled over, and the Grand Elder's gaze froze on the spot. From within the seal and the sleeve, a black figure once again stepped out. The Heavenly Sword Mountain disciples shook and their eyes were incredulous. Ghost General. This is a Ghost General of the lower 3rd grade realm. Lin Hanchuan released all of his divine guile and his forehead was dripping with sweat, obviously consuming a lot of Yuanshan energy. He looked up at Ning Qingxian once more, his eyes burning fiery flames, his fighting spirit high. You are indeed a cultivation freak, and my realm strength is inferior to yours, but that doesn't mean I'll lose. Lin Hanchuan had the qualifications to be proud of himself, 30 ghost commanders and 1 ghost general, which was enough to establish him as one of the top seats among the heavenly pride of the 9 regions. While ordinary heaven's pride could only go one-on-one, he could go many-on-one, with a huge advantage that could bridge certain realm gaps. Silly kids. The gray-robed old man was inwardly sad. In front of the strength of a realm that could be crushed, no means could make up for it. And when Ning Qingxian saw it, he likewise looked strangely surprised. This was also the first time he had ever seen the divine tricksters of the 9 regions. The extremely dense and shocking aura of death caused him to take some interest. Immediately, he whisked his sleeve, and there were seals opening and closing his sleeve, forming a vortex of inner heaven and earth. One could only see the Yuanshan shackles on the many-god Gue collapsing in an instant, branding brand new imprints in an instant. Their eyes showed fierce pupils, and they couldn't help but be a little confused as they watched their entire bodies twist and turn into wisps of green smoke, curling into Ning Qingxuan's sleeve. Not bad, pretty well raised, anymore. Ning Qingxian transmitted a voice of approval, very satisfied. The clamor within the Heavenly Sword Mountain disappeared, turning into dead silence. Long Mei froze in place, and the Grand Elder and the many disciples sucked in cool air one after another, dumbfounded. No. Did he just put away the divine guile? Junior brother actually knows the dry sleeve technique as well. I remember that Long Mei Peak Master left the secret book in the Heavenly Sword Pool. When did junior brother learn it? No, even if it's the dry sleeve technique, it's impossible to take away the divine trickster that has already branded the Yuanshan. Outside the mountain gate, Lin Hanchuan was already as if he had been struck by thunder, and he looked unbelievably at the empty seal in his sleeve. In the contemporary 9 regions, there was a second person of the same generation who had mastered the dry sleeve method? This process, which was clearly witnessed by the gray-robed old man, had since detected certain different changes. Here we go again, it's the same as the last time Long Mei charged the realm, this is the altered dry sleeve technique. He breathed heavily, following Ning Qingshuan's figure as he looked deeper into the Heavenly Sword Mountain, operating his secret techniques in an attempt to locate that mysterious Highlander who had been hiding in the Heavenly Sword Mountain 10 years ago. But apart from the 3 sleeping Heavenly Sword ancestors, nothing was found. How did you do that? Even if you know how to seal in the sleeve as well, how could you possibly take them away? They clearly branded my Yuanshan. Lin Hanchuan's voice was hoarse and his eyes were bloodshot. The greatest capital he was so proud of had actually been easily dissolved without playing a little role. This immense frustration made his face flushed and his breath disorganized. Ning Qingxian didn't continue to strike again, calmly saying, I just tried to add the soul-shifting incantation to the spell, and it just happened to work. Lin Hanchuan's expression was stunned. What did he mean by just happened to succeed? These words fell into the gray-robed old man's ears, but it was like a thunderous explosion. He stared at Ning Qingxian dead in the face, seemingly associating it with something, and his heart immediately rippled with waves. No way, did. Take the token. The gray-robed old man decisively whisked his sleeve and threw the 2 tokens that Lin Hanchuan had captured, including Lin Hanchuan's own, to Ning Qingxian. Then the large palm opened and closed, clutching Lin Hanchuan and turning around to run. Master, I'm not done fighting. Lin Hanchuan said sharply. You're no match for him, give it another 100 years and you won't even be a match for him. This person is the most terrifying freak in the 6th domain. What do you mean? Lin Hanchuan was bewildered. The gray-robed old man walked quickly and left the Heavenly Sword Mountain domain in the blink of an eye. Looking back, his eyes were filled with deep shock. So it's him. Chapter 54 The Man Who Punched Through the 3rd Domain. No more fighting? Ning Qingxian silently looked at their departure, holding the 3 soul artifact tokens in his hands. From above he could feel that there were strands of ineffable origin power, like a part of the rules of this world, generated by the creation of heaven and earth. Rather a thing never seen before. Ning Qingxian fell into deep thought. He had already had a full understanding of the 9 regions before his seclusion in the Heavenly Sword Pool. Later in the Heavenly Sword Pool, but also found a lot of historical documents, ancient treasures, etc., is a glimpse of the 7 or 8. The cause of the scourge of the 9 domains of God is from the domains of the cave. No matter large domains and small domains are there, drive endless, kill endless. Over the past 1200 years, multiple extremely terrifying existences had appeared. For example, the demon Luo Ghost King, the 5 Nirvana old ancestors of Heavenly Sword Mountain had made a concerted effort, and had still lost 2 of them. The only way to suppress the gap in the domain cave was with a soul artifact. In Ning Qingshuan's eyes, this was somewhat like the law of restoration. And in recent decades, the situation of the God's Guile Scourge has become many times more severe than usual, with not only never-before-seen ghost kings appearing, but also vaguely stronger presences. The future of the 9 regions was invariably obscured by a fog. Apprentice. The call came from within the mountain, only to see Longbottom laugh and send up a big hug with open arms. Many elders and disciples, too, walked out with fervor on their faces. This is our Heavenly Sword Mountain soul artifact relic, be sure to keep it safe. A single relic isn't very useful, but more than 3 or more will be of great benefit to Yuanshan cultivation. As he spoke, he took out the Heavenly Sword Mountain soul artifact token from his bosom and handed it over to Ning Qingxian. Together with the 3 just now, Ning Qingxian currently had 4 tokens. Master isn't afraid I'll lose it? Longbottom was stunned and shook his head dumbly. Lin Hanchuan, as a Heavenly Pride ranked in the top 3 of the 5 domains, is not your opponent. After this battle, there will be very few people amongst these 9 domains who will come back to challenge you. You can take the 4 tokens and continue cultivating, and taking a step back, even if you do lose them, no one will blame you. Ning Qingxian was silent, and he had already sensed that after the 4 tokens were gathered together, the origin power that was contained there had rapidly skyrocketed by several times. Master, I have to get off the mountain. When Longmei heard this, his heart and mind trembled slightly, and his eyes revealed relief. Master knows that the 9 regions are very large. The 3,000 secret books within the Heavenly Sword Pool are but a drop in the ocean of the earth. You can walk out farther, of course Master will not stop you. But remember, be careful along the way. Ning Qingxian made a final bow, glanced at his former mentors and brothers, and turned to step into the air and leave. His back was reflected in everyone's eyes, and the Grand Elder murmured, no wonder you've been at ease these past 10 years, our Heavenly Sword Mountain finally has a successor. Longmei did not say anything. His mind was quite frustrated, and the back of his eyes gradually moved away until it disappeared. Suddenly, a disciple received a jade slip transmission and lost his voice on the spot after reading it. The true Martial Hall's air swept through the invincible, punched through the 3rd domain, and took all of the 3rd domain's tokens. When these words fell, the entire hall was shocked. Long Mei couldn't help but look shaken, directly piercing through the third domain? This true martial hall's air was so perverse? First domain. As the head of the 9 domains, the first domain was far more than the other 8 domains, whether it was the historical heritage, or the heritage of the sex, as well as the number of divine secrets and so on. For years, this has been an indisputable fact and a huge gulf that cannot be changed. Ever since the outbreak of the 9 regions' divine guile scourge, only the first region had never experienced suffering or injury. The vast scope of the first domain, the number of powerful sects was enormous, but there was only one supreme party, one holy land, named Desolate Court. The children and people of the world, under the blessing of the Desolate Court, enjoyed a peaceful and prosperous world that the other 8 domains could only dream of, but were extremely difficult to realize. People here, even from birth to death, have never seen what the divine trickster looks like in their entire lives. The heavenly furnace, the first of the 3 great soul weapons, had never changed hands. At this moment, it was inside the second court of the Desolate Court. There was an old man with white hair, sitting in front of a tea table, quietly checking the information on the token change. First domain Lu Bai, 35 tokens. First domain Stone Lone Wind, 29 tokens. Second domain Li Mu, 20 pieces of tokens. Lu Yun of the 6th domain, 16 pieces of tokens. He stroked his beard lightly, his gaze lingering on the name Lu Yun for a moment. The third domain was actually killed through by this son alone. He fell into deep thought, obviously not expecting such a demon to be born within the 6th domain under the current era of heavenly pride. Looking at the entire third domain, there was actually no one who was an opponent. Even his personal disciple of the 7th Pavilion Elder of the Desolate Court was defeated just as miserably and lost his token. Within the 9 domains, each domain possessed a different number of tokens. When someone had collected 108 tokens, they would be able to bind their Yuanshan with the soul vessel Heavenly Furnace. This was followed by 99 and 74. Throughout the generations, the Heavenly Furnace had steadily resided in the first domain, and the Earthly Cauldron had steadily resided in the second domain. As for the Divine Bones, they were between the third domain and the fourth domain, often changing. I didn't realize that this time, the third domain was out very early. The entire 9 regions were almost caught off guard by this true martial hall air. Courtier. A child outside called softly. Speak. He calmly sipped a mouthful of fresh tea. That true martial hall air called Lu Yun is now back in the second domain. As the words fell, the pavilion master's tea-sipping action slightly gave a start, seeming to be somewhat surprised. This son's strength was not bad, and if he were to go to the 8th domain as well as the 9th domain, the probability of getting the divine bone would obviously be greatly increased. But then it goes back to the second domain? Based on the opponents he challenged, Lu Yun is looking for top-tier heavenly prides who might fight the second domain supreme. The pavilion elder narrowed his eyes. This son was so bold, and despite having 16 tokens, he still had this kind of courage. Interesting, it looks like he's aiming for the heavenly furnace. The pavilion elder gently put down his teacup and quickly penetrated Lu Yun's mind. It's just that it's not that easy to sit on the first of these 9 domains. Pavilion elder, there's another matter. The Heavenly Sword Mountain in the 6th domain has also given birth to a very extraordinary young powerhouse who defeated Lin Hanchuan, who had broken into the 6th domain to collect the token. The child looked respectful and spoke again. Lin Hanchuan, that heavenly pride from the 5th domain who refined the seal in the sleeve? The pavilion elder couldn't help but frown. This kind of legendary divine skill even he, when he was young, felt quite a headache, and after penetrating for half a year to no avail, he could only give up. Lin Hanchuan had successfully cultivated it when he was 15 years old, and at that time, it had even become a sensation in the 9 regions for a time. Some time ago, I heard that he was in the 6th domain and had gotten the first token, so how did this not take long to lose? There was quite a regret in the courtier's heart. After all, it was just too sudden. The 6th domain seems to be on the rise this day. He pondered once again. In the past, there was Lu Yun, the heir to the true martial hall, who swept through the 9 domains and killed his way through the 3rd domain. Later, an unknown powerhouse from Heavenly Sword Mountain defeated Lin Hanchuan, which was equivalent to preserving the token of the entire 6th domain. Let Lu Bai withdraw from the 4th domain and take a trip to the 2nd domain. The pavilion elder suddenly said. The child was shocked. So soon? The 7 pavilions of the Desolate Court are divided into 7 veins, with 7 sons from generation to generation. The internal rivalry, too, has never ceased, and that chief is still in seclusion. If the true martial hall has forgotten who is the lord of the 9 regions, then I will remind them. The pavilion elder spoke faintly, rose and whisked his sleeves, stepping into the backyard. Chapter 55, God's Creepy Nightmare, White God of Murder. Time passed, and 2 months passed in a flash. The 9 domains have ushered in an era of spurt of celestial pride this morning, and no matter whether it is a large domain or a small domain, there are all people with great reputation. This is an unprecedented event, and I am afraid it will never happen again. The speed of the tokens changed more and more frequently, and the name of Lu Yun, the heir to the true martial hall of the 6th domain, gradually resounded throughout the entire range of the 9 domains, attracting the fervent worship of the people of the 6th domain's world. On this day, within the 6 regions Jing dynasty's border city, 10,000 people gathered in the street plaza, eyes on fire looking at the steps above, a letter to the newspaper teenager passionately told. The latest battle situation 3 days ago. The heir to the true martial hall of my domain has gotten his hands on 22 soul artifact tokens. He defeated a total of 6 great heavenly prides in the 2nd domain and is about to fight the 2nd domain supreme. The proud voice of the young man from Shinbun continued to resonate through the square, and all the people of the city erupted in cheers of exhilaration. Every face was filled with excitement and joy that had never been seen before. 6 domains for thousands of years, generations have been living in deep water. The heavenly pride base has always been crushed by other great domains, not seeing the slightest hope. Now that the true martial hall's heir had killed his way through the 3rd domain, and had killed his way through the 2nd domain, this ancient miracle had subverted the past. How widely the reputation spreads, it has long been a household name and well known. The true martial successor raises the might of my 6 regions. My son must also enroll in the true martial hall to learn the art in the future. It is said that the true martial successor is only 23 years old this year, and he has already stepped into the middle 2 grades, and his aptitude has been cultivated to the extreme, so that he is not even a problem to challenge across the grades. In my opinion, he must be the fastest person to step into nirvana, within 10 years. No, within 5 years he must step in. I bet in 2 years. The square was abuzz with people, all the people were overjoyed and laughing, all singing the praises of the name of the true martial successor. However, just when everyone was overflowing with happiness, there were suddenly thick clouds over the border city, like a dragnet, covering hundreds of miles. The temperature plummeted, the cold wind was like a ghost blowing in the air, and someone shivered in the cold. As he looked up in bewilderment, his expression immediately dissolved into fear. General Spectral Bone is here to kill. A scream resounded, breaking the peaceful atmosphere. The crowd looked around in fear, only to see an endless number of ghostly bone gods running through the air within the thick clouds of the sky. The army of ghostly bones, covered in skeletons and not seeing the slightest bit of flesh and blood, rushed towards the border city to kill, their empty eye sockets burning with ghostly fire, carrying madness and greed. Phantom bone cannibalism, swallowing souls and sucking souls. The commander-in-chief is called the Phantom Bone Ghost King, under the command of the 10 ghost generals. In recent years in the 6th domain border roaming violations, has long made a lot of border cities fearful. Run away! The square instantly screamed repeatedly, and the crowd scattered like locusts fleeing in all directions, but they didn't know exactly where to flee to. The only one with a firm, fearless gaze was the young man of the letter. Kill, you can kill a generation, but you can't kill us for 1,000 generations, you will eventually be trampled by the true martial successor. He stared dead on at the army of spectral bones surging from the sky dome. Already swarms of red shadows opened their fanged maws greedily towards him. The fury spread out, the shadow of death loomed over him, and his body instantly tensed up, the firmness in his eyes suddenly faltered, and in a moment it turned into a sheet of fear. I don't want to die, I don't want to die. Boom! Suddenly there was golden light pouring from the sky, drowning the swarms of red shadows head on. A large number of phantom bone skeletons let out mournful screams and were instantly torn into pieces. The letter of the teenager has long been scared of urine, his face white, at this moment in a daze looked up, then saw a figure in the air appeared outside the border city. Ning Qingxuan's arrival drew the attention of the people of the land, as well as the attention of General Spectral Bone. The White God of Murder? In the vast, pallid Red Sea, General Spectral Bone recognized Ning Qingxian at a glance. His ghostly fire-burning pupils instantly turned into a thrill. Withdraw! A harsh whistling sound rolled over the sky and beyond. Only, the oceanic Red Sea has not yet turned around. There have been 10,000 feet of golden light burst out, shooting out countless golden arrow feathers, paving the way towards the Red Sea. A miserable scream rang out, accompanied by the fall of the red skeleton in mid-air. The spectral bone general was terrified, but he was equally unable to avoid the end of being pierced through the heart by 10,000 arrows, and the bones in his entire body shattered inch by inch. In a moment, though, the firmament relapsed into silence. Ning Qingxian whisked his sleeves and left straight away. Looking outside the city, red bones paved the plains and piled up into mountains. The 10,000 people of the border city who fled in all directions were robbed and looked at the departure of the white-clothed figure in the sky. The Red Bone army has been crushed, and General Spectral Bone is dead. That person seems to be an heir of the Heavenly Sword Mountain, who defeated Lin Hanchuan of the 5 regions a few months ago and reclaimed the lost token. I remember, this person's name is Chang Wu Hate. After he left the mountain, he traveled the 6th domain, killing Gui when he saw Gui. I don't know how many divine Gui he's killed in these past few months. The white-clothed killing god. Seems like now, no matter what side of the god guile, when they see him, they have to run, and just now that Spectral Bone General is also the same. So strong, General Spectral Bone is a great 3rd grade, is there even room to fight back? Heir to the Heavenly Sword Mountain, the white-clothed god of slaying, so our 6th domain still has this figure. The crowd stirred and murmured. The previous messenger boy covered his drenched pants, listening to the words in his ears, staring blankly in the direction Ning Qingxian had left, something different seeming to be in his eyes. In the distance, Ning Qingxian stepped into the air and ran. A weak divine thought came from within the seal in his sleeve. My lord, the 6th Yubone army is 800 miles away from here, and they might make a surprise attack on the palace city of the Jing dynasty. Ning Qingxian nodded slightly. Got it. The seal divine thought in the sleeve paused for a moment, hesitated for a long time and then continued to speak. My lord, there is no end to killing these divine devils, and new fellows are born from generation to generation. Why don't you try collecting tokens? That way you can get the Horcruxes. Ning Qingxian glanced at the cuffs. The god guy in here was named Ghost Butterfly, rather a god guy community with special abilities that could spy on the movements of all the powerful god guys in the 6th domain. After taking him under his wing a month ago, he has been passing information to him. It was only then that he realized that divine guile was also divided into good and evil. Water from afar can't quench the thirst of the near. Something has to be done by someone. Although I can't control the future generation, I can kill the current generation. He responded flatly and walked towards the palace city of the Jing dynasty. Ghost Butterfly was silent, then as if he had made up his mind about something, he spoke sincerely. My lord, I know of a party of races called the Immortal Race. Their immortal queen has been imprisoned in the depths of the domain cave for many years by some terrible fellow. If your excellency can help the immortal queen get out of her misery, I might be able to talk to the immortal clan. Ning Qingxian knew what Ghost Butterfly meant, but didn't reply immediately. He continued to run the length of the sky, leaving a golden haze along the way. Chapter 56 The Supreme Powers of the 9 Regions Request for Catch-up Reading. 2nd Domain, Southern Heavenly Academy. The cold winds are chilly, and the ancient palace halls stand among the peaks. For the many 8 desolate forces of the 2nd Domain, today was a very special day, and a day that countless people were extremely nervous and apprehensive about. Ever since Lu Yun, the heir to the true martial hall, killed his way through the 3rd domain, there hadn't been a moment's pause. Immediately after coming to the 2nd domain and defeating the 6 great heavenly prides, everyone was nonplussed. Looking in all directions of the southern heavenly courtyard, a party of powerful forces could be seen staring at Lu Yun, who was sitting cross-legged in the square outside the courtyard. The youth has black hair draped over his shoulders, purple robe branded with the name of the true martial arts, and his face with tightly closed eyes does not carry the slightest wave of emotions. He had been sitting here for 3 days, and the Southern Heavenly Academy had been closed for 3 days. If the Southern Heavenly Academy didn't meet the battle, it would lose its token qualification after today. Therefore, it was clear to all those present today that supreme heavenly pride of the Southern Heavenly Academy would definitely descend the mountain before dark. Time passed, and the many powerful people of the true martial hall stood aside and waited patiently. The one inside the house, what is he doing now? Lu Yun suddenly opened his mouth and asked, and a true martial elder then stepped forward. It's been 3 months, hasn't stepped out of the 6th domain, it's rumored that he's still going around killing ghosts, hasn't rested for a day, and the entire 6th domain's godly guile are almost all going to be killed off by him. Hearing this, Lu Yun couldn't help but open his eyes, his expression even more moved. But soon, a hint of displeasure and even more indifference flared in his eyes. The strength is good, but it's a pity that it's a short-sighted person, such a womanizer. Even if he kills all the god guile in the 6th domain, what's the point of not being able to solve the Ghost King? It would be better to collect more tokens for me. As long as I get the heavenly furnace, I can keep the 6 regions peaceful for 300 years. Lu Yun shook his head, quite dissatisfied with Ning Qingxian's behavior. In his eyes, Ning Qingxian was carrying 4 tokens, and had actually not stepped out of the 6th domain in the 3 months he had been down the mountain, and even those heavenly prides within his family did not dare to declare war. Is this not cowardice and harboring treasure? True martial elder heard this and did not refute it. Suddenly, there was a cacophony of noise from the perimeter. The heir to the Southern Heavenly Academy has descended the mountain. Both Elder Jinwoo and Lu Yun raised their eyes to look. In the location of the mountain corridor, a black-robed figure appeared in slow steps, an unspeakable pressure fluctuation surging around him. This is the second domain's strongest heavenly pride, Li Mu? Elder Jinwoo's pupils suddenly condensed, and there was a huge gap between him and the supreme powers he had seen in the third domain. Lu Yun obviously also felt the unprecedented pressure and couldn't help but slowly get up, showing some gravity on his face. Sorry to keep you waiting. Li Mu walked slowly, the space was like frozen, and the atmosphere steeply became incomparably deep. Looking around the Southern Heavenly Academy, a large number of powerful forces also held their breath. The second domain supreme, and the sixth domain supreme finally met. What can be gained is that what follows is bound to be a battle that will go down in history. If Li Mu lost, the second domain would definitely end up in the same place as the third domain, and the remaining heavenly prides would not be able to be opponents at all. If Lu Yun lost, then he would lose all his tokens, and the entire 6 regions would fail to turn over a new leaf. You kept me waiting for 3 whole days. Lu Yun responded coldly, his tone tinged with displeasure. Facing an opponent like you, I can only go all out. I hope I won't make you wait for 3 days in vain. Li Mu smiled slightly, looking courteous. Give you 3 more years and it will end the same way. Bang! Lu Yun was expressionless as he took a step forward. The astral aura instantly erupted, sweeping across the entire square. That strong pressure was released in full force, triggering the faces of many powerhouses to change in shock. The middle second grade realm plus the Overlord's Big Dipper Chi, no wonder the third domain's most powerful person lost without God realizing it. Exclamations of horror rang out, and people's hearts and minds were shaken. Unnoticed was that right on the peak of the eastern side of the Southern Heavenly Academy, there were also several figures standing at that moment. The one at the head had handsome features and a clean-cut appearance, rather like an exiled immortal. It was none other than the Desolate Court's second pavilion's most powerful heavenly pride, Lu Bai. The rest are the same as the third pavilion, the fourth pavilion, and even 5 or 6 pavilions of the strongest heavenly pride. They looked at the square in unison, the 2 figures in the limelight. It's not unfair for old Seven to lose to this Lu Yun. A faint sound rang out, coming from the third court supreme. Strange, what realm level is this Li Mu? Can't even I see through it? A few people frowned and couldn't help but glance at Lu Bai. Only Lu Bai's demeanor remained unchanged, his eyes as calm as water, as if no matter what happened, it couldn't cause him to create any ripples. Seeing that Lu Bai was silent, the few people stopped talking and continued to pay attention. Above the square, Li Mu stood still, not moving at all. Letting the Overlord's astral aura sweep across his body, triggering the earth's rocks to shatter and the winds to roar coldly, he only looked at the other party silently. You're not going to make a move? Lu Yun's gaze was cold, this feeling of being ignored caused a trace of sulk to rise in his heart. He defeated the Desolate Court's 7th Pavilion Supreme and punched through the entire third domain, and was invincible. Now in front of this Li Mu, first he was hung out to dry for 3 days, and now he's being ignored? Hegemonic astral chi catalyzed the peak, there is a 10,000 feet shadow instantly transformed, like a god general covering the world, pupils reflecting the sun, moon and stars, the majesty of the hegemonic king rolled on and off. Shatter me! Lu Yun cleared his throat and threw a punch towards Li Mu, who was standing with his hands folded. Only to see the 10,000-foot god general's shadow behind him, he similarly blasted out a punch. The long sky was torn apart, and a terrifying sonic boom came from it. The Southern Heavenly Academy domain range was triggered on the spot by the mountain protection formation. All the surrounding powerhouses, pale in color, retreated in unison. The punch landed 100 feet away from Li Mu's body, but it still didn't shatter his protective astral aura. I didn't mean to humiliate you by staying closed for 3 days. Li Mu finally spoke again, and strands of majestic and great power began to flow out from within the Yuanshan. I just said that I can only go all out when facing an opponent like you, so within these 3 days, I'm merely rushing the realm. Surfing the border? Lu Yun's expression was stunned. In the next moment, Li Mu raised his hand. A shocking divine power erupted, and the heavens and earth were instantly eclipsed. The 10,000-foot god general's shadow was easily erased, and Lu Yun himself met a mountainous impact head-on, as if his entire body's bones were shattered. He spewed out blood with a wow sound and his body flew backwards, his expression tinged with dullness. Flopping, he fell to the ground. The perimeter of the square fell into silence as countless gazes fell on Li Mu in a daze. This scene caused all of the true martial hall's powerhouses to go blank with a rumbling explosion in their minds. A first rate. Nirvana? Lu Yun made a ho-ho sound in his throat, blood froth running down the corners of his mouth. His eyes were lifeless as he stared blankly at the sky. In this instant, all the pride in his heart turned into thin air. Li Mu has stepped into Nirvana? Shocked voices erupted around the perimeter of the square. The Soul Tool competition had been going on for nearly half a year, and a large number of heavenly prides that shook the 9 regions had emerged, all of them transcending the ancient world. And today, the first Nirvana realm appeared. Li Mu's rushing realm actually did not emit the slightest movement. On the eastern peaks, the supreme powers from the desolate court had the same strands of shock draped around their eyes. Only Lu Bai, calmly looking at the scene, seemed to have known the ending. Lu Yun stops here. There is no need for me to make another move. There is still no seat for the 6th domain in the 9 domain soul artifact contest. Disperse. Lu Bai flicked his sleeve blandly and turned to leave. Chapter 57 Bad News from the 6th domain, inviting the Heavenly Sword successor to compete for the Divine Bone. The desolate court supreme powers were silent. They looked at each other, and both saw deep shock in their eyes. From start to finish, Lu Bai didn't say a word, and surprisingly didn't have a single emotional ripple regarding Li Mu stepping into Nirvana. This man is just horrible. Within the first domain, the 7 pavilions and 7 veins of the desolate court were in constant competition with each other, and some status changes had occurred over the generations. And in this day and age, this Lu Bai's strength seems to far exceed that of the other pavilions. Internal rumor had it that supreme heavenly pride of the first pavilion was still in seclusion today, and who was stronger or weaker when comparing his strength to that of Lu Bai. It was hard to speculate. They seemed to be out of touch, getting further and further away from the title of Supreme Heaven's Pride. From the time Li Mu of the Southern Heavenly Academy stepped into Nirvana, the gold content of the supreme prides of this era had been unpredictable. 6th domain, Heavenly Sword Mountains Qing Yun Peak. As usual, Long Mei personally taught the young disciples with uncommon talent. However, he saw that the Grand Elder looked panicked and stumbled all the way from the sky, inwardly shouting with his mouth open in grief. Senior brother. Something big has happened in our 6 regions. That true martial hall heir has fought with Li Mu of the Southern Heavenly Academy and lost all his tokens. The hall full of disciples turned around in shock, and the long-browed preacher's movements froze on the spot, his eyes momentarily revealing a ray of deep regret. Lu Yun, the heir to the true martial hall, had made a splash since his descent from the mountain, and since then had been invincible in his courageous endeavors. He stepped into the first domain, challenged the 7th pavilion's most powerful heavenly pride, and left with the token in a calm manner. He also used his own strength to penetrate the entire 3rd domain, causing the 3rd domain to be forced out early, a move that sensationalized the entire range of the 9 domains. It attracted the fervent worship of the people of the world in the 6th domain, spreading his mighty name everywhere. He carried everyone's hopes on his back and thought he was winning, but he didn't realize that this day. Still winning too easily, the mind lacks sharpening. The long eyebrows sighed tersely with an indescribable sense of suffocation. After all, it was clear that they all saw unprecedented hope in Lu Yun's body. As a matter of fact, that Southern Heavenly Academy's Li Mu has already stepped into Nirvana. The Grand Elder's tone was complicated, and he only felt a deep sense of powerlessness. Nirvana? Long Mei's pupils shook slightly. The 2nd domain supreme heavenly pride had perverted to this point? Elder brother, why don't we let Hate Less come back? Right now we can only let him try. As long as he can get the 72 tokens, we'll be able to obtain the divine bones. The great elder spoke again. The 9 domains this day, the pride of the heavens, can be crowned with the title of the strongest. All are the top ranks, enough to ask the 9 domains of the top 10. With Chang Wu Hate's strength from defeating Lin Hanchuan before, even if there was no way to be among the ranks of the strongest, there was still a chance to get the divine bone with a steady fight. What I'm worried about is that the other few domains won't necessarily give him that chance. Long Mei was worried. This defeat of Lu Yun was equivalent to the 6th domain's card being gone, and the deterrence was gone. Those supreme celestial pride no longer had any scruples, and were afraid that they would immediately sweep the entire 6th domain. Long Brow worried, unsurprisingly. 3 days later, in the 6th domain, the Earth-Hidden Monastery. Li Mu's figure stood outside the mountain gate. He was alone and not accompanied by any strong members of the Southern Heavenly Academy. Li Mu of the 2nd domain, he has come to fetch the soul artifact relic today. Who will fight? His voice echoed the heavens with calm. Without the slightest hesitation, or even the thought of putting up a fight, the Earth-Hidden Temple saw a golden light streak out and be held in Li Mu's hand. Take it away. An old voice came out from within the Earth-Hidden Monastery, carrying a deep exhaustion. The crowd of disciples remained silent, even the Buddha son of the earth hidden temple didn't say a word, clenching his fists tightly as he looked at the figure outside the mountain. In the face of absolute realm strength, any divine secrets and stances, all lost their significance. The so-called overstep challenge was nothing more than a disguise for a false heavenly pride. For him, a third-grade realm, to want to shake a first-grade nirvana was not a fool's errand. Limu was not met with any resistance or difficulty, and very smoothly obtained the token of the earth-hidden temple, and immediately began to walk towards the next house. Don't look, within today, the sixth domain will lose all its tokens. Jizoji was opening his mouth with a dull look in his eyes, a dynasty of fantasies that had been reduced to a bubble in an instant with Lu Yun's defeat. Perhaps they shouldn't have been hopeful in the first place, after all, a Nirvana realm's supreme heavenly pride was just too desperate. The second domain was like this, not to mention the desolate court of that first domain. This has been true for years and generations. In this unprecedentedly bright and colorful world, the strongest of the strong, all is elevated, but the situation is really still the same. The difficulty for the sixth domain to get to the table and have a seat at the table has not changed at all. Limu left and walked within the sixth domain as if he was in no man's land. The pale people of the entire sixth domain could only watch as one token after another was taken away. His arrival was a heavenly harvest of the sixth domain. In just 2 days, Limu finished walking through all the sects that possess tokens. During this period, no one even fought. There's still one heavenly sword mountain left. Limu stationed himself in the middle of the sky, knowing clearly in his heart that the heavenly sword mountain heir named Shangwu Hate was not in the mountain now, but was traveling to the sixth domain, and currently did not know where he was going. For 2 days, he had actually seen no trace of any divine guile in the entire sixth domain range, and the rumors of that person were actually true. Have all the god guile in this sixth domain been killed? Limu's face showed hesitation. He didn't have much time left. He had to rush to get the 99 tokens and bind the earth cauldron before the first court of the desolate court's supreme power came out of the gate. Just as well. Without hesitating for long, Limu glanced at the direction of Heavenly Sword Mountain from afar and eventually turned to leave. Heavenly Sword Mountain. We, the 6 regions, are out again? The many disciples saw Limu's figure, and they really didn't feel good inside. They all knew in their hearts that Limu had not spared the Heavenly Sword Mountain's token by leaving this time. Rather, he needed to go for it, a duel between truly supreme heavenly prides. On the grand stage of the 9 domains, the 6th domain had been absent for generations. No one could stand shoulder to shoulder with a supreme power at Limu's level and take a look at the surrounding supreme powers. Originally, Lu Yun should have this qualification, but misjudged Limu's strength, which was at least in existence ranked in the top 3 of the 9 domains. Longbottom was also silent and despondent. Just as he was about to turn around, a long rainbow suddenly appeared in the sky. Jizo Jisho? Longbrow was confused, followed by a number of long rainbows, arriving from all directions. Gushinin Master. You guys? The ones who came to the Heavenly Sword Mountain were none other than the heads of the many sects that had lost their tokens within the 6th domain. Please ask Brother Longbrow to recall the Heavenly Sword successor and fight for the Divine Bone. Jizoji was arching his hand and spoke sincerely. Please ask Brother Longbrow to recall the Heavenly Sword successor and fight for the Divine Bone. The Gushin Nunnery Master, and even a number of sect lords, including their personal disciples, arched their hands and bowed, their voices resounding loudly through the range of Heavenly Sword Mountain. Long Mei hesitated. He naturally had selfishness. Knowing that a brutal battle was about to break out among the supreme celestial pride of the 9 regions, how could he be willing to let Chang Wuhua go forward to fight for it? The longer Chang Wu Hate covered the token in this situation, the more helpful it would be for cultivation. Elder brother, we can't afford to wait any longer, just let the boy try. The Grand Elder suddenly took his hand, his eyes reddening. Longbrow trembled slightly inwardly, a little shaken. Peak Master, let Junior Brother answer the battle. Looking at the Heavenly Sword Mountain Square, many disciples pleaded in unison. You guys? Long Mei's cuffs shivered as he looked at the Dizang Temple's Zhang, the Gushin Nunnery's master, and all the Heavenly Sword Mountain disciples in the square. Their eyes, burning with what little hope remained. Eventually, a relieved smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. Just maybe you guys are right. A jade slip message was transmitted in an instant. Chapter 58, Ning Qingxian collects his feats, Yuanshan 100,000 feet. The 6th domain, beyond the domain cave. A 10,000-mile abyss stood at the border, with the sky and earth dim and ghostly. Countless ghosts and skeletons can be seen climbing the cliffs on both sides of the river, and the howls they emit are so soul-crushing that they are enough to make people lose all their sanity in an instant. As the origin of the outbreak of the Divine Guile Scourge, even Nirvana realm powerhouses had not dared to step into this place easily for thousands of years. And at this moment, there was a figure standing at the bottom of the abyssal floor. Whether it was the two banks of spiteful skeletons, or the huge number of God's Guile armies under the ground, all of them without exception were shivering, and their pupils of ghostly flame swayed with endless fear. That white-clothed figure killed until they were powerless to fight against it, and killed until a nightmare was born in their hearts, just like a divine trickster's robbery. You can't change anything on your own. Ning Qingxian narrowed his eyes and looked at the last of the spectral bone generals, lying on the ground. His brain was deeply sunken, all the limbs and bones of his body were shattered, and the ghostly fire burning in his eye sockets was weak, as if it would be extinguished at any time. Ho ho ho, you two will die, but we will return again. Ning Qingxian lifted his foot, completely crushing his skull, followed by opening and closing his large palm, draining the last strand of his soul force. Within the seal in his sleeve, the divine thoughts of the ghost butterfly were transmitted. This is the last of the spectral bone generals, and currently, I don't sense any movement from the spectral bone ghost king. Ning Qingxian nodded slightly and asked again, what did he mean by what he just said? He will come back to life, no matter how many years have passed, maybe the next generation, maybe the next. Resurrection? Ning Qingxian was puzzled. After his 3 months of investigation and understanding, he finally came to a conclusion. It was true that God Guile could not be killed unless the entire 9 regions were destroyed. And about the resurrection in the mouth of the ghost butterfly, I'm afraid it has something to do with the law of collapse. One day, all the God Guys you have killed will be born again in another repellent shell, and the weeks will never end. Ghost Butterfly continued. So what, in its place to seek its own affairs, although I can't see the future, but in the era I'm in, I won't allow a woeful trickster to exist on the land of the 6th domain. Ning Qingxian opened his mouth indifferently, and these domineering words caused the ghost butterfly's mind to ripple tremendously. In fact, for Ning Qingxian, infinite resurrection didn't mean that his 3 months of effort was meaningless. At the very least, many innocent people had survived, not to mention that it had brought unimaginably great benefits to the divine power he had started. The divine consciousness turned inward and once again looked at his golden Yuanshan. As early as when he left Heavenly Sword Mountain, he had cultivated the great yellow cord of perfection, returning to his heyday during the time of the Devil Dao ancestor. On this foundation, the Yuanshan also cultivated into nirvana. 3 months today, he couldn't help but feel a little confused about his strength. After all, the divine skill he had pioneered was to kill shenanigans to draw soul power and continuously grow to nourish the Yuanshan. Just now, he had drained the last of the spectral bone generals and clearly noticed that his Yuanshan had reached some sort of bottle top. This also meant that the ghost general, at this level, could no longer be of any help to him. It was just as difficult to kill 100,000, a million, or 10 million God Guile, as it was to inch forward. He was even more unable to speculate on what level his current strength was in the ranks of the Federation reincarnators. Ning Qingxuan's waist jade slip suddenly received a transmission. With a slight movement of his mind, Long Mei's voice slowly came out, Apprentice, the 6 regions have been met with bad news. The true Martial Hall's heir lost to the Southern Heavenly Academy's Li Mu, and lost all of his tokens. 2 days ago, Li Mu stepped into the 6th domain and took all the remaining tokens likewise. 6 domains today, fearful of being out again. Disciple, Master has an unforgiving request. Hearing this, Ning Qingxian understood what Long Mei meant. When Long Mei entrusted the Heavenly Sword Mountain's token into his hands, he didn't let him participate in the competition for the token, but only to help with cultivation. Nowadays, all the tokens of the 6th domain had been taken away by a person named Li Mu. Even that true Martial Hall heir was similarly defeated. He heard Longbottom's helpless tone, and a hint of pleading. Master is overstated. Ning Qingxian sent back a jade slip message. He knew that his journey of cultivation was coming to an end. As he turned around, he glanced sideways at the depths of the domain cave, and as he swept along with his gaze, the many godly guilelessnesses all trembled and shuddered, and did not dare to raise their heads. The immortal queen that Ghost Butterfly had spoken of before was in the depths of this domain cave. Just based on where he was standing now, he could also feel that an unimaginably terrifying wave of ghostly chi was wringing the darkness. Without any further delay, he took a step, and his figure turned into a rainbow, running away. In the border city of the Jing dynasty, the city was dead. Man Nin's spirit was disheveled, and the former letter-writing boy sat shriveled in a corner. The news of the true Martial Hall's heir's defeat spread like a gale sweeping through every corner of the 6th domain in a short period of time. This news was like a thunderbolt from a clear sky, mercilessly crushing the faith of the people of the world. Big brother, look, is that the white god of murder? Suddenly a childish voice rang out, causing the young man of the letter to look up in bewilderment. One could only see a white-clothed figure in the sky stepping into the air and speeding, leaving a golden haze along the way. That great and vast Yuan-Shan power bathed the entire border city in warmth, dispersing all the evil and sneaky scents in heaven and earth. It's him, yes, it's him. The letter boy rose prancing and emotional. If it wasn't for the man on the long sky, he would have been a corpse by now. 10,000 people in the border city looked up in unison and were able to see it. That's the heir to the Heavenly Sword Mountain? He seems to have 4 more tokens on him. Looking at this direction, is the Heavenly Sword successor preparing to reclaim the lost token? Don't! He didn't have to do that at all, we've already accepted the fact that we're out. Yeah, we got used to it a long time ago, and it's better to clutch the token than to lose it right away. Alas, the Heavenly Sword successor has guarded us for 3 months, even if he doesn't show up, we won't blame him. That's right. Whoever dares to slander a word of his reputation, old man, I'll be the first to tear his mouth off. The border city's 10,000 people revealed complex expressions as they looked at Ning Qingxuan's departing back, their hearts doubly saddened. In their eyes, there was no difference between Ning Qingxian and a moth to a flame. Which one of the supreme celestial pride of the 9 regions today is not a pervert? Regardless of whether it was Lu Yun or Ning Qingxian, but if they were born in other eras, they were bound to be able to obtain a soul weapon. Unfortunately, heaven forbid. As Ning Qingxian appeared, divine senses opened and closed from every ancient sect within the 6 regions. Or the head of a clan, or the ancestor of a clan, they silently looked at this scene. This also included Lu Yun of the True Martial Hall. From a long distance away, he could sense Ning Qingxuan's aura. Ever since he returned from the battle, the sight of the entire 6th domain shocked him long enough for him to be unable to speak. Just what kind of person, with what kind of means, had swept away the entire 6th domain's divine tricksters in just 3 months? Everyone in the world knows that the god is unpredictable and extremely difficult to track down, and that even the Nirvana realm doesn't dare to trespass once it has shrunk into the domain cave. But offhand, this one did. I hope he doesn't repeat my mistake and fight for the 6 domains for the divine bone. Lu Yun clenched his fist and muttered. This son is not right. Old man True Martial suddenly appeared from behind. He was staring deathly into the distance, and his pair of true martial wisdom eyes were flashing countless golden runes. Old ancestor, what's wrong? Lu Yun asked suspiciously. The true martial ancestor had just come out of the gate the other day to help him recover from his injuries. Oh my god, is this even happening? The true martial ancestor suddenly caught his breath and lost his voice on the spot. Under the activation of the true martial wisdom eye, he could faintly see a golden Yuan-Shan of boundless greatness in Ning Qingxuan's body. That Yuan-Shan herb is 100,000 feet tall. Chapter 59 3 Greatest Powers, Ning Qingxian Strikes. The common holy place of the 9 realms, where the supreme soul artifacts are asked for. With majestic peaks stretching for miles and miles of plains, there are holy mountains standing under the firmament, majestic and magnificent. This place belonged to the core of the 9 domains, and back then, the 3 major soul weapons were introduced from this place, and they would return again for generations. Whenever the supreme celestial prides of the 9 domains collected their tokens to a certain extent, they would default to this place to start the final showdown. At this moment, Li Mu was walking alone under the long sky. He held the investigation information of the Southern Heavenly Academy's jade slip between his palms. The 7 sons of the Desolate Court, kicked out one by Lu Yun. Of these remaining 6, only Lu Bai had collected the most tokens and Su Yuan was the strongest. For the rest, there was no collection behavior. It didn't take long for the full view of the Soul Vessel Sacred Mountain to be revealed ahead. There were already powerful people from the 9 regions and 8 wastelands, waiting quietly at this place. Li Mu's arrival immediately attracted a great deal of attention. The murmurs disappeared quite a bit, and the vaulted earth showed some silence. At the end of Li Mu's line of sight, the Soul Vessel Sacred Mountain was divided into 3 parts, belonging to the Heavenly Furnace, the Earthly Cauldron, and the Divine Bones Place of Questioning. By virtue of the token, whichever one is contested, ascends the mountain. But if you choose to do so, you cannot leave until you overcome or fail. During the period of the duel, most of the most powerful heavenly prides needed to come here, while the main purpose of the first 3 months was to weaken the overall heavenly pride base of the other several domains. Here, the carryover is 1 domain to 1 domain. If a celestial pride fails to come for more than a certain period of time, the token will automatically return to the soul vessel's body and be considered abandoned. Nowadays, all three sections had the figures of supreme celestial pride, and it was obvious that they all had a clearer perception of their own strength. Among them, both the Earth Cauldron Mountain and the Divine Bone Mountain had opened and closed their boundaries, representing that the 99, as well as the 72 tokens within them, were full. This instantly caused Li Mu to fall into silence. He's coming. On the Heavenly Furnace Mountain, Lu Bai sat cross-legged, slowly opening and closing his eyes, calmly looking towards Li Mu's figure outside the mountain. The strength of the Nirvana realm. The third pavilion supreme powerhouse, Shi Lufeng, glanced at Su Yuan and Lu Bai beside him and let out a meaningful exclamation. Looking at the entire Heavenly Furnace Mountain, there was only the supreme heavenly pride of the first domain Desolate Court. There is no one else. It seemed that the supreme celestial pride of the entire 9 regions knew that the Heavenly Furnace was a sole weapon that they could not get their hands on. Li Mu attracted everyone's attention and stood outside for a long time. He saw only 6 figures on Heavenly Furnace Mountain. He saw the supreme powers of the 4th, 5th, and 7th domains, as well as a large number of clan prides on Earth Cauldron Mountain. On the Divine Bone Mountain, there are currently the 8th and 9th domains. Lu Yun had caused the 3rd domain to go out of the game by himself, which in turn gave some small domains a rare opportunity. No one was at war with the 2 mountains for the time being, and both were scornful of each other. When he fell silent, he took a deep look at the 6 sons of the Desolate Court, especially lingering on Su Yuan, who was silent and closed his eyes, for a moment longer. It was surprising that this person had come out of the gate. The Desolate Court First Pavilion had given birth to demons from generation to generation, and this generation was even more of an exception. Late to the party. Li Mu gazed longingly at the 6 figures of Heavenly Furnace Mountain, and then turned his eyes to the surroundings, the many powerhouses of the Southern Heavenly Academy. The head of the house sighed softly and nodded gently towards him. In the middle of the day, Li Mu's bloodlust was gradually aroused. Just as well, he's a first-class Nirvana. Why and how can he not fight for this Heavenly Furnace? Taking a deep breath, Li Mu slowly ascended Heavenly Furnace Mountain under countless gazes. Shi Lufeng licked his lips and became even more excited as he slowly got up and his power began to surge. Aside from Lu Bai and Su Yuan, the remaining few likewise rose, their gazes cold. The powerful astral chi that lifted up brought about an indescribable pressure. As Li Mu ascended to the top of the mountain, the atmosphere became tense with swords. However, at this moment, another long rainbow appeared in the distant sky, once again attracting a large number of gazes. Who is the man who came? He's wearing the robes of Heavenly Sword Mountain. He should be a Heavenly Sword heir from the 6th domain. What's his name? Chang Wu Hate? I've heard of his deeds. This person seems to have swept away the divine trickster of the 6th domain. The strength is fair, and the perseverance is amazing, but the supreme powers of the 6th domain have all lost, so what is he still doing here? What a tragedy. This person, coming a little earlier, would have been able to compete for the divine bone. Right now we can only go to the Heavenly Furnace Mountain. It should just be a walkover. Can't you see that not a single team from the 6th domain has come? There were sighs of relief, as many powerful forces cast pitying gazes at Ning Xingxuan's arrival. Who's on Heaven's Furnace Mountain? The 6 sons of the Desolate Court and Li Mu. This is the strongest of the 9 regions. Thought this person would give up. Ha! Li Mu also saw Ning Xingxuan's arrival, and his eyes suddenly condensed. As a top-tier supreme power who had stepped into the first-grade Nirvana realm, he had actually felt a pressure on Ning Xingxuan's body that inexplicably suffocated him somewhat. The pressure is invisible and hard to figure out. As it got closer, it got stronger and stronger. What's wrong with this guy? Lu Bai muttered to himself, frowning slightly as wisps of ripples rose within his ancient wave of calm. As Ning Xingxian came climbing up the mountain in a slow pace, his expression grew more and more grave. What a strong aura. Su Yuan, who always had his eyes closed, his eyes finally opened. His gaze landed on Ning Xingxian until Ning Xingxian ascended to the top and the entire Heaven's Furnace Mountain's boundary opened and closed. So far, Heavenly Furnace Mountain is also full. One of you first. Ning Xingxian went straight to the point, slowly scanning everyone present. Li Mu didn't say a word. Lu Bai was silent. Su Yuan was silent. Boom! An aura of a great second-grade realm erupted instantly. Shi Lufeng's face was cold as he took a step towards Ning Xingxian, his fist wind surging with powerful astral energy. Are you worthy to stand here? Get the hell down! He took the lead, and the entire Heavenly Furnace Mountain produced boundary ripples as a result. This commotion attracted countless gazes, only to see all the supreme celestial pride of Earth Cauldron Mountain and Divine Bone Mountain, their faces shook in unison. Heavenly Furnace Mountain is fighting. Sure enough, they still take the weakest first. The Big Dipper swept in, coming at Ning Qingxian head-on. Ning Qingshuan's face did not change as he lifted his hand and held Shi Kufeng's fist in place. Click. Ah! Shi Lufeng's cold face suddenly changed, and he let out a miserable scream on the spot. His protective astral aura was shattered by Ning Qingxian, and his right fist turned into a bloody mist. Before he could remember to execute his divine secrets, he saw a raging wind as Ning Qingxian lifted his toes lightly and kicked him in the jaw. In an instant, his teeth were shattered, his entire face was distorted, and he was like a kite with broken strings, plummeting away. With a thud, he fell to the far side, unconscious. The token on his body turned into golden light and floated to Ning Qingxian. As the crowd witnessed, the murmurs, sighs, and teasing vanished without a trace in an instant. Li Mu's pupils shook slightly, and Lu Bai's breathing paused for a moment. Perhaps everyone hadn't anticipated this situation. The Earth Cauldron Mountain and Divine Bone Mountain were briefly silenced, and the faces of many powerhouses in the outside world produced a freeze. Who's next? In fact, Ning Qingxian also wanted to know just how much fruit his 3 months of killing ghosts and drawing soul power had brought. How much of a difference was there between that and the demon Luo Ghost King who had fought the 5 Nirvana of Heavenly Sword Mountain alone back then, ultimately causing 2 of them to fall? Forget it. Ning Qingxian suddenly shook his head and changed his attention. You're all in this together. A great Yuanshan power surged out of his body with reckless abandon. Chapter 60 The 9 Regions Brilliant Bloom, the only one who is the most powerful. The Heavenly Furnace Mountain plummets. The boundless pressure enveloped within the boundary, causing rippling waves to roll across the boundary. The 4 greatest desolate court supreme celestials' faces changed drastically, and they simply couldn't withstand this kind of pressure. Blood spurted out in unison on the spot, and his knees slammed down on the earth, unable to even raise his head. I concede. I also concede defeat. The shadow of death loomed over their hearts and they let out terrified screams. The token in his arms instantly turned into golden light and floated away, followed by being transported outside by the boundary. Li Mu's face was already pale, and he was forced to explode his Nirvana realm power on the spot in an attempt to resist. Lu Bai and Su Yuan did the same, and for a moment, 4 Nirvana realm auras emerged, churning within the Heavenly Furnace Mountain boundary, causing terrifying hurricanes to rage and roar loudly. This scene, falling into everyone's eyes, eventually triggered a wave of horrified voices. Oh my god, 4 Nirvana! 2 desolate court supreme powers, 1 second domain supreme power. I didn't realize that this Chan Wuhu hate would be as well. On Heaven's Furnace Mountain, the 3 of them stared at Ning Qingxian. This sudden emergence of a top-tier heavenly pride took them all by surprise. You're hiding quite deeply, so Lu Yun of the True Martial Hall is nothing but a front, and you, who has been killing Dial, are the 6th Region Supreme? Li Mu's heart was turned upside down. Lu Bai and Su Yuan as the 2 strongest people in the desolate court, they had long since stepped into Nirvana, and he was not surprised at all. But the 6th domain, which had always had a deficit of heavenly pride, even had someone who had stepped into Nirvana. One must know that this was the most radiant era of prosperity that the entire 9 regions had ever seen. Who would have thought that there would be a person from the 6th domain who now stood side by side with several of them? Without responding, Ning Qingxian had already taken a step towards Li Mu. Soul-swallowing curse. Li Mu drank lowly, not daring to have any lightheartedness. His right hand transformed into gold, layered with the 365 incantation seals pioneered by the ancestor of the Southern Heavenly Academy, and in an instant it transformed back into a golden serpent that swallowed Ning Qingxian. Each spell mark on this contained ancient divine power. 1 spell could kill a ghost commander, 100 spells could kill a ghost general, and a full-level spell seal could even eat away at a ghost king's divine spirit. If it was used on the human race, all Yuan Shen below the Nirvana realm would fall apart. But when the 365 golden snakes killed in front of Ning Qingxian, as if they had seen something extremely terrifying, they suddenly collapsed on their own and fled in all directions. What's going on? Li Mu was stunned, and immediately afterward, his body churned with endless coldness, and his gaze trembled wildly. He saw it. The Yuan Shen within Ning Qingshuan's body was unexpectedly more piercing than the sunny day in the sky. Bang! The great divine power poured out, hitting his Nirvana realm protective astral aura, which was also overwhelmed and shattered inch by inch. Li Mu was inwardly bilious and horrified, and eventually turned his gaze to Lu Bai and Su Yuan who had yet to make a move. Lu Bai has been scalp numb, his mind thoughts are changing rapidly. He can no longer care whether to bully the few with the many, and whether to lose the face of the desolate court, the head of the 9 domains. He only knew that Ning Qingshuan's strength was clearly stronger than Li Mu's. If Li Mu lost the battle, the situation would become even worse. Do it! With a clear cry, he finally killed towards Ning Qingxian. Su Yuan remained silent, his inner pride seemingly not allowing him to, in today's scene of all eyes, join forces against the lone Ning Qingxian. At this moment, the 2 major Nirvana's divine abilities were executed, bombarding Ning Qingshuan's periphery one after another, causing a tremendous impact on Ning Qingshuan's protective astral aura. At that time, there were even 2 magnificent silhouettes that appeared behind Li Mu and Lu Bai at the same time. It was their original Yuanshan, which caused the power fluctuations of the 2 to be pulled up by a large margin once again. What? Li Mu and Lu Bai have actually joined forces? 2 supreme powers of the 2 domains joining forces to deal with Chang Wu Hate. Is this Chang Wu Hate's oppressive force so great? There was an uproar around the Soul Vessel Sacred Mountain, and all of their eyes were shocked. The prides of Earth Cauldron Mountain and Divine Bone Mountain had long forgotten about fighting each other. All of their gazes landed on the Heavenly Furnace Mountain. How rare it was to see such an unprecedented heavenly pride battle. A moment later, a sigh rang out. A third figure stepped into the center of the Avatar confrontation, and with it brought a third great Yuanshan. This completely set off an uproar around the sacred mountain, and no one foresaw that such a thing would happen on Heavenly Furnace Mountain. Su Yuan has also joined. This is the first supreme in the desolate court. The 3 great Nirvana against Chang Wu Hate. Are they defaulting to Chang Wu Hate being the strongest and trying to defeat Chang Wu Hate first? The sound of trembling guts rose and fell, and the crowd stirred. What a radiant era this was, with 4 supreme heavenly prides of the Nirvana realm emerging, but now there were a whole 3 of them, who were going to join forces to deal with Chang Wuhu. He's already exhausted, don't hold back. Li Mu roared, the potent and terrifying oppressive force from Ning Qingshuan's body was about to suffocate him. The 3 of them could not help but all cast their strongest divine abilities in unison. But for some reason, Ning Qingshuan's calm as water, unchanged expression caused both Li Mu and Lu Bai, their hearts to tremble slightly. Boom! Golden light poured out from Ning Qingshuan's body. The gusts of wind swirled his black hair and danced along his robes. A boundless golden Yuanshan slowly revealed itself behind him. The Heavenly Furnace Mountain could not be loaded, the boundary was directly burst, and the sky was pushed horizontally by thousands of miles of clouds, instantly turning into clear sky. The blinding golden light that zapped everyone's eyes. Li Mu looked up in a daze, his eyes were blank, but he could vaguely see, in the sky above his head, the majestic and worldly Yuanshan. The pupils were like angry eyes, looking down on the heavens and the universe. 10,000 feet of Genjutsu? Lu Bai's voice trembled, Su Yuan's face was complex, and he gently sighed, seemingly with regret. Without hesitation, Ning Qingxian extended a palm towards the trio, and the 100,000 Zhang Yuanshan behind him moved in unison with him. In an instant, the Heavenly Furnace Mountain was completely flooded with golden light. In the distance, thousands of long rainbows sped by. Long Mei led the many elders and disciples of Heavenly Sword Mountain with a firm gaze. The Earth-Hidden Temple, the Gushan Nunnery, the True Martial Hall, and other 6th Domain sect forces all followed behind. Disciple, Master has come to give you a helping hand. Long Mei muttered, even if this battle was difficult, even if there was little hope, he couldn't lose the aura of the 6th domain, and even more so, he couldn't let Chang Wu Hai, who was carrying everything, face it alone. He led the team and continued to rush in the direction of the Soul Vessel Sacred Mountain. Suddenly, the white clouds in the firmament overhead were pushed horizontally, and there was a golden haze rolling in, carrying with it an endless amount of vast and righteous energy. What a terrifying Yuanshan fluctuation, whose power is this? The team was forced to stop by this blazing wave. The True Martial Hall's old ancestor was clearly in the team, and at this moment, he saw this familiar golden tide and became excited inside. I'm not mistaken, that's true. He left everyone behind and burst out with the speed of Qian Kuan shift, disappearing in an instant. Apprentice. Longbrow's heart was beating wildly, and looking on, he likewise left the group behind and sped away alone. Chapter 61, Congratulations for Heavenly Sword Mountain, Congratulations for the 6th Domain. The Soul Vessel Sacred Mountain was dazzling and piercing with golden light. No one ever got to see what happened on that furnace mountain. The 3 most powerful heavenly prides, joining forces against one person, had never been seen before in the history of the 9 regions. A long rainbow streaked across the sky as both True Martial Ancestor and Long Mei arrived. The chaos on the field gradually subsided, the piercing golden light also slowly dispersed, and the terrifying potent pressure slowly disappeared. Countless gazes nervously looked towards Heavenly Furnace Mountain, including the Heavenly Pride of Earth Cauldron Mountain and Divine Bone Mountain, as if they had forgotten everything and only wanted to peek at who would win and who would lose in this battle between the top supreme powers. True Martial Ancestor and Long Eyebrows both did so, and when the dust drifted away, they finally saw two figures standing on Heavenly Furnace Mountain. Ning Qingxuan's robes danced in the wind, the corners slightly tattered. Opposite him, Su Yuan was in a straight posture, but the blood spilling from the corner of his mouth revealed his injuries. Throughout the floor, two other figures lay. Li Mu was unconscious, his face was pale and bloodless, and he was even more disheveled, his breath weak. Lu Bai barely managed to keep one eye open, looking at Ning Qingxian with the rest of his eyes trembling in shock as he gasped for air, the power in his body completely depleted. When Ning Qingxian was about to continue walking towards Su Yuan, he only saw Su Yuan gesture and speak weakly, his expression regretful and complicated. "There's no need to fight anymore, you win." More than a dozen years of seclusion and more than 20 years of hard practice. When he hadn't been born and the battle had yet to be experienced, the heavenly pride of the 9 regions defaulted to him as the strongest. But when he came out of the world, he actually declared defeat in that battle alone. Perhaps it was heaven's unlucky timing that had allowed him to be born in such a radiant and prosperous age, allowing him to meet such an overwhelmingly supreme powerhouse as Ning Qingxian. It wasn't just him either, whether it was Li Mu, Lu Bai, including all the heavenly pride of the 9 regions this morning. They were all born in the wrong era, meeting the 6th domain's most terrifyingly glorious time. Su Yuan was frank, there was no resentment in his heart, there was no indignation, and the only thing he had was a willingness to be defeated. He threw out his token, and another large amount of golden light swept out from Li Mu and Lu Bai, landing in front of Ning Qingxian. At this point, all 108 tokens had been returned to Ning Qingxian. The disciple he got the heavenly furnace? Long Mei stood in mid-air, staring blankly at the scene, his brain pounded by the results of the subversive victory, like a dream, causing him to briefly fall into blankness. "Ah, my domain has finally obtained a soul weapon, or a heavenly furnace." The true martial ancestor's loud laughter spread and resounded through the heavens and the universe. Looking around the sacred mountain, the strongest forces of the 9 regions and 8 deserts were all filled with shock. Earth Cauldron Mountain, Divine Bone Mountain, the hearts of many heavenly prides were shocked like never before. Since ancient times, who in the world does not know that the first domain is the first of the 9 domains, the soul weapon heavenly furnace in addition to the 7 sons of the desolate court internal competition, who can die half a point? However, in this day, Shang Wu Hate of the 6th domain not only stood with them, but also defeated them one after another. In the middle of his line of sight, Ning Qingxian gathered 108 tokens and walked towards the depths of Heaven's Furnace Mountain. Within moments, 10,000 sunsets erupted. Ning Qingxian bathed in it, and soon saw the 3-inch lotus-shaped heavenly furnace coalesce under the summoning of the 108 tokens. He reached out his hand and lightly touched the heavenly furnace, and his Yuanshan was instantly responded to, and a kind of metaphysical rule in the underworld began to bind with him. 9 domain soul artifact, the most precious treasure of heaven and earth, it truly lives up to its name. I wonder if I can comprehend the rule origin in this. Ning Qingxian let out an exclamation of surprise and rose in thought. The cultivation method of killing spooks to draw soul power had been saturated some time ago, and unless a ghost king appeared, it would be difficult to inch forward by half a step. And the rule essence contained within this heavenly furnace seemed to have a way to make the Yuanshan go further. Make a breakthrough at 100,000 feet. Associated with this, he entered a state of fusion with his whole body and mind. The heavenly furnace mountain reopened and closed its boundaries, and Li Mu and several others were teleported out. The head of the Southern Heavenly Academy came to Long Mei alone, arching his hand in congratulations to the Heavenly Sword's successor, and congratulations to the 6th domain. I hope that Brother Long Mei will not take it personally, and that Li Mu's collection of the 6th domain's tokens is really acting in accordance with the rules as well. Long Mei was alarmed. In terms of seniority and generation, this head of the Southern Heavenly Academy was far above him. Hearing the words at this moment, he hurriedly returned. Where, the head of the house is overstating the case. Even if Li Mu doesn't make a move, the others will do the same. On the other side, multiple long rainbows stepped into the air one after another, and the heads of the 9 regions and 8 deserts sect arched their hands one after another. Congratulations, a long eyebrow brother. In the future, the 6th domain no longer have God weird scourge, peace on earth or 300 years long. Also hope that long eyebrow brother do not forget that year's favor to us a little help. Brother Longbrow, after today, can you be my guest in the 5 regions? I will certainly set up a feast. How about you and I have a good drink? Brother Longbrow. The crowd was surging, and these sect lords who were usually very rare to see and did not even have any friendships were now clustered around Long Mei's side. An unspeakable emotion surged out of Long Mei's heart. He looked towards the heavenly furnace mountain where the boundary opened and closed, and his waist, which had been bent down for years, could not help but straighten up. The true martial ancestor next to him was similarly overwhelmed with emotion. The first domain, the second domain including the third domain, which had often held soul weapons in their hands throughout the generations, were all absent this day. The sixth domain, which had always been out of the spotlight, had actually captured the heavenly furnace. How unreal it was. Soon, the Earth Cauldron Mountain and Divine Bone Mountain also erupted into melee. They seemed to have been inspired by Ning Qingxian to be bloodthirsty like never before, and every single one of them was putting their best foot forward. By the time the sun set, both mountains had yielded their results. Some were happy and some were sad, and the scene around the holy mountain was very different from that of previous generations. The losers leave, the winners wait. In a flash of 2 months, the supreme pride of the 8th domain came out of the Divine Bone Mountain. With great divine power surging through his body, he managed to bring out the divine bone and similarly departed amidst the laughter of the entire 8th domain sect team. Immediately afterward, another year passed, and a supreme heavenly pride from the 4th domain walked out from within the Earth Cauldron Mountain. Longbottom looked at their departure and continued to wait. Elder brother Longbrow, it's time for me to go back. When the true martial ancestor saw that Chang Wu Hate did not come out for a long time, he arched his hand and returned with his team to the true martial hall to handle things. Time passed, and one after another, teams left around the holy mountain until Long Mei was left alone. According to the time of Yuanshan fusion in previous generations, Heavenly Furnace Mountain should have completed it within 2 years, but this time it was rather long. He waited 3 more years, and spring went and fall came again. On this day, the Heavenly Furnace Mountain boundary finally dissipated. Longbottom's eyes snapped open. Ning Qingxuan's entire body's aura was internalized and unfathomable. He stretched and walked out slowly. Finally a breakthrough. Ning Qingxuan's heart was open. Apprentice! An excited shout came. He looked surprised and took a step. Longbottom, old and tearful, stretched out his arms and patted him heavily on the shoulder. I've kept you waiting. Ning Qingxian apologized for speaking. He still had quite deep emotions towards Long Mei. If he knew that Long Mei had been waiting outside so far, he should have ended his senses earlier. Brat, if you don't come out, the old man will be in the ground. Let's go, let's master and disciple have a drink. Long Mei laughed and pulled him back to Heavenly Sword Mountain. Chapter 62 The Immortal Queen's Vow. A few days later, Heavenly Sword Mountain. Longbrow led Ning Qingxian to the depths of the Forbidden Land. He gazed at the 3 places of retreat and lamented, in front of us is the sleeping place of the 3 Heavenly Sword ancient ancestors. Back then, the demon Luo Ghost King's strength was truly terrifying. We, the 5 Nirvana of Heavenly Sword Mountain, lost 2 of them, and these remaining 3 have not been able to fully recover from their injuries until today, and are even more disabled. There is no other way but to fall asleep, and one of them is approaching the end of his days, probably just these 2 years. Ning Qingxian nodded silently, holding the 3 ancient ancestors in respect. When he flicked his sleeve, wisps of golden light spilled out, carrying the originating power of the heavenly furnace. Although it couldn't change the status quo of the 3 ancient ancestors, it was still more than enough to alleviate their pain. Master, in the Heavenly Sword Pool, I left behind quite a few secret books that can be viewed and penetrated by new disciples with potential, and I'll have to rush over there in the Domain Cave as soon as possible. Ning Qingxian spoke, and with his current strength, it was enough to crush the Ghost King. Long Mei responded with a dismayed look on his face. The situation of the Domain Cave is complicated, and within it is its own side of the heaven and earth, vaguely belonging to the other side of the 9 domains. I don't know how many evil ghosts are coiled inside, even the demon Luo Ghost King is only one of them, whether there are stronger existences is even more unknown. You must remember, this trip to the Cave of Domains, you must act within your means. It is best to set up the Heavenly Furnace Seal and then come back quickly. I am still counting on you to start a family and cultivate a few more offspring heirs. Long Mei marveled at Ning Qingxuan's qualification talent. If he could leave behind a descendant heir to inherit this talent qualification, of course it would be excellent. If one does not inherit this natural qualification, it is equally reasonable to leave the bloodline behind. Don't worry, your old man, I'll be back. Ning Qingxian couldn't help but turn around and leave once more. Long Mei looked at his back, his eyes showing frustration. The entrance to the 6th domain cave, 10,000 miles deep. Ning Qingxian arrived once more, and the hissing sounds of the resentful dead souls roaming the sky came to an abrupt halt in an instant. As the mists dissipated, a large number of divine devils retreated like locusts, fearing that they would not be able to avoid them. "My lord, the entrance to the Cave of Domains is just ahead, and the immortal queen is in the nearby ghost tower." Within the seal in his sleeve, the divine thoughts of the ghost butterfly were transmitted. Without hesitation, Ning Qingxian continued forward. Along the road, 10,000 ghosts kneeled and did not dare to raise their heads. In the past half an hour, Ning Qingxian seemed to have walked into the rules. The sky and the earth suddenly changed, endless ghost chi filled the 8 wastelands, and the sight opened up to a different world. "There is no sun, moon or stars here, it's like the underworld." Underworld? A thought flashed through Ning Qingxuan's mind. At the end of the darkness of his vision, he saw boundless flames of ghost fire, countless gray embers floating about, and a black pagoda emitting a ghostly aura. There were a great number of miserable cries that came from the pagoda, as if they had endured long years of bitter torture. Seeing this scene, Ghost Butterfly hurriedly spoke, "This is the ghost tower that imprisons the immortal race, and the immortal queen is on the highest level." Ning Qingxian was silent. He had already learned of the immortal queen's legend from Ghost Butterfly's mouth. This was a terrifying character who was undead and indestructible and whose strength exceeded the Ghost King level. In Ghost Butterfly's explanation, she belonged to one of the Guile clan lords of the underground world of the Domain Cave, the king of the entire immortal clan. Similar lords are born from the rules from generation to generation, including all of the God Guile, and they keep coming back from the dead. But only the immortal queen has the characteristic of immortality. She had lived for many, many years, until one day, she was imprisoned in the middle of this ghost tower by some supreme master who used trickery. The only reason Ning Qingxian was willing to come here was because the immortal queen fulfilled his conditions. With a single step, monstrous ghostly flames tumbled, manifesting countless abhorrent and hideous ghostly faces, all sending out silent hisses towards Ning Qingxian. Penetrating the soul and striking the Yuanshan directly, any powerhouse below the Nirvana realm would, I'm afraid, immediately spurt blood from all 7 orifices and die with their Yuanshan bursting. However, with this level of attack, Ning Qingxian didn't put it in his eyes at all. When the second step fell, the soles of his feet kicked up a violent hurricane, instantly swatting away countless ghost faces, and even the 1,000-year-old unquenchable ghost fire was swept away and extinguished. In the Ghost Pagoda, many immortal race divine guile powerhouses were revealed, and they sent out agonizing cries towards Ning Qingxian. "Save us! Help us! Please, help us!" The immortal queens will awoke from the top of the ghost tower at the same time. She was weak, and 1,000 years of suppression had caused her to only be able to open and close a mere wisp of divine thought. From Ning Qingxuan's body, that suffocatingly powerful aura filled the air. Vaguely it seemed that the dead, tens of millions of godly weirdnesses were still lingering around Ning Qingxuan's body. This couldn't help but make her a little alarmed. What had developed out there to the point that such a great power had killed its way into the Domain Cave? "Godmother, it's me." The ghost butterfly's tiny body stepped out from within the seal in the sleeve. Her eyes were red and swollen as she looked at the ghost tower, and she couldn't stop a single red tear from rolling down her face. "Butterfly?" The immortal queens will trembled. "Who is this?" she inquired cautiously. Ghost Butterfly wiped a red tear from the corner of her eye. "He is my master, he can help you, Godmother, get out of your misery and help the immortal race to return to the Domain Cave world, but the prerequisite is that you, and the entire immortal race, need to make an oath for 3,000 years. As the words fell, some ripples appeared in the immortal queen's will. How did little Butterfly know a human powerhouse of this level? She saw hope in Ning Qingxuan's body. After all, that Yuanshan aura that made her extremely uneasy was a power she had never seen before. But then it quickly fades away, and the response is bleak. It's useless. This ghost tower was forged by that lowly upper sacrificial lord, and without his unsealing incantation, no one will be able to shake it in the slightest. If your master can save my clan from the sea of suffering, what harm is there in 10,000 years, not to mention 3,000 years? Ning Qingxian raised an eyebrow. 10,000 years? There are some things you can't say, and when you do, you need to fulfill them. He whisked his sleeve, and the great divine power of the heavenly furnace bound to the Yuanshan rolled and exploded in an instant. The 100,000 square feet Yuanshan's original body reappeared, only that the whole body had been clothed in divine armor, and there were even rule marks revealing the diamond pupils. When he raised his hands, his palms mercilessly pressed towards the ghost tower. Boom! The earth trembled and the monstrous ghostly aura was overturned. Along with the debris flying across the room, the spell seals from the Lord of the Upper Sacrificial fell apart. The Undying Queen's seal bonds, including those of the entire Undying race, then dissipated. Ha! The immortal queens will revived in full force. She revealed her transformed full form, her body shrouded in ghostly aura, her demonic face carrying a strong sense of shock and overwhelm. What is the strength of this human race? Ning Qingxian once again flicked his sleeve, and the Draken method in the sleeve that had been altered by himself possessed the effect of a Yuanshan branding oath. Offer your loyalty, or be sealed by me again. The undead queen looked at the Yuanshan oath floating in front of her, 10,000 years. She only casually said ah. Ning Qingxian narrowed his eyes when he saw that the immortal queen was hesitating. My lord is above, and the immortals are willing to serve my lord. The immortal queen's heart thumped as she hurriedly branded her divine spirit and bowed deeply. Also a little guilty of muttering that time was nothing more than a string of numbers to her. 10,000 years of time. Can the human race live that long? Chapter 63. How many firsts have been born in the 9 regions, and how has anyone ever entered this place? The Lord of the Upper Sacrificing you spoke of, in detail. Ning Qingxian had previously learned some information about the domain cave world from Ghost Butterfly's mouth, but it was obviously not comprehensive. The Immortal Queen, as a Yin Lord level, had many strong immortal clan members under her command. As his eyes swept away, he saw 2 immortal ghost kings at the very least. The Upper Sacrificial Yin Lord? Every 1,000 years, this fellow was born from the blood pool abyss, and then he starts to go around conquering, and this time, he soon ruled over most of the domain cave world. Because the immortals couldn't be wiped out, they became a thorn in his side, and so they used trickery to introduce the immortals into the Ghost Pagoda seal that he had set up. The immortal queen's eyes revealed intense anger and hatred when she talked about the Upper Sacrificing Lord. The blood pool abyss is? Ning Qingxian frowned. The ghost butterfly next to him hurriedly explained, this is the entire domain cave world, where the source of the constant resurrection of all the divine shenanigans is located, and it contains mysterious power that is inexhaustible. At intervals of either 10 years, or 30 years, or 300 years, the stronger the strength of the god guy, the longer it takes to resurrect. Upon hearing this, Ning Qingxian pondered. It seems that this blood pond abyss is really living up to its name. The immortal queen spoke again immediately afterward. The lifespan of the Upper Sacrificial Yin Lord is only 1,000 years at most, and it's already about to be depleted from now on, and when I was in the Ghost Pagoda, I sensed that the domain cave world was in turmoil. If I'm not wrong, he's definitely going to take action against the outside of the surface next, devouring powerful living souls to prolong his lifespan. In order to kill the other Yin Lords that will be resurrected next and continue to consolidate his dominance in the world of the domain cave. Ning Qingxian probably understood the meaning of this. Combined with the many pieces of information he had previously learned, the entire pattern of the domain cave world had already been structured in his mind. This was the other heaven and earth of the 9 regions, and it was also a world of pure divine shenanigans. The Upper Sacrificing Lord was, by far, the most powerful Yin Lord class that the Immortal Queen had discovered. On top of that, there are still a number of Yin Masters who come back to life every 1,000 years. This meant that the entire world of the domain cave would erupt into chaos and change rulers every 1,000 years, or even less. Associating this, Ning Qingxian suddenly asked, is there a demon lover Yin Lord here? The Immortal Queen was stunned, seemingly doubly surprised that Ning Qingxian knew of this name. The Demon Luo Yin Lord and the entire Demon Luo clan resurrected roughly 200 years ago, and immediately afterward, they fought the Upper Sacrificing Lord in a great battle for dominance. With the defeat of the Demon Luo Yin Lord, the Demon Luo race fled in all directions, and one of them, the Demon Luo Ghost King, seems to have escaped outside. As the words fell, Ning Qingxian nodded. This basically matched what had happened in the 6th domain. Give you 100 years to repair your wounds. With a wave of his sleeve, he executed the seal in the sleeve, taking in the Ghost Butterfly, the Immortal Queen, and all the immortal race powerhouses. Subsequently, he also condensed the soul artifact Heavenly Furnace between his palms and sealed the entrance and exit of the 6th domain cave. My lord, are you preparing to go to the Blood Pond Abyss? Ghost Butterfly breathed in sharply. This series of movements meant that Ning Qingxian might be about to go on a killing spree. Lead the way. Ning Qingxian lifted his step and stepped out. In the distance, the heavens and earth are haunted. Spectral darkness shrouded the 4 directions, and a large number of ghostly fires swayed and flickered with a pair of eyes. Noticing the proximity of a strong aura, they looked over, and the figure in their line of sight was reflected in their eyes, and in an instant, they were covered in chills. A white-clothed killing god? He actually killed his way into the domain cave? Screams rang out, triggering a wave of panic. There were still quite a few divine guile here, having escaped back from the 6th domain. At this moment, as Ning Qingxuan's indifferent gaze swept across the room, they all trembled in fear and knelt down with their heads in their hands. Ning Qingxian had no interest in them and headed straight for the blood pond abyss. The Upper Sacrificing Lord's territory is vast, with 3 Upper Sacrifice Ghost Kings under his command and millions of clans. Are you sure you don't need my assistance? The divine thoughts of the immortal queen came from within the seal in her sleeve. Although she had been suppressed for so many years and had suffered a loss of strength, it was still more than enough for her to hold back the 3 Upper Sacrificial Ghost Kings. What's more, the Upper Sacrifice clan and her immortal clan had already formed a mortal enemy. Ning Qingxian didn't say anything as he crossed the underworld mists in a 100-mile step, quickly arriving at the territorial boundaries of the Upper Sacrificialine Lord. There are vast numbers of sleeping hordes that are suddenly awakened. There was even a Ghost King's will, which instantly set off a Mori ghost chi. Wisps of coldness flowed from his pupils, rampant. Which of the generations of heavenly furnace powerhouses dared to step into this place? You've got a lot of guts. Sonic booms rolled, and shocking power opened and closed. The domain cave world was not ignorant of the 9 domains soul artifact controversy. He certainly understood that the heavenly pride that could compete for the heavenly furnace was bound to be the #1 contemporary of the 9 regions. But throughout the ages, how many firsts have been born in the 9 regions? How have you ever been here, either in your youth or in your twilight years? In a cold shout, he stepped out in the air. Ning Qingxuan's expression was calm and unruffled. He whisked his sleeve and blasted away with a palm, instantly shattering the Upper Sacrificial Ghost King's defense. In the eyes of the other party's bewildered and shocked eyes, he calmly choked his neck and shattered the divine spirit with just a slight force. As the majestic and ancient soul force surged into the Yuanshan, Ning Qingxian once again felt a hint of increased strength. Instantly killing a Ghost King level? The immortal queen stared at this scene in a daze. Even a Yin Lord would need to go through quite a bit of trouble and even cast a spell seal to suppress it up. The Great Compassion Mantra. Ning Qingxuan's ice-cold voice resonated through the underworld. Along with the falling of the corpse bones of that Upper Sacrificial Ghost King, another ray of golden light exploded. The Divine Guile army here instantly let out mournful screams, gradually being drowned by the golden light. He continued onward, stepping into the air and running through the domain cave world as if he were in no man's land, with frequent occurrences of golden light raging in God's weird fear in succession. That white-clothed figure became a nightmare that could never be erased from their hearts. How big is the world of the Cave of Domains? For Ning Qingxian, there wasn't really a concept. Perhaps the same as the 9 domains, or perhaps far beyond. He was tireless, and the more he killed, the stronger he got. From the outer layer of the domain cave to the inner layer, from the inner layer to the core realm, stepping through tens of thousands of miles of the underworld, killing until the Divine Guile didn't dare to raise its head, and killing until no clan in the domain cave dared to form an army. I don't know how much time has passed. In the distance, the blood pool abyss. The ancient and magnificent blood-colored palace complex was built here for thousands of years now, and it was the ruling symbol of the entire domain cave. Whenever a Yin master is resurrected, he will enter it. When Ning Qingxian shattered the ghost tower, the Upper Sacrificialine Lord had actually learned of it, not to mention the movement of the entire domain cave world. There was no action taken, just the hope that Ning Qingxian would recognize the fact that the divine trickster could not be killed, and just leave honestly. But I didn't expect. He sat on the emperor's chair and slowly opened his silent eyes, which were cold and merciless, like a blood-colored ocean, surging with endless terrifying soul power essence. As his will opened and closed, all of the strongest members of the Upper Sacrifice clan who had put their eyes on the palace complex bent and bowed in unison toward the direction. How many years? When has this king ever faced such a calamity? An old sigh echoed through the 8 wastelands, carrying a supreme majesty. Following his eyes, a white-clothed figure had appeared outside the blood-colored palace complex. Chapter 64, Suppressing this world for 100 years. He knew that his calamity had come. The Ghost Pagoda was forged by the sealing of the original divine spirit, and even a divine Guilean lord of the same level of strength would not be able to break it open. The immortal queen had been suppressed for many years and impacted many times, none of which had been successful. But when this white-clothed figure arrived, the ghost tower shattered with ease, and even his original divine spirit was affected to a certain extent. He knew better in his heart that this person was here to kill him. This calamity cannot be dodged or avoided. He finally got up from the emperor's chair and walked out of the blood-colored palace step by step. The king's might was so vast that it swept up countless ghost chi, turning it into waves and ripples stretching for thousands of miles. For countless years, you are the first human race to stand here. The upper sacrificing lord spoke in a deep voice, and gurgling ghastly power began to surge from around his body. Ning Qingxian calmly looked at him, and the Yuanshan within his body also opened its Vajra divine eyes. It was undeniable that the upper sacrificing lord in front of him was the most oppressive divine guile he had ever met. It is also the most powerful enemy through many lives. As the contemporary dominator of the domain cave world, the upper sacrificing lord would undoubtedly bring unprecedented disaster to the entire 9 regions. But to Ning Qingxian, he would not allow such a thing to happen in his own time. Slowly raising his hand, the domain aura that surpassed the Nirvana realm fully enveloped the entire Scarlet Palace, also including the Blood Pond Abyss range. Boom! Extreme horror pressure erupted, instantly distorted the space, caused the blood-colored palace instantly shattered. Many strong people of the upper sacrifice race, even muffled sound did not come out, on the spot into annihilation powder. Ning Qingxian stood halfway across the firmament, wantonly declaring all of his power. The figure fell in the eyes of the upper sacrificialine lord as if it were a god of judgment. Upper sacrifice ghost sacrifice. He let out a low roar, unleashing the strongest spell seals of his life as the strongest person in the domain cave world to fight against this calamity that belonged to the entire divine guile race. Only to see the sky-covering ghostly hands coalesce in an instant, draped in a boundless and sinister netherworldly aura, strangling and manifesting incantation seals as they pressed towards Ning Qingxian. This strike transcended the Nirvana realm category, but it also cost the upper sacrificing lord an irreparable price. His body's Yin-Chi gradually collapsed, and the endless origin power in his eyes was rapidly consumed. He thought that he could resist for a moment or two, but he didn't expect that just by rising 100 feet, the entire ghost hand spell seal began to tremble. Until, bang! The spell seals fell apart, and the unimaginable pressure, like the sky collapsing, like a star falling, came from all around. His face changed, his pupils revealed the deathly haze of fear, but he was simply powerless to resist. His whole body began to distort, and in an unwillingly harsh whistle, he was pressed alive into countless strands of green smoke. The lord of the upper sacrificialine was slaughtered just like that. Inside the seal in her sleeve, the immortal queen looked at the scene in horror. There was no imagined great battle of 300 rounds, no scorching of evenly matched opponents, and the dilemma of a stalemate of dozens or hundreds of years. The upper sacrificialine lords were just like those slain divine guile, vulnerable before Ning Qingxian. At this moment, she could no longer speculate on just how perverse Ning Qingxian was. The Scarlet Palace was razed to the ground, and the upper sacrifice clan re-entered the wheel of reincarnation. Ning Qingxian took a slow step forward, lifting his hand to absorb all of the sacrificialine lord's soul force. Origin power that far exceeded the Ghost King level surged and continued to nourish the Yuan Shen. Is this the Blood Pond Abyss? He stood in front of a rule of heaven and earth, looking at the endless sea of blood stretching out in front of him. In just this few moments of effort, he saw a number of powerful god-creepy auras that were slowly being born. The spectral bone general from a few years ago seems to have begun to come back to life again. Ghost Butterfly's voice sounded again. Yeah. Ning Qingxian let out a long sigh. Immediately afterward, he sat down on his knees and waited quietly. Is there anything happier than plugging a blood pool? If he could plug a few masters, he would make a lot of money. The ghost butterfly was puzzled, not understanding what Ning Qingxian was about to do. The immortal queen, on the other hand, associated it with some kind of heinous and horrible deed, and fell into a deep silence. A little bit of time passed by, and the phantom bone general that he had killed outside the domain cave 5 years ago had already remodeled his physical body within the blood pool and recovered his origin power. It's been 5 years, and old me is alive again, ha! What a white-clothed killing god, nothing more than that. Laughter let loose, he had just revived his will, but before he could walk away from Bleeding Pond Abyss, he winced coldly, and at the end of his line of sight he saw a figure that terrified him to the core. Why are you here? A ray of cold light erupted and pierced through his brow, staring at his pupils and perishing on the spot. Ning Qingxian was in no hurry and once again extracted his soul power. Not long after waiting, another divine guile emerged, ending up in the same place as that spectral bone general. As time continued to pass, the ghost butterfly also understood, and couldn't help but feel a chill rise in the bottom of his heart. That's too harsh. A few months passed. Ning Qingxian didn't remember who he had killed and who else hadn't been killed, he just repeated the same actions day after day. In the eyes of the godly wizards who kept dying and then coming back to life, the word killing god seemed to be materialized. 6 months, 3 years, 5 years. He waited again until that phantom bone general and obliterated him for the 3rd time. Quantitative changes seemed to have triggered qualitative changes, as Ning Qingxuan's Yuanshan once again reached the top of the bottleneck for a breakthrough. For him, who had long since passed through centuries of life, time was likewise a string of cold numbers. Until the end, he also forgot about the rapid passage of time. A steady increase in strength became his only pursuit. Gradually, he stepped from youth into middle age. Ah! Why are you still here? Hell, this is hell. I won't live, please don't resurrect me again. A miserable howl of grief came from the mouth of the phantom bone general who had died dozens of times. He saw the nightmarish figure again and was filled with despair. In the entire world of the domain cave, there was no spring, summer, fall or winter, no day or night. Ning Qingxian blocked this place and didn't leave for a moment. The only thing that could witness the passage of time was that the ancient palace complex, which had been turned into dust, had begun to grow over with weeds. Desolate, bleak. On this day, gray hair began to appear on Ning Qingshuan's temples. He's finally getting a little tired and weary. How long has it been? His voice also brought up a bit of vicissitude in aging. The immortal queen responded numbly, almost 200 years. Ning Qingxian was reticent, looking at the blood pond abyss that he had killed to the point of breaking the generation, and finally got up to leave. The tens of thousands of miles away entrance to the sixth domain was reached in 10 steps. The places he walked through couldn't even recover the ghostly chi of heaven and earth, and while he was clearly in his twilight years, the power fluctuations emanating from his body caused the entire world of the domain cave to inexplicably tremble. It's time to end. Ning Qingxian returned outside and rushed towards Heavenly Sword Mountain. The countdown to his life began, with no regrets in his heart, but some engagements still needed to be honored. Along the way, he saw that the sixth domain was peaceful, and in the absence of the Divine Guile disaster for 200 years, the Zhongsheng children were relatively well off, and it seemed that some celestial wizards had sprung up as well. Including several other domains, the same drastic changes had occurred, and except for the God Guile who had originally left the domain cave world, new figures were almost invisible. It wasn't long before he appeared halfway up Heavenly Sword Mountain. Master, I'm back. Quietly, Ning Qingxian stood beside Long Mei's bed. Longbottom trembled and opened his cloudy eyes. He was already old and had very little longevity left in the Nirvana realm. Upon seeing Ning Qingxian, a soft light appeared in his eyes. Life is rushed for 300 years, which is the limit of the Nirvana realm. He held Ning Qingshuan's hand and tried to get up but found that he had no strength left. Master, just listen to me. Ning Qingshuan's expression was complicated, and his long eyebrows were so old that he could no longer speak, and the power of the Yuanshin in his body was so disorganized that it was difficult to coalesce. 200 years had passed, and he had no more to pursue in this life. Accompanying the long eyebrow side is considered to give their own life a successful conclusion. Chapter 65 The Death of the Nine Domains, End of Life. 3 years later, Ning Qingxian sent Long Mei away. The Heavenly Sword Mountain held a great morning, and white flakes filled the sky. He sat for a long time at Qingyan Peak, the place where Long Mei first became angry with him back then. Time has changed, and now many of his fellow disciples are long gone. The entire Heavenly Sword Mountain, too, ushered in a new era of change. Ning Qingxian looked out over the plaza, and the cultivation of the new generation of disciples was quite nostalgic. I don't have long to live, it's time for you to fulfill your vow. Within the seal of her sleeve, the immortal queen reopened her will. Over the course of 200 long years, her strength, and that of the entire Undying clan, had long since been restored. You want me to guard the sixth domain? The immortal queen guessed what Ning Qingxian was thinking. 10,000 years of vows, countless things would happen in between, and the sixth domain might have long ceased to be the current sixth domain. No one knew what the future would be like, but since the immortal queen had signed an oath, she would not go back on it. What's more, she could also sense that Ning Qingshuan's Yuanshen had long since undergone some sort of transcendence. Even if Ning Qingxian eventually died of old age, the Yuanshen would still be bound to himself, and the oath would still be valid. Exactly. Ning Qingxian responded. Life panels emerge before your eyes. Remaining time, 2 years. For the remaining 2 years, he still did nothing but quietly guarded Heavenly Sword Mountain and Long Mei's Tomb Mound. Until the day he finally got up. After taking one last unwilling glance at the entirety of the Heavenly Sword Mountain, he once again took a step, his figure blinking to the outside of the domain cave. As his lifespan diminished and the deadline for life development approached, the seal of the heavenly furnace began to falter. The immortal queen stepped out from within the seal in her sleeve, and tens of thousands of immortal race powerhouses were entrenched beyond the domain cave. And the ghost butterflies have long since entered the cycle of reincarnation due to the exhaustion of their lifespan. Looking at the now gray-haired #1 powerhouse of the 9 regions, the immortal queen's heart was quite complicated, but more than that, it was revered. In all her long years, she had never held such high respect and admiration for a human race. 10,000 years, and I will never go back on my word. The immortal queen spoke solemnly, bending deeply towards Ning Qingxian. Looking at all the strong immortal race members in the rear, this was the case. If it weren't for Ning Qingxian, they would all be sealed in the ghost tower forever, never seeing the slightest hope of freedom and suffering endless pain. Even if the divine sacrificing lord enters the wheel of reincarnation, it is still the same. This great kindness, repaying it with 10,000 years, just by holding down the 6th domain and possessing an immortal body, how could they have any complaints? So very good. Ning Qingxian glanced at the life panel, and the countdown had come to an end. He slowly closed his eyes, his chi disappearing at that moment. In a flash, the domain cave entrance seal similarly disappeared. The heavenly furnace shattered inch by inch, transforming into a large amount of golden flashes that cut through the long sky and flew towards the major flourishing sects of the 9 regions. The immortal queen looked at this scene with a rather mournful expression. "Respectfully, my lord," she murmured. Within the 6th domain, there were similarly 8 golden flashes of light speeding in. That light reflected the sky for miles and miles, drawing the world's attention. "The most powerful man in my domain has departed?" In an instant, the hearts of 10 million people were shaken, and immediately afterward, there were earth-shattering mournful cries. The 6 domains were in pathos, and countless people headed towards the domain cave, kneeling down. "Father, mother, what's wrong with you?" The young children looked uncertainly at their parents, at everyone on the busy street, and their young minds were strongly shocked. That golden flash of light that crossed the firmament overhead seemed to represent some sort of message, and in an extremely short period of time, it triggered a tremor throughout the entire 6th domain. "Child, kneel down quickly and send the supreme power of my domain on his last journey." "Silly child, this is the return of the token, the most powerful person in my domain has just passed away. You must remember that he is the greatest of our 6 regions, without him there would be no us. Heaven and earth mourn together, and all peoples mourn." Inside the true martial hall, golden flashes came flying. A pale figure sitting cross-legged slowly opened his eyes and gently held it in his hand. Lu Yun looked at the familiar token, his cloudy eyes carrying memories of the past. "He's gone, I should go too." Lu Yun rose tremblingly and bowed deeply in the direction of the domain cave. 2nd domain, Southern Heavenly Academy. Li Mu, whose breath was failing, likewise saw the golden flash coming. How did he get ahead of me?" Li Mu was in a hurry, seemingly unwilling to accept such a fact, and dragged his body, which was already beginning to lose its strength, out of the room. "Elder ancestor!" An elder rushed to hold him up. "Is this a token? Is this a token?" Li Mu eagerly yelled. "That's right, the heavenly furnace has just returned to the sacred mountain." The elder responded in a hurry. Hearing this, Li Mu staggered backward, and the breath in his heart seemed to have dispersed. His eyes showed sadness. "It's over, an era is over. I hate that I haven't dared to step into the domain cave for 200 years, and I haven't been able to compete with him again." Li Mu tilted up to the sky and eventually slowly collapsed. The elder was alarmed. "Old ancestor." 1st domain, Desolate Court. Su Yuan, the most powerful person back then, sat quietly on his knees deep in the back of the mountain. A figure hurriedly rushed over, arching his hand and speaking, "Pavilion Elder, bad news has come from the 9 domains, that old senior from the 6th domain, passed away half an hour ago. As it is, the furnace has returned to the sacred mountain, and some clans have gotten their former tokens." As the words fell, Su Yuan's still and unmoving body trembled slightly, and a long sigh seemed to emanate. "Does Courtier Ryu know? A notification has been sent." Su Yuan was silent, and in a trance, he recalled, that day at the Soul Vessel Sacred Mountain, the ancient battle that took place. He had only seen Chang Wu hate once in his life, but it had forever left an indelible impression in his heart. The invincible stance displayed by that white dress, he had not caught up with it even after more than 200 years of painstaking cultivation, I'm afraid. Thinking back to the fact that the 9 domains had barely erupted into a serious divine guile disaster over the years, he guessed what Chang Wu hate had done in the depths of the Cave of Domains. What kind of ethereal realm it was, a world of terror, he could not know. Whether it was Li Mu, Lu Bai, or Lu Yun of the true martial hall. Both had sought themselves out to take a trip into the depths of the domain cave, but both ended up residing beyond the abyss. The unknown is not to be pried into, the mystery is not to be touched. The only one who stayed alone for 200 years was Chang Wu Hate. Pass on this seat's order. From today onwards, the 7 pavilions and 7 veins of the desolate court, all the palace gates are hung with white cloths to mourn the memory of elder ancestor Chang. Su Yuan passed down the order, and the man led the order to leave. Not just the first domain, not just the wasteland court. Within the scope of the 9 regions, the major rooted clans had white cloths hanging in front of their doors. Ning Qingshuan's passing marked the end of an era. This and the entire 9 domains in the annals of history, the most bright and flourishing golden age, also cannot resist the flood of the times rolled, will eventually stay within the long river of history. Chapter 66 Returning, Ning Qingxian enters the Tower of Ultimatum. When Ning Qingxian woke up, the energy capsule had already run out. He slowly opened his eyes and the familiar scene came into view. As usual, it's like a 300-year dream. Back in the Cosmic Alliance again, he was in quite a trance. Halfway through the day, he awakened the Goddess of Wisdom. How long have I been asleep? Dear Mr. Ning, you slept for 9 hours. Goddess of Wisdom 009 quickly connected with him. Ning Qingxian fell into deep thought. It seemed that the passage of time was different between the 9 realms world and the Middle Kingdom. Slightly clenching his fist, he sensed that the bottle of star marrow liquid had been completely absorbed, and the peak of the great yellow court cultivated in the central plains had all been restored. What other ways are there to obtain a similar star marrow liquid? Ning Qingxian asked. The fruits of his cultivation in the 9 regions divine guile world had long since surpassed the journey of the devil Dao ancestors of the Middle Kingdom. Due to the different levels of the pattern of the 2 worlds and the different cultivation systems, if one wanted to recover to the perfect state of 100,000 fathoms of Yuanshan, I'm afraid that one would have to buy tons of normal high-level nutrient solutions. Goddess of Wisdom 009 quickly responded, Star Marrow liquid is produced by the higher life planet in rare quantities, and requires Federation Tier 1 battle merit for redemption. A first-class war merit? Ning Qingxian was silent for a moment. He remembered that in the Federation's annals, the lowest gold-containing first-class battle merit required the annihilation of at least one side of an alien life planet. It's still a bit difficult to realize at the moment. He rubbed his temples. Other than that, is there anything else that has the same effect as the Star Marrow liquid? The Goddess of Wisdom replied immediately afterward, the Tower of Imperial Star Finality gathers the power essence of the heavens, it doesn't require points or battle merit, and the effect is the same as the Star Marrow liquid, but it requires certain prerequisites. Ning Qingxian left from within the energy capsule, and long before he had carried out his life development, he had learned about the Tower of Finality from the Goddess of Wisdom. Although there was no specific description of such prerequisites, Ning Qingxian could guess that it was definitely more difficult. The chances of creation inside the Tower of Ultimatum still needed to be fought for by one's own strength. He decided to give it a try, or else he really didn't know how long he would have to wait based on the speed of autonomous recovery developed by life alone. Walking out of the cultivation room, he happened to see Ning Kaiwei organizing her belongings. How about the Wuling Academy? Ning Kaiwei turned around, grinning happily, and nodded. The new school has so much high-tech stuff, and everyone in it has their own practice room and lounge, and it's in great condition. But the intensity of the training seems to be quite high as well, and it is said that you need to take a monthly exam, go to a familiar reincarnation world, complete tasks according to certain rules, and the bottom will be eliminated, so I'm afraid there's no way to play in the future. Ning Kaiwei had already passed the trial examination and officially became a reincarnator, and in terms of rank rating was initially a C-class because of being burdened with the Witch 9 bloodline. This made Ning Kaiwei, even after coming to the Emperor's Star and being in the Jingzhou region's chief advanced academy, still the same as one of the best. Ning Qingxian wasn't actually worried that her daughter would be subjected to a final elimination. As a father, he wouldn't interfere with his daughter's future experience, but this was the Imperial Star after all, and he couldn't help himself with nothing when he was needed. As much as one is capable of helping. You can call the housekeeper if you have any questions. I need to make a trip out of the house, you stay home until mom gets back. Ning Qingxian barked out an admonition, and in the message sent by Shenzuoyu, she was nearing the end of the things she was dealing with. I know, Daddy. Ning Qingxian rubbed her little head and walked out of Ancient Street No. 1 courtyard. The consciousness once again connected to the Goddess of Wisdom, and immediately stepped into the Emperor's Star reincarnation space, the Tower of Finality. What came into view was a radiant cosmic landscape, with a black pagoda standing at the end of the line of sight, emanating a lofty and ancient solemn aura throughout. On top of that, there were 4 huge final treasure halls in the surrounding area. There are plaques hanging for heaven and earth. There are quite a few people at the moment, talking to each other about something. Ning Qingxian glanced at the final seal between his palms, which had the very same yellow characters on it. Goddess of Wisdom, What does this yellow lettering represent? The Tower of the End is divided into 4 power levels: Heaven, Earth, Xian, and Yellow. Each power level corresponds to a different endgame identity, level of strength, and endgame resources that can be accessed, etc. The Goddess of Wisdom gave a quick reply, and after a pause, she went on to add. Mr. Ning is currently a yellow size, and initially enjoys the qualifications to enter the yellow size treasure hall, with the right to view all of the yellow size treasure hall's cultivation systems, secret feats, and all of the resources on the first level of the Tower of the End. If Mr. Ning wants to elevate his Endbringer status and obtain higher resources, he'll need to complete the Endbringer Tower's corresponding assessments, quests, bounties, and so on. As the words fell, Ning Qingxian roughly understood the function of the palm seals. It was a status symbol, a condition for admission to the yellow size treasure hall, and a qualification credential for being able to step into the Tower of the End, as well as being able to be upgraded. As it stood, he could only enter the first level of the Tower of the End at the initial stage. As one looked around, the Tower of the End seemed to be infinitely high, but in reality, it was only 33 floors. What's the initial power level of a heavenly character? Ning Qingxian suddenly asked. You can enter the Heavenly Treasure Hall and initially enter the 16th floor of the Tower of the End. The Goddess of Wisdom responded. Is there such a big difference? Ning Qingxian was puzzled, but thought so. The Tower of the End encompassed the entire range of the Kanglan system, and the top reincarnators under the age of 100 were not just imperial stars, so what a huge base. There was no need to mention the talent qualifications of those who were able to get the heavenly rank final identity here. All of them had killed their way out from a group of Super S ranks. It's kind of reasonable to start high. Just as Ning Qingxian was gradually gaining an understanding of the Tower of the End, the surrounding area suddenly triggered a commotion, and a single gaze was directed towards the figure that walked out of the Heavenly Hall of Treasures. That man is Chu Yutong? Can't be wrong, the first place winner of this phase of the endless battlefield, the only one who got the heavenly identity. I heard that he has a very terrifying dependent known as the Laozhan Ghost King? The endless battlefield that day alarmed many seniors. Yes, this person has an unlimited future ahead of him. Even Li Qingsong, who is regarded as the most promising person to become the 13th cave master this dynasty, has his eyes on him. Elder Li? Who did you hear that from? He's not the only one who's located on the 33rd floor of the Tower of the End, and we don't know who this new Emperor Guarding Star will fall to yet. No matter what, Chu Yutong will definitely be flat on his back in the future, and getting on good terms with him now will be considered adding backing for the future. The whispers fell into Ning Qingxuan's ears as much as they could, and he glanced at the man whose face was calm, walking calmly into the Tower of the End. Being burdened with a heavenly name, the temperament is indeed different. Hello, is this Ning Qingxian, Mr. Ning? A careful, strained voice sounded from behind him. Chapter 67, Laozhan Ghost King, this person is not right. Ning Qingxian looked over, and the woman was clearly Chen Yuning, the person who had come to the mountain gate of the past life sect together with Shinzuoyu in the first place. My name is Chen Yuning, Sister Folding Feather should have mentioned me, right? Chen Yuning was inwardly a little apprehensive, but at the same time very pleasantly surprised. Dragging Ning Qingxuan's blessing, with the recommendation of Marshal Jingzhou, she was now a staff member of the Yellow Size Treasure Hall. There's no endgame status, but it's an opportunity that can be taken. Here, she was able to get acquainted with the entire Kanglan system, the most vast and complex network of contacts. She hadn't expected that she would meet the Devil Dao ancestor who had created the Dharma and preached the Dao here after all. There was no Ning Qingxuan's name on the list of endless battlefields. Mentioned. Ning Qingxian nodded. Chen Yuning's heart immediately let out a sigh of relief as she smiled once more and spoke. I'm now a staff member of the Huangshe Treasure Palace, so Mr. Ning can look for me to solve any problems he may have. Can you show me your identity seal so I can register? Ning Qingxian stretched out his right palm, and Chen Yuning held the instrument for branding, quickly revealing a puzzled expression. How's that for titular? Ning Qingxian raised an eyebrow. What's the difference? Only to see Chen Yuning's difficult face, the titularity has some time limitations, and will automatically withdraw after 3 months if it fails to achieve a qualifying score in the Tower of the End. She had looked up the information before and was fully cognizant and knowledgeable about her job. In a special case like Ning Qingxuan's, there must have been some heavyweight bigwig behind it who had moved to exchange it for a first-class battle merit. What conditions need to be met before one can officially enter the Tower of the End? Ning Qingxian paused for a moment, then immediately asked again. This titular slot was, unsurprisingly, bestowed by the Long Ashes Star Lord. Granted, a level 1 battle merit is just a hair's breadth away for such a big shot. However, if he were to automatically withdraw from the Tower of the End after 3 months, Ning Qingxian would still feel bad about it in his heart. After all, it had caused a waste. Shen Yuning's complexion was grave as she immediately responded, "You need to participate in the Tower Master's reincarnation, and after each phase of the endless battlegrounds, the Tower Master will capture the anchors of the reincarnation worlds from the heavens." Based on the ratings of the Palace of Reincarnation, the reshuffling of identity seals will take place, and as long as Mr. Ning can obtain an excellent rating, he'll be able to turn around. When she finished, she looked at the entire magnificent and tall Tower of the End, pausing for a moment, especially in the direction of the 33rd floor. This time, the Tower Master's reincarnation will open in 10 days, and all of you who have been inducted in the new installment can choose to participate. But I reckon that this time, it will be the most intense ever. After all, a new Emperor Guardian Star is coming, and a new Cave Master will be born from within the Tower of the End. Based on all these years, the combined scores are judged, so there will definitely be powerful old-timers attending for one last spell. Ning Qingxian listened in thought. Similarly, he looked towards the Tower of the End, the 33rd floor. The tower is so high that it is like the 33 heavens of myth and legend. That each step of the steps symbolized supreme status, and those who climbed to the top, surprisingly, had the opportunity to compete for a great creation of an Emperor Guarding Star. No wonder, the goddess of wisdom had said to him earlier that the Tower of Ultimatum was a sacred place that countless reincarnates throughout the entire San Lan system yearned for. How many people are currently on the 33rd floor? Ning Qingxian asked. Shen Yuning quickly showed her face with yearning and reverence. There are only 4 people so far, of which Li Qingsong has the highest rating. In the 30 Tower Master rounds he has experienced, he has earned a total of 6 flawless evaluations, 47 perfect evaluations, and 198 excellent evaluations. The Tower Master's reincarnation world is extremely dangerous, yet he doesn't even have an ordinary rating, and he's even returned in one piece every time, and is deservedly the number 1 person in the Tower of the End. As Ning Qingxian listened, he felt quite emotional within. There were countless reincarnators in the Federation, and the San Lan system range was likewise filled with outstanding people, and those who were able to ascend to the 33rd floor of the Tower of Finality were of course extremely powerful. No matter what amazing deeds you hear, it seems to make sense. Sister Yuning. Just then, a clear shout came. Shen Yuning turned to look, and at the entrance of the yellow-sized treasure hall, there was a short-skirted girl waving towards her. Mr. Ning, I have to go beforehand. If you have any questions you can find me again. After registering her identity seal, Shen Yuning hurriedly rushed to the short-skirted girl's side. Did you know that man before? The short-skirted girl glanced at Ning Qingxian and asked curiously. Shen Yuning nodded. The origin is quite deep. When the short-skirted girl saw this, she pulled her again and whispered, "This person seems to have come in through the back door, and hasn't even participated in the endless battlefield yet." She was none other than the incoming member of this new installment, and although she was ranked at the bottom of the list, with the same yellow end identity, she was, after all, solid, having killed her way out of the endless battlefield. Suddenly there was an extra slot, and there was more or less muttering in his mind. Shen Yuning responded with a straight face, "Don't say that, I also relied on him to get my working status, and the first-class war merit is itself highly recognized within the Federation. Exchanging for a titular slot is in line with all the rules and regulations." And Shen Yuning looked at her with a slightly odd expression on her face. The Martial King Realm cultivation pathway that you just spent a huge 300,000 points on was pioneered by the man himself. After she spoke, the short-skirted girl's eyes couldn't help but produce a freeze, glancing at Ning Qingxian once more. So he's the reincarnator rumored to be in the outside world? Outside the Tower of the End. Ning Qingxian stopped for a long time, and finally raised his step to enter. The first level is also a reincarnation space of its own, and there is a snow-white ascending staircase that leads straight to the heavens, which is the direction of the second level of the Tower of the End. There were dozens of people here who were cultivating individually, and no one was paying attention to him, but all of their gazes, from time to time, glanced at Chu Yutong with intense fear and scorn. At Chu Yutong's side, at some point, there stood a tall figure covered in ink black. There was a dense ghostly aura surrounding his body, emanating a 1,000-year-old morose fluctuation. The entire first layer of reincarnation space was dead silent. Because of his power, it caused the space to seemingly produce some sort of yin and yang reversal, and the atmosphere was even more extremely depressing and low. Those dozens of yellow-named Endbringer members, under the pressure of this terrifying ghost domain aura, even appeared to have their breathing messed up, and some even had ugly faces that turned pale. With Ning Qingxuan's arrival, the Laoshan Ghost King inexplicably felt a strange wave of discomfort. He furrowed his thick brows, and his demonic pupils instantly glanced back at Ning Qingxian. Ning Qingshuan's expression was calm, indifferently confronting him. This instantaneous moment made the Laozhan Ghost King feel as if he had encountered a natural enemy. His entire body had goosebumps and his instinctive sweat stood up. What's wrong with this guy? He retreated with his feet, and his demonic pupils drastically condensed. The Ning Qingxian in his line of sight gave him a creepy feeling, but on the other hand, he didn't know where this feeling came from. That look, looking at yourself as if you were looking at food. Chapter 68, Meteorites. What's wrong with you? Chu Yutong sensed that the Laozhan Ghost King was not in the right state, and had a tendency to blow up. It's okay. The Laozhan Ghost King retracted his gaze and followed Chu Yutong as he continued to walk towards the second level of the end. His heart was still beating wildly. This strong intuition and instinct told him that there was definitely something wrong with the figure behind him. As for Chu Yutong, he merely glanced faintly at Ning Qingxian and stopped paying attention. He was certainly aware of the information about the new quota that was transmitted on the brand on the palm of his hand. However, he couldn't really muster much interest. Right now, for him, the most important thing was to get a flawless evaluation and 3 perfect evaluations in this Tower Master's reincarnation, as a way to advance to the 17th level of the final fault. Phew! They're finally gone, I almost choked. Dozens of yellow-sized terminal identity reincarnators let out a sigh of relief in unison, looking in the direction Chu Yutong and the Laozhan Ghost King had left, with awe in their eyes. This Laozhan Ghost King was brought back from which world in the end? How come I don't have this kind of chance? The eerie great world isn't as simple as you think, and Chu Yutong also possesses true strength. Wouldn't a little bit of chance do the trick? Noises rang out, and Ning Qingxian had already arrived in front of a stone tablet. Branding himself with the seal of identity, his ears soon rang, with an electronic synthesized tone from the will of the Tower of the End. Please choose the origin of the heavens you need to cultivate. 1. Lower martial arts. 2. Pedigree. 3. Genetic. 4. Creepy. 5. Superpower. 6. Without thinking, Ning Qingxian directly chose creepy. Strictly speaking, the cultivation method of the human race of the 9 regions was also related to the aura of heaven and earth. However, his Yuanshan cultivation was closely related to shenanigans, and this recovery speed could be greatly increased. In an instant, Ning Qingxian felt the narrow space enveloping his body around him, and a majestic and endless amount of bizarre origin erupted from the stone tablet, madly surging into his body. Comfortable. Ning Qingxian let out a gasp. The Tower of Ultimate Creation was infinite, and this was only the first layer, and it far exceeded the effects of the advanced nutrient solution. Time passed, and it was 5 days. This day's Tower of Finality gradually began to bustle with the influx of more and more people. Shen Yuning was even busier as a staff member of the Yellow-Sized Treasure Hall, constantly recording the N members who, this time, chose to participate in the Tower Master's reincarnation. From time to time, she looked at the Heavenly Hall of Treasures, and the more she looked, the more alarmed she became. On weekdays, many heavyweight heavenly old-timers that were very difficult to see appeared one by one. There was nothing wrong with her guess, and it was feared that this would be the most intense time for the Tower of Ultimatum in nearly 100 years, and would bring together more than half of the Heavenly Name Ultimatum members. Oh no, if this trend continues, I'm afraid that the reincarnation worlds chosen by the Tower Masters will be unimaginably high. Shen Yuning's face showed concern, knowing very well that the higher the specification of the reincarnation world, the greater the difficulty, and for Ning Qingxian, it would be even more difficult to turn around. She couldn't help but look at the Tower of Finality, a huge string of red text at the tip of the tower. This Tower Master's turn, 101 people have joined. Difficulty of this Tower Master's reincarnation, Super S 3 stars. The Tower of Ultimatum was started by the Palace of Reincarnation, and the will of the Tower Master was the Tower of Ultimatum itself, not a person. It can be analogized to the 3 main gods, but with a lower rank than the 3 main gods. It will pick the corresponding reincarnation world with the number of end members joining, including the end members' strength level. If the world was at a lower level, it would not be able to withstand so many people, and there was a great probability that the world rules would collapse, leading to the formation of an abyssal rift or some other unimaginable catastrophe. Half a day later, the red text changed again. This Tower Master's turn, 145 people have joined. Difficulty of this Tower Master's reincarnation, Super S 4 stars. Shen Yuning was busy while paying attention to the red text. Seeing that the difficulty had been raised to Super S rank 4 stars, one couldn't help but sweat for Ning Qingxian. But the staff of the 4 great treasure halls, none of them had any tendency to stop, and there were still more and more people that continued to join. The entire Tower of Ultimatum currently gathered more than 600 Ultimatum members from the Kanglan system, including more than 50 heavenly ranks. Nowadays, 15 heavenly old-timers had already appeared, and this didn't even include the ones that could directly interface with the Tower of the End. Soon, 2 days passed. There were crowds of people outside the 4 great halls of treasures, and when the red text at the tip of the tower changed for the 3rd time, it instantly caught everyone's attention. This Tower Master round, 209 people have joined. Difficulty of this Tower Master's reincarnation, Super S grade 8 stars. The field instantly triggered an agitation, and Shen Yuning also thought of something. Super S grade 8 stars. All of us combined can't even reach this level. This must be an endgame bigwig attending. Is it Li Qingsong or Su Hanxia? Or maybe it's the other two. After all, the 4 have similar combined ratings and similar strengths. As the agitation continued, Shen Yuning couldn't help but look towards the Tower of Finality, the entrance to the 1st floor. Ning Qingxian hadn't come out for many days. He wouldn't have given up, would he? She hesitated for a moment, then tried to send a message to Ning Qingxian in the name of a staff member. In just a moment's time, only to see a sudden uproar on the field. Super S class 9 stars now. Shen Yuning hurriedly looked up. This Tower Master's reincarnation, 212 people have joined. Difficulty of this Tower Master's reincarnation, Super S 9 stars. All 4 of the big boys are on board. Shen Yuning muttered, what was the concept of Super S grade 9 stars? Within the Hall of Reincarnation, the assessment of world levels and the assessment of the reincarnator's own strength had always been different. In basic cases, it will be higher than the reincarnator itself. Even the 4 bigwigs of the Tower of Finality were afraid that it would be difficult to get a flawless evaluation in a reincarnation world of this level. In a daze, Shen Yuning received a reply. She looked at Ning Qingshuan's confirmed reply and fell into silence. Just as well. Who is Ning Qingxian? Legend has it that the ancient reincarnator, who created the law and preached in the Middle Kingdom, was an invincible ancestor of the Devil's Way in both the lower and upper realms. With that kind of strength, there is still hope of getting an excellent rating. Without any further hesitation, she registered Ning Qingshuan's identity seal in the list of this Tower Master's reincarnation. However, something came up that she hadn't expected. The red light at the top of his head burst into flashes, transforming into an extreme scarlet color. This Tower Master round, 213 people have joined. Difficulty of this Tower Master's turn, meteorite star level. Outside the 4 great treasures hall, the cacophony disappeared on the spot, instantly turning into dead silence. Everyone's breath stopped abruptly as they looked overhead, the one new addition to the number of people, and the incomparably appalling meteorite level difficulty. Chapter 69 6,000 Years, Ning Qingshuan's Favorites. While the events of the Tower of Ultimatum were unfolding, the depths of the starry sky were endlessly distant from the Emperor Star. The Long Ashes Star Lord was in the air, plopped down in the universe, his eyes tightly closed, his body diffusing endless great divine power around him. Floating in all directions was a vast array of corpses from the top powerhouses of the greedy wolf clan, and there was even no shortage of unfamiliar star beast wreckage. The papal breath is gone. The voice of the goddess of judgment resounded in his mind. The Long Ashes Star Lord opened his eyes, bursting with a majestic and vast divine light, and then disappeared into obscurity. Is there also this Pope as one of the main members of the Twilight Council? The goddess of judgment responded, as it stands, he is of very high standing, if not a major counselor, and he quickly left after sensing your presence here. The Long Ashes Star Lord gazed into the distance, a dark starry forbidden zone. How many years had passed without any big names appearing in the Twilight Council pavilion, and what had startled them this morning? The Long Ashes Star Lord's expression was grave, and as he pondered, the goddess of judgment suddenly spoke once more. There's new news from the Tower of Ultimates, and that Mr. Ning you're so optimistic about has chosen to join the Tower Master's Wheel of Reincarnation. Oh? The Long Ashes Star Lord sniffed, and a smile surfaced on his gloomy expression. Good, I wasn't wrong about him. Do you need to go back and check on the situation? There's no need for that. The Dusk Council Pavilion's movements are becoming more and more frequent. I always have to let them know who's in charge of the Kanglan system. The Long Ashes Star Lord was in a great mood, and his feet stepped directly into the dark forbidden zone, ready to smash a few dark planets to celebrate. On the other hand, the Emperor's Star Reincarnation Space, the Tower of Finality. The hall was filled with silence, and countless gazes looked overhead. Who joined in and caused the spike in difficulty? Everyone in the Tower of Ultimatum looked at each other in dismay, and all of them saw a strong shock in each other's eyes. At the same time, one could only see 12 great wills suddenly descending from the entire space, and it was clearly the 12 cave lords of the Emperor Guardian Star. They didn't communicate in any way, they just gazed at the tip of the tower in unison, the scarlet text, and fell into a long silence. It had been a long, long time since the Tower of the End had seen this level of difficulty. In the records of the Imperial Star's history books, that was still the issue that the Long Ashes Star Lord had experienced many, many years ago. To this day, the powerful men who came out of the Tower of the End in that installment. One had become the Star Lord of the Kanglan system, one had become the Star Lord of the Violet system next door, one was heading towards the Federation starfield, and another had directly entered the reincarnation hall. I didn't expect to see the meteor level of difficulty again this morning. This is a difficulty that is pulled up entirely by virtue of the strength of the members of the endgame, and thus the difficulty. They were unable to be informed as to whether it was the 4 veteran heavenly ranks, such as Li Song, who had prompted the scene to occur, or whether it was the addition of that person just now that had ultimately led to the appearance of the meteorite star class. The Tower of the End is so tightly organized in terms of power levels that they can't do anything but will themselves to descend here. Soon, the 12 wills disappeared. After a dead silence, the arena once again erupted into uproar and commotion. Only Chen Yuning stared blankly at the name belonging to Ning Qingxian in the record roster she held. Is it a coincidence? No, it's not right. No one knew better than she did, and almost the instant she put pen to paper, the difficulty of the Tower Master's reincarnation changed. What's going on here? She stared blankly at the Tower of Finality, the entrance to the first level. The commotion continued, and at this moment on the 33rd floor of the Tower of the End, there was a purple-robed figure stationed quietly, looking down at all the commotion below. It looks like the reincarnation world is going to be interesting this time. Li Song fiddled with the trigger finger in his hand, and was not surprised that the other 3 top heavenly ranks all chose to join together. The Emperor Guardian Star was coming, and a new cave master would inevitably be born from within the Tower of the End, so just ask who wouldn't want to obtain such an opportunity. The only thing that surprised him was that the difficulty this time had actually been elevated to the meteorite level. Whether the 4 of them touched the meteoric star level and happened to be pushed by that person, or... Li Kangkang slowly narrowed his eyes and scanned every single person in the entire room below him, and did not find any powerful reincarnators that could match his own. Contemplating to no avail, he whisked his sleeve and turned around, ready to gather his inner circle in the Tower of the End, as well as his dependents stationed on the Emperor's star. He wasn't the only one, many were on the move, seeking to form a team. Being in the first level position, the yellow members were gathered in 2s and 3s. Ning Qingxian was the only one who was alone, still recovering his Yuanshan power. Elder Su has a message, any of you who would like to join her team, make sure you all help get an excellent evaluation. At the entrance location, a strong person of the earth size suddenly shouted out. When the crowd heard this, their expressions immediately revealed delight. Is it that senior Su Hanxia? I'm in. I'm in. Quite a few people followed the earth-sized powerhouse as he left. The same scene takes place in the various classes and tiers of the Tower of the End. No one came looking for Ning Qingxian to form a team, and he sat in the corner with a very low presence. It wasn't until 2 days later that a solemn voice began to resound throughout the entire range of the Tower of the End. Attention Tower Master Reincarnation participants, you are about to enter the world of reincarnation, please make sure you are branded. Ning Qingxian finally opened his eyes and looked at the seal between his palms, which was currently flickering with a faint yellow luster. With more than 10 days of drawing, his Yuanshan had already recovered most of it, and no matter what kind of dangerous world it was, he believed that it would be enough to deal with all situations. Still, he couldn't really be kicked out of the Tower of the End. Now start the rounds of teleportation. The solemn voice fell once more, only to see that beside Ning Qingxian, a succession of blinding lights flashed. And a number of figures disappeared into thin air. This is true when you look at all parts of the final tower. Until this power, likewise, enveloped Ning Qingxian and disappeared in place in the blink of an eye. For a moment, half of the Tower of the End was missing. Chen Yuning stopped outside, always looking at the entrance. I have to get together with Folded Feather's sister. She turned, and left the place. Reincarnation world. Rumble. Thunder came from Ning Qingshuan's ears. The rain fell in torrents, splashing drops on his face and cutting into his mouth. Bitter, slightly acidic. He slowly opened his eyes. There was thunder flashing in the firmament, reflecting the earth, a skyscraper of bright neon lights. It's an extremely prosperous metropolis, and it's nighttime. The long line of cars congesting the overhead viaduct made a constant dripping sound. He stood next to the crosswalk as the red light ahead of him began its countdown. The large intersection was soon densely populated with pedestrians, hurrying along with umbrellas and heads down. Just as he was wondering why a reincarnation world of meteor star level difficulty would be an urban setting, the piercing sound of an outgoing cell phone reached his ears. The latest battle report has come from the Great Summer Divine Kingdom. Our 8 players of the Harnessing Dial Bureau lost all their tokens in the final duel in the weird space in the early hours of yesterday morning. The Great Summer Divine Kingdom will, once again, have no access to the 3 ancient soul weapons. A reporter asked where the future of the Great Summer Divine Kingdom should go, and whether there is a clear strategic direction in the face of increasingly frequent bizarre disasters, but no official statement has been made yet. When Ning Qingxian heard these broadcasts, he was silent in place for a time. He opened and closed his divine sense and swept across the entire sprawling metropolis, and sure enough, he found something familiar. 9 domains. Ning Qingxian let out a long, complicated sigh. Originally, he had thought of finding an opportunity later to come back to the 9 realms to take away his dependent, the immortal queen. Unexpectedly, this was actually chosen as a reincarnation world by the will of the Tower of Finality. Looking around at the prosperous urban scene, Ning Qingxian was as if he had lived in a different world. Has it been 6,000 years? Chapter 70, My Charming Old Ancestor. Nightfall, heavy rain continues. Pedestrians at the intersection kept looking down at the time, looking nervous and walking in an ever-increasing hurry. Suddenly, a young girl with a red umbrella, standing motionless in the center of the street, caught Ning Qingxuan's attention. Snapping, the umbrella fell to the ground, the rain splashing on her face, which in the next moment became incomparably hideous, and even more so, she let out a soul-crushingly harsh whistle. This sudden change instantly triggered panic in everyone as the crowd screamed and fled in all directions. Ning Qingxian was about to strike, when within the range of his divine sense, multiple figures had already appeared as they sped furiously. Get thee outta here! The sound of a clear drink was heard as a lithe silhouette leapt down from the viaduct and clasped the hideous girl's head with a palm. A magic seal opened and closed, and from within the body of the hideous young girl, he directly drew out the madly hissing resentful spirit, and collected it into the space of the seal in his sleeve. This action was flowing smoothly, causing Ning Qingxian to look twice more. Sister Mengyao, let's go after the other shenanigans, I'll leave this place to you. Multiple companions shouted out, followed by dodges into various streets. However, a moment later, that young girl who was previously holding a red umbrella gradually regained her senses and revealed a blank stare. Hurry home and don't linger on the road. The young girl named Gu Mengyao once again cast a spell and gently tapped on the young girl's forehead. The young girl scattered her legs and left, and Gu Mengyao then turned her gaze to Ning Qingxian, who was standing at the crosswalk. This gentleman, are you all right? Gu Mengyao walked over, a tightly clothed black combat outfit outlining a luscious and slender figure. The long, inky black hair came down over her shoulders, reflecting the beautiful eyes that were full of alertness. It's been hard on you, I'm not in any serious trouble. Ning Qingxian smiled politely. While the words fell, Gu Mengyao's right hand dug into her back waist. ID, please. Ning Qingxian didn't make any movements, seemingly waiting for the will of the Tower of the End to convey whether there were any conditions under which he must not reveal his identity in front of the otherworldly natives. After all, documents were something he really didn't have. Not talking anymore? Already noticed you, sneaky, come with me. Without saying a word, Gu Mengyao escorted Ning Qingxian and prepared to return to Night City to harness the Trickster Bureau. This officer, isn't it a little out of order for you to take me away indiscriminately? Ning Qingxian spoke calmly and did not offer any resistance. If you haven't done anything wrong, what's wrong with taking a trip to the Harnessing Dial Bureau? Also, where are your papers, your identification? Where does your family live? Gu Mengyao looked Ning Qingxian up and down, her intuition telling her that there was definitely something wrong with this person. Standing in the crosswalk position for a long time has not moved, in the face of bizarre present a little panic or not, the I really cannot even report the identification. In today's complicated situation, she could not let go of anyone who might bring harm to Night City, and it was always good to have more eyes. Ning Qingxian didn't continue speaking and followed Gu Mengyao away. 6,000 years had passed, and he needed to understand the context of the present age, and officialdom was clearly the way to go. An hour later, the two appeared at the headquarters of the Night City Harness Trickster Bureau. The cacophony of voices in the office area contained a great deal of information about not only the creepy who had been admitted here, but also a number of criminals who were closely related to the creepy. The once seal-in-the-sleeve divine power technique seemed to have been simplified many, many times in this day and age, resulting in some people with uncommon comprehension abilities being able to grasp the skin of the matter. Sister Mengyao, who is this person? On the march, a staff member asked in surprise. An undocumented black man, check his identity background to see if he's connected to an evil shelter organization. As Gu Mengyao spoke, she turned her gaze to the television broadcast, which was showing the news that the Great Summer Divine Kingdom, once again, had lost out to the 3 ancient soul weapons. Not far away, a couple of criminals crouching in the porch doorway shook their heads in disbelief. It's really not embarrassing. How many times has it been better not to participate? Our daxia is good at everything, but it's the Guile Management Bureau that's not good enough. With a population of billions of people, can't we find 8 young Guile management powerhouses? Alas, to think that back then, how awesome our charming old ancestor was, a man who had eaten all the heavenly pride of the 8 divine kingdoms, and was only slightly soiled by the corners of his clothes. Yes, he also arranged for us to be guarded by the immortal clan. Wait until the immortal queen is out of the gate, what more soul weapons? Ha ha, heroes, where do brothers hang out? I'm from the Black Rose Underground Shelter, want to come to our place? A group of criminals talk about history, sympathize, and start calling each other brothers. Hey, this is harness trickery, do you guys want to plot a little louder? A senior staff member chortled, interrupting their conversation. Ning Qingxian pondered, it seemed that the rules of the 3 great soul weapons had also produced some changes. Immediately afterward, he asked Gu Mengyao, when will the immortal queen come out? Ning Qingxian wasn't clear on exactly what had happened, and it was safer to ask so. Only Gu Mengyao turned her head back and responded flatly. This belongs to the top-level secrets of the Great Summer Divine Kingdom. What answer can I give you if you ask me? It's better to be honest and give an account. Which underground shelter organization are you affiliated with? In recent years, due to the increasing frequency of bizarre disasters, the Great Summer Divine Kingdom had, however, been slow to succeed in its fight for the token. The Immortal Queen, including the entire immortal race, quelled one serious disaster after another. She doesn't die, but she gets tired. Finally, after repelling the 2 lords, he fell into seclusion for 20 years. Underground shelters have also been popping up for the last 2 decades. This was originally a civic organization, but there are always ill-intentioned groups of people who turn it into a tool for personal gain, and it is called the Evil Shelter Organization. The Bureau of Ghost Management is really weak when they have to suppress the weirdness and clean them up at the same time. I said before I came here that I'm innocent. Ning Qingxian spoke calmly. Everyone who comes in here says so. Gu Mengyao's beautiful eyes stared at him, feeling more and more that this person was a bit unfathomable. He was too calm, too cool to be immortal. The aura that exuded from him had the flavor of a highborn person all over it. It's not acted out, it's a gesture that only comes from experiencing many, very complicated and big scenes, or even being in a position of power. Gu Mengyao also had some drums in her heart. She wouldn't have caught some big shot, right? Within the Great Summer God's country, there was no shortage of more secretive organizations and departments with completely blank backgrounds that fit the profile. However, the question Ning Qingxian had just asked didn't seem like a high-level person. It makes even less sense that if it's the big man behind some shelter organization, he'd behave himself and come here. Sister Mengyao, there is no fingerprint information on this person. A staff member came to Gu Mengyao's ear and spoke carefully. Hearing this, she couldn't help but fall into silence, looking deeply at Ning Qingxian. Who the hell is this? What's the story? At the same time, the information text of the Tower of Finality finally surfaced before Ning Qingxuan's eyes. Chapter 71. The weirdness here. Why are they all fearing the same person? The same text message was revealed to every member of the final tower. There are no rules for this Tower Master round. Any impact you make on the world of reincarnation will be a condition for scoring. More than 200 reincarnators, scattered in various parts of the 9 divine kingdoms, silently looked at these 2 simple messages. Fewer rules mean more freedom, which means more content that gets evaluated. However, no one acted rashly. This was after all a reincarnation world of meteorite star level difficulty. The only thing that was special was Chu Yutong, who was currently in the Great Xia Divine Kingdom, a certain central city. He looked at the descriptive text in front of him and couldn't make the slightest ripple inside. Beside the Laozhan Ghost King draped in a wide black robe, hiding all the weird features, at the moment is the face of the cold, as if all the Qiankuan are in the hands. Before entering the world of reincarnation, no one knew exactly what the background of the world was. After coming in, Chu Yutong's self-confidence was infinitely inflated. He was ultimately a powerful reincarnator who had experienced other bizarre worlds, harboring numerous magic treasures and divine abilities to suppress souls and spirits, subdue demons, and slay devils. Furthermore, he was accompanied by a king of the bizarre world. It was no exaggeration to say that this Tower Master's reincarnation was simply like it was tailor-made for him. Not to mention a flawless evaluation, even if it was alongside those 4 heavenly seniors, how difficult would it be? Since I have the right time and place, it's time for me to break into the world-shaking fame of the final tower. Shu Yutong stood at the entrance of the subway, slowly scanning the crowd, a large amount of golden spells flowing from those eyes, enough to see through all the bizarre disguises. Soon, he discovered a resentful spirit lurking in a hunched old man. With a flick of his index finger, he pinched his finger and executed the forbidden word decision, and then he unknowingly stripped the resentful spirit, and his whole body twisted and flew backwards, locking it between his palms in an instant. The spiteful spirit hissed, its pupils revealing madness. Shu Yutong did not hesitate and once again pinched his hand to cast the soul search technique. This divine ability learned from the high people of Mashan was extremely convenient for understanding the background of the bizarre world, and he had tried it time and time again. It didn't take long before he gradually saw a memory picture from amongst this resentful divine spirit. Shu Yutong's face suddenly changed. He found that the memories of this lowest level of grievance spirit were so majestic that they spanned thousands and thousands of years. Memories of this ancient level were simply not something he could bear. After a hard and quick search, he hurriedly ended the soul-searching technique. What's wrong? Laozhan Ghost King narrowed his eyes and asked. This side of the world is not as simple as it seems. Shu Yutong put away his contempt and quickly calmed down. The reincarnation world captured by the Tower of Finality was at the meteoric star level of difficulty, and was indeed very different from the bizarre worlds he had experienced before. The rules of the world, the indigenous war power, are very impressive. When he had just performed the soul search technique, he could only see a few of the most impressive images among the memories of the resentful spirits. One of the images presented a view of a man in white. That person became the deepest fear within this resentful spirit. The white god of killers. Shu Yutong was thoughtful. In search of more information, without alerting the official forces of this world, he continued to wait at the subway entrance. Time passed swiftly, and a second creepy entered his law. This time it was a more advanced ferocious ghost than a grumbling spirit, and he used the forbidden character decree as he had done, imprisoning it between his palms as he continued his soul search. The same mammoth sea of refuted memories, thousands of years of information images, washed over his brain and gave up at the limit of his ability. It's this white-clothed god of killing again? Sweat overflowed from his forehead, and the pressure from continuing 2 soul searches was immense. But the results were also very remarkable. He saw more different images, and roughly understood this side of the world, about the weird hierarchy. Grieving spirits, murderous ghosts, evil spirits, stern ghosts, ghost commanders, ghost generals. Among them, the ghost general was already comparable to an S-class reincarnator. Vaguely, there are more characters in this world than the ghost general, and there should be a ghost king as well. But in this murderous ghost's memories, it wasn't qualified to touch it. As a matter of fact, Shu Yutong was able to look up the bizarre level information on the Great Summer Divine Kingdoms network, so he was in no hurry regarding this matter. What really made his face grow more and more grave was the deepest fear in this ferocious ghost's memory, which was also that white-clothed figure. Go! Shu Yutong stopped waiting for rabbits and began to roam the city. With his golden eyes, he found a dozen or so creeps in just half an hour. He searched his soul more and more often, saw more and more images, each different from the other, and gathered a lot of important information. But the only one who always appeared among the weird memories was the man in white. What struck him as shocking and exaggerated was the fact that every single creepy was actually like that. It was as if it was seared into their souls. Shu Yutong couldn't know what that white figure had done that would lead to so much weirdness, and this great fear lurked inside all of them. Going back by memory, it's been thousands of years and it's still not forgotten. This man is surely still recorded in this day and age. Finally, Shu Yutong stopped, a strong interest and curiosity welled up within him, and he decided to start his investigation from the official Desya Divine Kingdom. Looking at the 9 Divine Kingdoms, all the reincarnators of the Tower of Ultimatum. Neither is making larger moves today, and each is gradually learning the background of the world in its own way and by its own means. The first of the 9 Divine Kingdoms, the Desolate Court Divine Kingdom. A large group of reincarnators who had carried out the camouflage of native costumes sat quietly in the cafe and waited. One of them was a young woman with a cool and compelling temperament, and it was none other than the top veteran heavenly name, Su Half-Summer. The group looked at the giant screen TV, which had a live broadcast. After a long time, a ground family member arrived in a hurry. He spoke in a low voice in Su Hanxia's ear. "Get it straight, this is the desolate court divine kingdom, the first of the 9 divine kingdoms, with the strongest underpinnings. Those 3 ancient soul artifacts, also basically figured out, this should belong to the incarnation of the rules of this world, with the power to suppress all weirdness. The 9 divine kingdoms have acted according to the rules since the beginning of time, competing with each other for the right to use the 3 soul weapons by fighting over the tokens. This desolate court divine kingdom is really something, it's just too strong, almost monopolizing the heavenly furnace, and it's only lost once in history." As the words fell, Su Hanxia nodded slightly. She continued to stare at the cafe's giant screen television, which was broadcasting a live stream of the bizarre space duel that had already seen several god kingdoms make an early exit. There are some trickster harnesses in here that are overly powerful. Her expression was grave, her gaze resting deeply on the desolate court divine kingdom, the representative of the first main city. The strength of this person is not something that other people can match, this is simply not a representative of the same class. Su Hanxia saw through what was going on and became more and more marveled inwardly. This is nothing, compared to the old ancestor Su back then, that's far worse, the desolate court is really going downhill more and more. The manager of the cafe came over and served dessert. Looking at the giant screen TV broadcast, one can't help but let out a sigh. Which elder Su? Su Hanxia raised an eyebrow, and the many reincarnators looked over in unison. Chapter 72 The Golden Age, the Unsurpassable Supreme Powerful One. Our desolate court divine kingdom's most powerful person in the past 6,000 years, stepping into the first great nirvana at the age of 23, known as the legendary generation's elder ancestor Su'a. Where have you come from that you don't even know his name? The cafe manager showed a surprised look, but didn't think much of it. After all, the desolate court divine kingdom had had soul artifacts guarding the domain cave for generations. The occasional weirdness that came from the direction of other godly countries was quickly wiped out. He didn't think these people would be spooky in disguise. Furthermore, it was normal for ordinary people who didn't pay attention to the soul artifact controversy to not understand this history. Is elder ancestor Su even stronger than this person? Su Hanxia continued to inquire that the representative of the first main city of the desolate court divine kingdom on the live television broadcast was already at the level of a super S-class reincarnator. The store manager laughed. "That's natural." His expression revealed longing, as if he was harboring a supreme longing for that period of history. About 6,000 years ago, the 9 great divine kingdoms ushered in the Golden Age. It was truly an epic of heavenly pride. Demonic figures appeared all together, all born in the same era. The store manager sighed and looked back to the live TV feed. This young man, probably just the strength of a great second grade, placed in the golden heyday back then, he was not qualified to dye the heavenly furnace at all. As the words fell, Su Hanxia fell into deep thought. From the information gathered so far, 6,000 years ago this place was not called the 9 divine kingdoms, and the number was known as the 9 regions. The Earth-sized dependents next to him could not help but show a suspicious expression. But this old ancestor Su of yours, he lost the token back then. In the course of his investigation, he discovered that in the entire desolate court divine kingdom, the only time there was no soul weapon to hold down the fort was exactly 6,000 years ago, the era of the so-called Golden Age, as described by the shopkeeper. Only the store manager blushed and said helplessly, "It can't be helped. At that time, in the great Xia divine kingdom, there was a demonic heavenly pride that had never been seen before or since. If it wasn't for that person, old ancestor Su would have been able to easily crush the others. Not only that, but there's also old man Lu, who can likewise finish off the others. It's just a pity that the 2 old men have both bumped into him." There was quite a deep feeling of powerlessness within the shopkeeper. How many proud sons of heaven had been born in the desolate court divine kingdom, and how many times had they been invincible in the competition for tokens? There was only that one time when he lost, and it also happened to be the entire 9 great divine kingdoms, the most glorious golden age. Su Hanxia listened for half a day and realized that a new character had actually emerged from the shopkeeper's mouth. "Looks like this one, even sicker?" The next Earth-sized dependents remembered something and hurriedly said to Su Hanxia, yes, I forgot to mention just now, there is indeed such a person, called Chang Wu Hate. It's said that he was hailed as an unsurpassable supreme power by the 9 divine kingdoms, and that during the soul artifact duel back then, 3 supreme powers from 3 divine kingdoms teamed up against him, and none of them were able to defeat him. In that case, that old ancestor Su of the desolate court divine kingdom is precisely one of them. After saying that, Su Hanxia's eyes stared slightly. According to her speculation on the strength of the strongest representative of the contemporary Desolate Court, it had already reached the Super S-class level. Then Elder Ancestor Su, including the Elder Ancestors of the other two great divine kingdoms, were at the very least mid-Super S rank, if not higher. The three joined forces and still failed. Was this old ancestor of the Great Summer Divine Kingdom strong to this extent? He's right, it wasn't just the Desolate Court Divine Kingdom that lost once, there were two major flourishing divine kingdoms, both of which didn't have soul artifacts sitting around back then. The store manager nodded and recoiled, not feeling ashamed anymore. After all, we were all the same. The Great Summer Kingdom of God. The many reincarnators of the Tower of Final Destiny were in an uproar of discussion. It was obvious that the competition for the tokens of the ancient soul artifacts belonged to the most important events since the generations of the 9 divine kingdoms. Each of the delegates was the most powerful young generation of the current generation, and was going to be a Zhenguo-level existence in the future. Looking into their hearts, even if they were to be allowed to take the field, I'm afraid that only the heavenly and earthly characters would be able to even the odds with that Desolate Court's strongest representative version. It was impossible to speculate to what extent the golden bloom in the shopkeeper's mouth, the so-called old ancestor Su, as well as the one who won the heavenly furnace in the Great Summer Divine Kingdom, were strong. Enjoy your meal, everyone. A new customer walks into the cafe and the store manager then leaves. Su Hanxia's heart was heavy as she turned to all the reincarnators and whispered, "A reincarnation world of meteoric star-level difficulty, we've only just peeked at the tip of it, we still need to start with the weirdness. If you want to get a decent grading score, shenanigans are just as important, pack up and get ready to get out of here." It was difficult for them to get a rating if they stayed in the Desolate Court Divine Kingdom, which was perennially peaceful and prosperous, and if they wanted to obtain the recognition of the Tower Master's will, they would have to do something earth-shattering. On the other hand, the Great Summer Divine Kingdom. Shu Yutong jumped between the various high-rise buildings, and had already found some of the information about the white-clothed killing god from the officials. This fear, hidden deep within all the weirdness, was once an heir to the ancient period, 6,000 years ago, of the voodoo clan, Heavenly Sword Mountain. In just 3 months' time, it had swept away all the weirdness within the realm of the Great Xia Divine Kingdom. But these creeps have the ability to come back to life indefinitely, and have obviously been killed not just once by the man, but many, many times. In addition, there is a new answer about the creepy rating. The Ghost King level did exist, and there were guys above it who were numbered at the Een Lord level. Vaguely, even the Ghost King level had died at the hands of the white-clothed killing god. However, no similar record can be found in official sources. As he was contemplating his dharma, I captured a powerful stern spirit. Without any hesitation, he raised his hand and suppressed it, sealing it between his palms. At the same time, a descriptive message from the Tower Lords will floated before his eyes. You have faced the weirdness without flinching, leaving no stone unturned to rid the people of evil, and have suppressed 40 grudging spirits, 15 ferocious ghosts, and 2 severe ghosts, and you have earned 1 ordinary evaluation. Any reincarnator should be happy to get an evaluation, but Shu Yutong felt doubly bad. Ordinary evaluations didn't have any substantial significance, and they were even less helpful to his advancement within the Tower of the End. As the newest installment, and the only member to be crowned with the name Heaven, he was ashamed of it. Heaven and earth, dry heavens, the true Lord is above, the eye of the insightful Dharma, open. Shu Yutong stopped his stance, urging the ancient incantation as he drank lowly, and the moment he wiped on his eyes, golden light erupted. In a flash, the distance of his sight spread to 100 miles in a circle. Wherever his gaze passed, any weirdness had nothing to hide. Soon, he found the intended target. That's an excellent rating at worst, right? Shu Yutong rejoiced inwardly, spotting multiple ghost general level spooks, as well as an entire army of stern ghosts. As the eye of Insight Dharma swept across the area, he also saw quite a few reincarnators from the Tower of Final Destiny, all rushing in that direction. Among them was Ji Yunzhou, the number 1 person in the Eastern Emperor planet, who possessed the dependence of an alien giant beast. No longer hesitating, he immediately took a step forward, with the Laoshan Ghost King following closely behind. Chapter 73 Ghost Butterfly, My Master Swindled? Night City, the headquarters of the Bureau of Harnessing Trickery. Gu Mengyao stared intently at Ning Qingxian, who was sitting next to her, countless guesses about his identity having long flashed through her mind. No documented fingerprints, no background information, and they don't seem to be ordinary people. Either this was a high-level classified officer of the Great Xia Divine Kingdom, or this was a secret agent of another divine kingdom. After all, even the bigwigs behind the underground shelter organizations can find some clues. Sister Mengyao, the General Directorate is coming back soon. What about this person? The staff member asked with a difficult face. Neither is detention, nor is release. Ning Qingxian had already been considered very cooperative, but he had not said a word about his true identity, and he could not produce any other documents. Just as Gu Mangyao hesitated, a commotion suddenly came from outside the harnessing dial bureau. A number of companions walked in with unfamiliar faces, and opened their mouths and shouted, "Sister Mangyao, we caught a few black households, help us find out what their origins are." Gu Mangyao's expression was stunned. Another black household? When Ning Qingxian heard these words, he couldn't help but look over. The 3 women and 1 man were clearly the yellow members of the Tower of the End. One of them was a short-skirted girl, who seemed to have met before, and had called away Chen Yuning outside the treasure hall that day. "Huh, this one's here too." The short-skirted girl similarly saw Ning Qingxian and instantly revealed joy on her face. She had already learned from Chen Yuning that Ning Qingxian was a legendary ancient reincarnator who was extremely powerful. Facing the weird world this time, or the meteorite-level difficulty, where she and a few of her buddies dared to act rashly. In the absence of leaning on the tree, their own strength is not enough to destroy, but also the situation of a single force, had to choose to report themselves, temporarily seeking a side of the blessing. Seeing Ning Qingxian right now, she couldn't help but feel an inexplicable sense of peace. Well, and you say you're not organized?" Gu Mangyao gasped and laughed, her earlier speculations about Ning Qingxuan's identity dissipating in an instant. "It's basically a safe bet that they all belong to some recently established underground shelter organization. All of you, stand over to him." Gu Mangyao waved her hand, already pondering in her heart how she would pry open Ning Qingxuan's mouth later. The short-skirted girl came to Ning Qingxuan's side, and after looking around, she carefully opened her mouth. "Senior, my name is Chen Hui, my hometown is from Luanjia Star, it's not far from Kanglan Star, please teach me more in the future ha." Chen Hui passed out in a low voice, and Ning Qingxian was silent, only nodding. A few of the little ones next to her suddenly looked suspicious, and a woman pulled her back a bit. "Isn't this person the same yellow name as us, why do you call him senior?" Chen Hui rolled her eyes, originally not wanting to explain too much, but afraid of offending Ning Qingxian. Had to whisper in their ears, "He's no ordinary man." The only man in the group laughed softly and shook his head, whispering to himself, "It's still not the same as us, reporting ourselves to the Ghost Harnessing Bureau for a bit of a hide." Chen Hui glared at him viciously, when a person suddenly rushed in hurriedly outside. "Everyone be honest with me. Sister Mangyao, the General Directorate is back." As the words fell, the entire Harnessing Dial Bureau instantly fell silent, and no one clamored, including some of the whispering criminals. Their looks all became incomparably reverent, as if they had great admiration for this General Director. The change in atmosphere caused Chen Hui and a number of reincarnators to tense up inside. Before reporting themselves, they had learned about the defense forces throughout Night City. This was the headquarters of the Trickster Harnessing Bureau, bringing together the most powerful trickster harnessers, and the one who ruled over these trickster harnessers was, surprisingly, a trickster. The investigation information reveals that this directorate has extraordinary abilities. Within a certain range of distance, one can clearly sense the movement of each of the spooky ones. This powerful special ability made it impossible for any shenanigans to lurk in the greater half of the Night City domain range. Many of the trickster harnessers are guided by her, and often manage to take care of the dangers in droves before they venture out. Night City was also, as a result, perennially ranked among the top safe cities among the Great Xia Divine Kingdom. Therefore, even the criminals of the Night City held this general director in high esteem. It's not too late to talk about it, and you should know that the General Directorate is powerful, right? Gu Mangyao walked up to Ning Qingxian and stared at him with a scrutinizing gaze. Even if you have a creep hidden in you, the Directorate can see it immediately. Ning Qingxian remained silent, knowing that it was time for him to leave. About the context of the present day, the change in the rules of the 3 great spirit weapons, and the fact that the Immortal Queen is still honoring her vows. All of this important information has basically been inquired about, and there is no point in continuing to stay here. It would be even more troublesome to deal with a clash with the top brass of the Harnessing Dial Bureau. In addition, he wanted to see the tomb mound of Longbottom. Just as he was about to dodge away, within the range of divine sense perception, a familiar figure suddenly appeared, as well as the connecting fluctuation of the Yuan Shen Oath. Ning Qingxuan's heart stirred slightly as he looked towards the door of the Harnessing Dial Bureau's main hall. "Good day, General Directorate." Everyone stood in awe. The visitor had a black shirt, and his skin was snow-white and clean, flawless. She was followed by a few guile harnessers with a strong aura, and their strength was very impressive. Ghost Butterfly's expression was tinged with weariness, her continued busy schedule had made her quite tired. It wasn't until she walked into the harness of trickery that her mind skipped a beat and her feet stopped on the spot. In the depths of the divine soul, the Yuan Shen oath that had not moved halfway for 6,000 years was suddenly energized. Following her senses, she incredulously searched for something in the crowd, finally resting her gaze on Ning Qingxian. Ning Qingxuan's face was complex and somewhat relieved at the same time as he looked at the ghost butterfly and revealed a smile. This ghost butterfly froze in place as if he had been struck by a bolt from the blue. The Ning Qingxian in his line of sight had changed in appearance though, and there was a difference in his aura as well. However, the vow of the Yuan Shen that was branded in the depths of the divine soul and spent time with her could not be made half false. What the hell, my master swindled? Ghost Butterfly murmured, looking at the smile Ning Qingxian revealed. She was even more certain that this was her master. The eyes were instantly moist, the small body could not stop trembling, and the chest cavity was surging with infinite excitement. At the same time, just at the moment when the Yuan Shen pledge was reactivated. Before Ning Qingxuan's eyes, the words describing the will of the Tower Master actually surfaced. Shocking! You of the yellow-sized final identity have harnessed a magical race from a bizarre world with your unique personality and extraordinary means of power. How high her status is, and the great deeds she has done are more than enough to make a city of tens of millions of sons and daughters embrace them heartily. She was completely bowled over by you, she willingly signed the oath of favor with you, her value is unimaginable. Congratulations, you've earned 1 perfect rating. Ning Qingxian was silent, he hadn't even done anything yet, and he had earned a perfect evaluation? Chapter 74, This Realm, Traces of His Reincarnation. Your Honor. The ghost butterfly made a trilling sound. She had been completely out of sorts, not anticipating at all that she would see her former master again today, after 6,000 years. This sudden scene caused all the powerful people present in the Harnessing Dial Bureau, including the many criminals, and even Gu Mengyao, to stutter. Who is the General Directorate talking to? Following Ghost Butterfly's disoriented gaze, Gu Mengyao mechanically turned around and looked at Ning Qingxian. Chen Hui's eyes were wide with incredulity, and the few yellow members of the Tower of Final Destiny around her were confused. The entire Night City's General Director of Defense Force, the highly respected Ghost Butterfly, actually knew Ning Qingxian? By the looks of it, it's obviously a great relationship. The only man's heart was even beating wildly. Could it be that Chen Hui had really been right? This guy was not an ordinary person? Gu Mengyao's mind went blank in that instant. Although she had previously guessed that Ning Qingxuan's identity was definitely not that simple, she had also thought that it was a high-ranking member of the Great Xia Divine Kingdom. But with the arrival of Chen Hui and the others, this speculation disappeared until the Directorate General returned to verify this for himself. Everyone out, take all the suspects next door. Ghost Butterfly calmed down and issued a majestic command. The crowd was in a hurry, with a look of panic. Soon the entire hall was emptied, and the Ghost Butterfly came before Ning Qingxian and was about to bow, but was stopped. Don't care about the red tape. Ning Qingxian inwardly lamented. The fact that Ghost Butterfly had also joined the Immortal Clan as a member of the 6th domain of suppression was truly something he hadn't anticipated. After all, for the Ghost Butterfly, the Genjutsu Oath did not have this one content constraint. My lord, what in the world are you doing? Ghost Butterfly let out a question. Hadn't Ning Qingxian passed away? Is this the return of a borrowed body, a reincarnation, or has it been hidden for 6,000 years? There are some things that are too inconvenient to talk about right now, but I did come back. Ning Qingxian mused for a moment, not continuing to explain. Since the Ghost Butterfly was here, some of the problems could be solved. He asked, have the rules of heaven and earth changed in the 9 regions now, so that the 3 great soul weapons no longer need established clan heirs? Ghost Butterfly nodded. Back then, after you left, the rules of heaven and earth changed once, as if the origin of the domain cave blood pool abyss was consumed too much, resulting in a bizarrely slow resurgence. Ning Qingxian had suppressed the first world alone, guarding the blood pond abyss and killing for 200 years, consuming a large number of bizarre resurrections in the afterlife. Under these conditions, the rules of heaven and earth produced a tilt. Roughly another 1,000 years passed before the rules of heaven and earth changed for the second time, and vaguely unknown races in divine guile resurfaced, their descent restoring the blood pond abyss to its original source. However, due to a change in the rules, the issue of belonging to the 3 major soul tools has also changed, and the tokens are no longer perpetuated by the established clans. Hearing this, Ning Qingxian fell into deep thought. Unknown races and god shenanigans? Could this be the crux of the problem that allows the blood pool abyss to constantly have the ability to resurrect itself? When will this divine trickery be revived again? The ghost butterfly was bitter. They had already resurrected again 20 years ago, and the majestic rule essence they brought with them had greatly shortened the time for all of the Een Lords who had originally needed long years to resurrect. The current situation in the domain cave is very complicated. In just 20 years, I have sensed at least 5 or more Een Lords, including the Upper Sacrifice Een Lord, and the Demon Luo Een Lord. They are still fighting endlessly for the domain cave territory, and 2 of them, the Een Lords, have even led a crowd to descend on the 6th domain, thanks to the Immortal Queen. Ning Qingxian nodded slightly as he listened. It seems that the solution to the problem of the 9 domains, once and for all, has been found. He also wondered if, after 6,000 years, the creeps that he had once killed still remembered him. I have some things I need to take care of, so I'll leave this place to you, and the other few people who don't have identification don't really need to be embarrassed. After Ning Qingxian said this, he disappeared in place. The ghost butterfly was unable to follow his trail, and only after a long time had passed did she stabilize her ups and downs and turn toward the next door. Gu Mengyao had been waiting for a long time and immediately stood up straight upon seeing the ghost butterfly. Directorate General, that man is? She asked cautiously, glancing back out of the corner of her eye and not seeing Ning Qingxuan's figure. Don't ask what you shouldn't. Ghost Butterfly responded, sweeping a glance at Chen Hui's few people, and according to Ning Qingxuan's meaning, it was self-evident that he didn't make things difficult for them, letting them go. This gesture was captured by Chen Hui's few people, and huge ripples of waves once again rippled within their hearts. The previous man pulled Chen Hui and spoke nervously, "You just said that he's not an ordinary person, what exactly do you mean?" Ghost Butterfly, as the head of the entire Night City's defense force, how could an unusual member of the Tower of the Endbringer possibly have access to it? Not to mention that the other party's attitude when facing Ning Qingxian was as if they had known each other for many years, and the status gap was immediately highlighted. The key question was, how had Ning Qingxian, as a member of the Tower of Ultimatum's yellow size, still come in at the same time as them? Only Chen Hui, with her mind's thoughts racing, her heart thumping, and her breathing disorganized, quickly associated a great possibility. Before I participated in the Tower Master's reincarnation, I heard about the origins of this Ning Qingxian from the staff of the Huangshe Treasure Hall, that he was a transmigrant who had returned from the heavens. Having once transmigrated quite a few worlds of the heavens and made some amazing feats, if I'm not mistaken, this Tower Master reincarnation world of meteoric star-level difficulty is one that Ning Qingxian had once transmigrated. The whispering voice fell, and the faces of the 2 female companions around them, including the man, produced a tremor. The name of the transmogrifier had disappeared in recent years, but that didn't mean that there weren't any in the Federation, or that they hadn't heard of it. So it is. Several people looked at each other in disbelief, shock setting off within them. This news was too powerful. Who would have thought that the person they had just stumbled upon was the hidden big brother of all the members of the Tower of the End? This meant that there was no one else that would understand this world better than Ning Qingxian. Just hold on to the hidden great and you might get a few good ratings as well. The fact that the general director of the Night City called him Lord proves that he used to have a high status here. I just don't know who it is exactly. Chen Hui was eager to learn about the ghost butterfly's past as a way to surmise Ning Qingxuan's identity and what kind of an existence he was in history. She was deep in thought when the sound of a live television broadcast overhead couldn't help but catch her attention. Let's congratulate the Desolate Court Divine Kingdom for once again winning the Soul Artifact Heavenly Furnace, with the new representative ranking 7th on the Heavenly Furnace ranking. However, the honor that historically belonged to the Grand Xia Divine Kingdom has yet to be broken by anyone. Chen Hui stared in bewilderment as an unthinkable thought flashed steeply through her mind. Chapter 75 The Terror of the Meteorite Level, finally torn apart. Dragon City. Dimly lit alleyway. Shu Yutan looked indifferently at the group of reincarnates in front of him who were completely shocked by the Laoshan Ghost King. Ji Yunzhou was also among them, and his juvenile alien beast was being deadlocked by the Laoshan Ghost King, his neck locked by a ghostly hand and pressed against the wall in a constant struggle. As a former defeated general, Shu Yutang did not actually place these people in his eyes. Deep in the alleyway entrance, a large number of severe ghosts hissed, but they were unable to emit half a sound. There were also 3 ghost generals, looking at the fight within the group with expressionless faces. The golden light Pylian sealed the space around him, and there was already no escape. Unimaginably powerful Guile Masters, nearly exceeding the defense force of Dragon City, and even accompanied by a Ghost King. What kind of strength was this? They could not speculate. Where it comes from is equally impossible to know. But for the 3 ghost generals, they were simply indifferent. Surname Chu, don't bully people too much, these weirdnesses were obviously sealed by us first. What exactly do you mean by interrupting our spells? An Earth-size old senior spoke in a deep voice. He knew that the Laosan Ghost King was very powerful, which was enough to allow Chu Yutong to walk horizontally in the entire Dragon City. Even if all of them in the line were added together, they might not be opponents. But Chu Yutong's brutal demeanor was truly unacceptable. There doesn't seem to be any strict rules for this Tower Master reincarnation, does there? Chu Yutong responded in a sly manner. It was not easy for him to be in Dragon City and discover a powerful and bizarre team. At worst, he would be able to obtain an excellent evaluation from the will of the Tower Master. How could he let it go so easily? And even if he alarmed the defense forces of Dragon City, he would not stop. It's true that there are no rules for the Tower Master's reincarnation, but you've touched off the wrath of the people and set a precedent that will only make things worse for everyone, and you'll be targeted even more. So how far can you go? If everyone was like you, they would have been internally depleted before they realized the true threat to this world. Ji Yunzhou sighed lightly, still wanting to advise. These few Earth-sized old-timers beside themselves had notable identities within the Tower of the End, and their connections were quite extensive. Things spread out. The lone Chu Yutong, even if he possessed the Laosan Ghost King, could not stop the anger of the crowd. Really, that's something you should say to Senior Li. Chu Yutong's eyes were devoid of fear, even of blandness. When the crowd heard this, their faces all changed slightly, and Ji Yunzhou's heart quickly sank within him, as if he had thought of something. Elder Li is the pillar of my Tower of the End, so how could he have sheltered you from such behavior? Someone angrily rebuked. I'm afraid what he said is true. Li Qingsong should have taken him in as a disciple. Ji Yunzhou stared at Chu Yutong, instantly causing the faces of the crowd to change once again. If there was a great power like Li Qingsong as a blessing, who would dare to compete with him? You know quite a bit. Chu Yutong smiled coldly. As a figure standing at the pinnacle of the Tower of Ultimatum, a single word from him could decide the fate of a member, let alone a disciple status. By the time this Tower Master's reincarnation was over, Li Qingsong would in all probability become the new Emperor Shoshin Cave Master, and one's own future would not even be able to say how bright it would be. The crowd was silent, and there was fear in their eyes. Ji Yunzhou snapped his fingers, and the young alien behemoth that only saw pain and was suppressed was collected into the reincarnation space in the blink of an eye. I'll take note of this revenge, and I will return it in full in the future. Ji Yunzhou's gaze was clear and cold as he stared coldly at the Laosan Ghost King. The Laosan Ghost King was slightly stunned, and then let out a sound of laughter that was rampant and unrestrained. The whole body's ghostly aura rolled over, and the ghostly fire of the underworld swayed in the eye sockets, revealing a horrifyingly ferocious appearance. Little thing, do you know who you're talking to? He had lived for thousands of years, and as an absolute king of the weird world of Mashan, he had set off a world-destroying calamity, and how many powerful people had died in his hands. To this day, no one has ever dared to speak to him like that. Forget it, let him go, give that little head of his another 100 years, it's just a little thing. Chu Yutong opened his mouth indifferently. The alien behemoths were different from the starry sky behemoths, they were too far off. Ji Yunzhou was at least the East Emperor star, the young generation that had maintained the #1 reincarnation score in recent decades, yet his dependents around him were so weak and powerless, seriously dragging his feet. He didn't have any interest in continuing to tangle with Ji Yunzhou. After saying that, he walked towards a group of creepy known as the Shura Ghost Clan. Deception. The numerous reincarnators clenched their fists, their hearts extremely stifled. Ji Yunzhou was hidden and prepared to leave this place. However, he saw a black gas suddenly erupt from above his head, descending in an instant to land directly on the golden seal. Boom! Chu Yutong's face changed and he hastily backed away. That black gas shattered the golden seal, and the three ghost generals remained expressionless, only a hint of teasing was brought up in their eyes. Little friend, in my king's opinion, why do we need another day? Why don't we help you kill him today? A phantom sound rang out, and heaven and earth suddenly dimmed. A black aura slowly coalesced and stood in all directions at the entrance of the alley, forming an encirclement. The many cultivator clan powerhouses looked down at Chu Yutong, their eyes cold without the slightest bit of emotion. The moment that spectral sound rang out, the Laosan Ghost King felt an extremely terrifying fluctuation that enveloped the entire alleyway, coming from behind himself in slow steps. Just when he wanted to turn around, a pale ghostly hand had gently rested on his shoulder. His pupils clenched violently, his breathing stopped abruptly, and he looked with horror at the ghostly hand on his shoulder. Unable to move, afraid to move. Wisps of cold air blew along his neck, causing his entire body to stiffen and the coldness to pierce his bones. All the reincarnators in the room were shocked to death by this sudden change of heart. Chu Yutong's heart and mind heaved down as he slowly swept a glance above his head at the mass of dark shadows standing at the edge of the eaves. Hey, kid, talk, what do you mean? Ji Yunjo's heart was beating furiously. He had never felt such a frightening fluctuation of ghostly aura before, and his lips quickly lost their blood color. The Shura Ghost King's ghostly hand traced along the Laoshan Ghost King's shoulder and gently clasped his skull. Where are you from? This action gave the Laoshan Ghost King the creeps. Haven't seen you before, exotic species. The Shura Ghost King's tone seemed doubtful and tedious and boring. I thought that the three ghost generals had passed on the message that a new powerful Ghost King had appeared, and I thought that the other races had struck out against the Shura race, so I came immediately without stopping. It turned out to be a strange alien species, practicing the breath of years for barely 1,000 years only. Where on earth did you get the nerve to make a move against the Shura clan? I am the king of 10,000 ghosts of the Laoshan sect. You. His voice was tinged with trembling, and he wanted to burst out with the power of 1,000 years of cultivation, but before he could finish his words, destructive power descended on top of his head, and a palm overturned his skull. Up to this point, the Shura Ghost King's face became chilly and gloomy, and the flickering ghost fire in his pupils carried the ultimate ruthlessness. This scene caused Ji Yunjo's expression to freeze and caused Chu Yutong's heart to turn into a great horror. The many reincarnators were even more scalp-numb, and a death haze instantly enveloped them. Have they finally torn a corner of the horrors of meteor-level difficulty? Chapter 76. He is the White God of Murder. Move! The Laoshan Ghost King transformed into a ball of black gas and hurriedly moved away from the Shura Ghost King. His skull, which had been chipped away, was quickly restored again under the power of the origin. The face wrapped under the wide black robe had brought up a thick panic. The powerful aura from the Shura Ghost King was enough to absolutely suppress him. Even as a former king of a world, in the face of this terrifying power, a feeling of trepidation finally rose. His intuition told him that he was not a match for the Shura Ghost King. Slaughter them all for the king. The cultivator Ghost King's cold voice spread out as the order to kill was given. In an instant, the melee broke out. The many reincarnators of the Tower of the End were in a state of panic and did not dare to hold back, each displaying their own abilities. Ji Yunjo once again summoned the alien beast once more and choked his hands to cast Frost Domain. Chu Yutong retreated violently on his feet and hurriedly sent a message to Li Qingson, while at the same time a brilliant golden light erupted from his body. The Laoshan Ghost King was forced to only engage the Shura Ghost King once again, his pupils terrified and pale. A voice that was out of place, but at this moment, came from halfway across the firmament. Gentlemen, do you need any help? Ning Qingxian stopped in the air, looking down at the melee that had arisen below. His voice fell into the ears of everyone in the room and instantly attracted a large number of gazes. The titular guy? Chu Yutong frowned. A mere yellow member, or someone who had exchanged through a first level of battle merit in order to qualify to enter the Tower of the End, wasn't showing up this time looking for death? Please find Senior Su, or a few other heavenly old-timers, please. Ji Yunjo roared as he fought. Of course he recognized Ning Qingxian as well, the very same titular person who was at the same time as them. In this situation right now, there was no hope of escaping except for the 4 heavenly old-timers to assist. The strength displayed by the Shura Ghost King was steadily at the forefront of the Tower of the Final Destiny's heavenly characters, and even the Laoshan Ghost King and the new heavenly character, Chu Yutong, were definitely not opponents. Get a move on, don't be a hero. Similarly, there were reincarnators anxiously yelling. They were entangled by the Ghost General and it was extremely difficult for them to get out. It's this guy again. As the Laoshan Ghost King was beaten back, he glanced at Ning Qingxian out of the corner of his eye, and the throbbing and trembling in his heart instantly surged forth once more. Whenever he saw this man, he always had an uncontrollable shiver of trepidation. Suddenly, he felt the Shura Ghost King's killing attack disappear. In the middle of his line of sight, the cultivator Ghost King stared dead on at the figure in the sky above the dome. Ancient memories surfaced in his mind, and Ning Qingxuan's stance as he stood in the air gradually overlapped with the person who had belonged to the entire Divine Guile Cataclysm 6,000 years ago. It's you! You're alive? The Shura Ghost King couldn't believe it, although he hadn't experienced that catastrophe, so many years had passed. How could he not have heard of this terrifying character who was known as the white-clothed god of slaying amongst the entire Divine Guile community? A plague that had been blocking the Blood Pond Abyss for 200 years, nearly draining the Blood Pond Abyss origin to the point of exhaustion. When he came back to life, Ning Qingxian had already passed away. However, the other few Ghost Kings who were part of the Shura clan, including the majority of the clan, were not so lucky. It was only from their mouths that he himself realized what had actually happened to the entire Domain Cave world. The battle on the field quickly subsided, and all of the cultivator ghost clan's powerhouses brought creepiness within their pupils as they looked at Ning Qingxian. Witnessing this scene, Ning Qingxian couldn't remember if he had ever killed this ghost king. Too many, Moloch, Shura, Upper Sacrifice, Spectral Bone, Divine Sacrifice. Within 200 years, too many different groups had been resurrected, and the number of ghost kings was quite large. He wasn't surprised to be recognized. This time, he had come to Dragon City, but in fact, it was to pay tribute to Long Mei, the center city of the Great Xia Divine Kingdom, which was the domain of the Heavenly Sword Mountain for 1,000 miles around. I didn't expect to meet this vicious battle halfway. According to the determination of the Tower Master's will, a Ghost King should be able to obtain an evaluation of excellent or above, which was why he voiced his inquiry and did not directly strike. There is no need for the 4 old-timers, my strength alone is enough. Ning Qingxian spoke calmly. Currently, looking at this situation, they did indeed need help, it was just that they definitely wouldn't be able to get an evaluation above this excellent level. What a mouthful! The Shura Ghost King coldly snorted. All the gods and devils in the world are afraid of your white-clothed killing god, but this king is not. His words spread out, and he couldn't help but make the thrill in the eyes of many of the Xiao Luo clan's powerhouses dissipate for the most part, gradually diffusing a layer of arrogance and self-confidence. Even the king said so, what's there to be afraid of? The white god of killers. Chu Yutong panted heavily, getting a short rest, but after hearing these words, his pupils instantly contracted, his eyes full of incredulity. He looked at Ning Qingxian once more, his mind exploding with a rumble. Having come all this way and searched a large number of bizarre memories, the greatest fear within these bizarre hearts was always an ancient powerhouse by the name of the White God of Slaying. Yet right now, judging from the information spewing out of the Shura Ghost King's mouth, the white-clothed god of slayers was close by? No way. How is this possible? How can this be the same person? His pupils quaked, and the Ning Qingxian standing in the air in his line of sight, the fixed impression yellow-sized members, the various labels of backdoor entry into the Tower of the End, inexplicably trembled and vaguely shattered. The Laoshan Ghost King even shivered violently. He finally understood why, from Ning Qingxuan's body, there was always an aura emanating that made his scalp numb. Throughout, Ji Yunzhou and the many reincarnators, on the other hand, were suddenly puzzled. Good, I appreciate your backbone. Ning Qingxian looked down at the cultivator Ghost King below, his eyes showing his approval. This arrogance and indomitability was doubly impulsive. He was somewhat moved to compassion. Judging from the power around him, this Shura Ghost King's strength far exceeded that of the other Ghost Kings, stronger than the Upper Sacrifice Ghost King of that year, the Moloch Ghost King, and so on, I'm afraid. Even if it was the Laoshan Ghost King, in front of him, he could only be completely abused. If they were well trained, they might make good dependents as well. Not to mention, Ning Qingxian really looked good. Leave these people to the king, you guys go kill him. The Cultivator Ghost King bellowed, and the command was once again conveyed, as all of the Cultivator Ghost Clan's powerhouses killed Ning Qingxian one after another. Chu Yutong and Ji Yunzhou and the others couldn't help but have their hearts and minds tense up once again. He was just about to defend against the Shura Ghost King's killing attack, but unexpectedly, after the command was conveyed, the Shura Ghost King turned into a wisp of black smoke and turned around to run wildly. The crowd looked at each other with a slightly stunned expression. It's over, why isn't this plague dead? The Cultivator Ghost King trembled like sifting chaff, changing his previous arrogant stance and almost scared out of his wits. He erupted into the fastest speed of his life, just wanting to escape back to the domain cave immediately. On the other side, Li Qingsong's face was cold and grim as he stepped into the air and sped to arrive, followed by a large number of members of the Tower of the End of Days, all of whom were clearly above the Earth size. I'd like to see who dares to rob my disciples' resources. Li Qingsong's eyes dazzled with coldness, and his magnificent power spread in all directions. Chapter 77 Li Qingsong's Hostility, Immortal Queen comes down the mountain. Under the night, the Dragon City was surging with darkness. Dragon City was different from other central cities. This was the Heavenly Sword Mountain from 6,000 years ago, sitting on the entire immortal race. At this moment, with Ning Qingxuan's arrival, he was in the depths of the majestic Heavenly Sword Mountain, within the Forbidden Land. The immortal queen in seclusion, her eyes trembled slightly, and the Yuanshan pledge in her body showed signs of reactivation. My lord sent, he's still alive? Looking at the 4 sides of the Heavenly Sword Mountain, the many immortal race powerhouses opened their eyes in unison. After 6,000 years, this place had long become the holy mountain of the Great Xia Divine Kingdom, and every day, there were the people of Great Xia, who came here to pay homage to their old ancestors. The commotion quickly drew the attention of the subs. Is the immortal queen coming out? The crowd was agitated, and a gaze looked deeper into the Forbidden Land as they made a pilgrimage. In the middle of the line of sight, a great number of immortal race powerhouses sped out from the depths of the Forbidden Land. This vast array was immediately discovered by the Dragon City General Bureau. What has happened? Has another Een Lord led a large invasion? Many powerful Guile harnessers showed fear in their expressions. The Immortal Queen, as the town god of the Great Xia Divine Kingdom, possessed a deterrent power that was not the least bit weaker than that of the three great soul weapons. She also had two major immortal ghost kings under her command, which were at the top ghost king level of existence, and even if the legendary demon Luo Ghost King invaded again, it would not be enough to be feared. The only time the Undying Queen would show up was when the Een Lord level appeared. But they didn't notice that there were signs of a Een Lord level invasion. What is the reason for such a sound? In this situation, almost all of the strongest members of the immortal race had been mobilized, and even the Immortal Queen had come straight out of the gate. On the other side, in the direction of the alleyway. How to run away? Ning Qingxian was speechless for a moment as he looked at the Shura Ghost King, who had turned into a wisp of black smoke and disappeared in an instant. It was so hard to find a powerful Ghost King with a strong iron bone and fearlessness that he was ready to train him and take him into his family. And it ran away? He looked down to the side, to the many Shura race creeps that were entangled in golden chains and were shivering, and sighed softly. Immediately afterward, he sensed something and couldn't help but raise his eyes to the distance. Being within the entrance of the alley, Chu Yutong was stunned in place, and the Laozhan Ghost King was filled with fear, so scared that he didn't move a muscle. The moment Ning Qingxian had just struck out, the intimidating aura that had killed an unknown number of bizarre people had spread across the board. Ji Yunzhou and the many members of the Tower of Finality, on the other hand, had their heads buzzing. There was so much information that they were completely unable to react to what was going on for a moment. The Shura Ghost King, who was strong enough to crush the Ghost King of Laozhan, was still in a breathtaking mood just now, but in the twinkling of an eye, he fled. What is the meaning of the so-called White God of Murder? Elderly is here. There were cries of alarm as a long rainbow streaked across the sky and Li Qingsong's figure appeared. The four heavenly characters and dozens of earthly characters that followed behind that formed a huge shock to Ji Yunzhou and the others, and their faces quickly paled. Apprentice son, tell the master who is competing with you for resources. Li Qingsong's majestic voice resounded, and immediately a majestic and great power opened and closed, directly enveloping 100 miles around, forming a boundary domain field. Ji Yunzhou bowed his head, his hands shaking slightly as he clenched his fists. The yellow characters around him were all like that, their eyes full of fear. Who is Li Qingsong? The pillar of the Tower of Ultimatum would most likely become the heavenly character number 1 of the Emperor's Star Cave Keeper. They couldn't afford to be offended, but there seemed to be no hiding at the moment. No thing, it was a misunderstanding on my part. Chu Yutong's dry laughter voice rang out, his face was even more ugly than Ji Yunzhou and the others. This change in attitude surprised Ji Yunzhou greatly. Li Qingsong frowned, keenly smelling that something was wrong at Chu Yutong's perverse words like this, as if he was afraid of something. He slowly scanned everyone present, eventually resting his gaze on Ning Qingxian, and with that golden chain wrapped around a host of strangeness, the result was obvious. He snorted coldly in his heart, since he could tell at a glance that Ning Qingxian was definitely not an ordinary person. The power fluctuations that were invisibly revealed around his body were not at all something that a yellow fawn size should possess. It must be the titular person. Chu Yutong was so afraid of this person. Was there some imperial star figure behind him? Return the resources in your hand, to my disciple, immediately, right now. Li Qingsong coldly looked at Ning Qingxian, his tone carrying an unquestionable, completely non-negotiable, directly commanding tone. The four oldest heavenly characters and dozens of earthly characters in the back took a step forward in unison, their gazes grim. This terrifying pressure caused shocking ripples in space that landed on Ning Qingxuan's body. Chu Yutong only felt that the sky had collapsed and his heart seemed to have stopped beating. Ning Qingxian was silent for a moment, as if he hadn't anticipated that this would be the situation. Is this so-called number 1 in the sky always like this? Won't he ask what's going on? Afterward, Ning Qingxian smiled. Just as well, why should he have to explain? You can ask about the shenanigans, I have no problem with that. Ning Qingxuan's tone was relatively flat, and the crowd of cultivator ghost clansmen shook their heads frantically as they listened. They seemed to know very well that offending no one could offend this killing god. The coldness in Li Qingsong's eyes became more prevalent, gradually revealing the slightest hint of killing intent. Looking at the entire Tower of the End, no one had ever dared to not give him face. If Ning Qingxian were to let Ning Qingxian take away these shenanigans today, What would those heavenly and earthly characters who followed him in the future think? I'll count to 3. Li Qingsong slowly raised his hand, a fluctuation of terrifying greatness slowly flowed out, and a space vortex that covered the sky then appeared above his head. Huge, dark, and eerie. Everyone present witnessed this scene and all of them sucked in cool air. Tianzi number 1 is going to make a move on Huanzi? Within the Tower of Ultimatum, there is an explicitly forbidden rule that members may not kill each other, resulting in the death of a member, during the Tower Master's reincarnation. After all, every member is the future gem of the Tsonlan department, but that doesn't mean that you can't make a move, as long as the other party doesn't die. It would be even less of a problem if it was done by the dependents. And what Li Qingsong was about to unleash by opening and closing the reincarnation space seal was his famous dependent, an evil king of the demon great world, at the high super S-class level. In this situation, Li Qingsong was truly enraged. 1. Heavenly sounds rolled out, and the spatial vortex revealed a boundless evil aura. The commotion was so vast that it triggered the panic of all the subjects within a 100-mile radius, and there were already a large number of guile harnessers on a mission who looked up, their faces changing drastically. Ning Qingshuan's gaze remained flat, and he couldn't afford the slightest ripple inwardly. Don't master. He's the heavenly sword successor from 6,000 years ago, the most powerful person in the entire 9 divine kingdoms back then. Shu Yutan let out a terrified yell, only he knew what Ning Qingshan really was and how terrifying his strength was. The words came out, but they were drowned out in the sound of Li Qingsong, that icy cold countdown that rolled over heaven and earth. 2. Thud. An enormous evil hand poked out from the spatial vortex, emitting dark and gloomy exterminating fluctuations. Immediately after, is the spray of rotten black rain of the hideous head, bone wings stretched out, angry pupils ferocious as if to devour all living beings. The Laosan Ghost King stared blankly, as if he had never expected that there was such a horrible and appalling monster in the heavens. Is this the strength of the heavenly character? 3. Roar. The evil king descended, and thunder rolled in the heavens and earth like the end of days. It wantonly released its horrible evil thoughts, roaring to the heavens and the earth, but at this time the entire 100 miles of sealed space inexplicably fell apart. A jade hand gently rested on its head, and a loud boom was heard as unimaginable power erupted, and the clouds were instantly overturned and pushed across hundreds of miles away. It let out a mournful scream as its entire body's flesh and blood shattered inch by inch from top to bottom. Master. The undying queen arrived, her figure reflected in everyone's eyes, accompanied by a shower of blood raining down from the sky. The sudden and drastic change caused Li Qingsong to raise his head fiercely, his eyes showing disbelief. Chapter 78, Ancestor of Daxia, Ning Qingxian. With the flickering of thunder in the firmament, it reflected the undying race powerhouses that covered the sky. They stepped into the air from all directions, clustering around their master and descending behind Ning Qingxian, uncountable under the dense mass. The grim gazes were all looking at Li Qingsong's group, causing the scene to turn into an indescribable intimidation. The rain of blood in the firmament continued to wave, and the immortal queen's gesture of lifting her hand and blasting the evil king to death caused everyone in the entire arena to be flooded with extreme chills at the bottom of their hearts. The 4 oldest heavenly ranks, and dozens of earthly ranks, their faces clamored and changed in shock. What is this shenanigans? A palm blast kills the king of evil demons. This. One must know that dependent of Li Qingsong was a genuine Super S-grade high rank, the king of evil demons of a side of the demon great world. The woman's figure that appeared in the line of sight, could it be that her strength had already touched the meteorite star? Yes, it's the meteor-level difficulty of the reincarnation world. That woman must be a top-notch big boss. A thought quickly flashed through the crowd's minds, and their hearts beat wildly. Throughout, Ji Yunzhou and the others were already having their minds fall into blankness, losing the ability to think. With Ning Qingshuan's indifferent face reflected in his eyes, as well as the densely packed immortal race powerhouses around him, the strong visual impact deeply shook their minds and souls. You can command the Yin Lord? Li Qingsong slowly turned his head and looked at Ning Qingshan, his voice bringing up a hint of huskiness. Coming from the immortal queen, the unimaginably bizarre oppressive force was beyond the Ghost King level, and belonged to the Yin Lord, given his understanding of the ranks of this world. A great Yin Lord level Bazaar, as well as the entire Bazaar race, were actually flocking to this person? As you can see. Ning Qingxian didn't cover it up. His words were accompanied by thunderous booms that fell into everyone's ears. The intimidating power of this image caused Li Qingsong to fall silent. Glancing at himself out of the corner of his eye, Shu Yutong, the good disciple he had just taken in, only to see that his face was white as a sheet. Vaguely, I think I heard him shout something earlier, but I didn't catch it. Who the hell are you? At this moment, the shock within Li Qingsong's heart was unspeakable. The Ning Qingxian in front of him was more than just an ordinary person, and had completely exceeded his imagination. The yellow-sized endgame status that was only acquired through first-class battle merit was a complete mismatch with Ning Qingshuan's strength, temperament, and so on. As such, it seemed that Ning Qingxian had actually missed out on the endless battlefield tournament, and had only been able to enter the Tower of Ultimatum by way of titling. And even more mind-boggling was the fact that Ning Qingxian was bound to have some sort of astonishing connection with this reincarnation world. Ah, it's just a misunderstanding. Why do we have to make such a mess? Disperse, all disperse. Beside Li Qingsong, the cool old heavenly rank that looked like a military figure suddenly let out a dry laugh. He pulled Li Qingsong and was about to turn around and leave when he saw the immortal queen descend from the sky, her face expressionless. The people's bodies stiffened and their eyes showed fear. This started because of me, and it's all my fault. Chu Yutong hurriedly spoke from below. If it wasn't for the conflict with Ji Yunzhou and the others, there wouldn't have been such a misunderstanding. Elder Ning should be a transmigrator, right? The heavenly sword ancestor who captured the heavenly furnace 6,000 years ago in the Great Xia Divine Kingdom must be you. It's the latecomer's eyes that were clumsy and didn't see it earlier. Chu Yutong bowed deeply and made a bow. He had long ago found out some of the information in the official background information of the Great Summer Divine Kingdom. He had already known Ning Qingshuan's identity from the moment the White God of Slayer's name was disclosed, and the Immortal Queen's descent at this moment solidified it even further. What did you say? Li Qingsong's silent expression was suddenly stunned. The words were not shocking, and the many heavenly and earthly characters looked at each other in dismay, their hearts and minds instantly flooding with waves. How could they not have heard of this name along the way? Ning Qingxian glanced at Chu Yutong and did not respond. He then whisked his sleeve and no longer stayed here, stepping into the air and running towards Heavenly Sword Mountain, leaving the rest of the matter to the Immortal Queen. So it is so, the Great Summer Chang Old Ancestor. This person can even make this kind of shocking feats. I have made a big trouble. The shock set off within Li Qingsong's heart became even more intense. He murmured, gazing deeply at Ning Qingshuan's back. In his mind, the magnificent figure of the first strongest person of the 9 regions has gradually emerged, which has been lingering in his ears recently. On the other side, the news quickly spread like a storm. Beyond Dragon City, in the direction of the Endless Plains, Su Half-Summer was leading her dependents and team, constantly running to Dragon City. Someone had sent word that Li Qingsong was battling a yellow type in Dragon City, and it had even alarmed the Een Lord level bazaar. Elder Su, there's a new situation. That yellow member named Ning Qingxian is a titular person, but he seems to be extremely strong. And having once been a transmigrator's identity, in multiple heavenly worlds, he has established great achievements. Hearing this, Su Hanxia turned back in surprise. Transmigrants were not new to her. There was one in her own family's ancestry, but he had been gone for years. No wonder he was able to engage Li Kangkang despite being burdened with the yellow character. She was secretly amazed. Immediately afterward, exclamations of shock came from the rear, tinged with disbelief. Elder Su, there's a big melon. The crowd sniffed and looked at him. This Ning Qingxian, who was once reincarnated in the 9 divine kingdoms 6,000 years ago, that changing ancestor who fought the 3 heavens pride supreme powers solo and ultimately captured the heavens furnace, it turns out to be him. He's also known as the White God of Slaying, and is said to have suppressed the domain cave world for a full 200 years by himself. There's also the Een Lord level Immortal Queen, the entire immortal race's strongest, are all his dependents, and have just slaughtered Li Qingsong's dependent's evil king. Su Half-Summer's figure came to a violent halt, and a large number of members of the Tower of Finality sucked in a breath of cool air, their jaws dropping. The White God of Slaying, the Great Summer Supreme? Su Hanxia was breathing heavily. It didn't take much time to arrive here from the desolate Court Divine Kingdom. Along the way, he continued to investigate various materials, and basically had a very clear understanding of the historical background of the entire 9 divine kingdoms. Chang Wu-Hate, a person written into the history books, belonging to the old ancestor of the Great Xia Divine Kingdom, was born in the Golden Age of the 9 regions, the epoch when the celestial prides came out in abundance. 10 years in seclusion, out of the world to swing the Great Xia Divine Kingdom's weirdness, carrying the expectations of all the people in the Great Xia Divine Kingdom, one person facing the 3 great heavenly pride supreme powers, succeeding in capturing the heavenly furnace, and shaking the 9 regions inside and outside the fame. After that, he disappeared into the world of the domain cave for 200 years, and few people knew what happened. However, in some wild history, there were rumors that he was blocking the bizarre birth point alone, and in this way, he was able to create a situation where it was very rare to see the bizarre in the entire range of the 9 regions. Such a legendary figure, a supreme powerhouse that was unsurpassable by default in the 9 regions. Su Hanxia only had admiration and respect, marveling at the fact that there was also such a man of distinction among the natives of the other world. It had never occurred to me that this could be a reincarnator of the reincarnation hall. Ning Qingxian. Su half-summer deeply memorized this name and once again accelerated the speed of her journey to Dragon City, eager to see it with her own eyes. Chapter 79 Tower Masters will access Fusion of Historical Merits. Heavenly Sword Mountain, Heavenly Sword Pond. Ning Qingxian returned once more, his heart doubled with sadness. The old scene is gone and changed dramatically. This place had been maintained to a certain extent by the high-level personnel of the Great Summer Divine Kingdom. That's why there are some steels where the outline of the text is still vaguely visible. Longmire's grave mound, buried in the rear. My lord, that Shura Ghost King has been brought back, and according to the information he was informed of, he infiltrated Dragon City this time in order to inquire about me. The immortal queen came from behind and spoke in a whisper. The 5 lords of the domain cave world have vaguely reached some sort of consensus, but the specifics are not known to that Shura Ghost King. Ning Qingxian nodded slightly as he listened. He had the opportunity to return this time, and was already prepared to solve, once and for all, the problem of the 9 regions' bizarre disasters. I know you have a lot of doubts, but now is not the time to explain. I'll go into detail with you after a while. The immortal queen was silent, especially remembering the doubts that had arisen within her back then when she had just taken the Yuanshan vow. Can a human race live for tens of thousands of years? Right now, Ning Qingxian had returned. Along with them appeared a multitude of unknown and mysterious experts. The immortal queen didn't ask anything, she only needed to confirm that Ning Qingxian was real, and that was enough. Arching her hand in greeting, she retreated. Before Ning Qingxuan's eyes, the textual description of the Tower Lords will quickly surfaced again. Once again, you made a demeanor that overturned the annals of history, and you conquered a party of immortal and strange races with your own great strength, and even their king offered his knee. Breathtaking, you have earned 2 flawless ratings. Ning Qingxuan's heart moved slightly. 2 flawless evaluations? According to the Tower of Ultimatum, the current evaluation level, flawless, already belonged to the highest level, and the rewards were also the most generous. Other than that, he hadn't heard that there were grades beyond the immaculate evaluation. Tower Master, I want to redeem the flawless evaluation. It's opening the final mall for you, flawless level. Ning Qingxian quickly browsed through it. Unlike the Reincarnation Hall's mall, many rare items existed in the final mall, and the flawless grade was even rarer. Typically, Endbringer members who could get a flawless evaluation would not easily choose to redeem it, as it was equally important to advance their status, as well as their floors. But Ning Qingxian didn't care. He had already gotten an excellent evaluation once, and it was enough that he hadn't wasted that Long Ash's Star Lord's good intentions. The most important thing at the moment was to fully restore the battle power of his heyday. With a cursory scan, he found something called Little Star Marrow Liquid. Obviously, this is a scaled-down version of Star Marrow Liquid. Although there was quite a gap between the effects and the real Star Marrow Liquid, it could be made up for as long as the quantity was large enough. What's more, he was still a fraction of a second away from being back to his full strength. There was no hesitation and 2 bottles were redeemed straight away. The power of the rules of the Tower of Finality slowly surfaced in his palm, and 2 small bottles of Star Marrow Liquid then appeared. Ning Qingxian took them down in droves, and a majestic and endless power of origin quickly spread through his body. Detected Yellow member Ning Qingxian, suspected to have been reincarnated in the 9 domains reincarnation world, is accessing the will of the Tower Master's main body, and is fusing historical merits. Suddenly, a mechanical electronic synthesized sound followed. Time passes, the world of the domain cave. 2 days after the Dragon City incident. In the direction of the Blood Pond Abyss back then, grand and tall ancient palaces were once again established here. Stretching for 100 miles, it exuded a lofty, solemn, and rather eerie aura. Inside one of the palaces, there were 5 masters sitting around a table. The ghostly flames swayed, the ghostly reflections, and the atmosphere was very low. It was only after a long time that the upper sacrificing lord slowly spoke. Recently, quite a number of powerful guile harnessers have appeared within the 9 divine powers. Their identities are unknown, and there is no way to trace them. They are not official, yet they have gone around sealing our clan and knocked out many strongholds. External news has been cut off for a whole day. Are a few of you still prepared to act according to the original plan? For some reason, the Lord of the Upper Sacrificing has always had a kind of inexplicable uneasiness in recent days, and his right eyelid has been jumping non-stop, which is a vague sign of impending catastrophe. At first it wasn't a concern, until he had a number of ghost generals under his command who suddenly disappeared without a trace. After investigating a bit, the party realized that many mysterious and powerful people had appeared in the 9 divine kingdoms. Of course we have to act according to the plan. The beginning ancestor will continue to enter the wheel of reincarnation for a while longer, and I'm afraid that when his old man resurrects, it will be 10,000 years from now. The demon Luoyin Lord spoke indifferently, and the gaze that looked at the upward sacrificing Lord was vaguely unkind. However, due to the present situation and the pressure from the patriarch, he could only put aside his past grudges. You only need to reseal that immortal race. This kind of race that is not under the control of the patriarch is indeed a big trouble. On the opposite side, the spectral Bonin Lord responded in a deep voice. However, he saw the upper sacrificing Lord sneer. Do you think it's that easy? If I hadn't been present that day, you would have already been beaten to death by the immortal queen. The spectral Bonin Lord's expression was not displeased. 20 years ago he led an attack on the Great Summer Divine Kingdom and encountered the immortal queen. Indeed, the upper sacrificing Lord made a move to retreat in one piece. It's different this time, with all 5 of us working together. We're still afraid of her alone? Demon Luoyin Lord said faintly. Even if the immortal queen is no longer strong, there is a time when her power is exhausted, and she will not be able to escape the fate of being resealed in the end. For him, the most important thing was about the division of the territory of the 9 divine kingdoms. Taking advantage of the fact that the patriarch was still around this time, it was excellent to be able to settle the perennial chaos of fighting in the domain cave world. As the lord of the immortal clan, you actually signed a Yuan Shen oath with that Chang Wu hate. It's simply the shame of my domain cave, and certain clan lords. They were even killed through the domain cave by Chang Wu hate. If this sovereign had been alive back then, this would not have happened. The divine sacrificing lord, who had never spoken, coldly mentioned that person's name. In an instant, the face of the upper sacrificing lord directly turned ugly, and his heart even jerked violently, as if he had torn open a long-heeled wound and sprinkled another handful of salt. Why bring up what happened back then, when that man is long dead? The upper sacrificing lord's tone was extremely dissatisfied as he stared at the divine sacrificing lord. This old brat really deserved to die. What's the noise? Suddenly, a supreme will descended. Above their heads, a pair of ancient evil eyes slowly condensed. The beginning. The 5 masters immediately rose. In the face of the Lord Patriarch who had bestowed them with a steady stream of vitality essence and the chance to be revived time and time again, even the greatest of contradictions did not dare to flare up. Gather all the clans and prepare to seal the immortal queen. A pale voice came from the beginning, with a hint of weariness. He was running out of time, and what needed to be resolved immediately. As you wish. The 5 lords looked respectful and bent down in unison, their hearts and minds all surging. An epical era that belonged entirely to the bizarre race was about to arrive. Chapter 80, Up Sacrificing Lord, My Hijacking Returns? Now inserting an important piece of information. Many days ago, within the dragon city of the Great Summer Divine Kingdom, a horrifying attack occurred, and the Queen of the Undying arrived in time to defuse the situation. In addition, according to those in the know, the Great Summer Divine Kingdom's Chang old ancestor from 6,000 years ago is suspected to have reappeared. The origin of the news is unknown, and the officials have said that they are currently in the midst of verifying this. The general public is urged to recognize the information carefully and not to be deceived. Dragon City Central Times Square, the busiest street area. The news was playing on a huge screen, and the crowds of people were looking up and stopping, all with stunned and bewildered faces. Seriously, the old ancestor swindled? Since the officials have come out to dispel the rumors, I'm afraid it's true, and they must have gotten some of the real information already. It's been 6,000 years. Could it be that old ancestor Chang has been lying in the mausoleum all this time, cultivating some kind of immortality technique? The neighborhood was bustling with people, and in every direction, there were many members of the Tower of Ultimatum mixed in. They had gazed at the TV news, and the word had long been completely spread internally about the events of the previous few days. Next to Su Half-Summer, stood the 3rd number of the heavenly character, a man with a full head of red hair, sighing and opening his mouth at this moment. I heard that all of Li Qingsan's evil king dependents were slaughtered? I don't know what exactly the scene was that day. Many of the members of the Tower of Finality witnessed the scene that day, and there was no shortage of people scattered around Dragon City. It was a pity that he was in the 7th Divine Kingdom at the time and was unable to see it. Su Hanxiao was silent for a long time and responded, I was also late. When I arrived there was only the remains of the evil king left. the battle was all over. She didn't tell the redhead that she had received exact information. Some people met Li Qingsong by chance and found that on Li Qingsong, the sharp edge that had lingered for years was hardened and smoothed out. Many of the heavenly ranks and earthly ranks that followed Li Qingsong were grayed out, their aura gone, and they became quite honest. This number one of the heavenly characters of the Tower of the End was considered to have kicked the can down the road. In years past, when himself and the other two veteran heavenly figures faced Li Qingsong, either one of them would need to retreat. Unexpectedly, he, who had always been invincible, had also finally suffered a huge setback and paid a heavy price in this world of meteoric star-level difficulty. I'm afraid that after this time, he won't be able to continue to hold the title of Heavenly Character number 1. But that being said, Li Qingsong's virtue was not worthy of his position in the first place. It's still a bit of a distance from the other galaxies in the sky. Enough about him, you've also gotten the flawless evaluation these days, right? The red-haired man suddenly changed the topic. He led his team to kill in the 7th Divine Kingdom and reaped a full harvest, having already had 2 Ghost King classes killed by him, smashing numerous bizarre strongholds, and earning 1 flawless evaluation from the Tower Master. If you have it, I will have it. Su Hanxiao was not willing to show weakness and spoke faintly. Good luck then. The red-haired man smiled weakly and prepared to turn and leave. However, at this moment, his footsteps suddenly stopped and he frowned at the sky above Dragon City's dome. Rumble. Suddenly, an ancient and great evil power opened and closed, and descended instantly across an incomparable distance. The firmament was directly torn open with huge dark cracks, slowly condensing 5 pillars of dark light. This sudden change attracted the attention of everyone in Dragon City. A large number of members of the Tower of the End also looked up in unison. Kill! Shocking roars, tinged with greed, resounded from the 5 pillars of darkness and light in no time, followed by an overwhelming army of weirdness, like locusts madly surging out. This was clearly some sort of ancient teleportation formation. Dragon City was soon plunged into the chaos of yin and yang rebellion, the wind and clouds change, the sun and the moon turned dark. Not only Dragon City, but when looking at all the major cities of the Great Xia Divine Kingdom, teleportation formations appeared out of thin air. The many members of the Tower of Finality who had scattered and spread out, sealing the weirdness for many consecutive days without any pause, had their hearts and minds shaken at the sight of this change. It's the bizarre army of the domain cave world that's killing us. Su Hanxiao's pupil shrunk slightly, feeling a very alarming oppressive force. In just a split second, there were black and uncountable numbers of bizarre people, frantically surging out from within the 5 pillars of light, running in all directions of Dragon City. Screams rang out as crowds fled in all directions of the street. Without any hesitation, Su Half-Summer ordered everyone in the team, report to me when you encounter the Ghost King, and kill the rest. She took a step away and ran into the sky. Looking at various places in Dragon City, there were figures of members of the Tower of Ultimatum in action. A huge confrontation was staged in no time. Well, it's time for me to brush up on my reviews. The red-haired man, however, laughed out loud, his heart incomparably uplifted. He took a big step forward, and with a wave of his sleeve a shocking power erupted, killing a large number of severe ghosts on the spot. Be careful, there might be a Yin Lord arriving. Su Hanxia hurriedly warned with a voice. The red-haired man killed his way up to the sky and came face to face with a number of Ghost Kings, his eyes revealed greed as he directly offered the ancient clock sacred object from the reincarnation space. The moment it was struck violently, countless bizarre instantly let out mournful screams and flew into oblivion. A number of Ghost King also suffered a heavy blow. The red-haired man does not leave any strength, the whole body of the terrible power wantonly pouring, laughing loudly in the hands of the ancient clock sacred suddenly expanded, directly will be a number of Ghost King shrouded. This pugnacious battle strength was a reflection of being number 3 in the heavenly character of the Tower of Finality. But immediately afterward, his face suddenly changed and his figure violently retreated. In the original location, a pale ghost hand appeared. Storm buckled down actually directly caused the formation of a spatial vortex, within 100 meters reduced to nothingness. Where is the weirdness? The redhead's heart raced. That's a pretty quick response. The figure of the upper sacrificing lord stepped out of the nothingness, and an unimaginable ghostly domain spread out. 10 miles, 100 miles, 1,000 miles, until it enveloped the entire Dragon City. Yin Lord. The red-haired man's heart and mind sank suddenly, and Su Half-Summer was covered in chills. The Yin Lord level appeared. This was not a simple bizarre infestation, it already belonged to an extremely terrifying havoc. Immediately afterward, the image that made both of them sweat appeared. In the 5 dark pillars of light, 4 Lord level auras erupted once again, and another 4 types of terrifying ghost domain power opened and closed, encircling Dragon City layer after layer. Outsiders can't get in, and not even a fly can get out inside. You're the scumbag who wantonly suppressed our clan. The spectral bone Lord's clear and cold heavenly voice spread out, triggering dark thunder to roar. Before the red-haired man could react, there was an overwhelming coalescence of blood-colored skeletons that transformed into a face that covered the sky and devoured towards the red-haired man. Shun. His figure retreated violently and threw out the ancient bell's sacred object in his hand, expanding 10,000 meters in a flash, only to be blasted to pieces by the impact of the skeleton face. The red-haired man suffered a backlash and stifled a grunt, his face flushed. With just one move, he realized that he, himself, was not a match for the Lord. Su Hanxia's face was unsightly as she sped over, but even if the two of them joined forces, they were only able to fight off one Lord. Don't get attached to the battle, quickly find the immortal queen. The low voice of the divine sacrifice Lord sounded, and the 5 Lords were about to run to Heavenly Sword Mountain when they saw that there was already a fury erupting above their heads. The undead queen is here. Ah, you've got some nerve. The 5 Lords looked delighted. The immortal queen obviously knew that the 5 of them were targeting her, and she even dared to show herself. Of course I'm going to go out and greet a guest. The immortal queen calmly opened her mouth, a boundless and majestic weird power pouring out, similarly carrying out her own ghost domain to fight against the 5 masters. Take her. The divine sacrifice Lord drank lowly. Ancient spells coalesced, and the 5 major spell seals subdued towards the immortal queen. The vault of heaven was instantly thrown into chaos, and Su Half-Summer and the red-haired man couldn't even get their hands on it, being shaken back and forth in the aftermath of the 6 terrifying ghost domains confrontation. Is this the immortal queen who slaughtered Li Qingsong's dependents? She was even able to fight against the 5 Lords at the same time? The red-haired man's pupils quaked, somewhat hard to believe. It's just as well that such a perverted attribute as immortality can be so strong? At this moment, looking at various places in Dragon City, the members of the Tower of the End fought hard and quickly gained a large number of ratings. Chu Yutong and the Laosan Ghost King, Ji Yunzhou, and the alien beasts and other figures were visible. The terrifying battle that erupted in the sky above the firmament similarly caught their attention. The beginning. The Lord of the Upper Sacrifice roars. 5 people fighting in concert was already the limit of the immortal queen's power to resist. The moment the voice fell, a long and ancient aura of age finally emanated from the gap in space that had been torn open at the edge of the sky. A figure took a step forward with Su, and that deep power fluctuation caused the 6 ghost domains to twist and distort. Even the immortal queen had an unprecedentedly grave expression on her face. At this moment, it seemed as if the entire Dragon City had fallen. With the arrival of the eerie patriarch, the world was shrouded under the underworld, and the firmament burned with boundless ghostly flames. That uncountable army of weirdness boiled and roared in unison with fervor. The people of Dragon City were terrified, and the many members of the Tower of Finality felt the onset of the gloom of death. The faces of Su Hanxia and the red-haired man became paler and paler. This was obviously an old man who had mastered some kind of ancient spell power. Seal. The beginning ancestor emitted a pale voice and gently extended a finger towards the immortal queen. As the spell seals coalesced, the space between heaven and earth contracted, only to see a massive dark ghostly tower appear in the air above the head of the undying queen. The power of the ghost tower seal was far beyond the one that the upper sacrificing lord, who had set up a trap to cast back then. You're done. The upper sacrificing lord laughed maniacally. In the next instant, the laughter came to an abrupt end. There was a golden light that erupted from the direction of the Heavenly Sword Mountain, breaking through all the ghostly domains along the way, cutting through all the darkness and eerie power of the long sky. When it landed on the ghost tower, it struck it to pieces. The immortal queen breathed a sigh of relief. The sudden change caused the beginning ancestors' movements to stall slightly. The 5 great masters violently looked towards the Heavenly Sword Mountain, accompanied by a lazy word that spread across the heavens and the universe, resounding in their ears as if it was a shocking thunderbolt. Finally. Ning Qingshan walked from Heavenly Sword Mountain, and behind him, 100,000 feet of haze tore through the darkness of all things, collapsing the ghostly domains of the 5 great lords, completely. He looked at the beginning ancestor as well as the 5 lords, the corners of his mouth bringing up a smile. This scene fell into the eyes of the upper sacrificing lord, mirroring Ning Qingshuan's figure and causing his mind to instantly sweep with boundless trepidation. Chapter 81, A Million Hands, Repairing the Rules. White killing god. It's him. Why isn't he dead? Looking in all directions of Dragon City, uncountable weirdos. Seeing that figure at the top of the dome, the fear deep inside instantly surged out furiously. The shadow of that death 6,000 years ago, being blocked in the blood pond abyss for 200 years, killed over and over again, the hell-like scene resurfaced in his mind, instantly triggering a scream. The upper sacrificing lord looked at Ning Qingxian in horror. How could he not have expected this? After so many years had passed, he would see his hijacking again. This person is? Ning Qingxian? Su Hanxia's gaze was stunned, and the Ning Qingxian in her line of sight was recklessly releasing great and boundless divine power. Unguessable, unimaginable, how strong that is. His appearance caused the ghost domain to fall apart in just a split second. Looking at all the places in Dragon City, the uncountable weirdos all trembled in fear. The fear that had been carved into the depths of their souls was detonated on the spot. The many members of the final tower looked at each other in disbelief. Just how terrifying had Ning Qingxian become, and what kind of indelible mental trauma had he inflicted on these shenanigans? Seeing you today after 6,000 years and still being scared like this? Beginner, run away. The upper sacrificing lord turned his head and let out a terrified roar. If the patriarch dies, the world of the domain cave will no longer be able to come back to life. This catastrophe that belonged to the entire Divine Guile community was even more unbearable than it was back then. The other foreign lords, too, snapped out of their shock and defiantly killed Ning Qingxian in unison, and the upper sacrificing lord hardened his head and similarly roared as he killed. Since Ning Qingxian had waited for the beginning ancestor, how could he easily let the beginning ancestor escape? If we can't solve it today, we won't have another chance in the future. He raised his hand and 100,000 feet of Yuanshan coalesced with a bang. The huge, boundless golden palm landed on the bodies of the 5 great Yin lords with a single slap. As the divine power burst out, the 5 Yin lords let out mournful screams on the spot, their entire bodies' ghostly chi falling apart. Since he had already regained his heyday, Ning Qingxuan's suppression of the Yin lord level should have been completely effortless. Under all the eerie fearful gazes, the 5 Yin lords were submerged in the golden giant palm, their breath gone. The red-haired man's scalp went numb as he looked at this scene, and a thick shock had risen within him. He knew everything that Ning Qingxian had done back then, and was very aware of the fact that Ning Qingxian had suppressed the 9 realms of creepiness for an entire era. However, he hadn't expected that Ning Qingxian would be so strong to such an extent, and he was afraid that he had already completely laid the foundation at the meteorite star level. The beginning was filled with horror as he witnessed this. Without any hesitation, when he turned around in fear, he wanted to directly step back into the dark spatial rift and return to the domain cave world. Which way? The sound of heaven rolls on, deafening. Ning Qingxian crossed the distance in one measured step, arriving in front of the patriarch on the spot. Ancient spell. The beginning ancestor turned around and just slapped his palm. The aura of death lingered between his palms, a spell-killing move diametrically opposed to granting the power of resurrection. Boom! The spell seal erupted, but it failed to even shatter Ning Qingxuan's golden astral aura. A deep fear drained from the eyes of the beginning ancestor, and he let out a low roar of pathos. Why is the heavens so unjust as to spawn a heavenly enemy such as you? Ning Qingxuan's right palm opened and closed, suffused with countless golden incantations, and landed on his head without hesitation. The power erupted, and the beginning ancestor's entire body trembled greatly, collapsing in succession. There was a force of the rules of the 9 realms of heaven and earth that poured out crazily from him, drifting in all directions. The patriarchs were born within the rules of the heavens and earth, and the 3 great soul artifacts were introduced to repair the missing rules, and were rehatched, as Ning Qingxian had seen back then. It was only obvious that the 3 major soul weapons were, in no way, fully capable of doing so. Because the greater part of the rule losses and mutations were absorbed by the patriarchs. At this moment, with the death of the patriarch, this rule power that belonged to the 9 domains back then, which had produced a mutation, was transformed into normal again. Ning Qingxian looked at them as they drifted away, and was able to clearly perceive that the domain cave world was undergoing a sea change. As of today, the creeps lose their ability to reanimate indefinitely. He slaughtered the patriarchs? Su Hanxia muttered to herself in a daze, her brain briefly losing the ability to think. In the middle of his line of sight, Ning Qingxuan's figure was already unimaginably tall. The red-haired man's gaze trembled, and his heart and soul received a strong shock. He hadn't seen Ning Qingxuan's poise that suppressed the world 6,000 years ago, but he saw it clearly today. Soon, all the members of the Tower of Finality, no matter where they were, had the textual description of the Tower Masters while floating before their eyes. One of you has solved the problem of the nature of the reincarnation world. This reincarnation is about to end. Please prepare all members. Countdown, 3 days. Su Hansha gazed at the words in front of her and sucked in cool air. Solving the problem of the nature of the reincarnation world. How many flawless ratings is this worth to the will of the Tower Master? Don't freeze, there's a lot more creeps in Dragon City. Ning Qingshuan's voice suddenly came out as he glanced at Su Hansha and the red-haired man. These two people were very strong, both belonging to the Super S grade high order or above, and were clearly members of the first 4 of the heavenly characters. Su Hansha shivered, her face showing gratitude. Many thanks. She and the red-haired man quickly cleaned up the Dragon City shenanigans, and the many members of the Tower of Finality gradually wound down. The Immortal Queen walked at this time, knowing very well in her heart that the 9 regions would usher in a whole new era. One without the threat of bizarre disasters, one that can progress technological civilization and cultivation side by side, a radiant era. And this era was opened by Ning Qingxian himself. There are some questions whose answers it's time to tell you. Ning Qingxian didn't turn around, looking in all directions of Dragon City. That came from the descendants of the children of that year, who sent cheers towards him. My lord is not of this world? The Immortal Queen inquired softly, as if she had already guessed something. Ning Qingxian nodded. The place I'm in is a great cosmic world that's even more grand and massive than this place, and also countless times more dangerous. Are you willing to go back with me? Ning Qingxian still cared more about the Immortal Queen's attitude. After all, she had really followed her oath and had guarded the 6th domain for 6,000 light years. For that alone, the Immortal Queen deserved his respect, and not simply a familial relationship. Only the Immortal Queen laughed. Of course I'm willing, there's still 4,000 years left in the oath, not to mention that the Patriarch is dead, the creepy threat has nearly disappeared, and the Great Xia Divine Kingdom doesn't need me anymore, so it seems like there's no point for me, a creepy, to stay. Okay, take the ghost butterfly with you. With the undead gone, how could the ghost butterflies be thrown down? As Ning Qingshuan's words fell, the Immortal Queen then went forth to prepare for the aftermath, arranging for a little more underpinnings for the Grand Xia Divine Kingdom. Accessing will of the Tower Master. Before his eyes, a written description of his own emerged. Yellow-sized member Ning Qingxian, the fusion of your historical merits has been completed, and your evaluations have been consolidated. Do you wish to access them now? Ning Qingxian was surprised. This access to the will of the Tower Lord's essence had been going on for a few days, and it was only now that the integration was complete? Access. Ning Qingxian responded. Chapter 82, The Tower of Fame, the Final Evaluation. You lasted for 3 months, sweeping all the weirdness within the Great Xia Divine Kingdom, saving the living people beyond counting. You have benefited the people of the world, and you have earned 1 flawless evaluation. You participated in the battle for the tokens of the 9 divine kingdoms, shouldered the difficult mission of the Great Xia Divine Kingdom, and finally saved the day by successfully capturing the soul weapon Heavenly Furnace, breaking the historical situation of the Great Xia Divine Kingdom having no soul weapon. You have asked for the supreme power, and you have earned 1 final evaluation. You stepped into the world of the Domain Cave alone, gave the Bazaar Group a devastating catastrophe, and suppressed the Domain Cave for as long as 200 years, causing the 9 divine kingdoms to enjoy a peaceful and prosperous time together. You have merited a final evaluation. You personally killed the 5 great lords of the day, crushed the Patriarch's ambition to occupy the 9 divine kingdoms, and saved an unprecedented calamity for the human race. You have repaired the rules of heaven and earth of the reincarnation world and ended a bizarre era, and you have earned 1 final evaluation. Before Ning Qingshuan's eyes, the textual descriptions of the Tower Lords will continue to surface. What he did 6,000 years ago was all recorded by the will of the Tower Master and fused into the evaluation. Many times flawless, 3 times final. A relatively speaking, very unfamiliar evaluation rank appeared, which caused Ning Qingxian to feel very surprised. He tried to open the maul of the final level, but found it empty. Ask the Goddess of Wisdom when you get back. Ning Qingxian stopped paying attention to the evaluation and got up to return to Heavenly Sword Mountain. Once again, he came to the grave of Longbottom, spending his last moments in quiet companionship, just as he had done then. The outside world had long since set off a great storm with the deaths of the 5 great lords and the disappearance of the Patriarch. The 9 divine kingdoms, including the top echelons of the Great Summer Divine Kingdom, were all shaken, and there were personnel in formal attire who came outside the Heavenly Sword Mountain, wanting to meet the old ancestor, but they were stopped by the Queen of Immortality. Ning Qingxian had no desire to deal with trivial matters, and at the same time, the entire Dragon City's bizarre hordes were quickly and completely purged. The members of the Tower of Ultimatum were all experts, and without the threat of the Lord class, with Su Half-Summer's strength, any Ghost King class could only be reduced to a tool for brushing up ratings. In a flash, it was 3 days. On this day, the Immortal Queen led all the immortal race powerhouses, including the Ghost Butterflies, and so on, and had already made preparations before leaving. Time to go again. Within the Heavenly Sword Pool, Ning Qingxian looked at Long Mei's tombstone and let out a soft sigh. In the future, I don't know if I'll have the chance to come back again, and what the 9 regions will become as the waves of the times roll on. Attention all members of Ultima, you are about to return to the Tower of Ultima. The words were revealed once more, and a great power quickly enveloped Ning Qingshuan's body. With a wave of his sleeve, Ning Qingxian directly took the immortals and the ghost butterflies and collected them into the reincarnation space in unison. The same light appeared in all parts of the 9 regions. In the next moment, Ning Qingxian disappeared in place. Emperor's Star, Tower of Independent Space End. Outside the 4 great halls of treasures, people are scarce. A mechanical, electronic synthesized tone resounded throughout the entire extent of the space. This Tower Master's turn has ended. The members of the final tower who had not participated looked up in surprise. They didn't expect this Tower Master's reincarnation to end so quickly. As soon as the words fell, a huge electronic screen appeared at the location of the spire of the Tower of the End. As a great deal of light flashed and members returned, the electronic screens revealed each other's scoring results. Not long after, Chu Yutan, Ji Yunzhou, including Su Hanxia and Li Qingsong appeared in unison. The electronic screen was quickly branded with a large amount of text, causing an uproar. Obviously the overall results are much, much higher than in the past. Senior Su got 2 flawless evaluations. Red Old Devil actually got 2 times as well. This is simply a collective outbreak. Hee, what's going on with Li Qingsong? He didn't get a single flawless evaluation? Outside the Tower of the End, the converging crowd grew. It wasn't until Ning Qingxian had re-entered the first level that a heavy bell suddenly rang throughout the space. Dang! The bells are melodious, solemn, and solemn. It seemed to have not sounded for thousands of years, and could not help but set off waves and ripples around the Tower of the End, penetrating every member's mind and soul and refreshing the heart like a spring breeze. Where did the bells come from? No one knows what the bells represent. 1, 2, 3 landings. On the gigantic electronic screen, Ning Qingshuan's name was revealed, the suffix bringing up 3 golden glittering evaluations final. This instantly attracted everyone's attention. Su Hanxia, Chu Yutan and Ji Yunzhou, all of them were at a loss. What's the final evaluation? A new rating scale? This. The gloomy Li Qingsong, at this moment raised his head and stared at the electronic screen, his heart and mind a-flopping and pounding. Onlookers might not know about the final evaluation, but as the perennial heavenly character of the Tower of the Final Evaluation, basically no one knew more about the history of the Tower of the Final Evaluation than he did. This highly recognized evaluation ranked by the will of the Tower Master was only possible if one did something truly earth-shattering. As well as to the entire world of reincarnation, causing the influence of the merits of no one before and no one after, it is possible to appear something. The harshness of its conditions and the difficulty of it made the Tower of the End often rare to see once across thousands of years. Over time, it was assumed that flawless evaluation was the highest level. But in reality, the highest level rating of the Tower of the End is the End. It was just a matter of Ning Qingxian getting it once, but this was surprisingly 3 times. What is the final? What is the final evaluation? Isn't this Ning Qingxian a yellow font? How come he's had multiple flawless times as well? The field was noisy, almost instantly as the 3 bells fell. On the 12 exalted guardian emperor stars outside of the Emperor's Star, the wills of the 12 cave lords opened and closed once more, descending in unison into the final space. They looked at the electronic screen and were lost in thought for a moment. This Ning Qingxian, just who arranged for him to come in? One final Fong can overwhelm all the flawlessness, and this person has gotten 3? I remember in that installment of the Long Ashes Star Lord's Year, the strongest person also got it 3 times, or was it 4 times? Quickly inform the Star Lord that the heavenly character number 1 has changed. In the dark starry forbidden zone incomparably far from the Emperor's Star, the Long Ashes Star Lord stood with his arms folded as he ran on foot through the alien race's territory. The emanation of his aura invariably caused the powerful foreign races hidden in the depths of the darkness to tremble with fear and not dare to venture out. The voice of the Goddess of Judgment suddenly resounded in the Long Ashes Star Lord's mind. Star Lord, Mr. Ning has returned from the reincarnation world. That fast? The Long Ashes Star Lord was very surprised, and with apprehension and nervousness, he once again asked, "What are the grades, and can we keep the yellow status of the Tower of the End?" The Goddess of Judgment was silent for a moment, and then proceeded to reply, "Word has come from the 12 Cave Lords that Mr. Ning has received multiple flawless and 3 endgame evaluations." The Long Ashes Star Lord's footsteps stopped in a flash, his face full of shock and bewilderment. "What do you mean, final evaluation, or 3 times?" "Exactly. The Goddess of Judgment is once again certain." In an instant, the Forbidden Zone shook. An incomparably terrifying aura poured out uncontrollably from within the main body of the Long Ashes Star. How many years has it been since the Kanglan system finally showed up again with a final evaluation? Chapter 83, Redeeming Rewards, Emperor Guardian Star and Sickle of Judgment. The Tower of the End, the outside world was in an uproar. Being on the first level, the words describing the will of the Tower Master were clearly revealed before Ning Qingshuan's eyes. "Yellow member Ning Qingxian, you have received 1 excellent evaluation, will you be transferred immediately?" Without hesitation, Ning Qingxian chose yes. "Yellow member Ning Qingxian, you have 5 flawless evaluations and 3 final evaluations remaining, do you wish to proceed with identity advancement?" With the current rules of the Tower of Finality, a single perfect evaluation could cross 3 floors, and a single flawless evaluation could cross at least 7 floors. Most people get a flawless rating and easily don't choose to redeem it. However, Ning Qingxian remained full of concern and simply redeemed them in droves. "You have successfully exchanged 4 flawless evaluations, you have obtained all the keys to the 33rd floor of the Tower of the End, and your status has advanced into the ranks of the heavenly ranks." Ning Qingxian took a deep breath and raised his steps to walk up to the highest level of the Tower of Finality. This place formed its own world of heaven and earth, and currently a total of 4 private spaces had been created, and with Ning Qingshuan's arrival, a 5th private space was then opened up. Ning Qingxian was able to sense that the entire space was filled with the ontological will of the Tower of the Endgame, and not only was it possible to communicate at any time, but it was also possible to replace the entire scene space. What was even more exaggerated was that the Tower Masters will seem to be able to simulate a different reincarnation world according to his needs, releasing a majestic origin power. This surpassed the effect brought about by a mere stone tablet on the first level by an unknown number of times. "What's the point of the final evaluation?" Ning Qingxian suddenly opened his mouth to inquire. The Tower Masters will responded immediately, ringing out a mechanical electronic synthesized tone. "The final evaluation belongs to the highest evaluation level of the Tower of the Final Evaluation, and 1 final evaluation can be exchanged for 100 flawless evaluations, but it cannot be exchanged in reverse. The final evaluation can also be exchanged for final items. Currently the exchangeable items are Guardian of the Imperial Star, Scythe of Judgment, and General Incarnation Binding Right of the Goddess of Wisdom of the Imperial Star. End items are updated every so often and will automatically disappear if not redeemed after a certain period of time." As Ning Qingxian listened, he couldn't help but fall into deep thought. As early as when he entered the Tower of Finality, he had learned from Chun Yuning's mouth that a new Emperor Guardian Star was about to arrive. And the Cave Master of the Emperor Shielding Star, the one who possessed the supreme right to rule over the entire Emperor Shielding Star, would be born from within the Tower of Finality. I didn't realize that this same could be redeemed directly with the end rating. Ning Qingxian was currently, without a doubt, part of the entire Tower of Ultimatum, with the highest rating scores, and even if he didn't need the Ultimatum evaluation to redeem it, the Emperor's Shielding Star would still fall into his hands. As for the total incarnation of the Goddess of Wisdom, Emperor Star, it had been bound long ago, and I'm afraid that this final item hadn't been updated for many years. He then asked, "What is the Scythe of Judgment?" The Tower Masters will quickly responded, "A power that allows for immunity from federal laws, designed to break major federal laws, including but not limited to killing high-ranking federal personnel, causing major loss of federal interests, etc." Ning Qingshuan's heart twitched all of a sudden as he heard the exact meaning. This Scythe of Judgment was like a collection of the ancient dynastic period, which belonged to the Sword of Shang and the gold medal of immunity from death. At the top, you can kill the Dim King, and at the bottom, you can dispense with the judgment. If Ning Qingxian redeemed it, he could follow his own will and do whatever he wanted for once in the entire Federation. After hesitating for a moment, Ning Qingxian still chose to redeem it. The value of the Scythe of Judgment was almost the same as the extraordinary battle merit. However, the extraordinary war merit could do the job of dispensing with all rulings, but it could not decapitate the Faint King. Comparing them to each other, Sickle of Judgment seems to be more scarce. If the end item is updated, there will be no chance to redeem it if you miss it. You have successfully exchanged the Scythe of Judgment. Ning Qingxian currently had 2 final evaluations left, and was somewhat looking forward to the next item update. Immediately afterward, the Tower Masters will once again transmitted words. Honorable Heavenly Member Ning Qingxian, based on your current scoring results, you have been ranked as the #1 heavenly character in the Tower of the Endgame, and the new Emperor Guardian Star will arrive on time in 47 days. May I ask if you are willing to become the Cave Master of the Kanglan System's Emperor Star, the 13th Emperor Guardian Star? If you wish, the Tower of the End will sign you up for permanent planetary reign. As these words fell, Ning Qingxuan's heart immediately set off great waves. He couldn't help but show some complexity in his eyes, and with a deep reverence. This side of the great universe world, the dimensional pattern is unimaginable. To be able to have a completely belong to their own life planet, that is how desirable. This is different from the planetary consuls, such as Voling Fong and so on, the consuls of the many living planets, who simply have jurisdiction. Essentially, the living planet remains the property of the Federation. However, the status of a Guardian Emperor Star Cave Master was for a living planet that possessed complete mastery and was private property. The only duties that need to be fulfilled are the defense of the Emperor's Star from foreigners, among other disasters. Ning Qingxian could cultivate his own dependent forces, develop his own people, military and economy, including everything that other living planets had, on the Emperor Shoshing planet. And all of this belonged to Ning Qingxian personally. It's so much more enjoyable than developing a worldly power. In 47 days, the Immortal Queen, including the entire immortal race, would be able to move into her new home. But the sons and daughters of the people and the military and the economy and so on need to be considered in the long run. Sign it. Ning Qingxian replied. In the next moment, ripples appeared in the space in front of him. The scene changes to being in the vastness of the cosmic stars. There was an azure blue planet of life that exuded vigor and vitality that appeared in the middle of the sight. It is extraordinarily beautiful and has yet to show any signs of development, presenting the appearance of a pristine forest. A permanent reign is being signed for you. It was as if the Tower Lords had undergone a materialization, and there was a hand of life that gently probed out and, on Ning Qingxuan's forehead, nodded. Arcane life seals surfaced, and Ning Qingxian sensed that an incomparably distant place from the Emperor Star, that belonged to his Emperor Guardian Star, was crossing the void and continuing to arrive. Between the two, an indelible connection is created. My reincarnation space has been opened? Ning Qingxian once again perceived that it seemed to only require a single thought from him. It would allow the Immortal Queen to travel among the Emperor Shoshing Star, as well as her own reincarnation space, at will. Fantastic, just fantastic. The signing has been completed. You have become the 13th Cave Master of the Emperor Star. May I ask if you need to give a name to the new Guardian of the Emperor Star? A name? Ning Qingxian pondered for a moment, then responded, Luo Tian, I guess. Encompassing all the heavens and all the worlds. The free infrastructure team has been assembled. You can consume the evaluation for the subsequent development of the Guardian Star of the Empire. I wish you a happy life. The Tower Masters will dissipate it and the scene space returned to normal. Ning Qingxian didn't stay idle, continuing to explore the Tower of Finality, the 33rd level's wonders. Chapter 84 3 Star Lords Gather, Mysterious Killing Mission. Dark Star Forbidden Zone. Several ancient wills slowly opened and closed, gazing deeply at a departing back. He's gone. The Human Alliance's Star Lord figure is too terrifying. Vice Pavilion Lord's judgment is correct. I'm afraid that if the three of us join forces, we won't even be able to shake a single hair on his head. As the Long Ashes Star Lord left the forbidden area, the three figures finally stepped out of the void. One of them was clad in red robes and wore an antique bronze crown of guardianship. A pair of abyssal eyes dazzled with wisps of low spirits, and the power fluctuations around his body reached an unimaginable level. He was none other than the Pope that the Long Ashes Star Lord had spoken of before, a mysterious powerhouse affiliated with the Dusk Council Pavilion. The other two, both of them. But wherever one approaches the edge of the Kanglan system, one will be sensed by the Star Lord of the Long Ashes, so trying to turn back that, the ancient transmigrator who has returned from the heavens, is almost impossible to do. The Pope spoke in a deep voice, with a hint of worry on his face. This is a task that is just too difficult to accomplish. I also don't understand why a mere ancient transmigrant would be so important to Lord Vice-Courtier, and what threat could he pose? Beside the Pope, a stooped old man in starched robes narrowed his eyes in puzzlement. What supreme authority and status the Dusk Council Pavilion held amongst the 10,000 races? The neighboring Kanglan system, Ziwei system, Beidou system, and many other galaxies of the Human Federation had joined forces and had yet to find out the list of the main members of the Twilight Council. The only one who grasped it was their greedy Wolf Star Lord, who was currently ranked in the Twilight Council Pavilion of Vice Pavilion status. Some time ago, the Twilight King, under the banner of the greedy Wolf Clan, was attacked by the strongest of the heavens, and the army was wiped out, with only the Twilight King escaping back alone. Because of this matter, the greedy Wolf Star Lord ordered a thorough investigation of that ancient reincarnator, and took thunderous measures if necessary. This felt in his eyes like a huge conglomerate of plutocrats confronting a kiosk that came out of nowhere on the street, to immediately step in and either recruit or crush it to death. Does that make sense? Only the Pope shook his head. Don't underestimate the reincarnator of the reincarnation hall. The potential and energy that this person possesses is unimaginable. According to the news coming from the outside, this person is steadily recovering his transmutation memories, including his strength, which has already reached the level of the meteor star, and has also become a cave master of an emperor guardian star. As the words fell, the two people beside him suddenly showed surprise in their expressions. Meteor class? The overall division of strength of the human cosmic alliance was consistent with their large number of holy races. Everything was measured in terms of battle strength, only certain cultivation systems were different. Reaching the meteorite star level of strength was enough to cause an extinction catastrophe to a lower life planet with one's own strength. It is the first step, in the true sense of the word, into the great cosmic stars. If it's not possible, let's just go straight to the beauty plan and have the Phantom Clan's holy maiden make a trip to the Emperor Star. Hearing this, the Pope fell into deep thought. There are as many heroes as there are hairs in the sky, and there are countless lords, most of whom, even if they die, will not easily submit to a foreign tribe. But when it comes to beauty, it's hard not to fold. Eventually, he shook his head again. Still, don't underestimate this person. Since he has reincarnated many times in the heavens, how could he not have tasted the beauty of the heavens? I'm afraid that he has left behind an unknown number of heirs. The district's beauty plan just won't work on him. The two men were silent, powerless to retort. We'll discuss it when we get back. The Pope whisked his sleeve and stepped into nothingness. On the other side, the Long Ashes Star Lord rushed back towards the Emperor Star at top speed. He couldn't wait to meet Ning Qin Xian in person. The voice of the Goddess of Judgment sounded again at that moment. The Violet Star Lord invites you to join the virtual space meeting. May I ask if you want to join? He paused slightly in his movements, his eyes showing strands of bright luster, his mind quite pleased with himself. Ziwei, this old boy, 10 or 8 years have not contacted him, this morning suddenly invited to join the virtual meeting, must have learned that within the Kanglan system, once again appeared the final evaluator. Join in. The Long Ashes Star Lord spoke faintly. In an instant, he appeared within a pale white vastness. Surrounded by clouds and mist, there was only one open-air attic that stood in the middle of the line of sight. Dressed in a lavender star robe, the Violet Star Lord was sitting in the open-air attic quietly sipping tea, and by his side stood a white-clothed reincarnator. Also under 100 years old, apparently the first of the heavenly characters of the Ziwei Emperor Star. The Long Ashes Star Lord narrowed his eyes at once, lingering on that white-robed reincarnator for a moment longer. He remembered this person, who had consecutively broken the records of the Violet Emperor Star, the Tower of Ultimatum, more than 10 years ago, getting the ultimatum evaluation twice in total. Currently, ranked as the 16th Emperor Star Guardian Star Cave Master of the Ziwei Emperor Star, his future prospects were equally unlimited, and at that time, he was still envious for a long time. Vaguely called something like Chun Xiaobai? Coming. The Violet Star Lord turned his head, the corners of his mouth bringing up wisps of laughter. Congratulations, the Kanglan system has finally seen another terminal evaluator under your jurisdiction. This feat has already been recorded by the Federation, and it is said that the Master Ancestor was full of praise when he heard about this. As expected, the Violet Star Lord had indeed learned of this matter. Only to see the Long Ashes Star Lord displaying an appearance of being full of concern as he flicked his sleeves and took his seat. The Kanglan department's underpinnings are already not weaker than the Violet departments, and it makes sense that a final evaluator would appear. As for the Master Ancestor, it doesn't matter. He lightly sipped a mouthful of clear tea and once again looked at this old friend from back then, who was also in the ranks of the Kanglan system's Tower of the Final Destiny heavenly ranks, with quite a lot of emotion in his heart. It had been thousands of years, and that installment of the Tower Master's reincarnation was arguably the toughest meteor class the Federation had ever seen. But even so, there were still 4 people who hit the end rating. He was precisely one of them, and back then, when it coincided with the visit of a great man from the Gujia starfield to inspect the area, the 4 of them were taken in as disciples in unison. A few thousand years passed, and 3 people were all sitting on one side of the galaxy, and 1 person was recommended by the Master Ancestor to be stationed in the Palace of Reincarnation. The Long Ashes Star Lord didn't mean that the Master Ancestor didn't treat him well, it was just that after so many years had passed, it was difficult for him to even see the Master Ancestor. The Master Ancestor certainly had many disciples under him, but not so many. Unexpectedly, because of Ning Qingxian, Master Ancestor had once again brought him up again. Ah, goodbye, you two. Inside the virtual space, there was a rough and loud laughter. The Long Ashes Star Lord was very surprised that the two galaxies that the Zhonglan system Zilin were named Ziwei and Beidou. The person who came was none other than the Beidou Star Lord, and he had a young woman with him. Everyone's here, it's time to get down to business. The Violet Star Lord put down the teacup in his hand, and immediately afterward, he suddenly got up, his face became a bit grave, and towards the end of the pale white virtual space, he made a deep bow. Greetings to the total incarnation of the goddess of kill. As his words fell, a killing will slowly descended upon the entire space. The Long Ashes Star Lord was suddenly in a state of awe and immediately got up. Total incarnation of the goddess of killing? Is this some kind of major kill mission that's come up? Chapter 85 Welcome, Luo Tian Cave Master, to the Free Star Temple. Time passed, and 47 days passed in a flash. The Guardian Emperor Star came within the Kanglan Emperor Star's domain on time. Ning Qingxian, who was cultivating intensely within the Tower of Finality, slowly opened his eyes and began to clear the Goddess of Wisdom stored emails one by one. One of the copies was clearly from the Long Ashes Star Lord. The Star Chief wants to see me? Ning Qingxian couldn't help but fall into deep contemplation. This heavyweight bigwig of the Zhonglan system was considered the most powerful super top-tier reincarnator, and his strength could already do the job of blowing up a planet of higher life. Regarding his legendary experience, these days even more so, a great deal of information was found within the Tower of the End. Without ever having been blindfolded, Ning Qingxian had received quite a bit of favors from the Long Ashes Star Lord. First, it was the extremely precious Star Marrow liquid, which was given away when it was said to be given away. Afterward, he spent another level of battle merit to grant a titular spot in the Tower of the End. Ning Qingxian had been able to obtain an Emperor Guarding Star to use as his own base accumulation, and the Long Ashes Star Lord could be said to have been a great help. Esteemed Mr. Ning, you can also choose to refuse, or in a month's time, head to the Star Lord's residence. The voice of Goddess of Wisdom 009 rang out. Help me analyze what the Long Ashes Star Lord is doing this time when he meets with me? Ning Qingxian asked. Mr. Ning, you are a great ancient reincarnator of the Reincarnation Hall, and your merits are enough to receive an interview at the Star Lord level. At the same time, you have now become the first of the heavenly characters of the Tower of Finality, and even more so, the 13th Cave Master of the Star of the Guardian of the Emperor, and a good time and day will be chosen to hold the ceremony of Assumption of Office for you. In addition, based on the current alien situation around the Kanglan system, there may also be important adjudication tasks that need to be delivered to you. As the words fell, Ning Qingxian nodded. The Long Ashes Star Lord had shown him so much favor, it was unreasonable to refuse to meet him face to face. He proceeded to deal with the other emails, most of which were trade information from the Imperial Star families, as well as some galactic groups, and were relevant to the development of his Guardian Star. This, and actually from an extremely distant galaxy, how did they receive the message? On top of that, there are emails from Shen Zuoyu and his daughter Ning Kaiwei. The Wuling Academy in the Imperial Star's Jingzhou region was going to invite him to visit and teach, expounding on the specific laws concerning the cultivation pathways of the Martial King realm. Only then did Ning Qingxian realize that his reincarnation space account had inexplicably skyrocketed by a huge number of points, as much as 20 million. Tracing the source, it was actually a large purchase by the Wuling Academy. Is this preparation for a new Budo class? This is too lucrative, so if you have time, you might as well renew the Great Yellow Court cultivation pathway. Ning Qingxian secretly marveled as he checked the last email, an invitation from the Goddess of Liberty, a virtual space called the Liberty Star Temple. Regarding Lady Liberty, although it wasn't as popular as the Goddess of Wisdom and was ranked under the three great goddesses, Ning Qingxian had still learned quite a bit about it. Just this Hall of Stars. He raised the question, and the Goddess of Wisdom then answered, the Freedom Star Temple is a virtual world started by the Goddess of Freedom, and each side of the Great Domain possesses one. The Kanglan system borders the Gujar Starfield, you can currently only enter the Free Star Temple in the Gujar Starfield, and with the reincarnates of the various galaxies, engage in free trade. Depending on the current state of your Shodi Xing development, you can find the appropriate talents, resources, and so on within the Free Star Hall. At those words, Ning Qingxian understood. After a few moments of slight contemplation, he decided to take a look. Goddess of Wisdom, connect me to the Free Star Temple. A great teleportation fluctuation appeared in Ning Xingxuan's physical body in an instant. Virtual world, Free Star Temple. The large star temple plaza made of lapis lazuli jade was filled with reincarnators from all the major galaxies. The crowds were huge and there were countless stall holders. Being on the outskirts of the star temple, this place doesn't require any points to buy stalls. The free trade is even more varied and very refreshing, it's just that it's hard to get anything particularly valuable. And inside the star temple, which features hundreds of sub-temple exchanges. One of the sub-temples is called the job market. Many well-established families, conglomerates, core organizations, and so on, would often visit this place to recruit the people they needed. Those who are recruited will sign a dependency contract and become dependents. Most of these people are extremely good in one way or another, and all they lack are resources, choosing to become dependents in order to have their backs against the wall. Yet, for a long time, there was a woman here who was out of place. Mei Chouying, 10 years as one day, sat quietly in the corner of the divided hall. As the entire branch hall, the most notable talent, her identity information had long been known by many. Mei Chouying came from the Gujia starfield, a side of the flourishing galaxy. With his own special natural qualifications, as well as unremitting efforts, he managed to be promoted to a meteorite star-level reincarnator 10 years ago. Soon after arriving at the branch hall, it stirred up the entire Free Star Hall. After all, that was the hallowed meteorite star level. She is not here to solicit dependents, but the party being solicited. What's the concept? Her arrival directly shattered the ceiling of the dependents market. She had been approached by countless families, conglomerates, core organizations, and other forces, but she had refused them all. Today, as usual, there were still people coming to solicit her. It's been 10 years, and it's not too late for you to regret it. In front of Mei Chouyao, a green-shirted woman walked, and behind her, she carried a large number of reincarnators. If you had promised the Lingxiao Cave Master in the first place, you wouldn't have had to waste these 10 years for nothing. The green-shirted woman looked at Mei Chouying. As a dependent of the Lingxiao Cave Lord, she had come to recruit Mei Chouying back then under the orders of the Lingxiao Cave Lord. After clearly informing him of his origins, Mei Chouying surprisingly refused. She didn't know whether Mei Chouying had low eyesight or simply didn't understand the power position of a cave master level figure, including the gold content of her own underpinnings. I'll give you one last chance to choose. I'm afraid I won't be coming back after today. The green-shirted woman spoke again, staring closely at Mei Chouying. However, Mei Chouying didn't even lift her head and only responded calmly, "No need, he's not someone I want to follow." The green-shirted woman's brows furrowed once again as she listened. What kind of person did this Mei Chouying want to follow? And in fact, only Mei Chouying herself knew that 10 years ago she had stepped into the secretive great world and obtained the inheritance of the secret divination art. So she took a fortune for herself and figured out her future. One needs to be a dependent and follow someone in the Gurja star field to have infinite light. For 10 years she had waited, like a needle in a haystack, but it was worth it if she waited. You have to know that the Lingxiao Cave Master is the ancient Jia Star realm, the youngest cave master in history. You definitely won't suffer any losses by following him, and you'll even have a great future in the future. The green-shirted woman took a deep breath and pushed down her inner lethargy. But as soon as the words fell, the entire sub-temple suddenly resounded, with the electronic synthesized voice of Lady Liberty. Welcome, Kanglan System Luo Tian Cave Master, to this hall. The cacophony of voices on the field disappeared in an instant. A pair of shocked gazes looked towards the entrance of the branch hall in unison. Ning Xingxuan's figure was teleported, and he was clearly witnessed by everyone in the branch hall. Heavens, to think that a cave lord level figure has personally descended? Is this really the cave master? It looks so young. Greetings to the cave master. The people in the branch hall hurriedly arched their hands in greeting, and the green-shirted woman turned to gaze. Mei Chouying's heart and mind even more suddenly trembled, and the divination seal suddenly emitted bright starbursts in her eyes. It seems that the youngest cave master in history is no longer the Lingxiao Cave Master. She breathed heavily and muttered. Chapter 86, Can I be your favorite? This Luo Tian Cave Master, what is his origin? The thoughts in the green-shirted woman's mind raced. With the appearance of Ning Xingxian, it did indeed cause a certain impact on her long-held perceptions. As we all know, Cave Lord-level characters, without exception, are among the heavenly characters selected from within the Tower of the End of Days in a certain galaxy. The status is very high within the entire galaxy. Ning Xingxian had become a cave master at such a young age, and I'm afraid that he had just been promoted. At this moment, a staff member had hurriedly come before Ning Qingxian. With a smile on her face and a respectful demeanor, she bent down and spoke, "Luo Tian Cave Master, welcome to the dependence market. This is the list of dependents, you can look for the dependents you need on it." Ning Qingxian nodded and accepted it, and after a cursory scan, he did indeed find quite a few characters that fit the bill. Most of them were in the reincarnation world, acquiring some sort of special inheritance and possessing special talents. For the development of Luo Tianqing, it has a corresponding help. Soon enough, Ning Qingxian was ready to select a few suitable candidates from the list. Looking at all the people on the field, all of them are nervous. If they can be selected by the cave master level characters, it will be considered a step in the green clouds. "My lord!" Suddenly, a clear shout rang out. The crowd sniffed and looked at Mei Qiuying, who had gotten up and arrived in front of Ning Qingxian, in dismay. This kind of behavior also caused the staff, including the green shirt woman, to freeze. Mei Qiuying took a deep breath, harboring a sense of apprehension. "My lord, my name is Mei Qiuying, may I be your dependent?" The words were not shocking, and instantly triggered a dead silence in the room. Everyone looked at Mei Qiuying with difficulty in believing, only feeling as if they had heard wrong. Over the past 10 years, there were so many big names who wanted to recruit Mei Qiuying, and she had even rejected the Lingxiao Cave Lord. Although Ning Qingxian was also of Cave Lord status, he really didn't have any resounding reputation, so how could he have just come and made Mei Qiuying rise up to follow him? "What are you doing, Lingxiao Cave Lord? You don't choose, you want to choose him." The green-shirt woman gritted her teeth and glared at Mei Qiuying as she whispered viciously, but she didn't dare to snap in front of a cave master. All she knew was that what Mei Qiuying had done today had caused a huge loss of face for the Lingxiao Cave Master. In these 10 years, looking at the entire Free Star Hall, who didn't know about Mei Qiuying, and who didn't know about the Lingxiao Cave Master, who had tried to recruit him many times? "It's my decision, not yours." Mei Qiuying whispered in response, and then immediately looked at Ning Qingxian once more, her palms so nervous that they were sweating. The divining starbursts in her eyes grew brighter and brighter as they landed on Ning Qingxian, and she could be absolutely certain that this was the person who could change the fate of her life. No matter what, she was going to die for this opportunity. Witnessing this scene, Ning Qingxian first pondered for a moment. Soon, on the list submitted by the staff, he found Mei Qiuying's name. A meteoric star-level reincarnator had entered martial arts worlds, apocalyptic worlds, secretive worlds, metaphysical great worlds, and so on, and his grading scores were all excellent. At one time, it was still the second identity of the heavenly character of a side galaxy within the ancient Jia starfield. For some reason, she voluntarily withdrew from the Tower of the End and has since come to the Free Star Temple. This caused Ning Qingxian to feel a bit surprised, because from the information, the Mei Qiuying in front of her was precisely the ceiling of the entire dependence market. Thinking of Luo Tianqing's current desperate need for manpower, he nodded without pondering for long. Could be. As the words fell, the hall erupted in an uproar. The large stone in Mei Qiuying's heart fell in an instant, and her excited chest continued to rise and fall. "This cave master, may I borrow a step to speak?" The green-shirt woman's face turned blue. "Who are you?" Ning Qingxian narrowed his eyes. "My name is Zhao Cuizui, the seventh dependent under the banner of the Lingxiao Cave Master of the Panglai Galaxy. This person has been recruited by our cave master for 10 years, and has consumed a great deal of time. Won't you reconsider?" Zhao Cuizui gritted her teeth and opened her mouth. She hoped that Ning Qingxian would look at the intimidating power of the Lingxiao Cave Lord and give up on taking Mei Qiuying into her family. "Consider what?" Ning Qingxian looked at Zhao Cuizui indifferently. This couldn't help but leave Zhao Cuizui stunned, and she was certain that she had basically expressed her meaning clearly. The atmosphere steeply became oppressive, and everyone in the room didn't dare to breathe. It wasn't known whether Ning Qingxian was oblivious to the Lingxiao Cave Master's reputation, or whether he hadn't placed the Lingxiao Cave Master in his eyes at all. "Of course I'm considering giving up Mei Qiuying," Zhao Cuizui blurted out. Ning Qingxian frowned as a majestic pressure was released from him. Zhao Cuizui's face paled on the spot, shocked and afraid. "Can I regard it as you threatening me? If the Lingxiao Cave Master has any opinions, he might as well be able to go to the Canlan department to find me, instead of you coming to persuade me to give up?" Ning Qingxuan's tone remained flat, only bringing up a hint of majesty. Beside her, Mei Qiuying was breathing heavily and flushed. She had indeed followed the right person. "You." Zhao Cuizui knew that if she continued to be disobedient and angered this cave master, she would definitely have no good consequences. "Okay, I'll report that as such." In full view of everyone, Zhao Cuizui only felt that her face was dishonored, and she clenched her fists tightly and turned to leave. Behind them, a group of reincarnators hurriedly followed. This person is really crazy, how dare she talk to the cave master like this? Don't mention it, you probably don't know, Zhao Cuizui is deeply favored by the Lingxiao cave master, even some of the planetary consuls are said to give Zhao Cuizui a few moments of face. No wonder, that's the bottom line. Whisper after whisper rang out on the field. On the other hand, Zhao Cuizui left the Free Star Hall and returned to the Panglai Galaxy, within the 19th Emperor Guardian Star. She angrily walked into the Lingxiao Cave Lord's residence, and after taking a deep breath, knocked on the main hall door. Come in. A young, lazy voice rang out. Zhao Trisha pushed her way in and looked at the dark-haired man in a simple robe in front of her. The many dependents in the Great Hall immediately stopped their reporting and stood aside in unison. Cave Master. Zhao Cuizui's eyes were red and swollen, a huge grievance surfaced on her face, and 2 lines of tears slid down. Jade, what's wrong with you? The Lingxiao Cave Master got up, surprised, and walked forward, wiping his cheeks heartily. Cave Master, you have to do it for me. Zhao Cuizui cried out and told what happened in the Free Star Hall. The hall full of dependents showed great heartbreak and even more anger. This Meiqiujing simply doesn't know what's good for them, the cave master must teach them a good lesson. The dependents immediately echoed, and everyone knew that the Lingxiao Cave Lord was incomparably favored with Zhao Cuizui. Unconditional embrace has always been their choice. You mean, you contradicted the Kanglan system's Luo Tian Cave Master? Zhao Cui nodded pitifully. I have said that Meiqiujing will be your person sooner or later, but he has not given any face at all. Snap. A crisp slap resounded throughout the hall. Blood spilled from the corner of Zhao Cuizui's mouth, and her feet staggered backward from the tremendous impact. Who gave you the nerve to contradict a cave master? Not to mention that person, are you wishing for my early death? Chapter 87 Gujar Starfield, Young Cave Masters. Zhao Cuizui's face quickly reddened and swelled. A drop of crimson blood slid down the corner of his mouth. She had disbelief, as well as a moment of bewilderment. What happened? She was rewarded with a slap in the face by the Lingxiao Cave Master? The many dependents in the Great Hall were silent with fear, and the voices that had previously embraced her disappeared on the spot. Everyone looked at the Lingxiao Cave Lord with trepidation, while being rather terrified. This Panglai Galaxy, the youngest Cave Lord level status figure in history, revealed a look of shocked majesty. Cave Master, 4. Why? Zhao Cuizui was shocked and confused. She often had a chuer in her mouth on weekdays, shouting so much that her heart fluttered. Would she have thought that the Lingxiao Cave Master would suddenly treat her like this? One must know that even the consul of the Panglai Emperor Star, the Lingxiao Cave Lord, could dislike 2 words back for her. Asshole, you still don't know the error of your ways? The Lingxiao Cave Master's gaze glowed horribly cold, and another slap was thrown over, hitting Zhao Cuizui in a trance and a heavenly spin. I was wrong, I know I was wrong. Her mind and soul were shrouded in great fear, and she knelt down in her cloak. From the Lingxiao Cave Master's gaze, she vaguely saw killing intent, the kind of shock that would literally kill her alive. Do you have any idea how much trouble you will cause me with what you did today? The Lingxiao Cave Lord stared at Zhao Cuizui, and even had some sort of illusion that this could be the Panglai Galaxy, the mole that some behind-the-scenes figure had arranged by his side. How else could there be such stupidity? Not to mention that the Cave Lord could not be disobeyed. Ning Qingxuan's matter in the Kanglan system had currently reached the ancient Jia Starfield, where an ancient great academician had even praised him. He had gone through all the trouble of trying to worship that ancient academician as his teacher, but in the end, he couldn't even meet the other party. One must know that in the other party's Ni disciples, there are several outstanding talents, all of whom have long been sitting on one side of the galaxy, becoming Star Lords. A cave master who was praised by the ancient academician for guarding the Emperor Star, could that be an ordinary cave master? Once he checked, it really made his heart skip a beat. The subordinate does not know. Zhao Cuizui's heart is bleak. Lingxiao Cave Master's anger did not diminish as he whisked his sleeve and droned, "Coil your hair up and come with me to make amends." The misunderstanding had to be explained quickly before the man left. In the Free Star Hall, Ning Qingxian kept flipping through the list of dependents. A large number of job seekers below, all waiting with nervousness. According to Luo Tianqing's needs, Ning Qingxian had currently selected 7 of them, and although their strength was far inferior to Meiqiujing's, they were superior in that they all possessed a certain amount of outstanding ability in various areas. For example, construction, technology, livelihood, military, economic management and so on. It was basically no problem to let them lead the people of Zemin and build Luo Tianxing in a short period of time. Almost. Ning Qingxian shows away 7 of the top talents. Noisy voices suddenly came from outside, causing Mei Qiuying to raise her eyes and look over, unable to help but knit her brows. The Free Star Hall Plaza domain was huge, and for what had happened in the branch hall earlier, it naturally spread quickly. As the Lingxiao Cave Master brought his people, he quickly attracted countless gazes. Cho Trisha is back so soon? There's also the Lingxiao Cave Lord. Shouldn't a vicious battle break out? Ha, you guys, look at that Zhao Tsuetsue, why is her face swollen? The crowd clamored as a gaze fell on Zhao Tsuetsue's face. No one predicted the aftermath, but saw a great deal of information, all of which went out in the first fire. Among them, there were quite a few young cave masters of the Gujar Star realm who had received the news. After all, the reputation of the Lingxiao Cave Lord was still spreading very widely, and if he really fought in the Free Star Hall, he was afraid that he would be on the headlines of the Federation tomorrow. Many young cave masters were always happy about this matter. Ning Qingxian similarly closed the list and raised his eyes to look over. Cave Master, you can lead the people away first, leave this place to me. Mei Qiuying said at this moment, she was still very clear about the Lingxiao Cave Master's character. Being in the Panglai Galaxy, it had some behind-the-scenes background on the Emperor Star in addition to a whole, underlying development that was already quite good at guarding the Emperor Star. Since he chose to bring people here in person, I'm afraid that he won't let up. No need, it's good to move around. Ning Qingxuan's gaze was calm as he looked at the Lingxiao Cave Lords coming, and when he saw Zhao Tsuetsue's appearance, he couldn't help but have suspicion swept through his heart. Ah, it's really a big water that has washed away the Dragon King's temple. My dependents are more or less a little bit unable to carry their own weight. I hope that Luo Tian Cave Lord won't be offended. The Lingxiao Cave Master let out a laugh and looked down at Zhao Cui, only to see Zhao Tsuetsue's face filled with gloom. I did wrong in this matter, please forgive Luo Tian Cave Master. Witnessing this scene, the people of the branch hall looked at each other in disbelief, and the large number of reincarnators watching outside felt a wave of disbelief. What's the situation? This Luo Tian Cave Master of the Zhonglan system, just what kind of god is he? First, Mei Qiuying, who had stayed for 10 years, had rejected countless great figures, only to immediately offer her loyalty as Ning Qingxian had just arrived. Afterwards, the Lingxiao Cave Master personally brought Zhao Tsuetsue over to make amends. This. Everyone was unable to learn the origin behind Ning Qingxian, and only felt more and more terrifying. Ning Qingxian was silent for a moment. The genius hadn't expected it to turn out like this, and he had even been prepared for a battle with the Lingxiao Cave Lord. In order to show my sincerity, I have already set up a banquet. I wonder if Master Luo Tian Cave would like to show his face? The Lingxiao Cave Master smiled once again and spoke. It's not necessary. Ning Qingxian had already found 7 talents, so it was time to go back and take care of things, and the Long Ashes Star Lord was waiting for him. As for the exploration of the other areas of the Free Star Temple, let's talk about it later. He consciously connected to the Goddess of Wisdom and took Mei Qiuying and the other 7 people and left the Free Star Hall. Seeing this, the Lingxiao Cave Master let out a sigh of relief. Is the battle over? Ning Qingxian had just left in front of him when another young cave lord descended upon the dependent branch hall. Welcome to the Violet Star System and the visit of the Xiaobai Cave Master. The eyes of the entire audience froze, and the atmosphere, which had easily slackened, once again became oppressive. Chen Xiaobai walked out in slow steps, scanning the entire room with a single glance, and then staring at the Lingxiao Cave Master. He received a message from his dependents stating that a vicious battle was about to break out in the Hall of Free Stars. There were Cave Lord powerhouses from the depths of the Gujar Starfield who had to deal with the newly promoted Cave Lords of the Kanglan system, so they immediately rushed over to help. After all, the Violet Star Lord had told him before that the 3 lineages were linked by fate, and looking at the entire Guja Starfield, all 3 of them wore the same pants. But here, he did not see the figure of that Luo Tian Cave Lord. I'm late? Another cave master appeared, emitting soft, moving words of wonder. Welcome to the Northern Dipper Star System, Cave Master Yuro. Xiao Yuro's expression was calm as she and Chen Xiaobai exchanged glances, both instantly understanding that the other party was here to help. This scene caused everyone in the room to suck in cool air one after another. The Lingxiao Cave Master even changed his face. The 2 in front of him, a few years ago, were both newly promoted cave masters who had circulated a notable reputation. The main man is gone, what's the point of getting together? The 3 of them looked at the other side of the space in unison, and along with a cold voice that spread out, a young cave master actually stepped out once again. Welcome to the Eternal Galaxy, Cave Master Taihua. When the crowd heard the voice, their hearts and minds were all in a state of awe, and the reincarnates outside even hurriedly lowered their heads. I didn't expect that today's matter had alarmed this young cave master who was endowed with mythological colors. Indeed, there's nothing lively, but it's just a misunderstanding, so I'm troubling Cave Master Taihua. The Ling Xiao Cave Master made a rare arching bow, and the oppressive force from Chen Xiaobai and Xiao Yuro dissipated quite a bit. In that case, it's time to disperse. The Taihua Cave Lord spoke faintly. He was originally unwilling to show himself. After all, Ning Qingxian had already left, and the Ling Xiao Cave Lord had only come to make amends. But with the sudden appearance of the young cave masters of the two major galaxies, Ziwei and Beidou, he could only come out to moderate the situation so that it wouldn't go out of control. I am leaving. The Ling Xiao Cave Lord looked deeply at Chen Xiaobai and Xiao Yuro with intense scorn in his eyes. The Zhonglan three lineages have been increasingly reshaping their splendor over the years, to the point where three final evaluators have appeared. Chapter 88 Alien Battlefield, name of the sequence. Both of you, we should see you again. The Eternal Galaxy's Taihua Cave Master, again, turned his gaze to Chen Xiaobai, as well as the two Xiao Yuro. If there was no mistake, regarding this mysterious mission, the three newly promoted cave masters of the three Kanglan lineages would all be heading there. Including the young cave lords of the many galaxies among the Gujar starfield, the same was true. It will be an unimaginable feast. It was a pity that he had come a step too late and failed to see that Luo Tian Cave Master, the powerhouse with three final evaluations. Farewell. Chen Xiaobai faced this Taihua Cave Lord without a hint of timidity, and spoke calmly without being overbearing, then left the Free Star Hall. If a great battle between cave lords really broke out today, even if this Taihua Cave Lord personally came down, he would not be called Chen Xiaobai if he frowned. Xiao Yuro, on the other hand, pondered for a moment, knowing very well in her heart that the attitude of the Taihua Cave Master indicated everything, and that today's matter had already begun to emerge. And look at this situation, certain galactic legacies will eventually play out in their generation. Songlan's three lineages, honor and disgrace, she had to meet Luo Tian Cave Master as soon as possible. Inside the sub-temple, multiple strong auras disappeared one after another. A few days later, the 13th Emperor Guardian Star of the Kanglan system. Ning Qingxian couldn't help but inwardly marvel as he stopped in the air and looked down at the scene of the entire living planet. From the messages sent by the Goddess of Wisdom, there were already quite a number of Federation citizens that had applied to be stationed on Luo Tianqing and become resident citizens of Luo Tianqing. It's mostly first-class citizens, but it's a good start. With a flick of his sleeve, he released the recently accepted dependents, Mei Qiujing and the others. Begin. He gave the order, and several people then ran off in all directions of the planet Luo Tianqing, guiding free infrastructure teams to develop and build. My lord, is there anything I need to do? Mei Qiujing respectfully inquired. Ning Qingxian thought about it. With the current Luo Tianqing's heritage, the immortal queen who possessed meteoric star-level strength, and the entire immortal clan, there was naturally no problem with safety and security. As for Mei Qiujing, who was also at the meteor star level and had also entered numerous different reincarnation worlds, she was currently acting as Ning Kaiwei's teacher plus a part-time escort, which was quite good. My daughter Ning Kaiwei is within the Wuling Academy. Your next task is to follow her orders. As the words fell, Mei Qiujing couldn't help but be slightly stunned. Ning Qingxian was so young and already had a daughter? She didn't dare to be slow and immediately arched her hand. I'll go forward now. In a few moments, she left Luo Tianqing and disappeared into the roiling dark starry sky. The voice of the Goddess of Wisdom resounded in this moment. Esteemed Mr. Ning, are you prepared to meet with the Long Ashes Star Lord now? Ning Qingxian didn't think twice. Take me there. The power of teleportation descended over his entire body once more, and his consciousness ripped apart briefly for a moment, followed by being within a pale white vastness. There was an open-air attic that came into view, and there were multiple figures that seemed to be waiting for a long time. The Goddess of Wisdom had thoughtfully labeled several people's identity information for him, and this look couldn't help but make Ning Qingxian very surprised. Ziwei, the Star Lord of the other two major galaxies of the Big Dipper, was actually here. Chen Xiaobai and Xiao Yuro, who were beside him, nodded slightly at him, showing smiles. In the end, Ning Qingxian landed his gaze on a middle-aged man wearing a Kanglan star robe. Greetings, Star Lord. He arched his hand slightly in respect. There's no need to be polite. The Long Ashes Star Lord beckoned, his eyes full of admiration. I asked you to come here today to introduce Chen Xiaobai and Xiao Yuro, in addition to a killing mission from the Goddess of Killing, issued by the Goddess of Killing. This mission, which also has a part of the Goddess of Judgment, may give birth to a few first-class battle merits if it can be successfully completed. Of course, the main will is up to you. The Long Ashes Star Lord went straight to the point, not pulling any punches in their first meeting, and stated their main purpose. Let me elaborate. When the Violet Star Lord flicked up his large sleeve, he saw a rippling image appear within the pale white space. Ancient Emperor Star, an imperial star that the Federation has lost for tens of thousands of years, was reduced to a foreign alien star a long time ago, and the situation inside is extremely refuted and chaotic. A few months ago, the goddess of slaying captured the life fluctuations of an evil god's dependent within the ancient Emperor Star, having escaped in from a foreign battlefield, and already on the verge of a state of death. But he took away a Federation artifact and is burdened with many of the evil god's treasures, so if we were to wade into the fringe range, we would trigger the collapse of the ancient Emperor Star. This kill mission, which is augmented with the sequence attribute, has a primary objective of retrieving Federation spells, with an optional secondary adjudication mission to cleanse the Federation of traitors. I expect there will be many eligible sequential cave masters that will go forward to carry it out, but I have likewise intercepted a piece of information from the Dusk Council Pavilion. There are already top-tier heavenly prides of the foreign races that are searching for that evil god's dependence in an attempt to take away the Confederation spells and evil god's magic treasures. The situation is very complicated, and even more so the crisis, the pressure you will face is unprecedented to imagine. As these words fell, Ning Qingxian couldn't help but fall into deep thought. The goddess of wisdom, the goddess of judgment, and the goddess of killing, together the three main gods of the Federation. The goddess of liberty, who had previously established the Liberty Star Temple, was a goddess derived from a goddess with a lower status than all of the previous three, similar to the will of the Tower Master of the Tower of the End. Killing quests issued by the goddess of killing have always been accompanied by unattainable battle credits. From the level of battle merit, you can surmise the difficulty of the mission. It's already very difficult to get one level of war credit, let alone more than one. If you find it hard to face, the Kanglan department can give up this killing mission. Seeing Ning Qingxuan's hesitation, the Long Ashes Star Lord spoke once more. The other cave lords of the current Kanglan system were all those who had failed in the sequence battle, and their prospects had long been set at the cave lord level. Ning Qingxian was still young and had a long time ahead of him, so it was fine to give up once. What is a sequential cave lord? Ning Qingxian asked, looking up. The Long Ashes Star Lord responded immediately, sequential qualifications are essential to either inheriting my mantle or stepping out of the Kanglan system and into the Federation's wider cosmic stars. The condition is to get a first-class battle merit once. The Ling Xiao cave master you encountered in the Free Star Hall before was a sequence, including Qin Xiaobai and Xiao Yuro. After speaking, Ning Qingxian couldn't help but look at the system panel. A few months have passed and a new life is ready to be developed. Should I take a shot? Don't be afraid, no matter what befalls you, as long as I, Qin Xiaobai, still have a breath, I won't let you face it alone. Qin Xiaobai spoke at this moment, his gaze resolute. Me too. Xiao Yuro nodded solemnly. As the two men's words fell, they couldn't help but make the three Star Lords look at each other as if they had seen themselves back then, all of them revealing heartfelt smiles. Ning Qingxian looked at Qin Xiaobai and Xiao Yuro. The goddess of wisdom had already told him everything that happened in the Free Star Hall. It had to be said that both Qin Xiaobai and Xiao Yuro were sincere, which was truly rare. He no longer hesitated. Alright, I'll take this mission as well. Chapter 89 Dusk Discussion Pavilion, Demon Eclipse Tower 10,000 Races Heavenly Pride. The Long Ashes Star Lord's eyes showed relief. He had been sitting in the Tsong Lan system for several thousand years. During these thousands of years of light, the Tsong Lan system had given birth to one cave master after another, but it was rare for one to appear to obtain the name of sequence. The main reason for this was that the Gujar starfield was still too big, and the galaxies that were stronger than the Kanglan system's base took up the vast majority of it. He believed that with Ning Qingxuan's potential and strength, even if he didn't take on this killing mission, he would definitely be able to obtain the sequence name in the future. But in the end, Ning Qingxian still took it. See you at the Ancient Emperor's Star. Qin Xiaobai and Xiao Yuro, led by the two Star Lords, left this side of space. The Long Ashes Star Lord followed up by extending his right hand, only to see two bottles of Star Marrow liquid appear immediately afterward. Take all of this Star Marrow liquid. If there is a revival of transmutation memories in the future, it can quickly restore your strength. Ning Qingxuan's heart instantly rippled, and he was already very clear on just how valuable the Star Marrow liquid was. That last bottle, according to the Goddess of Wisdom, should have been treasured by the Long Ashes Star Lord many years ago. These two newly appeared bottles, I'm afraid that they were exchanged from Ziwei and Beidou, the two Star Lords, at a high price. Ning Qingxian was silent for a moment, not making any pretense of accepting them in droves, and spoke in a solemn tone, "Many thanks, Star Lord." The Long Ashes Star Lord shook his head. "No need to be polite, you are already the most promising youngster in the entire Xonglan system, and you were once an ancient reincarnator of the Reincarnation Hall. These resources are all what you deserve. Also, have you ever learned anything about the Twilight Council? The familiars under my command have likewise intercepted a portion of intelligence that is directed at you." Ning Qingxian didn't look so unfamiliar when he heard this name. He remembered that not long ago, when he was still on the Kanglan system's home planet, a team of devil Taoists from the Central Plains Earth blasted an army of foreigners under the Dusk Council Pavilion's affiliation. The leader, what's his name, the Twilight King? I've heard of it, but I don't know much about it. The Long Ashes Star Lord hesitated and then pontificated. This time when we go to the Ancient Emperor Star, we have to be doubly careful of the Dusk Council Pavilion. This side of the alien alliance is quite terrifying. It is said that the convergence of alien races has amounted to tens of thousands of alien races, which are perennially entrenched in many dark forbidden zones. In recent times, quite a few, top celestial pride under the age of 100 have been killed out from the 10,000 races, and their number is known by the name of the Demon Eclipse Tower. The foreign pride that can enter the Demon Eclipse building, when placed in our Kanglan system's final tower, the weakest can be ranked in the heavenly ranking, and there are many standouts among them that can stand shoulder to shoulder with the sequential cave masters. All of these people, they are probably searching for the evil god's dependence in the Ancient Emperor Star, and what I'm worried about is that they will discover your identity and thus carry out the orders of the Dusk Council Pavilion. You try to be careful and stay out of the way. As the Long Ashes Star Lord spoke, Ning Qingxuan's mind gradually sketched out the framework of the Twilight Discussion Pavilion. Devil Eclipse Floor, the heavenly pride that killed out from the 10,000 races, the best that can stand shoulder to shoulder with the Sequence Cave Lord. It sounds like the Ancient Emperor planet is about to set off a trend of the Great World Controversy? I will. Ning Qingxian replied. A few moments later, he once again returned to his Emperor Guardian Star. The voice of the Goddess of Wisdom rang out at this moment. Esteemed Mr. Ning, I have detected that you have taken on the task of killing the goddess, and this time there are a total of 2 teammates to accompany you. A temporary chat room is being opened for you. Temporary chat room opened successfully. Chen Xiaobai has joined, Xiao Yuro has joined. The Goddess of Killing will be conducting a collective teleportation of the Gujar Starfield quest receivers in 3 hours, and the teleportation could take up to 10 days, so Mr. Ning can prepare everything in the remaining 3 hours. As Ning Qingxian listened, he couldn't help but take a deep breath. His mind once again recalled what the Long Ashes Star Lord had instructed him to do, so he could imagine that the mission to the Ancient Emperor Star was a journey filled with crises and challenges. He decided to take the plunge because he was able to develop his life again. The last time he lived in the 9 domains, it gave him a golden yuanshan of 100,000 feet, not fearing any weird invasions, and his strength was even plucked up from the middle stage of the Super S rank, directly to the beginning stage of the Meteorite Star rank. I don't know how far the strength can be pulled up with this new life development. Ning Qingxian fell into deep thought. According to his current division of the Federation's reincarnator strengths, Super S-Class belonged to the strongest on the surface of ordinary living planets. The Meteorite Star level, on the other hand, was the first step into the cosmic stars, in the true sense of the word. The Calamity Star rank on it was generally adapted to the status of the older generation of cave masters, such as the other 12 Emperor Guardian Stars within the Kanglan system, where the cave masters who sat on them were all Calamity Star ranked. Their age range is basically between a few hundred and a few thousand years old, and not infrequently there have also been war deaths over the generations. Due to the lack of sequence qualifications, he could only sit and guard the Imperial Star for the rest of his life. As for the Star Lord of the Long Embers, Ning Qingxian couldn't speculate. This kind of status figure who was in charge of a galaxy was bound to be far above the Calamity Star level. No one can force out the true strength of a Star Lord figure without exploding into a predicament that threatens the entire galaxy. Ning Qingxian, are you there? Suddenly, a pop-up window flashed before his eyes, and it was none other than Xiao Yuro from the Beidou star system. From now on, this will be our little group. When we wait until we reach the Ancient Emperor Star, everyone remember to never act alone and meet up first. Chen Xiaobai's textual descriptions are equally revealing. Good. Ning Qingxian simply replied with a single word. It wasn't long before he once again felt another strange force that slowly enveloped his body. An icy cold voice from the Goddess of Killing followed. This killing mission covers the Gurja Starfield, and a chat room has now been opened for you. A new pop-up window surfaced immediately afterward, and the Goddess of Slaying pulled everyone into a general group. Ning Qingxian took a cursory glance, and looking at the entire Gujar starfield, there were 82 young cave masters who had taken on this mission. No one in the general group said anything for a long time. Apparently they were all checking the list. It wasn't until a person with the name of Lord of the Ancient Cave was the first to break the silence. Ha ha, the sequence bigwigs are silent, are they peeping at the screen? This mission is perilous, I'll be satisfied with mixing up a third-level battle merit, and I hope that the sequence bigwigs will give me more guidance. At Obsidian Cave Master, playing the Munchkin again, are you? At Obsidian Cave Master, Big Brother, is it you who was praised by name by the ancient great academician some time ago? Nonetheless, that guy seems to be from the Canyon department, see if he's in the chat room as well. Kanglin Galaxy? I understand this side of the galaxy. I didn't realize that Li Qingsong not only ranked among the cave lords, but also gained the final evaluation, all of which reached the ears of the ancient great academician. You're wrong, aren't you? That person isn't Li Qingsong, it's someone called Luo Tian Cave Lord Ning Qingxian, and it's a 3-time final evaluation. 3 times? This person is too perverted. Even the disciples of the ancient great academician back then, the strongest ones were only 3 or 4 times. At Taihua Cave Master, TSK, caught a sequential Big Brother. At everyone be quiet, this mission to the ancient Emperor Star is extraordinary, the situation within it is extremely complicated, and there is a possibility that the Dusk Discussion Pavilion's Demon Eclipse Tower's heavenly pride may appear. Please share any news in a timely manner here, Eternal Galaxy Taihua Cave Master. Demon Eclipse Tower? The young powerhouse that killed out of the 10,000 clans? Don't worry, you're all heavenly character number 1 selected from within the Tower of the End. It's not certain which one of you will be stronger or weaker if you really meet. Ning Qingxian silently looked at the general group message. Of the 82 young cave lords who were on a mission in the Guja starfield, only 4 or 5 were currently conversing, with the rest remaining silent. This included Chen Xiaobai and Xiao Yuro. Ning Qingxian noticed that quite a few of these 82 people were carrying sequences. As a little bit of time passed, the teleportation fluctuations of the killing goddess gradually began to surface. Since teleporting to the ancient emperor planet would require a long process, he no longer hesitated, and his mind sank into the life development system, activating his new identity in the heavens. Chapter 90 Devil Race, Soul Streamer. The greatest realm of the earth. Prisoner Demon Abyss, Demon Town. The north wind is howling and cold. 100 miles outside of the city, there is a high as 100,000 feet high Jinmu Tower, the tower imprisoned in the Yuan Yang realm countless demon race. Rumor has it that even the Heavenly Father powerhouse has several. It was all thanks to a demonic couple. Many years ago, the Candle Knight Demon Sovereign was married to the Holy Maiden of the human race. The two great heavenly dignitaries could not bear to look at the pale people of the Yuan Yang realm, suffering from the scourge and invasion of the many demonic races. So to the devils of the great half of the Yuan Yang realm, a purge was carried out, and finally suppressed 3 devils devil. Afterward, he felt weak, so he listened to the words of the giant of the righteous path, the first ancestor of the Divine Wind sect, and built the devil-suppressing pagoda to suppress them in droves first with the native talent of the human saintus. The Candle Knight Demon Sovereign resumed his journey, only to be quickly met with bad news and buried at the hands of a number of demon sovereigns. After that, the entire Candle Knight Demon clan was turned into scattered sand, and the whereabouts of many experts in the clan were unknown. There were rumors from the outside world that someone had seen the figure of the Divine Wind sect's first-generation ancestor that day. It wasn't long before the bad news reached the ears of the Holy Maiden of the human race, and she forced herself to endure her grief to give birth to a son, giving him the name Yin Hearing Han. At the time of birth, the sky fell visions, but suspected that the legendary living dead baby, innate lack of a soul, may never wake up the possibility of the human race saint girl more grief. However, woe was not alone, as Jinmu City suddenly came to an end. Hundreds of thousands of subjects all over the city were slaughtered, the domain range was reduced to hell on earth, and the fire burned for 3 days and 3 nights. Lan Ruwashi, do you know your offense? On that day, the Divine Wind sect's first-generation ancestor led the 36 heavenly deities and 72 earthly furies to descend on the devil-suppressing tower in unison. What is my offense? Lan Ruwashi wondered. Your son is carrying the bloodline of the Candle Knight Demon clan, and when he was born, he triggered chaos in heaven and earth, and condensed the body of demonic chi to cause the tragic deaths of hundreds of thousands of innocents in Jin Demon City. Do you recognize this crime? Impossible. My son has always been by my side, and has never even opened his eyes since he was born. How could he gather a body of demonic energy and kill for no reason? There are witnesses here, and you still dare to argue. Right now, I'll give you 2 paths, either you head to the Heavenly Demon Cave to atone for your sins, or hand over your son to me. Old man kamikaze, you're spitting blood. My husband just died not long ago, and we have yet to find out what happened, and you're going to kill us mother and son again? Bold. This seat's reputation can't allow you to slander it. If you dare to be reckless again, this seat will immediately refine your son. Lan Ruashi despaired and realized that the Divine Wind sect's first-generation old ancestor had already stepped into a half-step great celestial exaltation. Okay. I'll go. Today, 20 years later, inside the Devil Suppressor Tower. On the cross, chains twisted and bound a long-haired figure. With the slight twitching of his eyes, he instantly attracted a large number of gazes that fell in unison on his body, bringing up strands of confusion. It's been 20 years, isn't he a living dead baby? How could he show signs of waking up? The three demon race demon sovereigns likewise opened and closed their wills, staring closely at the long-haired figure. Bearing the bloodline of a human saintess, Yen Listening Han had been given the Divine Wind seal by the Divine Wind primordial elder ancestor, using it to suppress the many demonic clans. At the same time, with the Candle Knight demon bloodline, not eating or drinking for 20 years is still full of vitality. Even if you wake up, it's useless. With the Divine Wind seal on the inside and the Big Dipper on the outside, how can you escape this purgatory devil tower? One of the demonic jinn shook his head. Yen Hearing Cold's situation was different from Lan Ruashi's. The former had taken the initiative to suppress this tower, while the latter had been cast with the Divine Wind seal when she was a young child. What's more, outside the tower there were also 36 heavenly deities and 72 earthly deities of the Divine Wind sect guarding the tower. Yen Hearing Cold did nothing but die of old age here. The three wolves continued to fall silent, no longer paying attention. Moments later, Ning Qingxian finally opened his eyes. A hint of confusion flashed in his eyes, and soon a large number of refuted memories surged out of his mind, which were branded among the other souls. Kamikaze, Candle Knight, demons. The confusion in Ning Qingxuan's eyes turned into coldness. He was clear about his current situation, never expecting that he, who was once the head of the demon sect, would one day be imprisoned in this devil-suppressing tower. After taking a deep breath, Ning Qingxian realized that the tower still possessed the aura of heaven and earth. It was a bad start, but that didn't stop him from returning to his former peak. With a slight flick of the mind, the life panel surfaces in an instant. Life development, in progress. Natal talent, full gnosis. Innate talent, indestructible soul streamer. Innate talent, divine soul splitting. The two brand new innate talents were out of Ning Qingxuan's expectations. He carefully examined the indestructible soul streamer and soon found a small 3-inch soul streamer within his body. The entire body exuded a Mori demonic aura, and was bound to one's divine soul, possessing the attribute of being indestructible. Currently there weren't any true souls in residence, and all Ning Qingxian needed to do was to raise his intention, and they would immediately surface and explode in power. This place is the Yuan Yang realm, and there are no immortal cultivators in existence, yet they have already cultivated their martial arts to the immortal martial level, so since they have the innate talent of the indestructible soul streamer, why don't they set off a world of demonic cultivation? Ning Qingxian pondered for a long while before checking out the divine soul split once more. As his consciousness probed, he realized that this divine soul-splitting talent could vaguely allow his mind to travel back and forth between the Yuan Yang realm and the Cosmic Alliance. So it is. Ning Qingxian understood. This was also quite good. The process of life development would not affect the dilemma of not being able to wake up in time after descending to the ancient Emperor Star. It was that I didn't know how many times the difference in the flow of time between the Yuan Yang realm and the Cosmic Union was. Ning Qingxian moved around a bit and immediately began to recover his strength. The aura of the heavens and earth rolled in, initially slowly entering the body, and then speeding up, followed by a continuous surge. Ning Qingxuan's awakening had also caught the attention of the Heavenly Dipper and Earthly Fiends outside the tower, and they all opened their silent eyes in unison, looking through the Devil Suppressor Tower to the lowest level. This son has actually awakened. Has he revived his bloodline memory so quickly? He should remember what happened back then. We need to report to the primordial ancestor immediately. Ridiculous, so what if he remembers? How can he turn over the sky? What's more, the first-generation old ancestor is still in seclusion. Why bother him with a trivial matter? This son, after all, is burdened with two major bloodlines, and that year, he also triggered a heaven and earth anomaly, and the news of waking up this morning may soon be known by the Candle Knight Demon Clan. Are you afraid that the Candle Knight Demon Clan will make a comeback? That's not necessary. With the third-generation ancestor in attendance, there's no need to be concerned. The Big Dipper powerhouse at the head of the group faintly glanced at the bottom of the devil-suppressing tower, then withdrew his gaze and turned to a figure sitting quietly on his knees at the tip of the tower, his eyes showing respect. Feng, the third-generation ancestor of the Divine Wind sect, his strength was similarly at the heavenly exaltation realm. After so many years had passed, how had the Candle Knight Demon Clan not tried to get their young lord out? But as long as Feng sat here, their desire to see the Candle Knight young lord was nothing more than a delusion. In fact, it was just as he expected. In the blink of an eye, another 10 years had passed, and the winds and waves of the Devil Suppressor Tower were calm. Chapter 91, 10,000 Devils Bow Down, Welcome Young Lord to the World. It's nighttime and the wind is howling. Ning Qingshuan's breathing was steady, and he was still hanging, his long, inky black hair falling down over his shoulders, making it impossible for the many demonic powerhouses to witness his face. In his half-open eyes, wisps of luster were currently draped around them. There was a gold and a black that continued to entwine, gradually merging to become the color of black and gold. 10 years. Ning Qingshan exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. During the 10-year period, his physical body had entered the Great Yellow Court of Perfection, and his Yuanshan had once again been remodeled by 100,000 feet, and he had completely recovered to the peak of his strength. He even only needed to exert a little force to break free of all the shackles, including the Divine Wind seal that Divine Wind sect's first-generation old ancestor had cast down on him. Only, to Ning Qingshan, this wasn't enough. The Yuan Yang realm is at the immortal martial level, and the strongest person of the Heavenly Father realm is alone, possessing the great divine ability to control the life and death of all living beings. With his current peak battle power, he was already comparable to a late-stage Heaven's Reverend. But above the Heavenly Father, there is the Great Heavenly Father. He was going to try and see if he could get close to that threshold. Rumble. A silent, muffled sound emanated from within Ning Qingshuan's body. The three demon race demon elders opened their eyes once again and looked at him with grave eyes. It's been 10 years, is Candle Knight's bloodline so strong, it feels like he's close to being a Heavenly Father? Nonetheless, it may have entered the Heavenly Father. It's not the bloodline that's strong, it's the man himself. For some reason, in recent times I've been feeling more and more alarmed. The demonic aura on this guy is just too heavy. The three devils stared tightly at Ning Qingshan, and as time continued to pass, the feeling grew stronger and stronger. Another 5 years later, the uncountable number of demonic powerhouses throughout the Devil Suppressing Tower were gradually experiencing uneasiness deep within their hearts. This uneasiness came from the lowest level. Vaguely there was some very terrifying generation of demons that was about to be born out. They coincidentally associated it with that year, that person who was forcefully suppressed at the lowest level by the Divine Wind sect's first-generation ancestor, who had cast the Divine Wind seal. That's not right, his demonic aura surpasses ours? The eyes of the three devil-exalted persons intensely condensed, and this aura that made the entire devil-suppressing tower, all the devil race powerhouses, feel uneasy, also began to loom over their hearts. Cold, gloomy, and the lowest level surged with an unimaginably low demonic aura that almost caused space to solidify. At the same time, outside the Devil Suppressor Tower, under the pitch-black night, a large, dark mass of demonic figures with cold faces and intense hatred appeared. The leader was a woman in black, her demonic pupils blooming with the luster of a candlelit night. The Devil Suppressor Tower was just ahead, and their Candle Knight young lord was on the bottom floor. A tower is like a world away. Young lord. The woman in black bit her lip lightly, knowing that the demeanor of attacking the Devil Suppressing Tower was hardly different from sending her to her death. With that third-generation ancestor in attendance, plus the heavenly deities, trying to rescue the young lord was tantamount to a pie in the sky. But she had no choice. The Candle Knight Demon Clan hadn't had a dominator for many years, and now that she had learned of the young lord's awakening, she had to do everything she could to save him. Been waiting for you guys for a while. Suddenly, an ancient divine thought opened and closed, instantly enveloping the 8 wastelands and thousands of miles. The sneaking of the woman in black and the others was exposed on the spot. At the top of the Devil Suppressing Tower, the third-generation elder ancestor Feng slowly opened and closed his vicissitudes eyes, calmly looking at the crowd of Candle Knight demon race powerhouses. Why have only so many people come? It's just that, since we're here, let's enter the bottom of the tower together and catch up with your young lord. Feng said, slowly getting up. The majestic and great power poured out, like dark clouds, covering the sky and earth. His intimidating pressure caused the hearts of the many Candle Knight demon race powerhouses to be heavy. But no one was afraid, and the woman in black was even more determined. Everyone, the Candle Knight Demon Clan's fault to this day is not the fault of your clan master back then, nor is it the fault of the clan's queen. Everything is caused by these old Divine Wind children. Even if we can't save the young lord today, we can still walk with no regrets in the 9 hells and Yellow Springs. As her words fell, the demons instantly erupted with monstrous demonic chi. The heavenly deities outside of the devil-suppressing tower had also long since risen in unison with cold smiles at the corners of their mouths. But at that moment, the click. At the bottom of the devil-suppressing tower, a voice that caused Feng Yian's heart to palpitate was vaguely heard. He sensed that the divine wind seal was shattered and looked down violently. Through the heavy ceiling barriers, he saw layers upon layers of demonic powerhouses, all of whom were at some point in an unprecedented state of trepidation. Throughout the 99 floors of the devil-suppressing tower, all of the demonic powerhouses were bowing down, kneeling on the ground, and trembling with fear. What's going on? Feng Yan was shocked. Being at the very bottom, the three demon elders' faces were pale as hell, their heads lowered, and they didn't dare to look at Ning Qingxuan's silhouette at all. The clicking sound continued as the chains collapsed and the divine wind seal fell apart. As Ning Qingxian continued to move, he stepped down from the shelf in the air, a pair of indifferent eyes reflected beneath his face, which was covered by long, inky black hair. Vaguely, his back seemed to present some sort of illusion, with a terrifying 100,000-foot demon god's body, swaying. So it needs to be truly demonic in order to break through. Ning Qingxian whispered, slowly raising his head to look towards the top of the demon suppression tower. Through the 99 floors along the road, he locked eyes with Feng Yan. At this instant, Feng Yan only felt creeped out, and his entire mind produced a rumble, hesitating to be gazed at by the demon god. What a freaking baby that couple had! The moment the thought fell, Ning Qingxian had already raised his hand. Boom! A beam of black light erupted, unstoppably shattering the seal of the 99 floors of the Devil Suppressor Tower. It shattered everything and scared the liver and guts of countless demon clans. Until it rushes up to the ninth heaven and pushes across the clouds for thousands of miles. As it blew up the entire devil-suppressing tower, the indescribable world-destroying demonic intent that came from Ning Qingxuan's body was completely vented. Thunder suddenly appeared in heaven and earth, causing an imbalance between yin and yang, and the aura rolled backward, turning into a morose demonic aura again in the twinkling of an eye. The black-clothed woman, including many of the Candle Knight demon race's strongest members, witnessed this scene are full of dumbfounded, and their minds are swept away by 1,000 shocks. Set up a formation, set up a formation. The 36 heavenly deities and 72 earthly furies hastily offered their magic weapons. There were ancient formations coalescing on the spot, attempting to repair the devil-suppressing tower and suppress Ning Qingxian once more. Unexpectedly, Ning Qingxian had already come, his figure clearly witnessed by all of the people of the Divine Wind sect, transforming into a pervasive fear. Bang! Ning Qingxuan's palm extinguished the artifacts and shattered the formations, causing the heavenly deities to spray blood and fly backwards, their faces shrouded in horror. This is the young lord? Can't be wrong, so pure Candle Knight bloodline. Young lord. Demon Iris Z pays her respects to young lord. The woman in black wept with joy and bowed down on her knees. When they looked at all of the Candle Knight demon race's powerhouses in the rear, all of them had tears in their eyes and fell to their knees in unison. We pay our respects to the young lord and welcome him to the world. Celestial sounds resounded, sweeping across the heavens and the world. Reflecting Ning Qingxuan's black-haired, dancing figure, the ghastly intimidation formed by this scene had fallen into Feng Yan's eyes, and it was already a frightening sight. Half a step. Great Heavenly Father? Chapter 92, I want the North to bleed to death. How long is the history of the inheritance of the great world of Yuan, but counting the number of lords, and how many heavenly beings? This heavenly rift and gully had cut off the paths of uncountable powerhouses to advance. Anyone who is ranked as a heavenly dignitary, without exaggeration, belongs to the first class on Earth. He, Feng Yan, was at this level, having stayed in the first stream on Earth for nearly 50 years. But in order to climb up to the ranks of the great celestial exalted, even just a half step, one would have to almost exhaust the rest of one's life, and it would still be a long way off. That kind of power, a mere half-step difference, caused a huge disparity that even 10 heaven exalted could not make up for. Right now, the monstrous demonic aura that Ning Qingxian was wantonly declaring out belonged to a half-step greatest heavenly father. He foresaw his own demise, and in just a few breaths he had simulated his response hundreds of times in his mind. But whether it is blowing up the magic weapon, or escaping with the remnants of the soul, or fighting with all your might, there is only one end in the end: death. Ning Qingxian raised his hand and blasted it with a palm. It broke down his protective astral aura on the spot, and the Heavenly Father's fleshly body was actually like a bubble, being blown to pieces by the destruction. Along with the blood bursting out, he let out a mournful scream as his entire body fell apart. The third-generation ancestor has been killed. Looking at the many heavenly deities, they all screamed in fear when they witnessed this scene. The demonic aura that spread between heaven and earth seeped into their bones and drilled into their souls, as if they had fallen into the moral purgatory. But that wasn't the end of it. Ning Qingshuan's face was cold and unfeeling as he offered up his own indestructible soul streamer with a wave of his large sleeve. The soul streamer was only 3 inches, but it suffs in the wind, revealing an even more seeping and horrifying demonic fluctuation. Without thinking, Ning Qingxian violently snapped between his palms to slaughter all of the heavenly deities and earthly demons, and even Fomian's divine soul, taking it all into the soul streamer. At this point, the refining begins. Miserable screams resounded unceasingly, and the wails of pain fell into the ears of the many demonic clansmen, frightening them to the point that they were shivering and full of fear. The same was true even for the 3 demon dignitaries. This instantaneous killing of Fomian's strength, how it made the liver and gall blown away. The devil-suppressing pagoda had suppressed him for more than 30 years, but it had actually suppressed a half-step great heavenly father. I don't know how much time passed, but the screams inside the soul streamer disappeared. After refining, the true souls of hundreds of heavenly deity and earthly deity powerhouses, including Fomian, were all gone, and 5 indestructible soul bodies appeared instead. Ning Qingxian noticed that each of the 5 indestructible soul bodies had a demonic pattern branded on them. This magic pattern vaguely represented the grade of the soul body. The more magic patterns, the stronger the soul body power. Furthermore, Ning Qingxian sensed that his strength had once again refined by 1 point, clearly brought about by the undying soul streamer's refinement. This meant that the higher the rank of the undying soul streamer, the more powerful it was, and the stronger he would be. At this point, he turned his gaze back to the many demon clans, as well as the 3 demon elders. As Ning Qingshuan's line of sight swept across the room, the 3 demon elders' minds plummeted to the bottom of the valley, and an even more intense shadow of death loomed over them. That magic treasure, obviously, was something very terrifying, and if they didn't want to be one of them, they had to make a decision immediately. Wait! I would like to lead the entire Red Flame clan to submit to the Great Demon Father. As the roar rang out, many Red Flame demon race powerhouses hurriedly echoed, all yelling in unison, "I wish to submit to the Great Demon Father, who lives with the heavens and is immortal with the earth." The remaining 2 demon dignitaries wouldn't dare to have any crooked thoughts, and in a moment, they saw countless kowtowing sounds resonating under the vaulted heavens. "We are willing to submit to the Great Demon Lord, who lives with the heavens and is immortal with the earth." Ning Qingxian looked down at the crowds of demons, and he remembered that Divine Wind sect's first-generation ancestor had stepped into a half-step Great Celestial Exalt 35 years ago. It was clear that he had the strength to obliterate the entire devil-suppressing tower, all of the devil race, but the primordial ancestor did not do so. The 3 generations of ancestors, including the Big Dipper, were still dispatched to continue the defense. In Ning Qingshuan's eyes, this was tantamount to telling the living people of the Yuanyang realm about the contributions that the Divine Wind sect had made to the Yuanyang realm, so that the Divine Wind sect could reap both fame and fortune. This was perhaps the significance of the Jinmu Tower, which had existed for 35 years. Ning Qingxian turned around and arrived in front of Demon Iris Z. The bloodline memories of the Candle Knight Demon Clan emerged once again. This woman was the contemporary of the Candle Knight Demon Clan, one of the 6 Great Masters, and was currently at the Mid-Heavenly Dawn realm. "Young Lord, Demon Iris Z kneels down to ask you to take charge of the Candle Knight Demon Clan and renew the glory of my demon clan back then." Demon Iris Z pleaded and opened his mouth. Ning Qingxian was currently the only one in the entire Candle Knight Demon Clan who bore a pure demonic bloodline. Other than him, there was no one else who could bring the Candle Knight demons back together. And Ning Qingxian basically knew the general situation regarding the events of that year. Where are the rest of the clan? Since he had come to the Yuanyang realm and had become the young master of the Candle Knight Demon Clan, he would not let it go. Whether it was before or in the future, the fate of the Candle Knight Demon Clan would be rewritten by his own hands. After the clan lord left the world back then, most of them went into hiding and lurked in various places in the Yuanyang realm due to the threat of the other demon clan demon lords. But at your word, wherever they are, they will surely come and worship before. Devil Kite Z hurriedly responded. She was already placing all her hopes on Ning Qingxian. "Is my mother still in the heavenly demon abyss?" Ning Qingxian once again inquired. The Godwind sect's first-generation ancestor did not obliterate Lan Ruoshi, again because Lan Ruoshi possessed value. In the memories of the Candle Knight Demon Clan's bloodline, the heavenly demon abyss was vaguely the supreme sanctuary of countless demon clans, extremely mysterious. Still, Devil Iris Z's face was complex and mournful. The heavenly demon abyss opens every 100 years, and the clan queen is similarly burdened with the divine wind seal, which that first-generation old ancestor used to transform the demonic essence and cultivate himself. If I'm not mistaken, these 35 years have passed, and I'm afraid that primordial ancestor has ranked among the ranks of the great celestials. Ning Qingxian listened and fell into deep thought. In that case, it seems that if you want to get Lan Ruoshi out, you can only wait until 65 years later. Young Lord, in my opinion, we need to find a hiding place right now to avoid being discovered by the Divine Wind Sect's primordial ancestors, including those demon lords of the demon clan in the Northern Realm, who will definitely take action. The several demon lords that Demon Iris Z spoke of were undoubtedly the supreme existences that, back then, had joined forces with the primordial old ancestor to suppress his father. Gather all the men and go to the Northern Realm. Ning Qingshuan's tone was cold without the slightest bit of emotion. Devil Iris was slightly stunned and spoke cautiously, Young Lord, you've only just broken the seal, aren't you going to take a break? Recuperation? Ning Qingxian looked into the distance. In his first life, he was a virus carrier, started the Evernight bloodline, killed the 3 great Corpse King patriarchs, and returned peace to the earth for decades. There is also a life in charge of 100,000 demonic sect congregation, fast and furious killing and ruthless never soft. Throughout many life experiences, no matter positive or negative characters, the way of behavior is nothing more than following the heart. What's more, his strength had already recovered to its peak and refined even more, so there was no reason to hide. Why should we rest? How can we rest? I want the North to bleed to death. Chapter 93 The Common Lord of the Demon Race Under Heaven, will there really be such a person? A few days later, in the southwest land of the Yuanyang realm, black snow drifted all over the sky. The devilish aura of heaven and earth rolled around and stayed around all year round. As a forbidden land, this place gathered many people of the demon race. There were also several Candle Knight demon clan experts who had lurked back then. A great storm, accompanied by Ning Qingshuan's introduction to the world and the death of the Divine Wind Sect's 3rd-generation ancestor, quickly spread throughout the entire southwest lands. At this moment, in a cave in a mountain cliff, the sound of a bright, haunting laugh resounded. Well, my clan's young lord has finally broken the seal. Worthy of being the Candle Knight divine blood, it is a half-step great celestial exalt at the time of its birth. Come on, everyone from the 7 veins and 12 sects, follow me forward to see the young lord immediately. The cold wind whistled, the first expert of the Candle Knight demon clan, the 6-fingered demon venerable stood up in the sky, shattered the black snow in the sky, and whisked his sleeve to run into the distance. Behind him, followed by a huge piece, tens of thousands of Candle Knight people, without exception, faced with unprecedented fervor and excitement. The blood of the Candle Knight demons has been cold for too long, too long. Ning Qingshuan's introduction to the world brought the blood of the entire clan back to a boil. The same scene was staged in various places in the southwest land, with numerous latent Candle Knight clansmen awakening from their slumber, setting off great momentum and following the clan's experts to go for an audience. This battle caused a sensation throughout the southwest lands, the forbidden area of the demon race. A large number of reclusive powerhouses opened and closed their consciousnesses in unison, their faces shocked as they looked at a black shadow in the firmament. Candle Knight Demon Clan. Haven't they been silent for many years? How could they swarm out this morning? Great Exalted One has no idea that Candle Knight Young Lord has walked out of the demon-suppressing tower, and even slaughtered the Divine Wind Sect's Phonian, and the outside world rumors seem to have entered the half-step Great Heavenly Father realm. Nowadays, not only the Candle Knight clan has appeared, but I've heard that there are quite a few other demon clans that have submitted to his command. The sound intensified, within the southwest ground prohibited area, reviving a number of demonic wills, all heard about this matter from the mouth of their clansmen, looking at the roaming Candle Knight powerhouses, all of them were shocked. In the East Sea, above the Endless Sea, a huge stone monument to the heavens was established. There were several figures that were sitting quietly on their knees below the stone monument. As if sensing something, several people opened their eyes one after another, looking at the countless demonic wills that continued to agitate throughout the depths of the seabed. It's going to change. One of the old men's eyes showed strands of fear. The entire undersea demon clan continuously transmitted ferocious fluctuations, vaguely wanting to break free from their bonds and leave this seal that had suppressed them for many years to make a pilgrimage to pay homage to the new king of the Candle Knight demon clan. This kind of will is truly unbelievable. After all, the countless demon clans under the seabed were not of the same lineage as the Candle Knight demon clan. But it was with the introduction of that new king that they all rose up in pilgrimage. Looking at the ancient history of the Yuanyang realm, such a situation had never occurred. The old man of the Divine Wind should not have left that demon that year, the old man that day and night to observe the sky. I feel that the Candle Knight demon race is not only no trend of decline, but also have more and more signs of growth. As expected, this morning he broke the seal of the devil-suppressing tower, mirroring the words of the old man. Even Phonian was subdued on the spot, and it's only been a few days since the news spread, and the undersea demon race has detected his aura. According to the situation, is he not going to become the common lord of the world's demon race? Upon hearing this, the remaining few old men were silent, their faces very ugly. 35 years ago, Yuan Divine Wind, also known as the first-generation Old Ancestor, coveted the unique bloodline power within the human race's holy maiden, Lan Ruoshi. Then to the Lord of the Candle Night, who was a kind-hearted person at that time, he put forward the idea of constructing the devil-suppressing tower, to refine 10,000 devils and cast divine weapons, which could immediately solve the predicament of the Yuan-Yang realm where the living souls were in dire straits. The Lord of the Candle Night and the sacred maiden of the human race both listened, and soon, his plot unfolded. First, he compelled the 3 northern clans to falsely join forces with the Lord of Candle Night, but ended up teaming up with the 3 demon lords to suppress him. After that, he slandered the holy maiden of the human race and forced her to go to the heavenly demon abyss, thus finally brewing today's situation. At this moment, the new dynasty was rushing towards the northern border. If the 3 clans of the Jinns of the north were unable to stop the new king, the next state of affairs would be even worse. After a long time, the previous old man let out a long sigh with deep awe and timidity. Will there really be such a person in the world's demon race co-owner? He didn't dare to imagine what a terrifying, yet unparalleled scene it would be if the 10,000 devils of the Yuan-Yang realm were to collectively claim the same person as their master. North Realm, Devil King Mountain. As the entire Yuan-Yang realm, the most vicious and infamous forbidden land of the demon race, there are only 3 major demon races coiled here. They had an extremely long history of inheritance, and had once been collectively known as the Ancient 10 Devils, along with the Candle Night demon race and other flourishing devil races in the ancient times. How many years have passed, the Yuan-Yang realm of the living people, suffered from their scourge of wantonness, was buried by their hands of the dynasty, the cumulative total has been dozens of parties. Countless white bones, through the wash of the years, dusted in various places in the Yuan-Yang realm, silently telling of their cruel atrocities. Nowadays, the powerful people of the 3 clans who usually wandered in the 8 directions had rarely converged on the 7 Obsidian Demon clan with the strongest underpinnings, outside the Demon King Mountain. As far as the eye could see, demonic figures covered the sky, causing the entire Demon King Mountain to form a great formation. The faces of every demon race powerhouse carried unprecedented tension and apprehension. It was because they knew that there was about to be a great demon lord who had been suppressed for 35 years, a new king from the Candle Night Demon clan. To come to the north, to set foot on this mountain of the Demon King. Deep down, on top of the mountain, the palace attic was erected, and there were 3 figures with dry lips. The long and depressing weight made them feel like they were on pins and needles. Damn it, what the hell is Yuan Divine Wind doing? We listened to his slanderous words back then before we surrounded and killed the Lord of Candle Night, and now we're ignoring us? Don't panic, Yuan Divine Wind is probably still in seclusion. When he comes out of seclusion he is bound to be a true great heavenly sovereign, and at that time, he will definitely be able to completely extinguish the Candle Night Demon clan. But can we wait until then? The 2 demon lords looked at the 7 Obsidian Demon Lord, only to see that the 7 Obsidian Demon Lord was silent. From the news coming from afar, it could be determined that this new king of the Candle Night Demon clan's strength was laid at a half-step greatest heavenly father. As for the 3 of them, after 35 years of cultivation, they had barely touched the threshold of a great heavenly father from the late heavenly father stage. Facing the new king of the Candle Night Demon clan, the only way to have a 40% chance of victory was to join forces, which was clearly not enough. What's all the noise about? There are 180,800,000 devil clans outside the Demon King's mountain. Even if he leads the crowd of the devil-suppressing tower to come, how can he resist our 3 clans' underpinnings? The 7 Obsidian Demon Lord finally spoke in a deep voice, his eyes flickering with wisps of cold aura. Even if a person is strong, as long as they are not truly invincible, there is still a time when their strength is exhausted. With the 3 tribal underpinnings plus the 3 of them, even if they were to consume, they would be able to consume him to death. Lord Demon Lord! A startled whistle suddenly came from beyond the mountain. The 3 demon lords instantly looked in unison, and from Ning Qingshuan's body, the 10,000 cold demonic intent spread, transforming into a howling gale that swept across the entire Demon King Mountain. The black clouds in the distance were pressing down as if they were going to crush the Demon King Mountain. The 180,000 demonic powerhouses outside the mountain, their bodies trembled uncontrollably for a split second. Vaguely, they saw the infinitely high shadow of the demon god above the black clouds. That kind of dominator's aura seemed to be looking down on the earth, to devour the mountains and rivers. What is the matter with this kind of magic intent? Why do I have an urge to make a pilgrimage? The 7 obsidian demon lord's pupils drastically condensed, and his scalp was already numb. This new king of the Candle Knight demon clan, who clearly came with revenge, seems to be exercising the supreme judgment authority. Chapter 94, Regaining Control of the Candle Knight, the 8 Wastelands Worshipping. Are you guys waiting for me? Ning Qingxian arrived, and he looked at the 3 great demonic underpinnings that were spread out across the sky, converging on Devil King Mountain. That one figure, seeing him was like seeing a demon god. Following the gaze across the room, no one dared to meet their eyes. You shouldn't have come here. Your enemy is you and Divine Wind. My 3 great demonic clans and you, the Candlelight Demon Clan, were ranked together as the ancient 10 demons a long time ago. The heavenly voice of the 7 obsidian demon lord resounded with a certain tremor. He felt an unimaginable oppressive force in Ning Qingxian's body. The ancient 10 devils? Ning Qingxian spread his divine sense, covering the entire Devil King Mountain. This place gathered all of the strongest members of the 3 major devil races in the Northern Realm, and the aura on them was far too much stronger than the many devil races within the Devil Suppressing Tower. Those 3 demon lords, their strength was even closer to the threshold of a great celestial exalt. The demon Iris at her side was now very pale. From today onwards, there are only the ancient 7 devils in the Yuan-Yang realm. Ning Qingxian's cold voice was like a legal decree, triggering a roar of thunder in the firmament the moment it fell. The demonic seal between his palms opened and closed, and the demonic Yuan Shen inside his body moved as one. When called the entire Devil King Mountain, it was plunged into the seal of the square-inch space. You want to remove the name of my clan? Seeing this, the 7 obsidian demon lord knew that there was no room for negotiation. His eyes showed madness, and he directly took a large step. I'm afraid your appetite is too big to swallow. The remaining 2 demon lords erupted monstrous demonic chi in unison, and the 188,000-strong demon race members immediately formed a formation. Boom! The Devil King's mountain trembled. The sky and the earth changed, and the many demon elders who came from the 8 wastelands and hid in the distance were all frightened when they witnessed this scene. Among them, there was no lack of other righteous powerhouses from the Yuan-Yang realm, looking at Ning Qingxian's strong stance, their eyes trembling in shock. What's that? In the middle of the line of sight, above the dome of Devil King Mountain, a huge devilish shadow of infinite height appeared. The once golden genjutsu with angry eyes was now transformed into a killing shura. The devilish might rolled and swept through the 8 wastelands. As Ning Qingxian moved, he stretched out his sky-obscuring demonic palm, covering towards the entire Demon King Mountain. At this moment, an unprecedented and horrible pressure descended. The formation cast by the underpinnings of the 3 clans was shattered on the spot without even resisting for a single breath. A large number of miserable screams resounded under the sky, and the 7 obsidian demon lord was similarly struck as if he had been hit hard, spewing out blood on his back. When his face was horrified, his entire body was assaulted by a huge force, and he directly fell from mid-air at great speed. We're no match for him. The other 2 demon lords were even more miserable. Their fleshly bodies quickly disintegrated and shattered, causing their blood mist to splatter. The situation is also a heavenly one. The Devil King Mountain collapsed, and the earth sank for 100 miles around. The 7 obsidian demon lord felt the death haze enveloping him. This huge disparity in strength made him lose all hope and roar in grief and despair. Yuan Lao. You shall not die. If it weren't for the Yuan Divine Wind, the 3 clans might still have room to negotiate peace with the Candle Knight Demon Clan. Facing Ning Qingxian, the 40% chance of victory that he had originally been certain of was also slapped to pieces under that infinitely tall demonic god's shadow. This is a true half-step great heavenly father. In the distance, the gazes of many demon elders trembled. He actually used his own strength to subdue the entire 3 great demon clans, and even the 3 demon lords are completely no match for him. A large number of Yuan-Yang realm's righteousness powerhouses that had also come here were flooded with intense fear within their hearts. That indescribable shadow of an infinitely high demon god was a powerful means that they had never seen before. Within sight, the Demon King Mountain no longer existed. The heaven and earth were shrouded in Luo breath, and the sky was filled with the color of blood. Ning Qingxian whisked his sleeve, not holding back in the slightest, and once again offered up the undying soul streamer. The soul streamers danced, sucking and pulling the many true souls of the demon race under the collapsed Demon King Mountain. In an instant, thousands of miles in every direction were plunged into boundless darkness. The infinitely high shadow of the demon god obscures everything, sealing off square inches of space, and no one can escape from life and death. Ning Qingxian could feel that his power was steadily increasing. The indestructible soul streamer continued to refine, growing larger and larger in size, 100 zhang, 1000 zhang, and 3000 zhang. A large number of indestructible soul bodies were even born one after another, 100, 1000, 3000. Ning Qingxian immediately plopped down in the air and began to consolidate himself. Candle Knight's divine blood flowed, adding the gift of the undying soul streamer, causing the fluctuations of demonic aura emanating from his body to become more and more potent and powerful. Not only that, but it also erupted with an unprecedented demonic might, draped in some kind of dominator aura. If we were to divide the strength of the Cosmic Alliance, we should be on the verge of stepping into the meteor star high rank now. Ning Qingxian speculated on the rank of a half-step greatest heavenly dawn, and as the undying soul streamer continued to refine, he was moving closer to the greatest heavenly dawn realm. If one were to fully step into the great celestial exaltation, in the Cosmic Alliance, one would be an unquestionable meteoric star high rank. In this way, even though the ancient emperor planet was extremely dangerous, the situation was very complicated, and there was also the threat of the evil god's familiars. He had enough strength to cope with it. Coupled with the indestructible soul streamer, the large number of indestructible soul bodies that had been refined could make his battle power even stronger. Is the birth of the main soul beginning? Ning Qingxian noticed that an extremely powerful being had appeared in the indestructible soul streamer, and it was none other than the Master Soul. After a few moments of slight attention, he once again consolidated himself. At the same time, outside the northern border, began to appear a grand piece of the devil figure. The first expert of the Candle Knight demon clan, the six-fingered demon sovereign, finally led the crowd. On top of that, clansmen of the Candle Knight demon clan appeared in every direction. Demon Iris turned back, looking delighted. "Young lord, we have come to your aid." The six-fingered demon lord roared, but immediately after, he saw the collapsed Demon King Mountain and the tumbling of endless demonic intent between heaven and earth. As well as the rain of blood waving, accompanied by the miserable wailing of the gods and souls, he could not help but look shocked. Where are the people? Where's the 7 obsidian demon lord? Is it over so soon? What young lord, this is the new lord of my clan. The second expert of the Candle Knight demon clan stepped into the air, and also saw the scene ahead, full of great shock at the same time, more excited. The Stargazer demon sovereign is here to respectfully ask the young lord to regain control of the entire Candle Knight clan. He shouted out and made a pilgrimage through the air. The words resounded through the heavens and the universe, and when they looked at all the Candle Knight clansmen, all of them, without exception, worshipped in unison. "We greet the Candle Knight Great Father." The sound was astounding, and the many experts of the righteous path from afar looked on, trembling with fear. Immediately afterward, the image that made them even more terrified appeared. Those lurking demon Zuns, no longer having any hesitation, actually stepped out with great strides and led many of their clansmen, running towards the Demon King Mountain. At the same moment, the East Sea, which was very far away from the northern realm. The endless sea level was suddenly lifted by waves. A large amount of debris fell from the heavenly monument, and several old men's faces changed drastically. "What's going on? Have all these undersea demons gone crazy?" "It's the aura of that Candle Knight's new king. His aura is getting more and more terrifying." "Not good, can't be subdued." A shocking change took place, and the East China Sea set off a 10,000-foot whirlpool. Uncountable numbers of undersea devils rushed out of the seal of the heavenly monolith, frantically rushing towards the northern realm with frenzied hearts. The gray-robed old man who was looking at this scene only felt his vision darken. The world's demon race co-owner has really appeared. He lost his voice in fear as he witnessed the overwhelming figures of the demons at the bottom of the sea. Chapter 95. The 10,000 Soul Streamer is finally completed. The Yuanyang realm has been around for ages, and the heroes of the world are as numerous as the carp that cross the river. There are even more layers of demon lords and heroes. However, there had never been an existence that could cause strong pilgrimage emotions from the demons. The gray-robed old man sensed that it was not just the undersea devils in the East Sea, but there were similar devils appearing one after another within the many forbidden places in the Yuanyang realm. Even from such a long distance away, he could even detect the sovereign aura coming from the northern realm on that new king of the Candle Knight. It was Ascent that made him tremble and terrified. However, in the eyes of the world's devils, this breath was a powerful symbol of absolute imperial demeanor. He should have realized that the moment Ning Qingxian broke the seal from within the devil-suppressing tower, it was destined that the Yuanyang realm would usher in a change that had not been seen in 1,000 years. "What are you waiting for? Why don't you notify Yuan Divine Wind?" He must have stepped into the great celestial exaltation. The old man has had enough, just because of his great accomplishments. The old man has been sitting here for decades. Hurry up and let him clean up the mess. Underneath the stone monument, sounds of shock and anger resounded. The East China Sea vaulted in mid-air, sweeping the roiling undersea demon race, which was already completely out of control. Mid-continent. As the entire Yuanyang realm, the domain with the strongest underlying power, this place gathered numerous righteous sects. Almost more than 60% of the heavenly sovereign realm powerhouses were entrenched here. Among them, the heavenly dignity sacred mountain belonged to the holy land of all the righteous sects. Throughout the generations, only those who were the leaders of the righteous path, who had made great contributions to the Yuanyang realm, and who had shouldered the duties of the people, were qualified to be stationed within the holy mountain. And the leader of the righteous path in this generation was undoubtedly Yuan Shinfeng. The entire Divine Wind sect, moreover, had relocated its mountain gate to the top of the holy mountain and established a large number of palaces and pavilions to bless its disciples and grandchildren. At this moment, as the news of the northern realm quickly spread throughout the central continent, more and more righteous patriarchs began to converge outside the heaven's holiness mountain. Their hearts and minds were heavy, and they eagerly wanted to go up the mountain to seek an audience with Venerable Yuan. Gentlemen, I can understand your feelings, but right now, His Holiness is in a critical moment of seclusion, so please come back sometime later. The holy mountain of heavenly dignity, the ladder of Ascension. The child in golden robes, facing the many sect lords, responded calmly without being overbearing. From the time the devil-suppressing tower shattered and Feng Yian died, the news had already spread into the Divine Wind sect. However, Yuan Divine Wind never showed any signs of coming out of the gate. The second-generation-old ancestor was unable to hold the big picture, and even more so, he didn't dare to give any orders, so he simply didn't listen to it. It wasn't until today that news of the north came back from the outside world. The three major demonic underpinnings were annihilated, and all the demons in the world made a pilgrimage to worship that candlelight great demon sovereign. The bloody storm caused in a moment gradually spread to the central continent, and there was a vague tendency to set off a major upheaval in the Yuanyang realm. The many orthodox patriarchs had been invited to come here, obviously to contain that candlelight great demon sovereign. After all, since the ancient years of the Yuanyang realm, only the head of the righteous path has been immortalized for thousands of years, and there has never been a great demon exalt who has unified all the demons. The information that was released made many people feel uneasy, and it did cause quite a shock within the Divine Wind sect. Dare I ask how much longer your holiness will remain in seclusion? If that candlelight archdevil becomes the lord of 10,000 devils, is there still a chance to suppress him? I've heard that the seal of the undersea demon race has disintegrated, and the entire undersea demon race is running towards the northern realm. The situation is getting worse. Please send a message to Venerable Yuan, we need to see him immediately. Many sect masters were unwilling to leave, still stopping by the heaven ascending stairs. The golden-robed boy was silent and did not speak again. At the end of the staircase to heaven, under the palace pavilion, there were several figures stationed, and they looked down on the many orthodox patriarchs with a relatively calm expression. Can you give me an exact message? The current patriarch of the Divine Winds sect asked the second-generation elder ancestor beside him. Currently, the only one who could contact the primordial ancestor was the second-generation ancestor. The situation in the outside world was in turmoil, and even within the Divine Winds sect, there were some disturbances. I don't know who, and from where to spread the news, said that the first generation of the old ancestor in the Yerzhan demon city, the hundreds of thousands of people's tragic death has a close correlation. With this, he coerced the human holy maiden to go to the terrifying heavenly demon abyss, using the bloodline power within the human holy maiden to transform the demonic essence and cultivate herself via the divine wind seal. He was categorically disbelieving in this matter, and suppressed the rumors in court. One must know that the primordial old ancestor held a high prestige in the hearts of many righteous sects, and he was also an absolute advocate. Maybe it's coming out in the near future, or it might take months, so take your time and wait. The second-generation elder ancestor replied calmly. The anxiety and apprehension within him disappeared in an instant after he had met the Yuan Divine Wind a few days ago. He didn't need to do anything, just quietly watch the world go by. In the face of absolute strength, everything will be destroyed. There were times when he had to admire Yuan Shinfeng's wisdom. The more turbulent the situation in the outside world was, the more it would consolidate the position of the Divine Wind sect. If there were no devils in the world, would there still be a need for the head of the righteous path? When he stood on the top of the heavenly sovereign sacred mountain, he was able to look down on the scenery of the entire central continent. The many sect lords below that had no idea how high this ladder of ascension was, and how tantalizing this leader's authority was. Old ancestor, regarding the matter of the holy maiden of the human race being in the heavenly demon abyss, It's getting a little out of hand outside the stairway to heaven, so make a trip there. The Divine Wind Patriarch was just about to ask about the doubts in his heart when he saw the second-generation Elder Ancestor directly interrupt him. He lapsed into silence and had to take it in stride. The second-generation Elder Ancestor narrowed his eyes slightly and couldn't help but look towards the location of the forbidden land of the Heavenly Exaltation's sacred mountain. Yuan Xinfeng's sudden surge in strength could not be dissociated from the human sacred maiden. The stronger he became, it meant that the more terrifying the demon chi origin of the demon abyss would be tomorrow. By virtue of the bloodline of the human race's holy maiden, transforming it continuously, such a chance was unimaginable. To be honest, this was something that whoever it was placed on would choose to do. After all, it was the temptation of a great celestial father. Within the Yuan Yang realm, who doesn't want to become a great heavenly father? With a wave of his sleeve, the second-generation Elder Ancestor returned to the Great Hall. Time passed quickly, and it was 2 months. The northern realm gradually became a place where all the devils converged, only to see that near the collapsed Devil King Mountain, the true souls that covered the sky had disappeared, and the shadow of the devil god was likewise hidden. There was only a long-haired figure hovering in the air, emitting an increasingly dense fluctuation of demonic might, and even forming some kind of terrifying boundary field. In the eyes of Demon Iris Z and the rest of the crowd, the firmament was always swaying with huge streamers that covered the clouds and were as wide as 10,000 feet. And this was none other than Ning Qingshuan's undying soul streamer. After 2 months, all 188,000 demonic powerhouses were refined. A total of 9,999 undying soul bodies were born, and the number of demonic lines they possessed on their bodies varied from more to less. Less than 1, more than 3 or 4. And the refining of the undying soul streamer was not yet over. It wasn't until several more days had passed that Ning Qingshan finally opened his eyes. He looked toward the last soul body that was gradually forming among his undying soul streamer. The fluctuations emanating from it were draped with a shocking devilish aura. This was precisely that one main soul that had taken more than 2 months to completely condense. 10,000 souls, it's done. Ning Qingshan whisked his sleeve and retrieved it. In the soul streamer class, it doesn't matter what kind of soul streamer it is. The rank of 10,000 soul streamer was a huge watershed, and the power that could erupt was extraordinary. Great Father. The voice of the demon Iris came from not far away. Chapter 96 Heavenly Demon Abyss, Calamity Star Level Opportunity. The ancient history you asked me to collect has been organized. This one is from the Heavenly Demon Abyss, and this one is from the Heavenly Sacred Mountain. Ning Qingshan took the 2 jade slips, which recorded all the historical events since the birth of the Yuan Yang realm, including the secret stories and so on, in the 2 holy places of righteousness and devilry. His divine sense probed into it, and he quickly learned the specifics of the Heavenly Demon Abyss. The origins of this 10,000 devils holy land, which only opened every 100 years, were already difficult to trace. According to the information investigated by Demon Iris, the Heavenly Demon Abyss contained a very majestic source of demonic energy, capable of supplying the world's 10,000 demons to cultivate themselves. While drawing on the origin, it would also make the demon bloodline stronger. To put it bluntly, this is similar to an underground dragon vein. While the Heavenly Dignity Sacred Mountain welled up with heaven and earth aura all year round, the Heavenly Demon Abyss erupted with demonic aura every 100 years. It was only that Ning Qingshan had keenly detected a hint of an unusual flavor from the many pieces of information. Why, on the contrary, did the Heavenly Demon Abyss need to be opened only once every 100 years? Is there a hidden secret here that is not known? Ning Qingshan was unable to know, as it seemed that over the generations, there hadn't been any demonic powerhouses that had set foot in the depths of the Heavenly Demon Abyss. That kind of extreme demonic essence, even the number to the existence of the generation of the demon venerable, do not dare to contact, lest inhaling a mouthful of will explode and die. However, his mother, Lan Ruoshi, possessed the power of her bloodline within her body, was able to resist it perfectly, and was even able to suppress it. According to Ning Qingshuan's speculation, since he was born with 2 major bloodlines, not only would he be able to come and go as he pleased in the Heavenly Demon Abyss, but he would also be able to grow his body once again by drawing on the origin. Without a doubt, this was a chance to advance to the Calamity Star level. Immediately afterward, his divine sense probed into another jade slip, which contained a lot of information about the Heavenly Dignity Sacred Mountain. Kamikaze Sect. Ning Qingshan was thoughtful, his eyes dazzling with wisps of ethereal light. Great Father, the outside world rumors that Yuan Divine Wind has stepped into the Great Heavenly Father. I don't know Great Father you. The devil Kite Sun at this time once again opened his mouth. Yuan Shinfeng long time seclusion did not come out. I'm afraid that is waiting for 10,000 devils scourge the earth, and then perform a trick to save the living. So that the divine wind's sex position at the heavenly dignity holy mountain would be unshakable. Years ago, Yuan Kamikaze had done this. The great celestial being. Hearing this, Ning Qingxian couldn't help but look outside at the 10,000 devils that were entrenched in the four directions of the northern realm. When the indestructible soul streamer advanced into the 10,000 soul streamer, his strength had already stepped into the great celestial exaltation. And for him, the greatest heavenly father was clearly not the end. Besides, he had to do something in order to prevent the Candle Night demons from repeating their mistakes. I'm afraid that the only fastest and most convenient way is to break through the bloodline shackles and go to the next level. This way, even if he left the Yuanyang realm, the Candle Night demon clan would still be able to rule over the 10,000 demons with the power of their bloodline. I'll take a trip to the heavenly demon abyss, and without my orders, 10,000 demons shall not plague the earth. After Ning Qingxian barked a word of advice to Demon Iris, he whisked his sleeves up and set off for the heavenly demon abyss. From the Jade Slip's information, it was revealed that the heavenly demon abyss had created a lot of things and was the best place to enhance the power of the bloodline. Regarding the natural seal that could only be opened once in 100 years, he might as well try to open it earlier. The heavenly demon abyss is located in the southern barbaric wasteland of the Yuanyang realm. Due to the dense demonic gas origin draped around, resulting in 10,000 miles in a radius, it is difficult to see green, the land is barren, and there is a lack of resources. But there are also many earthly dynasties, ancient cities and so on, and there are also southern barbarians living here. The only difference was that the southern barbarians had a very low presence, not to mention the fact that there were righteous sects that had opened mountains and built clans here, and even the devil clan couldn't look at half an inch of territory. The result is that the entire southern barbarians, as if isolated from the world, no matter how the situation in the outside world changes, it is difficult to reach here. At this moment, right below an infinitely high majestic peak, a large swath of hemp-clothed figures were kneeling down. They were mouthing words as if they were praying for something. "Grandma and Grandma, I want to go home." One little girl tugged on the sleeve of the grandmother next to her, clamoring to get back to the village. "Hush, be quiet, don't disturb the Holy Virgin." The grandmother made a shushing gesture and the little girl burst into tears. From a very, very young age, she had followed her grandmother, often coming to this tall, majestic peak and kneeling all day long, worshipping the gods on the mountain. And this god is Lan Ruoshi, who came to this mountain decades ago. The holy maiden is not to be blamed, the little doll does not know any better, please forgive me. The old granny folded her hands together and words came out of her mouth once again, followed by 3 more obeisances. "It's been decades, you've suffered, holy maiden Sama, but don't worry, you should be able to come out soon." Next to him was a bone-thin old gentleman who likewise kept worshipping, his cloudy eyes carrying strands of longing. Even though the southern barbarians are no longer how remote and barren, for the outside world wind sound still can capture a lot, especially still so big momentum. Yes, the Candlelight Demon clan has given birth to a new king. What you and that master back then failed to accomplish, the new king has done it. Once he is born, he will be the honor of 10,000 demons na. As these words fell, only a ripple of woe was faintly heard within a certain space on the mountain. Lan Ruoshi could hear it, the worship of his people below. "That's right, the new king will definitely be able to overthrow that Yuan villain. My son only stayed in Jinmu City for a day back then. Wouldn't you expect that he never came back? Everyone in the world thinks that the Jinmu City disaster was caused by the new king, but we know very well in our hearts that it was all the slander of Yuan's villain." As someone spoke, they couldn't help but think of sadness, and 2 lines of muddy tears slipped from the corners of their eyes. A few decades ago, according to the rules of the Heavenly Dignity Sacred Mountain, Lan Ruoshi was supposed to become the new head of the righteous path. After all, she was the holy maiden who was elected by the Heavenly Dignity Sacred Mountain. What's more, she and the then Lord of the Candle Night, who had tied the knot again, had embarked on the path of pacifying the world together, preparing to make rules among the 10,000 devils. Unexpectedly, halfway through, Yuan Kamikaze came out and ruined it all. A few decades passed, and the Yuan Divine Wind took over the mountain and relocated the mountain gate to the Heavenly Dignity Sacred Mountain. He has been in charge of the righteous path so far, enjoying the love of the people of the world, and is in a position of great power, but he has harmed Lan Ruoshi. Just then, a sudden gust of wind blew from beyond the mountains. When the crowd looked back in bewilderment, they saw a long-haired figure, walking in slow steps from mid-air. "Who is this?" Ning Qingxian heard them and also sensed Lan Ruoshi's aura, right at the mountaintop location. "Could it be that new king? I have seen the portrait of the Holy Virgin. The hearts and minds of the crowd trembled as they witnessed Ning Qingshuan's figure. As he took one step, the demonic chi between heaven and earth tumbled and fell into his body, the very one of the 10,000 demons. Lan Ruoshi, who was at the top of the mountain, similarly felt this aura, and her heart immediately set off huge waves and ripples. Within moments, Ning Qingxian arrived at the top of the mountain. A huge black vortex was presented before his eyes, continuously leaking out the slightest hint of demonic energy essence, with a strange rule seal that covered the entire vortex. "Mother!" Ning Qingxian whispered, calling out softly. Chapter 97, Breaking, Demon God Bloodline. Inside the vortex space, another heaven and earth scene was presented. Gray embers drifted, darkness enveloped everything, and the endless demonic aura was so dense that it nearly turned into substance. At the edge, a huge stone platform was visible standing, and Lan Ruoshi was sitting on it, seeing Ning Qingxian through the vortex. She reached out her trembling hand to touch Ning Qingshuan's face, but had to give up under the natural sealing power. "Listen to the cold." She choked out a response, sensing the fluctuations in Ning Qingshuan's power, which had become unimaginably strong. For the things that happen outside, since from the mouth of many villagers, all know, of course, inner joy. After decades, she had countless words to say to Ning Qingxian, but when she reached her mouth, she realized that nothing could be said. "Mother, I'll find a way to get you out." Ning Qingxian took a deep breath and began to check out this natural sealing power. The large number of incantation patterns that densely covered the vortex were made possible by the rules of the Yuanyang realm, and Ning Qingxian had long had a lot of exposure to these rules of heaven and earth, and was no stranger to them. "Listen to the cold, you don't have to be like this, just wait a few more decades and I'll be able to go out. Right now your biggest trouble is that Yuan Divine Wind. I can detect that the Divine Wind seal he left here, the aura revealed within it is that of a true great celestial, and it's been some time, he may be even stronger this morning." Lan Ruoshi was unwilling for Ning Qingxian to waste his time on himself. The sealing power of this heavenly demon abyss was such that no one had been able to gain any semblance of insight into its mysteries since the beginning of time. Many historical demon lords had no other choice but to follow the rules of the heavenly demon abyss. "I can try." Ning Qingxian merely responded with these words before sinking once more into the penetration of the rule spell. His eyes dazzled with wisps of ethereal light as he continuously branded countless rule incantations into his mind, preparing to perform various permutations and combinations. According to his understanding, these rule spells had actually been writhing and continuously changing over the course of 100 years. With each wriggle, a new combination is formed. But only one of these combinations was the code to open the heavenly demon abyss. As long as Ning Qingxian found this correct combination, he would be able to save Lan Ruoshi out and get a hold of the heavenly demon abyss entrance and exit. "Listen to the cold." Lan Ruoshi's face was complex and did not continue to persuade. As a little bit of time passed, Ning Qingxian stared tightly at the vortex seal, thousands of rule incantations already branded in his mind one after another, but this was only the tip of the iceberg of the overall part. It didn't take long for him to fall into a state of complete oblivion, branding rule incantations while the chance of enlightenment to create a law appeared. Lan Ruoshi waited quietly, since she could see the subtle change, and did not dare to make the slightest sound again. Time quickly came to 7 days later, and Ning Qingxian had 100,000 rule spells branded in his mind, a number that continued to climb. His understanding of the incantation grew deeper and deeper, and he gradually sensed an advancement method from it. It wasn't until half a month later that Lan Ruoshi was surprised to find that Ning Qingshuan's body began to reveal bubbling seal fluctuations all around him, and that he and the Candle Knight Demon clan's bloodline had intermingled. Could it be that hearing cold has mastered the sealing power? Lan Ruoshi's heart was greatly shaken. As a human holy maiden elected by the heavenly sovereign Holy Mountain, her own talent qualification was certainly extremely high, and her enlightenment was also considered to be one of the best in all generations. How could she not see that the power that continued to reveal itself was precisely from the rule seal of the heavenly demon abyss? However, how could a rule seal be grasped by a living being and still be fused within the bloodline? Yes, Lan Ruoshi suddenly came to a realization. The heavenly devil abyss was originally the holy land of 10,000 devils, and the origin of the devil chi cultivated by 10,000 devils all came from here. And the vortex seal outside was clearly part of the heavenly demon abyss as well, and it was at the most arcane level. Rumble. Inside Ning Qingshuan's body, there was inexplicably a muffled thunderclap. The six-fingered demon sovereign, including the Stargazer demon sovereign, as well as demon Iris Z and the others, who were far away in the northern realm, were the first to sense the changes within their bodies, belonging to the Candle Knight bloodline. This is... The six-fingered demon Venerable awoke from his meditation and hurriedly looked within to check the power of his bloodline. At this moment, a large number of ancient rule incantations surfaced in the blood veins, and under the dense layers, there seemed to be hundreds of thousands of them. Each rule spell was perfectly fused into the Candle Knight bloodline, causing the luster to flow and the power of the bloodline to become more and more amazing. Vaguely, it was going to produce some kind of terrible metamorphosis. What is the Great Father doing? The Stargazer demon sovereign similarly looked within, his mind extremely shaken. This change was clearly brought about by Ning Qingxian, who was burdened with the pure demonic blood of the Candle Knight demon clan, but any changes that arose would affect the entire clan. Beyond the heavenly demon abyss vortex, another month had passed. The aura emanating from Ning Qingxuan's body increasingly made Lan Ruoshi's heart skip a beat. When she looked at the spatial range of the heavenly demon abyss she was in, it inexplicably set off 10,000 feet of demonic qi. 990,000. Finally, Ning Qingxian slowly rose. He branded rule incantations in his mind, totaling 999,000, and after completely penetrating and understanding them, the final answer naturally surfaced. In addition, these rule spells were fused into the Candle Knight bloodline. A new bloodline was about to be born, and this might also be a great creation that belonged to the entire Candle Knight demon clan. Just how strong it could be, and what kind of metamorphosis it would bring about, it would still require an even more majestic demonic essence to be poured in to impact the last shackle. Drive me! Ning Qingxian whisked his sleeve and put the vortex sealing 999 million incantations into the correct combination. With a click, the sealed door opens. In an instant, the majestic peaks shook, and demonic qi poured out crazily from the vortex like a wild horse out of control. As if they had a set goal, they all surged into Ning Qingxuan's body. This caused Ning Qingxuan's entire body to boil with demonic blood, and a total of 990,000 rule spells emitted terrifying auras of darkness. At this point, the Candle Knight bloodline had welcomed sublimation. As the saying goes, one man gets a government position. All of the Candle Knight clansmen far away in the northern realm violently felt their bloodline, surging with a power beyond imagination. Since it was forged by the Demon God seal, let's call it the Demon God bloodline. Ning Qingxian clenched his fists, his eyes shining with black aura, his long hair dancing with the gusty winds, already looking down upon the world with the aura of a demon god. At the same time, the Tianzuan Holy Mountain in the central continent. When the sealing door opened and closed for a moment, the depths of the Forbidden Land awakened a supreme will on the spot. The second-generation elder ancestor sensed something and immediately whisked his sleeve to the Forbidden Land. The heavenly demon abyss has actually opened early. A low voice came from the depths of the Forbidden Land, and this sudden change disrupted Yuan Divine Wind's layout. The second-generation old ancestor looked slightly stunned. According to reason, the heavenly demon abyss should still need a few more decades before it will reopen. He did it! Suddenly, Yuan Divine Wind's shocking words resounded through the Forbidden Land with disbelief, and vaguely a hint of panic. Through the shattering of the Divine Wind seal, he clearly saw Ning Qingxuan's figure. This great demon lord, who was rare in 10,000 years, could have brought unprecedented opportunities. Not only would it allow him to be inducted into the Imperial Temple of the Heaven's Sovereign Holy Mountain, but it would even lay the foundation of the first person to be the head of the righteous path over the generations. But he has only been watching for half a year. How did this guy do such a shocking thing? Chapter 98 Venerable Yuan's Descent, Traces of the Palace of Reincarnation. We can't wait any longer. If we wait any longer, I'm afraid my life will be in danger. Yuan Shinfeng smelled very bad information, and the development of events far exceeded his expectations. Taking advantage of the fact that he was, at the moment, still occupying the absolute advantage and upper hand, he had to hurry up and get rid of this trouble, or else there was a danger of the gutter turning over. In an instant, great power fluctuations lifted up from the depths of the Forbidden Land. One could only see a whirlpool of aura appearing over the entire heavenly sovereign sacred mountain, with the momentum of wind and thunder surging. Under that heavenly ascension ladder, the many sect lords who had never left immediately looked up, their expressions revealing joy. Your Holiness is finally coming down. What a strong power fluctuation, worthy of a great heavenly father. This commotion similarly drew the attention of a large number of second-rate sects within the central continent. A divine sense probed in, all of them shocked at Yuan Divine Wind, the terrifying aura that was revealed. The storm clouds continued to roll in, and soon there was a robed figure that appeared at the top of the Heaven's Dignity Sacred Mountain. He took a big step and descended before the crowd. Welcome Your Holiness to the mountain. The heads of many sects were respectful, their hearts surging as they arched their hands in obeisance. Yuan Divine Wind swept a glance across everyone present today. The lords of these clans had long belonged to the Divine Wind sect's vassals. Over the decades, from him here are obtained a lot of benefits, and now can be said to be completely at his command, but also has an absolute support for himself. After all, as long as he sat on the heavenly sacred mountain, the benefits that these sect lords received would not be cut down for a single day. Gather your men immediately, my father will personally ambush the new king of Candle Night. Yuan Divine Wind's words rang out, instantly triggering excitement in the entire room. They've been waiting for half a year, and they're finally going to start addressing that huge threat. In an instant, as the instructions were conveyed, a single figure returned to the sect and prepared for all combat matters. The second-generation Elder Ancestor once again came before Yuan Divine Wind and spoke respectfully, Master Ancestor, the 14 heavily exalted elders within the clan are on standby at all times, and there are still 2 more elders who are on their way back. Yuan Shinfeng nodded, his eyes deep. That new king of Candle Night had become the supreme lord of 10,000 demons. This battle was bound to be not that simple, and the more heavenly dignity powerhouses were one of the deciding factors, the more the better naturally. Senior Ancestor, you just said that the new king of Candle Night opened the heavenly demon abyss, so has he already mastered the seal of the heavenly demon abyss? The second-generation Elder Ancestor raised his voice to inquire, which clearly brought about a very serious problem. If the new king of Candle Night were to cower in the heavenly demon abyss, then they would really be at their wits' end, unable to do anything about it. The new king of Candle Night may cower, but what about the Candle Night clan? Yuan Shinfeng's tone was flat. 10,000 devils gathered in the northern realm, as did the entire Candle Night clan. Although it is an ancient truth to capture a thief, there are times when a shift is needed. Soon, 3 days passed. There was a long rainbow in the sky appearing from the heavenly dignity sacred mountain, and the elite of the Divine Winds sect appeared in full force, their faces all carrying coldness and a murderous aura. Looking at the 8 wastelands, many powerful sects, without exception, have long rainbows storming. The team converged towards the northern realm to rush. The momentum is shocking, stirring the entire central continent. Among the figures that covered the sky, there were clearly upwards of 50 heavenly sovereign experts. This almost took up more than 80% of the central continent's underpinnings, and anyone who obeyed Venerable Yuan's orders joined the ranks of the team. The second and third-rate sect powerhouses from all sides witnessed this scene as their hearts and minds shook repeatedly. Undoubtedly, this would be a battle for the ages, and could potentially change the trajectory of the Yuan-Yang realm's destiny in the future. The crusade has begun, and I don't know how many % of the chance of victory Venerable Yuan holds. In my opinion, Venerable Yuan would not have been able to raise such a large crowd if he wasn't 10% sure. Yes, there is no turning back when the bow is opened, there is no turning back when this battle is fought. The remaining underpinnings of the central continent continue to eye the long rainbow's distance over the firmament. At the same time, in the heavenly demon abyss vortex space, Ning Qingxian was standing quietly on a patch of water. The heavens and earth here seemed to be infinite, and even if his divine sense swept beyond the 10,000-mile radius, he couldn't reach the end. But at the same time, it's also very lonely and empty, with almost nothing but a sea. The only thing Ning Qingxian was currently able to perceive was that this sea contained a rich source of demonic qi, which was even more majestic beneath the seafloor. If one were to dive into cultivation here, the demon god bloodline would surely be able to fully stimulate its potential, and his strength would surely skyrocket to reach the Calamity Star level. Moreover, according to Lan Ruwashi's account, she had lived in the sky demon abyss vortex space for decades, and was often able to hear some strange sounds from beneath the seafloor. But even she, burdened with the bloodline of the Holy Maiden, didn't dare to easily go deeper, and could only briefly stay within 10 miles of the seabed. Listen, Cold. Are you going to dive to the bottom of the sea? Lan Ruwashi came from behind. I'm afraid that's not possible right now. Ning Qingxian shook his head. According to his understanding, there might be something strange under the seabed. The heavenly demon abyss was a bit too much of a waste as the holy land of 10,000 demons, yet there weren't any demon race powerhouses dabbling in it. If he could solve this problem, then the chances of the Candle Night demon clan giving birth to a great celestial exalt would undoubtedly skyrocket many times over. Besides, Ning Qingxian narrowed his eyes, staring intently at the sea level as he fell into deep thought. I don't know whether it was an illusion or not, but from the depths of the earth, he even sensed a trace, a very familiar faint fluctuation. This fluctuation seems to come from the Rotunda? All the worlds of the heavens that the reincarnation hall found and captured would leave some degree of traces behind. These traces are, for the most part, a prerequisite for allowing the wheelers to descend. But there is also the risk of causing an abyssal rift, dimensional chaos, and so on. It was this kind of trace that Ning Qingxian had perceived. He couldn't help but have a conjecture. Could it be that underneath the seabed of the heavenly demon abyss, there was another great world leading to it? And that this great world has been discovered and captured by the Wheel of Fortune? Ning Qingxian couldn't know, and the specifics would need to be dived into the depths of the seabed to see for themselves. However, even if there really was another great world, he would not choose to set foot in it. This time of life development time, very short and unrelated to longevity, might as well draw on the demonic essence to break through itself. Listen, Cold, there's one more thing. I heard that you and Divine Wind has led a group of people towards the Northern Realm. Lan Ruoshi spoke again, her face showing worry, her heart more struggling and entangled. To be fair, she was unwilling for Ning Qingxian to face Yuan Shenfeng, so naturally, the further away she avoided, the better. However, she was also very clear that if Ning Qingxian didn't go, then the Candle Knight Demon Clan might be finished. With Yuan Divine Wind's character, this time, he would definitely have to wipe out the Candle Knight Demon Clan. Mother, stay here and don't leave yet, I'll be right back. Hearing this, Ning Qingxian whisked his sleeve and turned around without half a moment's hesitation. Lan Ruoshi's heart and mind trembled slightly, but in the end, she suppressed the urge to stay. She watched Ning Qingxian leave and murmured, "Husband, what you failed to do back then, listen to the Cold did, and he's now the honorable father of all demons." Outside, as Ning Qingxuan's figure sweeping through the monstrous demonic aura and rushing back to the Northern Realm fell into the eyes of the many southern barbarian citizens, it instantly triggered a wave of agitation. There were numerous old men stationed with walking sticks who had long known who the demonic figure in the sky was. The new king. He's going to lead the 10,000 devils to war with you and shower? Good. The new king will be able to thwart that Yuan's little boy. This is an act of revenge and a battle to reclaim the heaven's dignity sacred mountain for the Holy Maiden. In the four directions of the southern barbarians, more and more old people came out, and in their cloudy eyes, they were all burning with unyielding anger. Chapter 99 10,000 Devils at War, Exalted Dharma Treasure Taken Away? In the Northern Realm, the 10,000 devils entrenched near the Devil King Mountain smelled the approach of a strong enemy and raised their heads with fierce glints in their eyes. Coming. The six-fingered demon sovereign rose to his feet, his face carrying an unprecedented gravity. The Stargazer demon Exalt exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, consolidating the demon god bloodline that had just recently metamorphosed, and similarly opened his eyes. Gentlemen, this battle is about the survival of our clan, and since we have decided not to run away anymore, we can only fight to the death. His voice spread out and fell into the ears of every Candle Knight clan member, and in an instant, pounds of power erupted in unison. By the metamorphosis of the demon god's bloodline, their strength significantly became stronger, and a few potentials even broke through to the Heavenly Dawn realm by virtue of it. Not long after, long rainbow figures that covered the sky appeared in the distance. Yuan Divine Wind's entire body shone brightly as his divine might rolled on and off, enveloping half of the Northern Realm in an instant. This pressure descended, causing the winds and clouds of heaven and earth to change. All of the 10,000 devils' expressions changed and became even more ugly. Even though there were dozens of heavenly sovereign realms among them, as well as several late-stage heavenly sovereigns, they felt their scalps go numb. The power from the great celestial exaltation realm was something they could hardly fight against. Merely with the sweep of Yuan Divine Wind's gaze, it caused the demonic aura around them to collapse and tremble. Yuan Divine Wind noticed something strange, and from the bloodline within the Candle Knight Demon Clan's body, he sensed a palpitatingly horrifying origin. This power had already taken shape, and surprisingly far exceeded, the collection of the 10 ancient demon clans. Apparently, it was brought about by that new king of Candle Knight. If we let it go on, what's the point? His mind became heavier and heavier, his eyes showed extreme killing intent, and he emitted a heavenly sound that shook the heavens and the earth. Today, my father will only kill the Candle Knight clan, and you will still have a chance to leave. Whether to be buried with the Candle Knight demon race, or to be dismissed and returned to the Forbidden Land, you will be given 10 breaths of time to choose. The great Heavenly Father's pressure continued to cover the area, and the 10,000 devils looked at each other and fell into silence. Should I go, or should I stay? The choice is extremely difficult. They had already seen Yuan Divine Wind with their own eyes. The great Heavenly Father aura that was revealed around them had in fact long since stepped in for many years. At this moment, looking across the sky in the middle of the sky, the many sect powerhouses that had come were jittery in their hearts and their faces were quite pale. The endless demonic chi in the vicinity of the Demon King Mountain was just too dense and terrifying. Any one of those demon sovereigns was a lord. If it wasn't for Venerable Yuan's presence here, they might have already been trembling in fear at the scale of this gathering of 10,000 demons. Looking at the Yuan Yang realm throughout the ages, how had there ever been such a grand and epic scene? This reinforced their belief that both the Candle Knight clan and that new king must die. Has no one left? 10 breaths had passed, and Yuan Divine Wind had not seen any demon elders leading the crowd away. The veins on his forehead flared as his anger climbed within him. If you are stubborn, then this honor will fulfill you. When a cold hum rang out, there was a rolling outburst of boundless great power. The six-fingered demon lord and the stargazer demon lord looked at each other, then laughed loudly and raised their steps. Fellow demon sovereigns, since you have made your choice today, the Candle Knight Demon Clan will work together with you from now on to survive. Laughter traveled and rolled over the 8 expanses of the heavens. Kill. The East Sea Demon Clan, the many demon clans of the Southwest Forbidden Land, and the demon clans from all parts of the Yuan-Yang realm all had their own clear discernment. They scrambled to follow Ning Qingxian because they saw that Ning Qingxian possessed the supreme power and bloodline intimidation of the sovereign of 10,000 demons. It was a powerful leader that hadn't existed in the Yuan-Yang realm for 10,000 years. If you miss it, you will not have another chance to turn it around. And the reason why they didn't retreat half a step in the face of Yuan Divine Wind today was even more so because they were all clear about it. If the Candle Knight Demon Clan fell and lost the trust of the Candle Knight Greatfather, they would once again become lambs to the slaughter under Yuan Divine Wind. Whenever there is a lack of merit, when to sweep the Forbidden Land once more. For so many years, Yuan Shinfeng had done this. In an instant, it was already shouting and killing. More than 80% of the sects in the central continent were faced with the monstrous killing intent of the 10,000 demons, and all of them had chills in their hearts, but they could still only harden their heads and charge into battle. The 100 Zuns battle was staged, the Vault of Heaven avatar technique continued to roar, and blood was splattered in a chaotic manner. The six-fingered demon sovereign and the stargazer demon sovereign both killed red-eyed, and with the strength of the two of them, they were able to hold back 8 Divine Winds sect heavily sovereign elders. The Imperial Temple burning heavenly cauldron. Yuan Divine Wind's cold voice resounded once again as he finally offered up a heavenly sage Holy Mountain's magic treasure. Only to see that in the sky above the dome of the sky, the dark clouds pushed across thousands of miles, and there was a 10,000-foot bronze cauldron descending in a flash, presenting the shape of an inverted hook, suppressing towards the 10,000 devils. Visible majestic fire burning tripod mouth, against the 10,000 devils with the power of destruction, it seems that as long as the touch half, will be burned soul flying away. His Holiness has struck. This is the heaven-burning cauldron that only a great heavenly father can utilize. The Middle Continent powerhouses were overjoyed to witness this. The great temple-burning heavenly cauldron had been on successive generations of sacred mountain leaders, all of them had gone out to perform, and such a great killing weapon needed to consume its own origin was very terrifying. Unexpectedly, Yuan Divine Wind struck out with a killing move, not dragging his feet in the slightest. The 10,000 devils looked up, already filled with horror. The mere spreading of the aftermath of the Imperial Temple's heaven-burning cauldron caused their entire body's demonic chi to turn into flying ash one after another. We can't beat him, none of us can be his match. There were demon Zuns whose faces turned a million shades of pale as they looked at the descent of that Tai Temple burning heavenly cauldron and felt the onset of the deathly gloom. Only to see the six-fingered demon and stargazer demon look at each other without any hesitation, and with a loud roar, they erupted the power of the demon god's bloodline in an attempt to stop the descent of the heaven-burning cauldron of the great temple. Dazun is the breath of Dazun. Demon Iris was fighting hard in the crowd, when he suddenly turned around and looked over suddenly as if he had noticed something. All of the Candle Knight clansmen had sensed Ning Qingxuan's arrival by their demon god bloodline senses. Boom! Thunder raged in the heavens and earth, accompanied by a celestial sound that resounded. Everyone in the room felt the unprecedented pressure coming on. Had enough fun yet? The great temple burning heavenly cauldron suddenly gave a start. The endless burning flames were extinguished in an instant. The Yuan Divine Wind suddenly suffered some sort of backlash, and while his face changed greatly, the technique of manipulating the Imperial Temple's heaven-burning cauldron was directly interrupted. He looked unbelievably toward the sky, the figure that was taking large steps into the air, sweeping up boundless demonic aura, and coming across a distance of 100 miles in a single step. How could the Imperial Temple burning heavenly cauldron have lost contact with me? A trace of blood spilled out from the corner of Yuan Divine Wind's mouth, and immediately afterward, he seemed to have thought of something, his face as gloomy as water. Ning Qingxuan's descent set off an indescribably potent demonic aura, causing 10,000 devils to be invigorated and frenzied, and causing the strongest of the central continent to tremble. A true heaven and earth great devil sovereign, forged with the bloodline of a devil god, he existed in this human world as if he was the embodiment of the devil, the embodiment of the devil. Follow your heart, do what you want, have no constraints, be omnipotent. Buzz. The great temple burning heavenly cauldron quickly shrunk to 3 inches, and in the blink of an eye came between Ning Qingshuan's palms. This scene caused all of the central continent powerhouses to show their eyes in shock and horror. Venerable Lord, he took away your magic treasure. Chapter 100. The Great Tao is simple, 3 palms to solve a destiny and shatter a soul. My mantle? Yuan Shinfeng smiled to himself. Looking at Ning Qingshuan's figure, he suddenly became calm within. Some of the central continent powerhouses associated it with something and couldn't help but back up in their footsteps, their complexion growing paler and paler. I almost forgot, this candlelight great demon sovereign still has the bloodline of the Holy Maiden in his body. The Holy Maiden is the leader elected by the heavenly dignity Sacred Mountain, and her bloodline power has control over all the magic treasures in the Imperial Temple. The burning heaven cauldron wasn't taken away, it was returned to its original owner. The field was in chaos, and the strong men of the central continent only felt their entire body go cold, and their impulse to fight in blood was quickly doused. Absurd, how absurd. They had clearly come to crush this candlelight great demon sovereign, but how did they have the feeling of deceiving their master? You sure took that step too. At the edge of the sky, Yuan Divine Wind spoke indifferently. For Ning Qingshuan to have retrieved the Imperial Temple heaven burning cauldron did not seem to have suffered any blow or setback. From his body, an even more astonishing wave began to flow out. After 35 years of latent cultivation, his strength had long surpassed that of successive generations of heaven's sovereign Sacred Mountain's leaders. If one were to divide the rankings by the great heavenly exalt powerhouses in the history of the Yuan Yang realm, he would even be able to ask for the first place. Even if the Ning Qingshuan in front of him similarly gave him an unprecedented sense of oppression, he still had the supreme confidence to destroy him. Boom! The aura lifted, and Yuan Divine Wind executed his strongest divine ability, the Divine Wind Seal. It was as if the entire northern realm had been turned into a heaven and earth cage, with unimaginable power covering every corner of the 8 wastelands. The 10,000 devils looked grave, obviously all knowing how terrifying and powerful the Divine Wind Seal was. In front of the 2 great celestial exalted fighting, anyone lost the qualification to intervene. Even the aftermath of the tremor could have shaken an early-stage heaven's respect powerhouse to the bone. Ning Qingshuan didn't say anything, he just recklessly unleashed the pressure of the demon god bloodline. This kind of pure, originating, power belonging to the sovereign of 10,000 demons was far from the level that the 6-fingered demon exalt and the rest of the congregation had only just consolidated. In just an instant, the dome of the sky was covered with dark clouds, and the demonic might swept across 10,000 miles, and when the divine wind seal that called for the Yuan divine wind appeared to tremble and collapse. The heaven and earth cage was disintegrated, and there were countless treacherous demon god seals that gradually revealed themselves in the Yuan divine wind's surroundings. They carried a strangling force, a terrifying power that was enough to seal the heavenly demon abyss, and in the instant of coalescence, they made Yuan divine wind's sweaty hairs stand up and his pupils quake. He knew that Ning Qingshuan had grasped a way to open the heavenly demon abyss, but he hadn't expected that he had actually turned all of this sealing power into his own divine abilities. Shatter me! The shockwave swept away, bombarding the heaven and earth with ripples rolling and shaking the ears of 10,000 devils. Even more so, all the strong people of the middle continent were overwhelmed and spewed out blood one after another, their faces terrified. Only Ning Qingshuan was expressionless and had already taken a step towards Yuan Shinfeng. His figure fell in Yuan Shinfeng's eyes, eventually bringing up panic. Even if he used all of his power, he was actually unable to blast away the demon god seal. This slap, for my father. Ning Qingshuan arrived in front of Yuan Shinfeng and slapped him across the face. Snap! Yuan Shinfeng's 7 orifices spurted blood, his teeth shattered and splattered, and his features twisted and rapidly reddened. Even the big heavenly father's protective astral aura was slapped to pieces. He was a bit confused, not expecting Ning Qingshuan to use such a simple move. This was simply humiliating, and his eyes erupted with fury as he whisked his sleeve and erupted with divine techniques. This slap, for my mother. Ning Qingshuan turned a blind eye as he slapped away another palm, directly shattering the divine art. The even more pumped Yuan divine wind let out a mournful scream as his fleshly body continued to crumble. Blood splattered everywhere, waving the sky. Yuan divine wind's face began to be densely covered with fear, his hallowed heavenly exalt Sacred Mountain's exalt could potentially be smacked alive to death by a few slaps. This scene was reflected in the eyes of all the powerful people in the middle continent and turned into extreme horror. Are you kidding me? Isn't this a battle between 2 great heavenly beings? The strongest head of the righteous path in their hearts, Venerable Yuan, was being slapped by 2 slaps without the ability to fight back by the lowest of means? The 10,000 devils on the field were even more dumbfounded. This battle was completely beyond expectation. One must know that Venerable Yuan had been so powerful earlier that he had almost put all the demon race powerhouses to death. This palm, for the hundreds of thousands of people who died in Jinmu City. Ning Qingxian slowly raised his hand, having the process of storing up his strength. This action undoubtedly belonged to the summoning of the god of death in the eyes of the Yuan kamikaze. Only he knew just how terrifying a power Ning Qingxuan's slap contained. No. Don't! Unprecedented fear of death surged through his heart, but Yuan Shinfeng could only watch. After that palm stored up its strength, it landed on top of one's divine soul like a thunderbolt. Boom! The devil's palm fell, fanning and distorting the divine soul. Yuan Shinfeng's screams came to an abrupt end, and his consciousness dissipated on the spot. Ning Qingxian was even less merciful as he offered up the great temple heaven burning cauldron again, burning the remnants of the soul into oblivion. His holiness is dead. He was slapped to death alive by 3 slaps of that great demon sovereign. Chaos erupted on the field as all of the strongest people in the central continent stumbled back on their feet, unable to believe that Venerable Yuan would be easily subdued in front of this Candle Knight great demon sovereign. At this moment, that pale figure was already the most terrifying demonic generation that the Yuan Yang realm had ever seen. Run! The mid-continent team fled in fear like lost dogs. But how could Ning Qingxian let them go so easily? And with a wave of his large sleeve he once again offered up the undying soul streamer. Where are you all going? Your home is here. He eerily transmitted heavenly sounds, only to see the 10,000 soul streamer open and close, enveloping a range of 10,000 feet, from which 10,000 indestructible soul bodies were killed. The ferocious aura covered the sky, and a figure greedily killed the central continent powerhouses. When the main soul stepped out, it was burdened with 7 demonic lines, and the power fluctuations it emitted had clearly reached the level of a half-step great celestial exalt. In an instant, the killing was staged and the devouring began. The 10,000 devils likewise joined the ranks, and gradually the images of the fall of the Tianzuan powerhouses of the central continent appeared. However, in the middle of the morning, Ning Qingxian once again felt an increase in strength. At this moment, there was a brief gap in his judgment of his own power. The epiphany and mastery of the demon god seal, the bloodline in his body sublimated to the name of the demon god, also had the 10,000 soul streamer origin to add support, and also absorbed within the heavenly demon abyss, a large amount of demonic chi origin. The strength of his realm could no longer be expounded upon with a simple great heavenly father. Within the Yuan Yang realm, the great celestial exaltation was not divided into small realms, and once he stepped into it he was beyond the first class on earth and stood at the tip of the pyramid. Whereas Ning Qingxian had previously ruled that stepping into the great celestial sovereign belonged to the high level of the meteoric star, he had now vaguely touched the calamity threshold, or had truly reached it? He looked at the devouring tussle of the 10,000 indestructible soul bodies and checked his life panel once again. Life development, in progress. Natal talent, full gnosis. Innate talent, indestructible soul streamer. Innate talent, soul splitting. Remaining time for current life development, 10 years. This life experience was an unending journey of horizontal thrusts for Ning Qingxian. It can be a flat, destructive ride. As for the third innate talent, it would not be used this time. After all, there were only 10 years left. It's time to return to the heavenly demon abyss. Ning Qingxian pondered, thinking again of the heavenly demon abyss vortex space, the traces of the palace of reincarnation beneath that seabed. Chapter 101, The Birth of the Devil's Kingdom. Please give your highness a kingdom name. Waiting silently for half a day, the shouts of murder, interspersed with screams, faded away. Until the entire vicinity of the Devil King Mountain, the corpses were tired and blood flowed into a river, and there were no longer any strong figures from the middle continent standing. Ning Qingxuan's 10,000 soul streamer completed a new advancement, refining even more indestructible soul bodies. And the greatest creation that was brought about was that Master Soul, who was burdened with demonic lines that broke through to 8, possessing the strength of the greatest Heavenly Father realm. In addition, 2 new Master Souls were born, and their levels of strength all belonged to half-step Great Heavenly Dawn. After all, the powerful teams from the central continent were far, far stronger than the previous 3 clans' underpinnings. There were also more than 50 Heavenly Exalt experts that were refined by the 10,000 soul streamer one after another. Great Father, we did it! Six-fingered Demon Sovereign, Stargazer Demon Sovereign, including Demon Iris Z, and so on, the great masters of the Candle Knight Demon Clan had come to Ning Qingxian at this moment, filled with hot tears. Hidden for more than 30 years, the biggest threat to the Candle Knight Demon Clan was shattered in this day. The bottom of the central continent has also evaporated 80% in one day. Ning Qingxian was silent as he slowly swept a glance at the 10,000 devils who were clearing the battlefield. There was no doubt that the Candle Knight demon race was able to rule over them, and their choice also laid the foundation for the future, the chance of a long-lasting bloodline in the Yuanyang realm. As for those who have not submitted, back then, Father conquered the four directions and tried to destroy them by all means. However, the congregation of devils that still persistently refuses to change and still plagues the Yuanyang realm should be resolved to be resolved. Pass the order down, from today onwards, unify all the devil races in the 8 wastelands and 4 seas of the entire Yuanyang realm, and open source the country to their covenant. Ning Qingxian gave orders, deciding to carry out the final finishing touches, establishing a party of demonic kingdoms, and truly doing what his father had failed to do back then. We take orders. A number of demonic fathers left and led 10,000 demons without stopping, running towards various places in the Yuanyang realm. Ning Qingxian was about to return to the heavenly demon abyss when he saw Lan Ruoshi's figure appearing in sight. She was accompanied by a number of strong members of the righteous path. Is it over? Lan Ruoshi looked at the blood-filled scene in the north, and was really a bit alarmed. She had gone to great lengths to find some of her followers from back in the day, wanting to come and help Ning Qingxian out, not expecting this ancient battle to end so quickly. Between heaven and earth, some remnants of Yuan Xinfeng's aura remained, already dead beyond repair. Mother, this tripod is returned to you. Ning Qingxian smiled, whisking his sleeve and handing the Imperial Temple Heaven Burning Cauldron over to Lan Ruoshi. Seeing this magic treasure that once belonged to her, Lan Ruoshi couldn't help but show her memories with her eyes, and even thought of something sad. Right now, Yuan Xinfeng is dead, and the clans in the central continent that were attached to him have all been wiped out, so Mother can return to the Heavenly Sovereign's sacred mountain and take the reins of power in the central continent. Hearing this, the followers around Lan Ruoshi couldn't help but show excitement in their eyes. A few decades ago, Lan Ruoshi was the orthodox human holy maiden, and at this moment, she was finally returning to the heavenly dignity holy mountain. Is it okay if I? Lan Ruoshi's expression was tinged with some nervousness. She hadn't asked about the world for many years, and she didn't know if the remaining forces in the central continent were willing to obey her. Don't worry, as far as I know, the many clans that stayed in the central continent and didn't come, all have their hearts set on Mother. Ning Qingxian spoke again. Upon hearing this, Lan Ruoshi was still a bit hesitant. Lord Holy Maiden, please return to the Heavenly Sovereign's sacred mountain, regain power, and purge the Yuanyang realm. A number of followers hurriedly arched their hands. Lan Ruoshi hesitated and looked at Ning Qingxian again, only to see that Ning Qingxian gently nodded. Seeing this, she was silent for a long while, then took a deep breath and her gaze became firm. Okay, let's go. She led her followers towards the middle continent. Ning Qingxian eyed it, a slight smile on his lips. The news of Yuan Divine Wind's death had already spread back to the central continent. The Divine Wind's sect disciples stationed at the Heaven Sovereign's sacred mountain had long since turned into a pot of chaos, scattering in all directions to flee for their lives. Lan Ruoshi went back this time without any obstruction, and even embraced by 10,000 people. Without further delay, Ning Qingxian took large strides, and after half a day had passed, he was back in the celestial demon abyss vortex space. You can only dive 3,000 miles. He looked at the calm, black waters that did not ripple in the slightest. With Lan Ruoshi's Heaven's Father strength, and with her own Holy Maiden bloodline, she could only barely dive about 10 miles. However, Ning Qingxian was able to achieve 3,000 li, which was unprecedented in the entire history of the Yuanyang realm. The aura opened and closed slightly, and it separated a path. Ning Qingxian walked in slow steps, straight into the 3,000-mile range. The demonic chi origin of this place was even more dense, and he also felt a very terrifying pressure. Up to this point, no longer advancing, a long time to stop when, that belongs to the reincarnation hull trace fluctuations, more and more clear. Stress needs to be addressed. Contemplating, Ning Qingxian began to sit cross-legged, diving into cultivation while searching for a solution. Outside, with Lan Ruoshi having re-entered the central continent, it was indeed just as Ning Qingxian had expected. The Heavenly Dignity Sacred Mountain had long since been emptied of people and filled with wreckage. Lan Ruoshi's arrival was sensed by a large number of clan powerhouses who came to pay their respects. Soon, as time continued to pass, a month later, Lan Ruoshi managed to enter the Imperial Temple and once again took charge. Meanwhile, many places within the Yuanyang realm had set off a new bloody storm. Inside the demon race, a full-scale purge was ushered in. This process didn't need Ning Qingxian's intervention to be completed smoothly. In a flash, it was 10 years that had passed. On this day, Demon Iris Z appeared in the southern barbarians, outside of the heavenly demon abyss Xiong Peak. Behind her, led the 10,000 devils. After 10 years of washing, the aura on Wan demon had changed in a distinctive way. Perhaps it was carrying out Ning Xingxuan's decree, or perhaps it was the mutual bonding of years of battle. Gradually, they had the tendency to transform into the great generals of the demonic kingdom, as well as the legions. Great Exalted One, Demon Iris Z has come to resume his duties. The integration of the Yuan Yang realm's demonic races is complete, and there is already a foundation for the establishment of a nation, so please ask the Great Father to give the nation a name. Demon Iris Z arched his hand towards the heavenly demon abyss Xiong Peak and sent out clear words. Her voice passed through the vortex space and was heard by Ning Qingxian, who instantly opened his eyes and slowly swept a glance at the endless sea throughout the vortex space. The origin that the 10,000 devils relied on and practiced for came from here, from the 10,000 devils' holy land, the heavenly devil abyss. In this case, the number is to be used for the abyss. Fuqi. The word spread out and fell into the ears of the demon Iris, as well as the 10,000 demons. They carefully considered the name of the country and seemed to understand what the Great Exalted One meant. Devil Iris Z even directly turned around and shouted, "The Great Father gave the country the name of Abyss. In the future, you and others will be a part of the Great Abyss Devil Kingdom. Why don't you quickly pay your respects to the Great Abyss Devil Sovereign?" After speaking, the 10,000 devils responded respectfully, "We greet the Great Abyssal Devil Sovereign. The Devil Sovereign coexists with the heavens and is immortal with the earth." Ning Xingxuan's eyes showed some ripples when he heard the loud, reverberating worship that resounded through the heavens and the universe. His status, again, changed. From the young lord of a clan, to the new king of a clan, to the honorable lord of 10,000 demons, until the current king of a country, it only took less than 50 years. That, and half the time in the Jinmu Tower. Almost. Ning Qingxian stopped brooding and rose to look down into the depths of the seabed, finally taking a single step. Chapter 102. Then let's call it the Supreme Being. The pressure flowing from his body was extremely low and majestic. 10 years ago he would have needed to be careful not to step into the depths of the sea at his own risk. The boundless waves of black seawater 10 years later were now retreating away, making way for a straight path on their own. 10,000 miles to the bottom of the sea, arrived in a moment. Here, Ning Qingxian finally saw the seabed in its entirety. The same vortex, with a different rule spell, presented the second part of the demon god seal, which had lasted for an unknown number of years and continued to wriggle slowly. But this time, Ning Qingxian had comprehended this brand new demon god seal after only a single glance. He reached out and touched it gently, not rushing to open the vortex. Through this vortex, Ning Qingxian once again sensed traces of the Palace of Reincarnation. Is it really another great world? His eyes were haunted, and an intense curiosity welled up within him. It was currently impossible to know what kind of big world was behind it, but it was thought that it should also be very prosperous and flourishing. Since it had been captured by the Wheel of Fortune, it was only necessary to go back and check it out to find out some of the information. At this point, he once again turned his gaze to the bottom of the vortex, where a small black pot lay quietly on the ground. Magic Source Pot. Ning Qingxian whispered, since he had learned the origin of this small black pot from the demon god seal. Conceived by the rules of heaven and earth, it belongs to the same lineage as the demon god seal, and is the origin of the entire black seawater, which was born. He whisked his sleeve and held the magic source pot in his hand. Just by gently wiping away one of the marks on it, he saw the entire heavenly demon abyss vortex space, and all the heavy pressure dissipated. From now on, the powerful people of the great abyssal demon kingdom, including their descendants' children, could come here to cultivate, raising the chances of a great celestial exalt being born by a high margin. It's still close to something. Ning Qingxian looked at the vast realm of the seabed in thought. Then, with a wave of his big sleeve, he saw the ground shake, and there was a tall stone peak rising up one after another. He began to carve into the stone peaks everything he'd had an epiphany about in the past 10 years. Before long, a total of 32 stone peaks were densely inscribed with a large number of words, including the use of some rule incantations. The Heavenly Father is already the first class on earth, and the Great Heavenly Father is considered to be standing at the tip of the pyramid. Then beyond the Great Heavenly Father, let's call it the Supreme Father. Not bad, this is what the Holy Land of the Great Abyssal Demon Kingdom looks like. Ning Qingxian revealed a satisfied expression, and immediately afterward, he created another altar and placed the devil source pot inside. After doing so, he turned around and returned to the surface of the sea, opening the first demon god seal permanently. Underneath the majestic peak, Demon Iris Z had not yet left. Seeing Ning Qingxuan's figure, she hurriedly bowed, "Demon Lord." Ning Qingxian nodded, his line of sight sweeping across the 8 wastelands of Xiongfeng, the vast realm that belonged to the entire southern barbarian lands. Although it still looked barren, it might not be long before a Devil's Palace temple would be built here. The entire Great Abyss Demon Kingdom would also be dominated by the Candle Knight Demon Clan for a long time. After some time, I will leave the Yuanyang realm, and within the vortex space of this heavenly demon abyss, you will already be able to come and go as you please, and I've left behind some demon bloodline cultivation methods. As Ning Qingshuan's words fell, he couldn't help but cause the demon iris to tremble. Leaving? Where is the demon lord going? The future of the great abyssal demon kingdom depends on you all. After Ning Qingxian finished speaking, he took a single step, and his aura spread throughout the southern barbarians, as if he had fused with the heavens and the earth, disappearing in an instant in the midst of Demon Iris Z's line of sight. Demon King! She cried out in panic. Central Continent, Heavenly Dignity Sacred Mountain. Ning Qingshuan's figure appeared above the Imperial Temple. His arrival was quiet and unobtrusive, without alerting any of the powerhouses in the Central Continent. Unlike the Heavenly Demon Abyss, which was more different, the Great Temple was, true to its name, just a mere temple, built on top of the Heavenly Dignity Sacred Mountain, deep within the Forbidden Land. With a cursory sweep of his divine sense, Ning Qingxian discovered signs of the existence of some of the rules of heaven and earth. In the midst of that imperial temple, there were also dozens of sacred mountain leaders who had been enshrined over the generations. Walking in a Su step, Ning Qingxian arrived at a side room and saw Lan Ruoshi consulting the information. The fluctuations of the tripod surrounded his body, causing Ning Qingxian to be somewhat alarmed. She's broken through to the great celestial being. Listen to the cold? Lancelot looked up in shock. Aren't you in seclusion? Ning Qingxian smiled and responded, I've already made a breakthrough, and the great abyssal demon kingdom has just been established. The demon races within the Yuanyang realm will all be under the rule of the demon kingdom in the future, so you don't need to bother anymore. As the words fell, Lan Ruoshi's eyes revealed relief and joy. The problem that had not been solved in the Yuanyang realm for so many years had been solved by Ning Qingxian, creating a feat that no one had done before or since, and creating a kingdom for the 10,000 demonic races. It's so good that in the future, the righteous and the devil will not violate each other, and the people of the world won't have to suffer from the strife of war. Lan Ruoshi immediately felt the burden on her shoulders, a moment too much lighter. She believed that as long as the Candle Knight Demon Clan remained, the great abyssal demon kingdom would not disappear. One more thing. Ning Qingxian paused. Mother, I have to leave the Yuanyang realm. Lan Ruoshi was stunned and got up in a hurry. What's happening? Where are you going? She asked the same question as Demon Iris, very confused inside. Ning Qingxian pacified, nothing has happened, everything is fine, it's just that I've felt the pressure of heaven and earth descending on me twice in recent times. It might be that I need to travel to a new world after I've made a breakthrough in my realm. Ning Qingxian sprung a small panic. The world pattern level of the Yuanyang realm was actually very, very high. Even if a large number of powerful reincarnators descended, it would not cause the laws of the Yuanyang realm to collapse. So it is. Lan Ruoshi understood, and then her face showed complexity and reluctance. The two of them, mother and son, had spent far, far too little time together. She hadn't even been able to stay by Ning Qingshuan's side when he needed her the most. In that dark, sunless devil suppressor tower, it was decades. There was guilt inside Lan Ruoshi, but it didn't seem like it could be remedied. In the years following her re-entry into the Heaven's Dignity Holy Mountain, she had been reviewing all sorts of information. Wanting to peek into more secrets of the sacred mountain, wanting to pull himself up consistently, and even creating forces that were completely loyal to him, the decade had been fruitful. In order to avoid repeating the same mistakes. In order to do so, she hoped that one day, when someone important to her was in trouble, she would step in and fix it. Listen to the cold, my mother knows that I can't keep you, but you must remember that if you suffer or are bullied outside, don't hesitate to tell me right away, and my mother will bring someone to back you up. Or if you feel tired of it, you can always come back, and with 3 wives and 4 concubines in the great abyssal demon kingdom, mother will be able to hold her grandchildren. Ning Qingxian was dumbfounded, and when he heard these words, he suddenly felt a slight sourness in his nose. He knew that no matter how powerful he really was and how old he was, he would always be like a child who hadn't grown up in Lan Ruoshi's eyes. This otherworldly old mother had a few crow's feet creeping into the corners of her eyes. I will. Ning Qingxian nodded heavily. Really? Then when are you going to get married and have children? Lan Ruoshi stared intently into his eyes. Ning Qingxian. The emotions he had just come up with, the tears that surfaced in the corners of his eyes, were directly held back by Lan Ruwashi's question. Okay, no more teasing. Lan Ruwashi couldn't help it. Chapter 103, The End of Life, Departure. Go ahead and remember what Mother said. She didn't know what kind of vast world Ning Qingxian was about to go to, and the only thing she could send was her blessing. Ning Qingxian silently looked at his life panel, and with very little time left, he finally turned around and took a single step, leaving the celestial sacred mountain. Lan Ruwashi stood still and eyed the back. Boom! In the line of sight, thunder raged above the dome of the middle continent. There was a diffusion of 10,000 demonic auras that continued to be declared out, carrying with it the power of pure origin. The commotion caused countless gazes and awakened a piece of divine sense to open and close. It's that Candle Knight Great Demon Sovereign? He came to the central continent? What an amazing power! Just how far has this great demon Exalt gone? No one could see above the firmament the exact scene. Current remaining development time, half an hour. Ning Qingxuan's life panel had once again begun its countdown. Unrelated to longevity, this physical body was about to merge with the Yuan-Yang realm, a part of the rules of heaven and earth. At the same time, it was also Ning Qingxuan's best option at the moment. It's time to go back. He slowly closed his eyes, and the endless majestic origin power was once again released. Kanglan System, Imperial Star. General Association Office, Jingzhou Region. Shin Zuoyu finished handling all the work, tiredly rubbed his eyes, and prepared to return from work to Ancient Street No. 1 courtyard. But then I saw a knock at the door. General President, your daughter is here. Shin Zuoyu immediately perked up, a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth as he got up and said, "Let them come in." Mom! Several figures pushed their way in. Ning Kaiwei rushed into Shin Zuoyu's arms and opened her mouth with a smile. Mom, do you want to guess my reincarnation score this time? Well, it's not going to be the top 10 again, is it? Shin Zuoyu asked with feigned surprise. In fact, as early as 2 hours ago, she had received news from the Wuling Academy. My daughter had once again obtained a top 10 reincarnation score amongst the Imperial Star Academy competition this time around. After coming to Emperor Star for a few months and taking multiple monthly exams, Ning Kaiwei's grades were all excellent. And this time, it was the Imperial Star Academy competition, representing the Wuling Academy. Huh, did you already know that? Ning Kaiwei felt doubly uninspired. After all, the monthly examination within the Wuling Academy was not at all on the same level as the Imperial Star Academy competition. The former is an exam, the latter that's a real contest with tons of prizes. But even still, she was among the top 10. Looking at the Emperor Star, how many people can go in with a meteor class dependent like you? Shin Zuoyu slightly skimmed his lips and looked towards Mei Qiuying behind Ning Kaiwei. This meteor star level reincarnator from another galaxy had been sent by Ning Qingxian some time ago to follow his daughter. Regarding Ning Qingxuan's entry into the Tower of Finality and his capture of an Emperor Guardian Star of Creation, she had also already learned about it from Chen Yuning's mouth. The top of the family is instantly higher in the sky. What kind of status is that for an Emperor Shoshin Cave Master? Not to mention that the status could be ranked in the top 20 among the powerful and noble classes of the Emperor Star. In the Gujia Star region, they were all big names with a face. Mom, when is Dad coming back? I got the 10th place in the competition this time. There's a chance to enter the Desolate Heaven realm to study. I want Dad to accompany me. As the words fell, Shin Zuoyu was slightly stunned and seemed to have just remembered that there was such a reward for the top 10 of the Emperor Star competition. As for the Desolate Heaven realm, it was not unfamiliar to her. It was a world of a very high level, belonging to the immortal martial level of the worlds of the heavens. There are Shushan's highly accomplished masters who teach the scriptures and laws, and there are thousands of disciples and disciples. There were ancient royal clans that established divine kingdoms to continue their lineage, and the feudal lords and vassals each commanded large armies. There are also evil spirits running amok in sophistry. The Palace of Reincarnation had discovered this world of the heavens a few years ago. Since the resources were very abundant, it was decided to flow in a thin stream and did not alarm those mighty and powerful people, adopting the approach of stealing from the masters and sending a very powerful reincarnator to go. With the longevity of his own lifespan and the ability to keep returning to the Cosmic Union, he was able to successfully blend into Mount Shu and take up the position of an elder without fear of the gap brought about by the flow of time. Up to this point, the pathway to stealing from the masters in the Desolate Heaven realm was considered to have opened up quite perfectly. The wheelhouse took these opportunities and decentralized them to the imperial stars of each galaxy, relying on competitions to reward places for schooling. Ning Kaiwei was now in the middle of such a quest for a place to enter the desolate heaven realm and worship under that elder, stealing all sorts of great skills from Mount Shu. This is a process that does not require any points to be redeemed. If he performed well and was able to be personally taught the Heart Sutra by the new master of Shushan Dao, the rewards would be even more unimaginable. If you are willing to turn into the Wheel of Fortune, you will at least get 1,000,000 level points immediately, and if you are not willing to turn in, the Wheel of Fortune will not force you to do so. Your dad is out on a mission and shouldn't be back anytime soon, and there's no way your dad can accompany you. Shen Zuoyu thought of the last message Ning Qingxian had sent to himself 10 days ago. Counting the time, the mission should have started as well, right? Okay. Ning Kaiwei sighed. Since coming to the Empire Star, Dad had rarely been with her. By the way, about the content of this mission, how much does Miss Autumn Shadow know? Shin Fuyu asked Mei Qiuying. Even she, the General Association President of the Jingzhou District, did not have the right to investigate the mission issued by the Goddess of Kill this time. Mei Qiuying shook her head. I've never seen a classified mission of this level before, only the Star Lord should know the specifics, and this is to protect them. From my point of view, the difficulty of the mission is not generally high, otherwise it would not have been impossible to divulge even half of its destination. When Shen Zuoyu heard this, his face suddenly brought up worry. She had prepared for this and had seen some of the quests issued by the Goddess of Slaying, which were basically related to battle credits. The more lucrative the battle credits, the greater the difficulty factor, and it's showing an exponential spike. Even Mei Qiuying, who had seen more big scenes, had said so one could imagine that Ning Qingxian was now, inevitably, in an extremely dangerous environment. Don't worry, ma'am, Cave Master Ning is on this mission to get war credit, not to get killed. He'll definitely be able to return safely. Mei Qiuying gave Shen Zuoyu a shot of confidence and swore to open her mouth. I hope so. Shen Zuoyu nodded silently, his heart still a little uneasy. These days, he was so busy working that he completely failed to figure out just what kind of mission Ning Qingxian was on. For some reason, a strong, unprecedented conviction suddenly rose within her, praying that Ning Qingxian, once again, would be able to recall the experiences she had once had while transmigrating in the heavens. This was because she knew that every time Ning Qingxian revived his memories, it would bring about a sudden surge in strength. Of course, the maximum number of times an ancient transmuter has been transmuted in the history of the Federation is 4. Ning Qingxian had long since surpassed 4 times, and she couldn't predict whether or not Ning Qingxian had any other transmutation experiences that she wasn't currently thinking of. Please, if there are any more big numbers, think fast, you must return safely. Shen Zuoyu took a deep breath, secretly anxious. Chapter 104 Ning Qingxian Awakens, Master of Divisions, Evil God Agent. Ancient Emperor Star. The City of the Past, Ancient Martial City. Click. Silent dark night, above the snow. There were skulls being crushed by taller and stronger Fae. He looked indifferent and scanned the surrounding area. A pair of foreign pupils dazzled with a pale white luster, which seemed to be able to discern all the latent signs of life within a radius of dozens of miles. All hands on deck, don't spare any suspicious lifeforms, and report back if anything happens. The captain of the Pale Ice Clan spoke in a deep voice, a large number of Pale Ice Clan powerhouses patrolling the perimeter with a pair of ice crystal scale horns growing from their foreheads. They had been stationed and colonized in this ancient Emperor Star's former big city, Ancient Martial City, for many years. In recent times, many similar alien colonies have been spotted with invaders. Vaguely, what was claimed to be the Dusk Discussion Pavilion's Demon Eclipse building Heaven's Pride. For this side of the alien alliance forces that were rumored to have a very terrifying underbelly in the outside world, they did not place them in their eyes at all. If found, a siege is bound to take place. For no other reason than the sheer number of lives and civilizations that flourish within the great universe. The number 1 human federation, under the subordination of the senior management of the Gujia Starfield, were all quite headstrong about the complex situation of the ancient Emperor Star. Even if the Dusk Council Pavilion was famous, how could it be compared to it? Naturally, it couldn't intimidate this place. What's more, the ancient Emperor Star was too far away from them, and the many alien forces behind the scenes of the colony here were likewise not vegetarians. And would it be tolerated, allowing outside forces to find opportunities for creation here? Captain, I've heard that each of that Demon Eclipse building's heavenly pride is extremely powerful. All of them are killed from the 10,000 races, and in the Dusk Council Pavilion they each rule a side of the evil god's sacrificial star, and there's no lack of meteoric star-level existences. It is said that there are also the Underworld King Clan and the Greedy Wolf Clan in this. They sent their heavenly pride to come, and they are not afraid of folding in the ancient Emperor Star. What exactly are they looking for? There was a confused whisper from none other than the vice captain of the inspection team. "If I knew that, I wouldn't have followed you to patrol the territory." The inspection captain's tone was low. The depths of the Dusk Council pavilion were indeed quite astonishing. The greedy wolf race, the underworld race, and so on, were all extremely prestigious and flourishing civilization races within the many starry forbidden zones of the Gujia starfield. The 100-years-old heavenly pride born from these civilized races was naturally extraordinarily powerful. Perhaps even their Tsang Ice clan, the meteorite star-ranked Tsang Ice King who had been ordered to be stationed in ancient Martial City, was not an opponent. TSK, the 18th and 19th Division Masters of the Demon Eclipse building are really quite famous. Suddenly, a bashful laugh rang in the ears of the inspection captain and vice captain. The two men were creeped out for a split second and jerked around to look. Then he saw that at some point, there were already a dozen or so penciled-in, black trenchcoat-clad men standing on top of the frozen sculpture. The Phantom Moon Clan? The Phantom Moon pattern branded on their large trenchcoats caused the inspection captain's pupils to drastically condense. Buzz! There was a sudden flash of cold light, and the inspection captain stiffened. Only to see the vice captain beside him glaring, his neck reflecting blood, his head tossed and falling aside in a moment. This sudden turn of events caused the entire inspection team to panic. But between the next moment, they were obliterated without even uttering a scream. Meteorite! Meteorites? The first captain's mind was shrouded in fear, and he stood still, not daring to move. I ask and you answer. The head of the heavenly pride of the Demon Eclipse building of the Yu clan walked over with an expressionless face. After about 10 minutes, he was informed of the specific information of the ancient Martial City. This is a colony divided by the Pale Ice clan to take underground energy crystals. There were about tens of thousands of elite powerhouses in the clan, and there was a meteorite star-ranked early-stage Pale Ice King in attendance. Unfortunately, they knew nothing about the trace of the evil god's dependents that had fled into the ancient Emperor Star a few months ago. The resources of the ancient Emperor Star are really extremely abundant. This city has been mined for so many years, and the underground energy crystals have actually only been mined for 20%. Even so, no other races have encroached on this city, so I suppose more fertile territory exists. Some of the Yu clan's celestial pride sked. According to the intelligence information passed on by the Dusk Council Pavilion, this was as an imperial star of the human cosmic union, 10,000 years ago. It once had a very prosperous history, and gave birth to a brilliant civilization, as well as many powerful people and so on. Looking at the entire Gurja starfield, the important strategic value of this place is very rare. However, with the invasion of a terrifying unknown evil god, not only did the ancient Emperor planet rapidly fall, but the many living planets around it were plunged into an unprecedented disaster. The Federation, which was thriving at that time, was forced to open an unknown number of exotic battlefields, and had no time to be distracted by the changes in the ancient Emperor Star, so it can only order a great migration. This retreat is 10,000 years. To this day, that terrible evil god has long since departed and is nowhere to be found. But it brought many of the Fae an opportunity of unprecedented imagination. They poured out from the nearby starry sky prohibited area, each circling to divide up the ancient Emperor Star territory as much as they could. The strategic supply lines are too long due to the extreme complexity of the alien forces involved. The most crucial and difficult thing to deal with was also the serious interference of the residual power of that evil god. This led to the senior management of the Gujia star field, many attempts to gather core, with the intention of recovering, and then after deliberation can only be given up in the middle. The strategic value of the ancient Emperor Star naturally needs no introduction. The Dusk Council Pavilion all wanted a piece of the pie, it's just that it's hard for a strong dragon to suppress a snake, so there's been no opportunity. The head of the heavenly pride of the Yu clan spoke indifferently. What are we going to do next? Trying to compete with those division masters who have gained proxy status for this creation is too much of a struggle. How about looking for other racial treasures? A few people looked to their main man for advice. Scavenge the energy banks here first, but don't alarm the Pale Ice King. He conveyed his instructions and slowly scanned the scene of the surrounding ancient Martial City again. The snow was so heavy that the former human civilization had long been reduced to a relic. A collapsed, ice-sculpted skyscraper is visible in the freezing cold and inclement weather. After 10,000 years, the ice sculpture has not melted in half. Apart from that, there were also ice crystal palaces erected by the Tsang Ice clan, interspersed in various places. The only thing of value here was the energy crystals collected by the Pale Ice clan. Click! Suddenly there was the sound of breaking ice. The crowd paused in their movements and instantly looked over in unison, narrowing their eyes to stare at the frozen patch of rubble. Vaguely, a figure with closed eyes could be seen from within. What, there are still remnants of the human race here? There was a celestial pride from the Yu clan who frowned and asked the Tsang Ice clan inspection brigade leader. I don't know, I haven't seen a human in many, many years. The first captain's face paled, not daring to do anything to slow down, and responded immediately. Not the remnants of the human race. A loud cry rang out, and as the ice continued to shatter and the silhouette's consciousness awakened, the concealment means covered by the goddess of killing disappeared, gradually revealing a great and majestic aura. A dozen or so of the heavenly pride powerhouses of the Yu clan were instantly like enemies, and that Yu division master even had a slightly austere gaze. Boom! A large amount of broken ice was overturned. The wind and clouds in the sky above the firmament grew increasingly violent, and the heavy snowfall reflected Ning Qingxuan's face. That terrifying power that was suffocating was revealed. You guys are too loud. Ning Qingxian slowly opened his eyes. This scene fell into the eyes of a dozen or so of the heavenly pride powerhouses of the Yu clan, forming a thrill. Chapter 105. Which sequential big brother is an ancient martial city? This guy is... The Yu division master's heart was beating wildly. He smelled a very dangerous aura from Ning Qingxuan's body. In an instant, his mind's thoughts raced, combining the information from the Dusk Council Pavilion. It then came to mind that in the ancient Jia Star realm, there was a Heaven's Pride undertow called the Tower of the End. The heavenly character number 1 born from the Tower of the End would again be ranked as the new Cave Master, ruling aside of the Emperor Guardian Star. This was basically the same as their Twilight Discussion Pavilion, where the Demon Eclipse Tower's young Celestials ranked as Division Masters were in charge of a side of the evil god Sacrificial Star. And this person in front of him was possessing the powerful characteristics of a Cave Master. The most crucial problem was that the aura on Ning Qingxuan's body was simply too terrifying. I'm afraid that this is not a simple Cave Master, but a sequential Cave Master that has been given the name of Sequence. The same nature as the Master of the Division of the Devil's Eclipse Building who had gained the status of an agent of the evil god. Go! The Master of the Spectral Moon Division let out a low roar. The remaining dozen or so Yu clan celestial pride had long since been shocked by Ning Qingxuan's aura. At this moment, when he heard these words, how could he dare to have any hesitation, and he turned around on the spot to retreat. Late. Ning Qingxian whisked his sleeve, and the pressure in space skyrocketed as the wind and snow in the heavens and earth came to a sudden halt. As he clenched his fist, he saw a dozen or so Yu clan celestials let out screams of terror and were directly pinched to burst their flesh, turning into a streak of blood mist. The head of the secret moon division master went numb, immediately setting off the majestic sea-like moon radiance origin within his body and bursting out with his full battle power. He even offered up a magic weapon and urged it with a blood seal, releasing a hideous 1,000-foot serpentine beast. A foreign race that cultivates the star origin? Ning Qingxuan's inner ancient waves were calm as he made a move of the great desolate candle dragon finger, adding the power of the Yuanshan, crushing the 1,000-foot serpentine beast on the spot. The great power invaded, and the Yu division master didn't even have time to dodge before he was pierced through the forehead, blood gurgling. He stared into empty eyes and slowly collapsed. The aftermath swept across, creating even greater fear and horror in the eyes of the Tsang Ice Clan's grand captain, looking fearfully at his lost half of his body. A division master of the Demon Eclipse Building, plus a dozen or so Super S ranks. The top heavenly pride belonging to the Dusk Council Pavilion that had been selected among the 10,000 races for nearly 100 years had been killed in seconds so rashly? He fell in a pool of blood with the same reluctance. Boom! The aftermath of the battle startled the Tsang Ice King, who was sitting in the main hall at the center of the ancient martial city. His aura immediately lifted up, and even more powerful pressure swept across him. Also appearing were tens of thousands of Tsang Ice Clan elites. Who has the audacity to commit a crime against my Tsang Ice Clan colony? The sound of the sky rolled as the Tsang Ice King stepped into the air, his face cold with killing intent. Ning Qingxian looked up as the reincarnation space opened wide, and the Immortal Queen, including the entire Immortal Clan, swarmed out. In the blink of an eye, the sky was covered. This. The Pale Ice King's footsteps lurched and a shiver ran through his body. Slaughter them all, leave no one behind. Ning Qingxian softly whispered out, and the Queen of Immortality led the immortal race, running towards the center of the city in a matter of moments. Shouting and killing sounds shook the sky, and endless ghost chi hissed with wind and snow, shrouding the entire ancient martial city under a cloud of Iluo. Ning Qingxian took out the 2 bottles of star marrow liquid given to him by the Long Ashes Star Lord, and once again took them. Immediately, the life development panel appeared before your eyes. Life development, closed. Fusion strength progress, 0.1%, 0.2%, 0.5%. In the middle of the morning, Ning Qingxian sensed the undying soul streamer, which was rapidly returning. The devil's qi, too, began to gradually recover in the body. Goddess of Wisdom. He tried to contact the Goddess of Wisdom, but did not receive an immediate reply as usual. After waiting for a while, there was still no result. Ning Qingxian mused, it seemed that the ancient emperor planet had no way to infiltrate even the will of Goddess of Wisdom 009 due to the interference of the evil god's power. However, the three-person chat room previously opened by the Goddess of Wisdom was still available. It revealed a large amount of messages, precisely the records of Chen Xiaobai and Xiao Yuro's correspondence, roughly analyzing the forces of the ancient emperor star's foreign races, as well as the meeting and location. During that time, the two had also called out to him several times, looking quite anxious. There was no half-hearted reply for several days in a row, and a very bad feeling arose in the hearts of both men. Ning Qingxian immediately reported his piece, and then called out to the goddess of killing in his mind. Kanglan System Luo Tian Cave Master, please express your needs. Not surprisingly, the Slay Goddess was able to still maintain contact with him due to her own special main god power. The former enables the reincarnator to step into the heavens, and no matter what level of the world, he or she will not lose contact with the reincarnator. The latter has a much greater power in the great universe. I need the Dusk Council Pavilion, the main information about the Division Master, as well as the evil god's agents. Ning Qingxian spoke. The Dusk Council Pavilion's Division Master status figures, usually characterized by ruling an evil god ritual star, need to be among the top 100 ranks of the Demon Eclipse building. Evil god agents, on the other hand, are in the Demon Eclipse building, higher status Division Masters who need to obtain the approval of the evil god's will and master the power given by the evil god. Currently, the Twilight Council Court only sacrifices to one great evil god, but is able to obtain multiple agent statuses at the same time. After speaking, Ning Qingxian looked thoughtful. It seemed that the evil god agent was the existence that could stand shoulder to shoulder with the Sequence Cave Lords, as the three-star lords had said. Just then, a new message popped up in the general group of the Killing Goddesses chat. Which sequential big brother slaughtered a Demon Eclipse building Division Master in ancient Martial City? At Obsidian Cave Master, are you sure? Of course. I used a secret method to steal their contact channels, and they've already confirmed the death of Master Yuki, and it was an instantaneous death. This Yuyua Division Master is rank 89 in the Devil's Eclipse building, who can we do in seconds except for sequence, and now their contact channels are blowing up, and it seems to have attracted the attention of an evil god's agent. I am near the ancient Martial City. A large-scale battle is breaking out in the city. I feel that the Tsung Ice King there is dying. His breath is getting weaker and weaker. Alas, it's worthy of being a sequence. A Division Master plus the Pale Ice King are enough for a second-level battle merit, right? Yes, I have participated in several killing missions, put my best foot forward. The highest is only twice the third level of war credit, unimaginable the difficulty of the first level of war credit. The name of the sequence is still deserved awe. At Obsidian Cave Master, from which world of the heavens did you learn the secret method? Is it so powerful? It's even able to steal the internal information of the Demon Eclipse building? Don't worry about that for now. I've captured new information. Which cave master is in the Valley of the Lost in Fey territory? Hurry up and run. Hurry up. There are several masters watching you. If they find you, you're dead. It's me, I see them, I can't get away. At Taiwa Cave Master, is Big Brother around? Save them. Don't worry, a few of us are in the neighborhood, we'll be right over. At the same time, a reply came from the three-person chat room opened by the Goddess of Wisdom. Ning Qingxian, aren't you in ancient Martial City? Did you slaughter that Yuyue Division Master? Xiao Yuro inquired in shock.